Hello everyone, today we're diving into part 2. But first, let's quickly recap what happened in the last episode. In a world dominated by martial arts, Lu Chun, a prodigiously talented young man, embarks on a path of defiance with the help of a miraculous tool, the Zerg overlord system. From being mocked for his low blood vitality value of 119, he rises to become the master of a primordial queen with special abilities. On the stage of the martial arts exam, he stuns everyone with his incredible strength, silencing those who looked down on him. The story begins with Lu Chun being ridiculed in his class, but his heart is full of excitement because he has activated the Zerg Overlord system, a game-changing tool. Every time he breaks through a major realm, he gains a primordial queen with unique abilities. During a secret realm expedition, he uses the system's power to devour a Tier 2 flame spider, leading to the first evolution of his queen, Red Frost. She attains the Red Lotus Hellfire ability, pushing Lu Chen's blood vitality to the breaking point. In the secret realm, Lu Chen encounters Sun Qi, Lin Xia, and others who underestimate his strength. However, he astonishes everyone by demonstrating his immense power. Not only does he acquire a heavenly-grade inner core in the secret realm, but he also showcases extraordinary skills during the martial arts exam, earning instant fame. As the story unfolds, Lu Chen's strength continues to grow. He shines in the martial arts exam and showcases his formidable combat abilities in conflicts with the ancient god church. Single-handedly, he slays a Tier 3 ferocious beast, shocking the entire city of Linsong. His name becomes the talk of the town. In his feud with the Du family, Lu Chun uses his strength and cunning to erase the Du family from Linsong's map. His prowess has reached a level that even the top-tier martial artists, the 9-layer Grandmasters, find astonishing. He not only achieves great success in martial arts, but also demonstrates exceptional political acumen. With the Heavenly Pride ranking approaching, Lu Chen's goal becomes clear: aims to secure a spot on the list and gain access to the Tianyuan secret realm. In this journey, he faces pressure from the 8 major families, the Martial Arts Association, the military, and hidden forces, as well as challenges from the demon race. During a confrontation at Xingyue Pavilion, Lu Chun fearlessly faces provocation from the East Sea Dragon Clan. Using the Moon Suppression Stone, he subdues the Dragon Clan's Grandmaster Ao Qian, forcing their prodigy Ao Feng to kneel and apologize. This battle makes Lu Chen's name resound throughout the Jiangnan war zone. His strength and courage earn him widespread admiration. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and are watching for the first time, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into the plot of part 2. Lu Chen's life remained undisturbed. It was as if Lu Chun was isolated from the world. No one knew he was Ying Tianming's opponent in the upcoming duel. Over the past few days, he only participated in the ladder battles of the virtual god realm to meet the minimum requirement of 10 matches, then focused on absorbing resources. The gifts from senior sister Mao Fu exceeded his expectations, and the constant influx of resources left Lu Chun astonished. Even Hong Shuang was overwhelmed and wanted to quit, while Xiao Lan diligently continued without a break. While the little bugs were busy, Lu Chun didn't idle either. In his free time, he immersed himself in the eternal sword source monument, comprehending the sword intents of others. Little did he know that as the duel approached, the entire martial arts community of Decisive was in an uproar. A piece of news spread like wildfire: Tianming was expected to break through and become a Grandmaster during the duel. Although reaching the Grandmaster level is the goal of countless martial artists, it has not been uncommon over the past 600 years. However, Ying Tianming was only 15 years old and possessed an unprecedented 3 limit-breaking talents. These two factors combined created an unprecedented excitement in the Decisive martial arts community. It's worth noting that the youngest Grandmaster in the past 600 years was the founding ancestor of the Ying family, who reached it at 26. Now, the Ying family was set to break that record by 11 years. In the Ying family's sacred ground in the capital, a barren hill stood a few hundred meters high, with only a few dying trees. Among the weeds at the foot of the hill, a toppled stone tablet faintly bore the words, Tianyuan. Nearby, an elderly caretaker was leisurely smoking, but suddenly his movements halted. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and walked to the mountain path to wait. Soon, a figure in dark robes approached. The old man softly asked, "Master, are you going down the mountain?" The newcomer smiled and replied, "Yes, I need to see for myself, as young Tianming of the Ying family is about to become a Grandmaster." This person was none other than the founding ancestor of the Ying family, the strongest being of the current era. As he looked at the desolate scene, he sighed. The first dark turmoil of Decisive began here at Tianyuan, but now no one remembers. The caretaker expressed concern. "Since you're personally going down the mountain, should I stay here to keep that creature underground in check?" The ancestor chuckled. "No need. If I wanted to kill it, I could do so at any time. Suppressing it is just for show." The caretaker was struck with fear. wondering for whom this 400-year-long charade was being performed. Suddenly, the ancestor's aura changed dramatically, and his attire transformed into a black dragon robe with an imperial crown on his head. Looking towards Jiangnan, he seemed both angry and worried. That person from the Batian society, I've feigned injury for so long, yet she hasn't set foot in the capital. Is it fear or disdain? Upon hearing the question, he sighed and answered, Master Ma, let me ask you this. If a peerless genius claimed they would kill you to become a Grandmaster, how would you feel? Ma Jingyang was stunned by the question. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. I understand what you mean. Xiao Chun is indeed proud and ambitious, but things have come to this point, and we are powerless to change it. He rubbed his temples and continued. The best we can do now is to secure as much appearance fee as possible from the Ying family for Xiao Chun. 300 billion and a breakthrough pill is already the limit. Qiu Yuanlong shook his head in silence, and the living room fell into a quiet stillness. After a moment, he asked hoarsely, Master Ma, you know Xiao Qin's defense. Is there really no chance at all? Hard, hard, hard. Ma Jingyang sighed 3 times before speaking frankly after some consideration. If it's a tie, there might be a 10% chance. Xiao Qin's defense is indeed formidable, capable of withstanding a second-level Grandmaster. But the opponent is Ying Tianming, who has lifted all restrictions. With 3 limit-breaking talents, the Ying family's resources, and the teachings of their progenitor, his strength is far from ordinary. Qiu Yuanlong remained silent. He was well aware of the gap between Lu Chun and Ying Tianming, but he was still unwilling to accept it. After all, Lu Chun was someone he had personally discovered and recommended to the Batian Society from Linsong City, and their bond was extraordinary. Moreover, just 2 days ago, Mao Fu had mentioned that Lu Chun was gathering resources, clearly unwilling to be a stepping stone and wanting to fight for it. If the outcome tomorrow was still a crushing defeat, the blow would be unimaginable. A genius being used as a stepping stone by another genius, defeated in front of everyone, allowing the other to ascend to Grandmaster status and become the first in 600 years of the Great Xia martial era. Just imagining it made Qiu Yuanlong's heart ache. Desperately clinging to the last shred of hope, he said, Master Ma, didn't Uncle Mao send an opportunity? Xiao Chun has integrated a heaven-tier sword heart. If he can master a powerful sword intent, wouldn't he have a chance? Ma Jingyang frowned and replied, Xiao Qiu, you're thinking irrationally. Even if Xiao Chun is determined to follow his own sword path, mastering someone else's sword intent is not something that can be achieved overnight. Sword techniques are easy to learn, but sword intent is hard to grasp. In our Batian society, who isn't a prodigy? Who hasn't taken 5 to 10 years to comprehend sword intent? These words shattered Qiu Yuanlong's last hope. He slumped onto the sofa, his gaze unfocused as he stared out the window. His thoughts drifted back to the martial arts exam in Linsong City years ago. A young man full of spirit and arrogance. And now, facing such a setback. Xiao Chun, will you blame Uncle Qiu? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The highly anticipated showdown that had the entire martial arts world on edge was finally about to begin. On the stone bridge, the old man continued to sell tea, seemingly at one with his surroundings. Passing martial artists stopped to greet him, with some even sitting down for a chat. These powerful figures from Jiangnan all showed him great respect, addressing themselves as juniors. After all, many had received his guidance over the long years. Rumor had it that the old man's strength ranked in the top 3 within the Wenxin Pavilion. Just as the old man was about to take a nap, he suddenly looked towards the depths of the village, packed up his things, and left the stone bridge. Soon after, he arrived at Mu Juexian's courtyard. Miss, not playing mahjong today? The old man asked respectfully, slightly bowing. Mu Juexian sighed. I've told you, call me master. The old man smiled kindly. I've called you miss for so long. It's not something I can change in just a few hundred years. Mu Juexian shook her head, retrieved 2 virtual god realm terminals from her storage space, and tossed one to the old man. Today is the day Xiaoqing makes his mark on the world. We should go and watch. The old man accepted it, looking worried. Miss, are you really going to let Xiaoqing continue his devouring? You know the catastrophic power of the Zerg plague. It has even caused world-ending disasters. At this rate, it might attract their attention. Mu Juexian gazed into the void, her voice resolute. I don't want any more entanglements with that side. But Xiaoqing is my disciple, and I will support his choice. Whoever dares to come, I will kill. I will kill until those false gods tremble, until they all become Xiaoqing's resources. In the virtual god realm, the battle arena had already taken shape. On floating mountains, strong fighters either waited or chatted. In one of the mountain pavilions, members of the Batian Society were gathered. Qiu Yuanlong looked worried, while Li Bagong laughed it off. Our Batian Society values clarity of mind. Since Xiaoqing agreed, it's his choice. Ma Jingyang handed over a wine flask, speaking mysteriously, new brew. made from a 100-meter-long beast. Care for a sip? Qiu Yuanlong rolled his eyes. Even if it were from a 1,000-meter beast, you can't bring it into the virtual god realm. Mao Fu sat on the railing, swinging her legs and munching on sunflower seeds. At this moment, Qiu Yuanlong asked, Aunt Mao, do you think Xiaoqing has a chance to comprehend sword intent? The pavilion fell silent at this question. Li Bagong stopped polishing his sword and sat up straight. Ma Jingyang put away his wine gourd, suddenly sober. Before Lu Chen apprenticed under Mu Juexian, there were only 3 members in the second generation of the Batian Society. Shishu Mao Fu was a prominent figure in the Batian Society, having once intimidated the Grand Elder of the Jiang family with a single sword strike in Jiangnan and later being conferred the title of General of the State. Her evaluation was crucial to Lu Chen. With her back to the crowd, Mao Fu tried to make her voice sound authoritative and aged. She said, the members of the Batian Society are all extraordinarily talented and refuse to follow others' paths. She then leaped into the pavilion, glanced at the 3 of them, and continued, Qiu Yuanlong comprehended the Hao Ran sword intent in 60 years, Ma Jingyang grasped the Qing Lian sword intent in 48 years, and Li Bagong created the slaughter sword intent in 35 years. Hearing this, Li Bagong straightened his back, pride evident in his eyes. Mao Fu cleared her throat and changed her tone. Even with the heavenly sword heart, it will take Xiao Chun at least 10 years to comprehend sword intent. Qiu Yuanlong sighed and respectfully said, I humbly accept your teaching. Thank you, Shishu Mao, for your guidance. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Ladder battle arena, the seed candidates from various camps were awaiting news. Ying Tianming sat cross-legged, his aura restrained and returning to simplicity. Sun Qi and Shi Chuanxia watched from a distance, both curious and awed. Sun Qi complained, Brother Lu and class leader Lin are too much. They're missing such a grand event. Shi Chuanxia replied meaningfully, they might just give us a huge surprise. Sun Qi looked at Ying Tianming and sighed. I really want to witness this battle of prodigies myself. Just as he finished speaking, an old voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Want to see it? You should have said so earlier. Sun Qi's face lit up with joy. Over the past few days, under the guidance of the mysterious elder, he had made rapid progress. He was eagerly absorbing knowledge about the various uses of mental power, like a sponge soaking up water. On the leaderboard of the Heavenly Ladder battle, he continually pushed forward with determination. Sun Qi eagerly asked his master if there was a way to enter the virtual divine realm to watch the battles. After receiving a positive response, he immediately invited Lu Chen and Lin Xie to join him. Unexpectedly, only an ordinary-looking girl responded. Sun Qi was surprised to recognize that it was Lin Xie and couldn't help but glance at her nickname. 0.cookingforim.0. Feeling a bit awkward, Sun Qi checked the rankings and discovered that Lin Xie was already at 462nd place, silently admiring her skills. After a brief wait, Lin Xie calmly stated that Lu Chen wouldn't be coming, and the 3 of them were soon transported into the virtual divine realm. Standing atop a floating mountain peak, Sun Qi marveled at the spectacular scene before him. Excitedly, he pointed out various prominent figures, piquing Lin Xie's curiosity about his sources. Sun Qi proudly introduced each one, even astonishing Shi Chuanxia. Just as Sun Qi was enthusiastically explaining, a terrifying pressure swept over them. A majestic figure, dressed in a black dragon robe and wearing an imperial crown, stepped forward. It was none other than the strongest being of the era, the ancestor of the Ying family. This sudden and grand entrance caused the entire virtual divine realm to fall into a solemn silence. Even the 7 major families, aside from the Ying family, dared not act rashly. They all bowed respectfully from a distance. In a hushed tone, Sun Qi murmured, I originally wanted to support Dr. Mundo since we're both from the Jiangnan war zone. But now that the old ancestor has shown up, we don't stand a chance. Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming, icy presence descended upon them. Sun Qi's soul trembled, and he didn't even dare to breathe. A woman with long white hair, dressed in a flowing gown, emerged from the void city. She wore a black blindfold adorned with a silver moon pattern in the center. An old man followed closely behind her. Who is she? Her aura is so powerful. Sun Qi exclaimed in shock. She seems just as formidable as the one from the Ying family. Lin Xie spoke softly. She is Lu Chen's master, the leader of the Batian Society, Mu Juexian. Shi Chuanxiu added. She has also held the top spot on the National Beauty Leaderboard for 400 years. He glanced meaningfully at Lin Xie, who remained indifferent, her gaze fixed on Mu Juexian. Sun Qi couldn't help but mutter. Why is my master an old man while Brother Lu's master is the top-ranked beauty? Shen Jiyuan, standing nearby, wished he could sew Sun Qi's mouth shut. He silently lamented. I was a top-tier figure in my lifetime. Yet I ended up with a disciple like this? What a disaster! Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Ladder battle arena, Ying Tianming opened his eyes and looked at the suddenly appearing Lu Chen. He teleported to Lu Chen's side and took a deep breath. You're here. Lu Chen nodded and grinned. Enough talk, let's get to work. I'll give you a challenge worth billions of points. With the arrival of the Yinger ancestor, the battle reached an unprecedented peak. The sudden appearance of Mu Juexian left many powerful figures bewildered. In the Jiangnan war zone, the Batian society is notorious as troublemakers. However, in other war zones, members of the Batian society are seen as formidable warriors. Their numbers may be few, but they have earned a fearsome reputation on the battlefield with their unmatched strength. Mao Fu, a fierce warrior, has single-handedly infiltrated and attacked enemy strongholds 7 times, chasing the ancestral-level Hongsha monarch deep into the demon territory, causing chaos and destruction. Each report of her exploits sends shockwaves through the entire battlefield, significantly boosting the morale of the Daxia forces. Mu Juexian, the founder of the Batian Society, has remained a low-profile figure, which puzzled many. Apart from dominating the Qingguo list for 4 centuries and slaying the East Sea Dragon clan's eldest prince 200 years ago, she rarely took action. Many doubted her strength, but seeing her now, with an aura comparable to that of the Yinger ancestor, dispelled all skepticism. Jin Hongchang, the head of Jiangnan Martial Academy, and Yang Ming, the commander of the Jiangnan war zone, were playing chess and chatting leisurely. Jin Hongchang was puzzled by Mu Juexian's appearance, but Yang Ming had already understood the reason behind it. Their conversation revealed the astonishing fact that Lu Chun possessed 2 limit-breaking talents. Jin Hongchang believed that Lu Chun was destined to lose, but Yang Ming, with a meaningful smile, said, "Life is like a game of chess, ever-changing. How can you determine the winner without playing a few rounds?" Meanwhile, Ing Xuanji was also brought into the virtual god realm. Despite the overwhelming pressure on his soul, he persisted in cheering for his brother, Ing Tianming. It's about to begin. Glancing at the back of the Yinger ancestor, Ing Xuanji felt a surge of excitement. Proud to support Ing Tianming, and proud to be part of the Ing family. The arena transformed with a thunderous roar, becoming a sprawling cityscape. Lu Chun and Ing Tianming stood atop towering buildings, their auras formidable. Ing Tianming summoned a crimson spear, its dragon-like roars echoing. With a serious tone, he said, "I don't know your name, so I'll call you Mundo. This battle is important to me, and I will give it my all." Lu Chen grinned. "Black Dragon, let's get started." Before his words had fully settled, he shattered the rooftop beneath him and shot forward like an arrow. His alloy battle blade shimmered with starlight as he vanished into the scene. Ing Tianming's fighting spirit soared, runes glowing on his skin. His limit breaker ability activated, making him grow a full meter taller. The spear in his hand blazed with blood-red light, piercing through the sky like a crimson rainbow. The building behind him crumbled with a deafening crash. Spectators gasped in awe. "What terrifying power!" Someone explained. "That's the limit breaker ability power that can shatter all defenses." The two clashed in an instant. Lu Chun concealed himself among the stars, waiting silently. He could sense Ing Tianming's surge in strength and didn't dare underestimate him. He set up a magnetic acceleration field, preparing for a full-force strike. Lu Chun held his breath and focused, like an experienced hunter, patient and unhurried. Here it comes. Lu Chen's blade flashed suddenly. In the starry sea ignited by his steps, Lu Chun shot through like a meteor. Accelerated by the magnetic field, his alloy battle blade vanished, leaving only a dark streak as it pierced through the void, targeting Ing Tianming's crimson spear. Clang! Sparks flew, and the deafening sound of metal clashing echoed. Energy waves swept through the surrounding starry sea like tides. "Brother Ming, I've seen this move before." Ing Tianming sneered. "You've made progress, but today..." Before he could finish, a crimson light flashed in the void, revealing countless cracks. Ing Tianming's spear, like a hidden dragon emerging from the sea, silently thrust toward Lu Chen's chest. "Today, I will break your defense." Ing Tianming roared, channeling all his power into the spear, causing the crimson glow to expand suddenly. Bang! An even more intense clash reverberated through the heavens. Lu Chen's figure was engulfed in the crimson radiance, plummeting downward. Through the distorted spear light, Ing Tianming's solemn expression was barely visible. "I can't break it," Ing Tianming muttered in frustration, his eyes locked on the faint smile at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. Losing his composure, he gripped his spear tighter and hurled Lu Chen towards a distant building. Boom! The entire skyscraper collapsed under the impact, debris flying everywhere. The spectators above were in shock. "Is this really a battle between the Void Realm and the Fusion Realm?" exclaimed a powerful figure from the Mountain and Sea Realm. "Are the younger generation this formidable now? That kid's defense must be at the breakthrough level." Another person remarked gleefully, "Ing Tianming might not win this time." In the distance, Ing Xuanji clenched his fists, veins bulging. He screamed internally, "Tianming, don't hold back. Use the Dragon Soul power, kill him, and become a master." Boom! In the midst of the ruins, the entire building had already collapsed. leaving only debris and rubble. The figures of Ing Tianming and Lu Chun were buried underneath. High above, Sun Qi and the others felt their eardrums ache as if struck by a heavy hammer. Shen Jiyuan said in a deep voice, "It's Ing Tianming's innate ability, the limit-breaking Dragon Soul, activating the Dragon Soul domain." Sun Qi was shocked. A domain? Isn't that something only Grandmasters possess? How can someone at the Skywalking realm have it? Shen Jiyuan sighed. Some people are born prodigies, incomparable. As soon as he finished speaking, countless fragments of rubble began to float up from the ruins below, like a sea of meteors in the night sky. Deep within the ruins, Ing Tianming stood with a spear in hand, looking at Lu Qian, who was dusting himself off and standing up. "I thought that once I broke the seal, I could kill you. I didn't expect you had also lifted some kind of restriction." Ing Tianming's voice was hoarse, and black dragon scales appeared on his body. "Without the Dragon Soul, I really can't break through your defense." Before he finished speaking, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the land. In the spectator area above, the experts from the East Sea Dragon clan had complex expressions, filled with admiration and envy. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's only polite to return the favor." He extended his arms, lightning flashing, and his body rose into the air, scattering the surrounding debris with magnetic force. "Little black dragon, watch closely, this is my strongest strike." With a crazed expression, Lu Chen shouted, "Explode, explode, explode for me." The 24 demonic blood points within him erupted violently, causing a surge of energy inside his body. The heavenly crystal shield was now protecting the inside, not the outside. Ing Tianming looked up at Lu Chun in the sky and shook his head. "It's all in vain." He stepped forward with his spear, ascending into the void. A spiritual energy tide. What's going on? Ing Tianming's expression suddenly changed, and he stopped in his tracks. Above Lu Chen's head, spiritual energy surged like ocean waves, suddenly converging into a visible mass. Unaware, Lu Chen's internal spiritual power underwent a transformation. In an instant, the tide of energy swirled into a massive vortex, with him at the center. His hair and clothes billowed wildly, making him appear as the sole entity in the world. "Expand," he roared, his voice carrying the weight of overwhelming spiritual power. A magnetic field emanated from him, sweeping over everything, far exceeding his usual 50-meter range by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. His 24 blood apertures were drained, yet the tide of spiritual energy continued to pour into him, unstoppable. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chun persisted, "Keep going. Expand." The magnetic field rapidly spread, covering the entire battlefield. As it reached an invisible boundary and could go no further, his face twisted with concern. "Am I going to explode myself?" he thought absurdly. Fortunately, the tide of spiritual energy abruptly dissipated. Without understanding why, Lu Chun didn't waste time pondering. He shouted, "Soldiers!" Instantly, the entire city crumbled. Countless steel beams and materials were pulled out by the magnetic force, causing buildings to collapse. In the sky, metal fragments converged around Lu Chun, melting rapidly in the magnetic furnace. Bow! His battle knife vanished, replaced by a massive longbow. The molten metal formed a pitch-black arrow. He looked at his opponent, 100 meters away, and smiled faintly. "This arrow is not just dozens or hundreds of times stronger, little black dragon. Guess how many times?" Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen drew the bow. All the magnetic fields contracted into countless accelerating rings. "It's 10,000 times," he shouted, as the bowstring released with a thunderous hum, and the arrow disappeared instantly. In the distant spectator area, the crowd was in awe. Qiu Yuanlong asserted, "This arrow from Shao Chun can kill a Grandmaster." Ma Jingyang agreed. "Its power far exceeds Ing Tianming's earlier spear attack." Li Bagong marveled. To turn the entire city's metal into an arrow and amplify it 10,000 times with the magnetic field, truly extraordinary. Qiu Yuanlong suddenly asked, "Master Ma, wasn't Shao Qin's geomagnetic ability only tested at grade gold?" Ma Jingyang was puzzled, while Li Bagong guessed it might be S grade. Mao Fu interrupted their speculation. "Stop guessing. It must be SS grade. If it were just S or SS, even with energy support, he couldn't achieve this." In the pavilion, a sudden, deathly silence filled the air. Qiu Yuanlong trembled as he spoke. 2 limit breakers and an SS level? The testing machines in the courtyard might need an upgrade. No one responded. Ing Tianming's counterattack had already begun. The arrow, amplified 10,000 times, sliced through the air. In Ing Tianming's eyes, only this fatal strike remained. The ruins, Lu Chun, the city, everything seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Time stretched out, moving unbearably slow. "You think this can kill me?" Ing Tianming roared, his body shimmering with a ghostly light from his dragon scales. Behind him, a phantom of an ancient black dragon appeared, its lagoon-like eyes fixed on the incoming arrow. Ing Tianming raised his spear, channeling all his power into his ultimate move, Heaven's Desolation. The black dragon's phantom merged with the spear's glow, and together they surged toward the deadly arrow. Boom! The spear tip collided with the arrowhead, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy, and the world seemed to fall silent. From the void above, Lu Chen watched and sighed. Is it still not enough? The arrow, amplified 10,000 times, had been blocked, and Ing Tianming still had strength left. Over the past 3 days, with senior sister Mao Fu feeding him, Lu Chun had driven the sky crystal swarm to ravenously devour the Wujin magnetite. The swarm's numbers had skyrocketed from 2.04 million to 60.11 million, elevating the Wujin magnetic body to the 3rd tier, equivalent to SS level. Little Black Dragon Brother, another stalemate. How will you step into the realm of masters? Lu Chun looked into the distance. His ultimate arrow had been neutralized. Ing Tianming stood on the ground, dragging his spear, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, staring at his feet in a daze. Suddenly, Ing Tianming looked up. Lu Chun saw those eerie eyes, and a sigh-like voice drifted over. This is my 3rd talent. Eyes of Fate. Boom. Lu Chun plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Ing Tianming, clutching his spear, approached step by step, muttering to himself, I will break your defense, I will. I must kill you. Become a master. I am Ing Tianming, and I bear the honor of my family. He looked deranged, standing beside Lu Chen, repeatedly thrusting his spear into Lu Chen's chest. Sparks flew with each metallic clash, and Ing Tianming's eyes shifted from confusion to ferocity, his actions relentless. I will break your defense, I will. I am Ing Tianming, I. In the sky above, countless powerful figures watched with enigmatic expressions. Ing Tianming wielded his spear like a storm, with the sound of clashing metal never-ending. Yet, Lu Chun remained unconscious, leaving everyone exchanging puzzled glances. The intensity of this battle had far surpassed expectations, and the atmosphere grew increasingly strange. Suddenly, the patriarch of the Ing family spoke with authority. Shall we end this now? His tone, surprisingly inquiring, caused confusion among the crowd. The match isn't over yet, Mu Juexian responded coolly. All eyes immediately turned to Ba Tianhui. The Ing patriarch said no more, only giving a cold, steady gaze at the responder. Sun Qi scratched his head and said, Strange. Why is Ba Tianhui answering? Shin Jiyuan face-bombed, worried about his disciple's intelligence. Lin Xie reminded, Didn't you notice someone is missing? Sun Qi frowned in thought, then suddenly widened his eyes, glancing back and forth between the unconscious Dr. Mundo and Lin Xie. Brother Lu. Dr. Mundo is Brother Lu, he shouted excitedly, then sighed. Too bad his name isn't Eat Your Cookinged. Lin Xie looked utterly baffled. Bang Lu Chun suddenly lifted his head, staring blankly around. He found himself in a somewhat messy rented apartment, with an orange cat sleeping on the bed. Sitting on the edge of the flower bed, he stared blankly at the traffic ahead. Lu Chen's expression was vacant as the stream of cars flowed incessantly before him. After a few minutes, he stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and was about to continue searching for his car when it suddenly started to rain heavily. The downpour quickly drenched him, sending chills through his body. With no other choice, Lu Chen returned to the office building. In the restroom on the 1st floor, he grabbed a bunch of paper towels to dry himself off. Eventually, he decided to call for a Didi ride. Once in the car, the driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and asked softly, Sir, is 8620 the last 4 digits of your phone number? Lu Chen nodded, glanced at the 46.71 yuan fare displayed on his phone, and then locked the screen. He leaned against the window, gazing outside. Raindrops trickled down the glass, creating a soft, blurry glow that made the scene appear enchanting. Suddenly, the driver turned on the car's music system. The melody of The Wind Rises filled the car, the lyrics singing, along the way, walking and stopping, following the traces of a drifting youth. Lu Chun was taken aback. As the song reached its climax, he tried to smile but couldn't. Yet, he felt compelled to smile, fearing that otherwise, he might break down. He kept looking out the window, forcing a smile, but it was stiff and unnatural, like dried clay returning to its original form. As the song ended, the car merged onto the ring road and began to accelerate. Suddenly, the screech of brakes filled the air. The driver cursed and looked around, seeing many people getting out of their cars and exclaiming in surprise. I'll go check it out, the driver said as he exited the vehicle. Lu Chun sighed in relief, finally able to drop his forced smile. After a short while, the driver returned, looking perplexed. Damn it, I knew EarthOL had bugs. And sure enough, there are 3 moons in the sky. Let's see how the experts explain this one. Hearing this, Lu Chen looked up and saw 3 moons through the rearview mirror. One was normal, one was blood red, and the last was a glowing crescent. He blinked and sat up straight, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the latter two moons. Images began to flash through his mind: health points, a Zerg invasion, the martial arts exam in Linsong City, Qiu Yuanlong, the Jiangnan War Zone main base, the Batian Society, his master, that glowing crescent moon. It seemed he had seen it in a flash of sword light. His master's sword intent. The blood moon, the blood moon. Memory fragments rapidly pieced together, and two lifetimes of experiences collided in his mind. Lu Chen murmured, "I'm not dreaming, nor have I returned to my past life. I am simply dreaming." He stepped out of the car and looked at the three moons in the sky, smiling as he said, "The past is neither smoke nor illusion. It's like my previous life, indelible. And I, under the gaze of Ying Tianming's unwitting eye, have returned to my past life, experiencing a cycle of reincarnation." Reincarnation? The cold and warmth, the experiences, the pain, the joy, the struggle, the confusion, the numbness of my past life. Those memories seemed to have materialized and fused together. Suddenly, a sword light appeared, illuminating the world. It cut across the sky, severing the normal moon of Earth, leaving only the blood moon and the glowing crescent left by his master's sword intent. Lu Chen realized, little black dragon couldn't break my defense or become a master, but it helped me understand my own sword intent. As his words fell, the entire world shattered like a mirror, disappearing with a crash. In the virtual realm, the highly anticipated battle continued. Ying Tianming seemed deranged, relentlessly attacking Lu Chen but failing to break his defense. With only a few seconds left of the 10-minute limit, many spectators began to leave. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling arose in everyone's hearts. Some strong individuals sensed something and turned around abruptly, seeing a faint sword light reflected in their eyes. The sword light wasn't dazzling or stunning, yet it made the young man holding a long spear stop. Ying Tianming seemed to lose his strength, the madness in his eyes fading, replaced by clarity. His spear fell to the ground with a thud, and he looked at Lu Chen, wanting to say something but too weak to speak. Before his last bit of consciousness faded, he seemed to hear someone say, "This sword of mine is called reincarnation." Reincarnation. Reincarnation, Ying Tianming silently repeated in his heart. His head then fell to the ground, rolling to one side. The dust settled. The entire void realm seemed to fall into a deep silence. With just seconds left until the deadline, time stretched unbearably long. Lu Chen stood silently, gazing down at Ying Tianming's eyes, filled with unwillingness. After a moment, he looked up, expressionless, towards the floating mountains above and the many important figures who hesitated to leave. The faces of the powerful were filled with shock and astonishment. They had come to witness the prodigy of the Ying family ascend to the level of a Grandmaster at the age of 15, but the outcome was entirely unexpected. Ying Tianming, the chosen one of the Ying family, had suffered a crushing defeat in his first battle, was evenly matched in the second, and in the final battle, despite breaking all seals on his body and utilizing 3 limit-breaking talents along with numerous divine martial skills, he still met the fate of being decapitated. Huang Sandao lamented, the dragon soul's heaven-piercing eye, the blood-red spear of destiny. Striving for the Grandmaster's peak in the Azure Cloud sect, only to find emptiness in the cycle of reincarnation. Ying Xuanji stared blankly at his brother's corpse, muttering to himself, how could this happen? How could Tianming lose? It's impossible. It must be fake. Before he finished speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Under the soul-crushing pressure of the void realm, he was already at his limit, yet he stubbornly refused to leave until a strong member of the Ying family dragged him away. A figure in a black dragon robe withdrew his gaze from Lu Chen and turned to look at Mu Juexian for a few seconds. The imperial crown was majestic, and behind the beaded curtain, his eyes were calm, though some emotion seemed to flicker. Then, he quietly left the void realm. As the deadline passed, Lu Chen and Ying Tianming's body vanished from the battlefield. In the pavilion of the Batian Society, Qiu Yuanlong still looked puzzled, asking Ma Jingyang about the level of Lu Chen's swordsmanship. Ma Jingyang pondered, and then looked at Li Bagong, who in turn asked Mao Fu. Mao Fu passed the question to Zhang Yuanshan. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled, "Little Mao, my 2 disciples graduated centuries ago. One is like an old red-haired freak, and the other is either drunk or on his way to being drunk." Sigh. Despite his sigh, Elder Zhang's face was full of smiles. Watching Lu Chen defeat Ying Tianming, he felt deeply gratified. Behind them, Li Bagong and Ma Jingyang both looked a little embarrassed. Li Bagong touched his red hair, thinking to himself that Uncle Mao had just praised his artistic sense, but his master was so old-fashioned. Ma Jingyang, on the other hand, gave a sheepish grin and kept silent. At this moment, Mu Juexian spoke up. Shao Qin's reincarnation sword intent has been inscribed on the Eternal Sword Monument. You can see its depth for yourselves. However, his victory had some elements of luck. The spiritual power tides and Ying Tianming's lapse in judgment were not true combat. She turned to face them and added calmly, "You must keep him grounded and prevent arrogance." With that, Mu Juexian and Zhang Yuanshan returned to the small courtyard of Wanxin Pavilion. She sat on a stone bench and, with a wave of her hand, streams of peach blossom petals flowed from the large peach tree, instantly transforming into fine wine. She poured herself a drink and sipped quietly, while Zhang Yuanshan stood by, smiling silently. After a while, Zhang Yuanshan asked, "Miss, the man from the Ying family seems to harbor killing intent. Should I give him a warning?" Mu Juexian shook her head. "No need. Once his skills improve, he will come looking for me. He has good talent and character. As long as he sees me as a threat, he will train diligently. Such a pawn could be useful in the future, perhaps even becoming a support for Xiao Chun." Zhang Yuanshan nodded, feeling impressed by how far ahead Miss Mu was planning for Xiao Chun. At the Heavenly Ladder Battle Square, Sun Qi and the others eagerly awaited Lu Chun. They suddenly noticed that Lin, the class monitor, was missing. Sun Qi looked around, puzzled. Shi Chuanqiu chuckled. "Do you think she would let Lu Chen see her in that disguise?" Sun Qi laughed heartily. "If only she could change her name. I'd kneel and beg her to change it to, 'Eat your cooking.'" Just then, a message popped up on his wristband. 0. Cook for him. Point 0. Send a threat. If you dare tell Lu Chen about my name, I'll spill the beans to Huang Linglan about that thing. Sun Qi's expression changed as he sank into self-doubt. Soon after, Ying Tianming appeared in the square. Sun Qi initially wanted to gloat, but seeing Ying's bewildered look, he couldn't help but sigh. He's a pitiful soul too. Why did he have to fight Brother Lu? The psychological damage from that sword strike on a 15-year-old is unimaginable. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ying Tianming looked around before silently logging off. After waiting a bit longer, a burly man appeared. It was Mundo. The crowd surged towards him. Just as Sun Qi was about to join in, Shi Chuanqiu remarked, "Why are you getting involved? Just meet him offline." In the capital city, the victor and the holy land of Tianyuan. At the foot of a desolate mountain, two figures stood silently. The patriarch of the Ying family, adorned in a black dragon emperor's robe and wearing an imperial crown, gazed expressionlessly at the mountain peak. Not far behind him, the mountain guardian, Chengku, stood quietly. After 4 centuries of companionship, he understood that the patriarch was contemplating a significant decision. After a long silence, a sigh broke the stillness. "I feel pressured by that person from the Bakhtian society." Chengku lowered his gaze, blending into the desolate mountain. The patriarch continued, "I rose from humble beginnings, saved the empire from collapse multiple times, and ended the dark turmoil. I have risked my life and worked tirelessly for the everlasting legacy of the Yanhuang, and to see the flag of Xia planted across foreign lands." His voice grew somber as the autumn wind howled. Changku's heart pounded, not daring to lift his eyes. He knew these words were not meant for him. "I have done nothing wrong," the patriarch suddenly exclaimed. "It is they who have betrayed me. They pay lip service while secretly undermining me, causing the martial path of Xia to stagnate. The Martial Arts Association is a mere facade, and even the 8 military divisions show signs of dissent. Now, they claim that Mu Juexian is my equal? I am furious." Though his last words were soft, they caused the skies above Tianyuan to change dramatically. Under the immense pressure, Changke fell to his knees, sensing the instant demise of the demon suppressed beneath the mountain for 400 years. After a long pause, the patriarch spoke again. "Chengbo, at your service, my lord." Changke quickly stood up. "I will enter seclusion to consolidate the Qi Yun Golden Dragon, then head south to confront Mu Juexian and reform Xia. I need 1,000,000 troops to flatten the foreign lands, making every Yanhuang citizen as powerful as dragons." Chengku, filled with excitement, responded, "I am willing to follow the Grand Marshal into battle." The patriarch slowly ascended the mountain, instructing, "Go to the Tianjiao camp in the capital and pass on the Yangji Emperor's cannon to Yingxuanji. Tell him that mastering just the first level will enable him to defeat Lu Chun in the Tianjiao ranking competition, avenging his brother." Changke hesitated, "My lord, in terms of talent, Tianming is superior. Moreover, the Yangji Emperor's cannon requires imperial aura, which Xuanji may find difficult to cultivate." The patriarch replied sternly, "Ying Tianming's talent is unparalleled, but he can only become a pure martial artist. After losing to Lu Chun, it is uncertain whether he can overcome his inner demons. He has disappointed me." Changke remained silent, reminiscing about that battle, and couldn't help but sigh. Tianming, that child, was too obsessed with breaking defenses. If he hadn't been so consumed, he wouldn't have lost to Lu Chun. The elder of the Ying family furrowed his brow, his gaze deep and contemplative. He slowly voiced his thoughts on Ying Tianming's defeat, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Although the reincarnation sword intent was indeed formidable, there were many strategies to counter it if one remained calm. Unfortunately, in the end, he still met the fate of being beheaded. The Ying family has never lacked those destined to prevail, each with their own path to follow. If they can't overcome their inner demons, they will be trapped and perish. But if they can break through, the Ying family will certainly continue to support them in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. When speaking of Ying Xuanji, the elder suddenly paused. He was silent for a moment, a trace of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. He said softly, "That child's temperament is very much like mine when I was young." The elder listed Ying Xuanji's virtues: decisive in battle, unyielding, adaptable. His only flaw was being overly sentimental. With a tone of approval, he remarked, "If this uncut jade is properly polished, he will undoubtedly become a worthy leader of the Ying family." As for Ying Xuanji lacking the imperial aura and being unable to cultivate the Yangji emperor's canon, the elder dismissed it lightly. "No matter, I shall bestow it upon him." As soon as he finished speaking, the elder waved his hand gently. In an instant, the peak of the desolate mountain was enveloped in a vast purple aura, which seemed almost sentient as it surged towards the Tianjiao camp in the capital. In the Jiangnan war zone, 50 miles east of the main base, there lies a large city named Xinwu. This is the stronghold of the Jiang family, one of the 8 great families. At this moment, an urgent meeting was being held. Jiang Youji, the 16th elder of the Jiang family, sat at the head of the table, his face expressionless as he closed his eyes to rest. He massaged his temples with his right hand, seemingly to relieve fatigue, but actually deep in thought, contemplating strategies. As the person in charge of many affairs at the Tianjiao camp, he was extremely anxious at the moment. "Elder, everyone is here," an old man behind him reminded softly. Jiang Youji opened his eyes, glanced around, and then waved to close the door. With a serious expression, he got straight to the point. "Today, we have only one matter to discuss: how to kill Lu Chun of the Batian Society. Any suggestions?" As soon as he said this, the faces of everyone present changed slightly. Although the Jiang family had always seen the Batian Society as a thorn in their side, Lu Chen's strength had far exceeded their expectations. Acting rashly would undoubtedly lead to an all-out war between the two families. Seeing their hesitation, Jiang Youji interrupted directly. "I know what you're thinking, but this is an order from a certain elder and must be carried out." The meeting room fell silent instantly. Killing Lu Chun wasn't the difficult part. The real challenge was avoiding the aftermath. This was the reason Jiang Youji had convened everyone to discuss countermeasures. At that moment, someone at the end of the table stood up. Jiang Youji's eyes narrowed. "Jiang Yizhou, what do you suggest?" "It's actually quite simple." Jiang Yizhou smiled dismissively, casting a scornful glance at everyone around him. With a sneer curling his lips and eyes like daggers, Jiang Yizhou scanned the room. Turning to Jiang Youji, he spoke with a hint of pride. "To remove the Jiang family and kill Lu Chun, we can just leverage external forces." Before he could finish, an elderly man with white hair snorted, interrupting him. "Is that all you've got? Tell me, which force in Jiangnan would dare oppose the Batian Society?" Without waiting for a response, the old man scoffed. "The East Sea Dragon Clan? You probably don't know that their Grandmaster, Ao Qian, has already gone to the Batian Society to apologize." The old man continued, recounting how Lu Qian had used the Moon Suppression Stone at Xingyue Pavilion to subdue Ao Qian, forcing Ao Feng to kneel and apologize. Even after Li Bagong and others beat the Dragon Clan members, it did little to save face. With Lu Qian's trump card revealed, Ao Qian had no choice but to personally apologize to Qiu Yuanlong. Growing impatient, Jiang Yizhou interrupted with a cold laugh. "Can you shut up while I'm talking, you old fossil? Just because I got your niece pregnant doesn't mean you need to make such a fuss. I said I'd take care of her, didn't I?" At this, the old man flew into a rage, ready to argue. Jiang Youji slammed the table and barked, "Settle your personal issues after the meeting. If anyone dares to act up here, don't blame me for being harsh. Right now, taking down Lu Chun is the priority. Everything else can wait." With Jiang Youji's outburst, both men fell silent. Jiang Yizhou sneered at the old man before respectfully turning to Jiang Youji. "On the surface, no force in Jiangnan dares to act. But in the shadows, there are some, like the monsters in the gray mist sea, and the ancient god church." His words caused most in the room to furrow their brows in anger. How could one of the 8 great families collaborate with such entities? A few were about to voice their objections, but Jiang Youji leaned back, closed his eyes, and asked, "Any other options?" Silence filled the room. Jiang Yizhou, feeling triumphant, glanced around, and then at Jiang Youji, confident in his plan. He believed the Jiang family should unite all available forces to crush the Batian Society and dominate Jiangnan, perhaps even carve out their own territory. After a moment, Jiang Youji opened his eyes and tossed a handful of jade cups onto the table, one in front of each person except Jiang Yizhou. "As usual, drink that severance water da." Faces filled with hesitation. Some seemed ready to speak, but stopped short under Jiang Youji's icy gaze. Reluctantly, they drank the liquid in their cups. Once the irrelevant parties had left, Zhang Yuji looked at Zhang Yizhou and said, "You're in charge of this task. According to the Tianjiao camp schedule, they'll be venturing into the wild in a month. That will be the perfect opportunity. If you succeed, I'll petition the patriarch to secure you a provisional elder seat." Overjoyed, Zhang Yizhou declared, "I guarantee the task will be completed." With that, he left the meeting room energetically. Thud thud thud. Zhang Yuji's fingers rhythmically tapped the table. After a long silence, he spoke softly. "Once he's done, kill him. Make sure it's clean. The Jiang family cannot tolerate such filth." When Sun Qi and Shi Chuanxiu exited the Void Realm and their consciousnesses returned to their bodies, they were instantly stunned. The lounge was packed with people, both inside and out. Figures were crammed at the doors and windows. If not for the restrictions in place, the room would have been overflowing. Not only were the prodigious talents from neighboring rooms gathered, but even the supervising masters were eagerly peering in, searching for Lu Chun. This battle had brought great pride to the Jiangnan battle zone. Ever since the 8 battle zone system was implemented 500 years ago, competition in all aspects had never ceased. Whether it was martial heritage, the number of experts, or the prowess of young talents in beauty contests, Jiangnan had always been ranked in the lower middle. But today, the leader of the Batian society, Mu Juexian, had matched the aura of the Ying family patriarch, and Lu Chun had defeated Ying Tianming by decapitation. This undoubtedly invigorated the entire Jiangnan martial community. From outside came a chorus of shouts. "Lu Shan, can you bless me? Lu Shan, I'm your long-lost great sword. Stop pushing. My freshly bought premium peaks are getting squished." The scene was utter chaos. Sun Qi and Shi Chuanxiu exchanged glances, but it was Song Qifeng who was the most bewildered. As a top-tier recluse, he had long withdrawn from all social circles and had no idea what was happening. Now, masters were congratulating him, and some even wanted to give him gifts, leaving him completely flustered. "Master Song, where's Brother Lu?" Sun Qi asked urgently. "He took leave last night, said he'd be in the resource room for the next few days doing ladder battles," Song Qifeng replied, then grabbed the two as they were about to leave. "What's going on? Why are all these people looking for Lu Chun?" Sun Qi briefly explained the outcome of Lu Chin's duel with Ying Tianming and then remarked, "Instructor Song, look at those masters outside. They're so envious of you. Their eyes are practically green with jealousy." Before he could finish, Song Qifeng's expression changed drastically, and he glared at Sun Qi with a dangerous look. Realizing his gaffe, Sun Qi hurriedly tried to explain. "Get out!" Song Qifeng roared. The two took it as a reprieve and quickly fled the scene. But when they reached the resource room, they found that Lu Chun had already left. Shi Chuanxiu shrugged. "Brother Lu has revealed so many of his cards. He's probably very busy dealing with the higher-ups. Let's look for him in a few days." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled away like an old man. Sun Qi pondered for a moment and decided to give up looking for Lu Chun as well. He pondered for a moment, then muttered fiercely to himself, "Brother Lu's skills have reached this level. I can't fall behind." A flash of determination crossed Sun Qi's eyes as he clenched his teeth and whispered to himself. He tightened his fists so hard that his nails dug into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Scenes of Lu Chin's astonishing achievements played repeatedly in his mind, each one a sharp blow to his pride. Just competition, huh? Who can't compete? Sun Qi suddenly stood up, his voice tinged with resolve. He strode towards the break room, barely acknowledging Song Qifeng as he passed by, heading straight for this sky ladder battle. In the square, Shun Jiyuan had been waiting for some time. Seeing Sun Qi's serious expression, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. "What's the matter? Feeling defeated?" Unable to hold it in any longer, Sun Qi let out a bitter laugh and confided, "Teacher, I feel so weak. Everyone around me is stronger." He began to list his friend's achievements. Lu Chun, ranked 217, definitely had the potential to break into the top 10. The young Taoist was a master of precise control, and to his surprise, Lin Xia, who was once just an ordinary talent, had now easily surpassed his ranking. As he spoke, Sun Qi suddenly paused. Recalling earlier details, his brow furrowed. Wait a minute. Before Brother Lu's fight with Ying Tianming, the young Taoist and Senior Lin seemed to know that Brother Lu was Mundo? This realization felt like a thorn in his throat. How could he, Lu Chin's closest friend, be kept in the dark? With a head full of questions, he turned to Shun Jiyuan for answers. After listening, Shun Jiyuan couldn't help but chuckle. "You just figured it out?" Then, his expression turned serious as he began to explain. From Shi Chuanxiu's mysterious background to Lin Xia's enigmatic inner world, Shun Jiyuan detailed everything. Each revelation made Sun Qi's eyes widen in astonishment, leaving him speechless. Finally, Shun Jiyuan gave a solemn warning. "Stay away from her in the future. Don't provoke her. Remember what happened last time when you joked about her alternate identity. I can only exist in the virtual realm. If something happens to you outside, you'll be on your own." Sun Qi nodded with a strange expression, not daring to ask more. He suddenly realized that his friends were all unfathomable. This discovery filled him with both excitement and a vague sense of fear. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the Tianjiao camp, two people were lounging on chairs under a tree at the entrance. One of the men was burly, with a scruffy beard and weary eyes. He wore a robe stained with bits of meat and blood. This was none other than Guangjiang, the chief commander of the Jiangnan Tianjiao battalion. With a boning knife in hand, Guangjiang was swiftly carving wood while keeping a stern gaze fixed on Lu Chun. His tone carried a hint of anger. "You brat, you still dare to come find me? In front of all those important figures, you not only prevented our Tianming from becoming a Grandmaster, but now you've also caused him to develop inner demons." He took a deep breath and turned to look at Lu Chun, who was lounging nearby. His tone softened with a hint of helplessness. "You don't know, he's now talking to himself all day about breaking defenses and reincarnation, making everyone in the Ying family anxious." Hearing this, Lu Chun sat up straight, his expression serious. "Uncle, please pass a message to Xiao Heilung for me. Tell him it's not his fault. It's just that I'm genuinely stronger than him. Besides, he's not just the Ying family's Tianming. He's Ying Tianming." Guangjiang was initially dismissive, but the latter part of Lu Chin's message left him stunned. He put down his tools, stood up and said solemnly, "I don't know if it will help, but thank you." After a moment of silence, Guangjiang asked, "Aren't you afraid that Tianming will overcome his inner demons and become your formidable opponent in the Tianjiao ranking competition in 2 months?" Lu Chin shrugged nonchalantly. "Why should I be afraid? The top 100 in the Tianjiao ranking get to enter the Tianyuan secret realm. I'm not aiming for first place, so what's there to worry about?" With that, he jumped off his lounge chair, extended his right hand to Guangjiang, and grinned. "Uncle, how about settling the remaining payment? The 30 billion appearance fee was just a deposit. I still haven't received the breaking sect pill." "You cheeky brat." Guangjiang laughed heartily, taking out an ornate box from his storage ring and tossing it over. "Do you believe I'll give you a pig kidney instead?" Lu Chin caught the box and waved goodbye without looking back. "Goodbye, uncle. By the way, I have to say, you really have quite a strong smell." Meanwhile, just as Lu Chun received the breaking sect pill, senior sister Mao Fu, who had left not long ago, arrived at the Heart Inquiry Pavilion with a troubled mind. Mao Fu, pale and flustered, burst into the pavilion. Upon seeing Master Mu Juexian, she hurriedly said, "Master, Xiao Chan is a monster. He has tens of millions of life forms inside him." She quickly recounted what she had witnessed earlier. Initially, she only intended to remind Lu Chun to collect a debt from Guangjiang. However, driven by curiosity, she used a secret technique to peer inside Lu Chin's body. The countless life forms she saw left her stunned, and she left in a hurry without even saying goodbye. "Master, is Xiao Chun even human?" Mao Fu asked anxiously. "Just tell me the truth. I can handle it." After hearing her out, Mu Juexian responded with a question. "How many life forms did you say are inside Xiao Chun?" 66,672,903. Mao Fu blurted out. Mu Juexian snorted. "An odd number? Go to Xiao Chun right now, and have him find a way to make it even." Immediately. Mao Fu was stunned for a moment before she realized. Wait, odd or even? She helplessly slapped her forehead. This damn OCD. Meanwhile, in the mountains over 100 miles away from the Tianjiao camp, several figures stood silently. Zhang Yizhou frowned as he looked around and said with displeasure, "You two, there's no need to be so secretive, is there? I've already given you everything you asked for." Lu Shui responded with a charming laugh. "Brother Zhang, you must be joking. Our young master asked us to bring you here because there's something important." She gave him a meaningful wink as she finished speaking. Standing nearby, Fang Xing thought disdainfully, "Fool, flirting everywhere. If the young master finds out you're toying with others, you'll be in big trouble." At that moment, Zhang Yizhou looked at the other person and suddenly had an epiphany. He said seriously, "You're making your move today? Impressive." A sly glint flashed in Lu Xiaoyi's eyes as she slowly stepped forward, almost pressing against Zhang Yizhou. She whispered, "Today, Lu Chun will undoubtedly die." Zhang Yizhou, being a Grandmaster, was naturally striking in appearance, and Lu Xiaoyi's eyes gleamed with greed. Fang Xing interjected coldly. "The young master said he doesn't need the remaining payment. He'll retrieve it himself." Lu Xiaoyi sneered. "Retrieve it himself? What a joke." She suddenly grabbed Zhang Yizhou by the throat. "The young master wants the top seed of the Jiang family Jiang Wushuang." Zhang Yizhou struggled to no avail. His internal energy had been sealed. Fang Xing said coldly, "This worthless fool is defenseless. Just kill him." Lu Xiaoyi reluctantly caressed Zhang Yizhou. "What a waste to kill him. Why not keep him as a pet?" Fang Xing warned, "Don't mess around. The golden rock is in position. We'll leave as soon as the young master arrives." Lu Xiaoyi reluctantly let go and tossed Zhang Yizhou aside. She looked towards the Tianjiao camp and sighed. I hope the young master arrives soon. Fangxing scoffed. What are you afraid of? With the church holding back in Guangjiang, who else can stop the young master? Just as the two fell silent, a chilling aura of killing intent suddenly emanated from behind them. The Jiang family is not something trash like you can talk about. Fangxing and Lu Xiaowei froze instantly. Fangxing stammered. The Jiang family. Shadow guards. Meanwhile, within the Tianjiao camp, the number of people in each resting room had significantly decreased. Song Qifeng was left with only Lu Chun and 3 others. As he was explaining things to them, his expression suddenly changed. A loud explosion followed. The ground shook violently. Outside the window, a chef-like figure charged into the air with a knife. In Guangjiang roared, "How dare you invade the Tianjiao camp?" Song Qifeng urgently said, "Don't go anywhere. There's a protective formation here." The entire camp was filled with the sounds of explosions and fighting. Other instructors shouted, "Quick! Take everyone to the safe house." Song Qifeng was suddenly caught in a dilemma. Should he follow the others and leave, or stay here? On the east side of Jiangnan Tianjiao camp, in the garden rest area, a young man dressed in an unconventional style with dyed yellow hair was quietly sitting in a wicker chair. Liang Mingqiu held a dagger, leisurely peeling an apple. The peel spiraled down with remarkable resilience. He murmured to himself, plan before action, and use the unexpected to win. Taking a bite of the apple, he leaned back in the chair with satisfaction. His gaze fell on the shimmering lake surface, and Liang Mingqiu sneered. The Jiang family thinks they can teach me a lesson? Everyone knows they want to kill Lu Chun. The wilderness combat exercise in half a month is the perfect opportunity. Fools. That Jiang Ezhou is truly beyond foolish. As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly turned his head, his eyes playfully looking at a figure in the garden behind him. Dear teacher, why hide there? The show is about to start. Why not come and indulge in some passion with me to spice things up? 10 meters away, a plain girl with black-framed glasses watched expressionlessly. She was another person arranged by the ancient god church to infiltrate, codenamed Teacher. Spicing things up is unnecessary. The girl hesitated for a moment, but then walked over and sat on the wicker chair next to him. She asked coldly, "Are you sure you want to take action against Jiang Wushuang? The Grand Deacon has clearly conveyed that this plan has been abandoned." Liang Mingqiu scoffed. What does the Grand Deacon know? You all are too naive, thinking the Jiang family will defect? Impossible. Once Lu Chun is dead, Jiang Ezhou will surely follow. Suddenly, he changed his tone and smiled wickedly. I've already had that person captured. If I come out of this unscathed, you will have to join me in my tent in this form. Teacher felt even more disgusted. If it weren't for the orders from her superiors to assist this man, she would never have faced him. Suddenly, Liang Mingqiu's gaze sharpened, and he looked towards the center of the camp. The show is starting. Before he finished speaking, 3 terrifying auras shot towards them from different directions like meteors. The energy fluctuations were overwhelming, causing ripples to spread across the lake. In Guangjiang let out a thunderous roar and soared into the sky in his apricot-colored robe, fiercely confronting the 3 equally powerful opponents. In an instant, the 4 figures clashed violently in midair, making the sky shimmer like a kaleidoscope. In Guangjiang's boning knife cut through everything in its path, holding his own against the 3 attackers. The protective array of Tianjiao camp activated just in time, raising a light barrier that shielded the people below from the devastating aftermath. Liang Mingqiu remarked, Grandmasters, great Grandmasters, the mountain and sea. Stars in Guangjiang and the 3 elders of the sacred church are all at the star level, yet so fierce. Despite his words, he remained confident. The strongest fortresses often crumble from within, and he was the key to changing the course of the battle. At some point, Liang Mingqiu produced a small black bone flute and gently blew into it. Eerie gray energy waves emanated from the flute's holes, quickly spreading in all directions. The ground trembled from the fierce battle above, and a misty vapor began to rise from the lake. Liang Mingqiu stood up, put on headphones, and removed his shoes, socks, and clothes. Step by step, he walked towards the water, dancing with excitement. He closed his eyes, immersed in the exhilarating music, his hands raised slightly, moving rhythmically. Liang Mingqiu, lost in the invisible symphony he was conducting, suddenly opened his eyes, his fingers trembling abruptly. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from afar, shaking the entire Tianjiao camp. It was a sword-bearer from the ancient god church who had self-detonated. Lu Chun and his companions had seen these master-level sword-bearers being escorted at the beginning of the event, meant to serve as whetstones for the Tianjiao. Who would have thought this ticking time bomb would explode now? The power of a master self-detonating was comparable to that of a high-ranking grandmaster, if not greater. The roaring continued in the distance. The ground trembled violently, and the lake's surface churned and boiled. Liang Mingqiu reveled in the chaos, his face twisted as he muttered, "We, the sword-bearers of the Holy Church, are not mere playthings for you mortals. You all deserve to die. Lu Chun must die, and everyone in this Tianjiao camp must perish. The teacher on the shore turned pale at his words, quickly stepping forward and whispering urgently, "Are you insane? We're too close to the main base. We need to retreat quickly. Do you want to die here?" Before she could finish, she saw a pair of blood-red eyes through the thick fog and heard Liang Mingqiu's voice, dark and menacing like a devil's. "What a wonderful performance. Say one more word and I'll kill you." The teacher felt a chill down her spine, speechless. Liang Mingqiu walked through the mist, gently lifting her chin. "Oh, my dear, I got too into character just now. Did I scare you? I apologize for my rudeness. You're right, we should head to the extraction point now. The Golden Eagle is here, just waiting for the teleportation array." With that, Liang Mingqiu donned his cloak and made an elegant gesture, taking the teacher's hand without waiting for her consent. She, like a puppet, dared not resist, suppressing her fear as she said, "Actor, there are only 17 sword bearers left in the camp. I advise you to complete the mission first." Liang Mingqiu replied tenderly, "Don't worry, my dear teacher. We sword bearers of the Holy Church have two self-destruction modes. The first, as you've seen, involves compressing all our cultivation before exploding. The second, you might not know about it due to your clearance." Stopping in his tracks, Liang Mingqiu picked up a black bone flute and played it again. This time, the melody was more complex, and the energy waves it emitted turned into dark, snake-like light, shooting out into the void. The second mode is truly destructive. It burns the sword bearer's essence, soul, and lifespan, continuously increasing their power until they swell like a balloon and then explode spectacularly. Hearing this, the teacher trembled, her voice hoarse as she asked, "Does our cultivation technique have such a backhand too? Will we also be used as bombs if necessary?" "Of course." Liang Mingqiu shrugged. "For the revival of the Holy Church, for the descent of the ancient God, for the arrival of eternal light, we would die without regret." "What's the matter, my dear teacher? Is your faith wavering?" "No, it is not." The chaos erupted suddenly and violently. Although Chief Commander Ing Guangjiang couldn't issue commands, the protective array of the Tianjiao camp activated in time, temporarily blocking the enemy's invasion. Other leaders quickly organized an orderly evacuation, preventing large-scale chaos. In the lounge, Song Chifeng saw everyone around him starting to follow the main group to the safe house. He decisively said, "Stick close to me. If something goes wrong, merge with other teams." He looked up at the sky, his expression solemn. Above the Tianjiao camp, besides the first layer of the protective array's light screen, there was a second barrier higher up. This was clearly set up by the enemy to isolate all combat fluctuations and communication signals. Ing Guangjiang was subtly leading the battlefield towards the edge of the barrier, attempting to break through, but the three enemies were clearly not giving him that chance. They came prepared, Song Chifeng thought to himself, but this only strengthened his resolve. They had to get everyone to the safe house as quickly as possible. Although the lounge had its own protective array, it was far too weak compared to the safe house. After exiting the lounge, the cluster of buildings on the left is the trial area. Several large structures stand there, and only by passing through them will you reach the safe house. Song Chifeng shouted, "It's not far. Ordinary people can make it in 10 minutes. We'll be faster. Stay close." His body surged with spiritual energy as he remained vigilant, ready to act at any moment. Due to a brief stop earlier, they had fallen behind the main group. Lu Chun and the other three followed silently. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted. The ground shook violently as if about to flip over. Then, a thunderous roar surged like a tidal wave. Swarms of fierce beasts emerged from the right, resembling a small-scale tsunami. These beasts, originally used for extreme battle trials, were now unleashed and rampaging freely. Not only on the ground but the sky was also filled with flying demonic beasts. The battle had already begun. From afar came a roar. All guards and instructors, engage the enemy. Figures shot up into the sky, prioritizing the aerial threats, while others dealt with the ground beast tide. Chaos was spreading. Song Chifeng bellowed, "Quick, join the main group." The five accelerated. At that moment, four Grandmasters emerged ahead. The leader shouted, "The situation is dire. We're here to assist. Come quickly." Lu Chen's eyes turned cold as he stared at the approaching four. Just as he was about to speak, Song Chifeng screamed, "Xiao Chun, get them out of here." Before the words were fully out, he had already charged forward alone. Song Chifeng had realized the four were imposters. As soon as the fight began, he was at a disadvantage and instantly injured. The four sword-bearers of the ancient god cult were burning their souls, blood, and life force, dramatically boosting their power. Knowing they were doomed, they attacked recklessly. Despite being a third-rank Grandmaster, Song Chifeng struggled to hold them off. "Xiao Chen, run. Get them out of here." Song Chifeng, covered in blood, continued to hold the four at bay. He realized they were targeting Lu Chun. Spitting a mouthful of blood, with a massive wound in his abdomen exposing his internal organs, he saw two of them rushing towards Lu Chun. Ignoring the enemies behind, he charged again, roaring, "Run!" Witnessing this, Lu Chen's killing intent boiled. He suddenly shouted, "Split up and run!" Before Sun Qi and Lin Xie could react, he had already dashed towards Song Qifeng. As they were about to follow, Lu Chen's voice came, "Trust me, I won't die. Don't distract me." Sun Qi, looking at Lu Chen's retreating figure, halted. This scene was familiar. During the previous ambush by the ancient god cult, Lu Chun had also made them wait outside. Sun Qi shouted in anguish but still followed the plan, running in another direction. Lin Xie hesitated. A manic voice screamed in her mind, "Is it painful? Are you unwilling? Weakness is a sin. Let me take over your body. Not only these four trash, but even those three in the sky can be killed. Come on, let me out for a bit. I want to kill." Lin Xie closed her eyes, and another cold voice said, "If you let her out, you can't bear the consequences. This world could be destroyed." She opened her eyes, glanced at Lu Chen's back, and finally followed Sun Qi. The young Taoist paused but quickly followed suit. Lu Chun joined the battle. One of the four swordbearers stayed to hold off Song Qifeng, while the other three charged towards their main target. Someone shouted, "Time is short, capture him first. His defense is tough. We might not break it. Just take him and regroup with the young master." Under the assault of three peak-burning Grandmasters, Lu Chun was captured without suspense. The last swordbearer, engaged with Song Qifeng, immediately joined the others, and the four swiftly retreated with Lu Chun. Lu Chun, immobilized by restraints, still asked, "So, who is this young master you mentioned? Is he some genius from the camp?" Although no one responded, he had a guess. These swordbearers couldn't have escaped on their own. There had to be an inside man. And among the camp, the most likely candidates were the initial 1,500 talented seedlings. Sure enough, after passing through a barrier, he saw a familiar figure, Liang Mingqiu. The latter smiled brightly, even waving, "Lu Chun, we meet again. I never expected you to hide so well, comparable to the prodigy Ying Tianming. But unfortunately, you still have to die by my hands." Excitedly, Liang Mingqiu continued, "Your demise will be the climax of this show." He glanced at the sky where Guangjiang was desperately trying to break the outer seal to send a message. Turning back, he coldly asked, "How long until the teleportation array is ready?" "At most 2 minutes," came the reply. Lu Chun suddenly interjected, "Your barrier is impressive, isolating all the commotion outside." His eyes turned dangerous. "Since you enjoy a good show so much, let me give you another performance. Let's call it the explosive encounter." As the turmoil began in the Tianjiao camp, Master Zhang Yuanshan's figure flickered and instantly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. He glanced down to see Guangjiang engaged in fierce combat with three elders from the ancient god sect. Although Guangjiang could hold his ground, he was too preoccupied to notice anything else. Strangely, none of the four-star realm experts seemed to sense Zhang Yuanshan's presence. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the Tianjiao camp. The captured sword-bearers rioted, and the beasts meant for trials were released, creating pandemonium. The 8 Grandmasters in command were embroiled in tough battles as the sword-bearers' cultivation levels surged mysteriously. They unleashed powerful attacks without regard for the cost, even resorting to self-destruction to take others down with them. Instructors like Song Qifeng gathered the talented disciples to fend off small waves of beasts. At that moment, a dark figure charged into the battlefield like a wolf among sheep, quickly subduing the rampaging sword-bearers. Zhang Yuanshan was slightly surprised. The figure was a Tianluo member from the Ying family, and of the highest rank. He wondered if Guangjiang had another mission. Seeing this, the other Grandmasters retreated to the edges of the battlefield and set up barriers. They watched in shock as the Tianluo member slaughtered the sword-bearers, making even self-destruction impossible. Someone exclaimed, "Is this the power of a high-level gravity domain? It's too strong." As the situation stabilized, the Grandmasters quickly split up to assist the instructors in repelling the beast waves. The turmoil was quelled in just 3 minutes, but the crisis was far from over. "Not good. Jiang Wushuang has been captured," an instructor suddenly shouted. "Lu Chun is missing too. Instructor Song Qifeng is critically injured," reported Sun Qi and others as they rushed in. Everyone present broke into a cold sweat. Jiang Wushuang was the top prodigy of the Jiang family, and Lu Chun had just defeated Ying Tianming, a peerless genius. If anything were to happen to them, the consequences would be dire. "Search immediately. They are still within the camp," a Grandmaster ordered sternly, then turned to the Tianluo member. "We need your assistance." The Tianluo member nodded and closed his eyes to extend his spiritual sense. After a moment, he opened his eyes and shook his head. "The ancient god sect has made thorough preparations, setting up numerous disturbances. There are still over a dozen barriers within the camp, and it will take time to break them. Everyone quickly dispersed to search. In the void above, Zhang Yuanshan silently observed everything, his gaze piercing through layers of obstacles to focus on the imprisoned Lu Chun. He hadn't acted yet. Zhang Yuanshan raised an eyebrow slightly, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He could sense Lu Chen's true strength and knew the young man had allowed himself to be captured on purpose. But since Lu Chun had his own plans, Zhang Yuanshan was content to keep observing. Finally going to show your hand. Are you, you little rascal? He murmured, a smile of anticipation creeping onto his lips. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the garden on the east side of Jiangnan's Tianjiao camp, Liang Mingqiu was meticulously setting up a powerful barrier. To ensure absolute success, he had brought out all his most prized possessions. This barrier was so strong that even Commander in Guangjiang would struggle to break through it. As he recalled his first encounter with Lu Chun, a flash of anger crossed Liang Mingqiu's eyes. He muttered to himself, the grand show is finally about to begin. Though he couldn't witness the chaos within the camp firsthand, he could already imagine the scene of carnage. Turning to look at the captive Lu Chun, a smile spread across Liang Mingqiu's face. Despite losing the chance to enter the Tianyuan secret realm by revealing his identity, the opportunity to obtain a drop of ancient god's blood was a chance to defy fate itself. Just as Liang Mingqiu was about to hasten the setup of the teleportation array, Lu Chen's voice rang out, "Are you planning to take me with you?" Liang Mingqiu turned and smiled warmly. "The church just sent word that your two limit-breaking talents are too valuable. If we take you back and analyze them, we might be able to transplant them." Lu Chun nodded, his gaze deepening. "One last question. With your rank in the ancient god church, can you practice heavenly tier techniques?" Liang Mingqiu hesitated, and then shook his head. "Heavenly tier techniques are extremely rare. My merits are far from enough. But after completing this mission, I should have enough." Hearing this, Lu Chun frowned. "You disappoint me, yellow hair." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he shot towards Liang Mingqiu like a meteor. Startled, Liang Mingqiu quickly dodged to the side. He looked at Lu Chun in confusion, shocked that the barrier had failed. Although he knew he wasn't a match for Lu Chun, he still kept his distance warily. Lu Chun sneered, "Don't look at me like that. You're the real villain here, trash." He fully activated his technique, disappearing into the hazy starlit sea. Though surprised, Liang Mingqiu remained composed. He remarked with slight astonishment, "You really are a tenacious cockroach." As soon as he finished speaking, four sword-wielding figures dashed into the starlit sea. The next moment, a massive explosion of fire erupted within the sea of stars. Liang Mingqiu felt a sharp pain in his eardrums as the energy blast sent him flying, slamming him into the barrier. He spat out blood, his face turning pale as his expression finally changed drastically. At that moment, Liang Mingqiu's expression shifted dramatically as he looked over. In the midst of the hazy starlit sea, he could see. It was as if a massive black hole was devouring everything. The four sword-wielding warriors who had charged in had already disappeared without a trace. High above the void, Elder Zhang Yuanshan stared down in shock at the earth-shattering turn of events. The insects Shao Chun had released were identical to the bloodthirsty insects described in ancient texts. Those terrifying creatures had once caused a catastrophic calamity in a bygone era. As the senior disciple of the body Angui, Zhang Yuanshan was naturally knowledgeable. From the moment he first met Lu Chun, he sensed that the latter harbored insect-type creatures within him. In the martial arts world of Daxia, this was a taboo so severe that even ancient beings from that realm would immediately take action to annihilate such a presence. However, since the young lady had accepted Lu Chun as her disciple without any concern, Zhang Yuanshan refrained from saying more. He suddenly recalled an auction in the Tianlan domain where a single bloodthirsty insect had incited fierce bidding among ancient factions. And Shao Chun had just detonated 1,000,000 of them in one go. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he felt his worldview shatter. Suddenly, he sensed something amidst the explosive power was too great, and the barrier Liang Mingqiu had set up was on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuanshan reinforced the barrier. At that moment, even if 10 more in Guangjiang came, they wouldn't be able to breach the defense. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he noticed something unusual and turned his gaze towards Xinwu City. Several streaks of light were speeding towards them clearly. The Jiang family had learned of the incident at the Tianjiao camp and had sent people to investigate. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled and stepped forward to meet them. "Why don't you all rest for a moment and have a cup of tea?" he said with a smile. The elders of the Jiang family recognized Zhang Yuanshan, and the leader among them shouted sternly, "Zhang Yuanshan, this is no time for your body Angui's antics. Move aside immediately. Jiang Wushuang of our Jiang family has been captured by the ancient god cult." "Your family member got captured. What does that have to do with me?" Zhang Yuanshan replied, still smiling, but his expression suddenly turned cold. "Want to pass? Ask my sword first." With a thunderous roar, the river 70 miles away surged into the sky, transforming into a colossal sword of water that blotted out the sun. The overwhelming sword intent surged forth, and Zhang Yuanshan smiled again. If you dare come closer, I dare to kill. Want to try? The Jiang family elders were instantly petrified, not daring to move an inch. At that moment, Liang Mingqiu, wide-eyed with disbelief, saw a figure slowly emerge from the shattered star seat was Lu Chun. He was charred all over, his hair gone, and his skin wrinkled, looking extremely battered. Although he had changed into new clothes, crackling sounds could still be heard from his body, and there was even a strange burnt smell. Clearly, Lu Chun had underestimated the power of his own explosion. If not for the fact that his Tianjing insects had just surpassed 60 million in number, he would probably be in dire straits now. Lu Chun frowned as he walked towards Liang Mingqiu, ready to take action, when suddenly two figures burst through the barrier. Something's happened. Ingjia's Tianluo general is here, and all our sword-wielding warriors are dead. The last few managed to hand Jiang Wushuang over to me before they stayed behind to cover our retreat. But the newcomers were Teacher and Jiang Wushuang, the top talent of the Jiang family. Before she could finish speaking, Teacher froze, staring blankly at the scene before her, a vast, bottomless crater with a burly, bald figure standing at its edge, none other than Lu Chun, who had just climbed out. And on the other side, Liang Mingqiu lay on the ground, his chest collapsed and covered in blood. Almost instinctively, the teacher prepared to flee the barrier. A flash of sword light, and the teacher's head fell to the ground, the black-framed glasses rolling away. Lu Chen's reincarnation sword intent effortlessly severed the head of this candidate of the ancient god church, a strike that even the destined victor could not withstand, let alone her. Inside the barrier, the atmosphere instantly froze. The bald-headed Lu Chun, the bound Jiang Wushuang, and the gravely injured Liang Mingqiu each harbored their own thoughts. Lu Chen's eyes, deep and enigmatic, fell upon the hesitant Jiang Wushuang, who, though unaware of the full details, had guessed a few things. Jiang Wushuang swallowed hard, his face pale as he spoke. Lu Chun, you don't need to kill me to silence me. I can swear a heart demon oath to never divulge any information. Lu Chun didn't respond, merely watching him with a faint, mocking smile. Just as he was about to make his move, an unexpected voice transmission rang in his mind. After listening to the transmission, Lu Chun was stunned. His senior brother was on the scene? Did that mean all his insects were exposed? What shocked him even more was that the old man seemed to know everything about the bloodthirsty insects, even abilities that Lu Chun himself was unaware of. Why panic? I could tell the moment I first saw you. And your master knows too. Zhang Yuanshan continued through the voice transmission, playing with a few insects. Did you think you were impressive? Embarrassed, Lu Chun summoned Hong Shuang and asked, do you have an ability to establish a mother-child divine soul blood pact? Hong Shuang hesitated for a moment before replying shyly, Master, let me think. I've evolved so many times, I have a lot of abilities. I do. She then briefly explained the ability. Lu Chun nodded and turned to Jiang Wushuang. If you don't want to die, lower your soul defenses. I'll give you one chance. Jiang Wushuang's face showed obvious struggle. After a few heavy breaths, he hoarsely agreed. Under Hong Shuang's guidance, 10 bloodthirsty insects entered Jiang Wushuang's soul sea, becoming part of the blood pact. Lu Chun instantly understood that he could decide Jiang Wushuang's life or death with a single thought. This ability isn't bad, Lu Chun thought, but it's a pity the blood pact can only establish 10. If I want more, I'll have to dissolve the previous ones. After dealing with Jiang Wushuang, Lu Chun, under his terrified gaze, had Hong Shuang devour Liang Mingqiu. The phrase, forbidden warrior, surfaced in Jiang Wushuang's mind. Lu Chun said calmly, we'll leave separately. Find your own way to cover this up. With that, he exited the barrier. In his heart, he thought, I'd better find a chance to visit the Heart Pavilion. My master knows I'm a forbidden warrior and doesn't seem to mind at all. After Liang Mingqiu was consumed by the red frost, the restrictions he had set up in the surrounding area dissipated naturally without their master. Lu Chun and Jiang Wushuang split up according to their plan, each trying to find a way to rejoin the main group. Just as Lu Chun reached the edge of the resting area, a figure swooped down like an eagle. Blocking his path hit was Jia 35, the Tianluo warrior of the Ying family. This warrior appeared unremarkable, but his eyes radiated an intimidating pressure, as if he could see through everything. He stared at Lu Chun with suspicion and asked, did you come out on your own? Yeah, Lu Chun replied calmly. What about the people from the ancient god sect inside? They're dead. After the brief exchange, Jia 35 fell silent, his suspicion growing. As a peak Shanghai realm expert, his spiritual sense could cover the entire Tianjiao camp. The moment the restrictions were lifted, he sensed something was amiss, especially with the enormous pit and the terrifying energy fluctuations in the area, indicating a fierce battle had taken place. But now, the mysterious strongman seemed to have vanished into thin air. Jia 35's gaze turned cold, and he spoke with a threatening tone. Care to explain in detail? He moved slightly, locking his energy onto Lu Chun, showing no intention of letting him pass. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang emerged from the shadows and said indifferently, "Don't ask me. I just woke up from unconsciousness." With that, he walked away without looking back. Watching Jiang's retreating figure, Lu Chun thought to himself that this guy was quite aloof. Then he looked at Jia 35 and smiled, asking me, "Won't you any good? How about you ask that sword in the sky?" Jia 35 looked up in confusion, only to see a colossal sword of water spanning thousands of miles, descending like a mighty river. The massive sword flashed and instantly killed the 3 fleeing elders of the ancient god sect's star realm on the spot. In the distance, the old man Zhang Yuanshan looked on impassively, his aged yet authoritative voice booming like thunder. "Not just any random person can block my junior brother's path. Consider this a minor punishment. If it happens again, it'll be your head next time." Before his words had even faded, a shimmering sword light swept through the air like a ripple of water. Amid Jia 35's roar, it effortlessly severed his legs. Lu Chun quickly stepped back to avoid the splatter of blood. Lu Chen's gaze turned distant as he looked away from Jia 35 and slowly walked away. In the distance, Jiang Wushuang observed the scene. As the top talent of the Jiang family, he dared to defy the Ying family, but he would never insult them. Not even his family's elders would dare to. The Batian society was truly formidable, with no taboos whatsoever. Jiang Wushuang was just as shocked as in Guangjiang. Just the mention of Mao Fu had the elders of his family trembling in fear, and now there was an even more terrifying figure, Zhang Yuanshan. Silently, Jiang Wushuang thought to himself, suddenly remembering another figure in the Batian society who could rival the ancestor of the Ying family Mu Juexian. Jiang Wushuang came to a halt, furrowing his brows. Maybe the blood pact binding me isn't a constraint. It might even help me take control of the Jiang family and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. This thought made his heart race, and he was startled by his own audacity. Standing still, he clenched and unclenched his fists, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Time slipped away quietly, and half a month had passed. From the opening at the end of September to now, it was nearly November. Despite the upheaval in the world, the seasons continued to change, even more intensely than before. Though winter hadn't officially arrived, temperatures had dropped sharply, and snowflakes danced in the air. According to the schedule of the Tianjiao camp, the initial month-long, Heavenly Ladder Battle, and Extreme Battle had eliminated 800 to 1,000 participants. Next was the even more brutal survival battle. Hundreds of remaining participants would enter designated wilderness areas to fight deadly beasts. Only in the face of life and death could one's potential be fully unleashed and breakthroughs achieved. At this moment, in Resource Room 019, Lu Chen looked at the densely packed blood-sucking insect swarm before him, a smile playing on his lips. He whispered to himself, "Finally hit 1,000,000,000. With his ranking in the Heavenly Ladder Battle now in the top 10, the resources he received had multiplied. Coupled with the occasional feeding from the Batian society, Lu Chen's progress was nothing short of meteoric. After collecting all the blood-sucking insects, he opened his system panel and examined it closely. From the 5th level of the fusion aperture stage, when he entered the camp, he had advanced to the 9th level in just a month. The next step was the void traversing stage. His rapid progress even prompted senior sister Mao Mao to give him a serious test. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. While others solidified their foundations to reduce future obstacles and go further, he didn't need to. Small stage advancements were boosted by Hong Shuang's feedback, and major stage advancements could rely on barrier-breaking devour. Now, at the peak of the fusion aperture stage, stepping into the void traversing stage would only require Hong Shuang to devour 100 peak 3rd-tier beasts or 10 4th-tier beasts. Given Lu Chen's current status, acquiring a batch of peak 3rd-tier beasts was not difficult. If it weren't for senior sister Mao Mao's repeated warnings against being overly ambitious, he would have broken through already. Lu Chun sighed inwardly. Sometimes, the elder's excessive concern can be a bit of a hindrance. He continued to review his abilities. With 24 primal demon blood apertures for spiritual power reserves, he wasn't much weaker than a mid-stage void traversing warrior. Besides his primary magnetic abilities, he also mastered a 7th-rank earth-tier archery technique, the 4-phase suppression arrow. This was the strongest archery technique that Jiangnan Martial Academy could offer. After his last battle with Ying Tianming, senior sister Mao Mao felt that not learning an archery technique would waste Lu Chen's magnetic abilities, so she presented this technique to him, leaving him with a parting remark. The master of this technique in the mountain and sea stage can even contend with your 8th uncle in the wild, without fear. Lu Chen was well aware of Li Bagang's strength. Back in Xingyue Pavilion, he had beaten a Dragon Clan expert so badly that the opponent didn't dare to fight back. In the mountain and sea stage, invincibility is almost within reach. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the power of this archery technique. However, he knew that even with such prowess, facing an equally skilled archer in the wild would still pose a challenge. Unfortunately, it hadn't evolved to the heavenly level yet. It remained at the 7th rank of the earthly level, known as the Four Symbols Prison Arrow. He pondered over the unique attributes of each arrow. The Azure Dragon Arrow enhances mental focus. The White Tiger Arrow boasts the highest single-target damage. The Vermilion Bird Arrow excels in area attacks, and the Black Tortoise Arrow emphasizes defense. Eager to test his skills, Lu Chen wondered if combining the White Tiger Arrow with magnetic amplification could defeat a Grandmaster. Over the past month, his strength had only slightly improved, but the number of bloodthirsty insects had finally surpassed 1 billion. Among the 4th-generation insects, 2 million had completed their propagation, resulting in 1 billion new insects, while 2/3 had yet to start. The resource consumption was staggering, nearly depleting the top-tier breeding grounds of the entire Jiangnan war zone. Fortunately, with the support of the Tianjiao camp and the Batian Society, he managed to sustain his efforts. Without their help, he couldn't imagine how long it would take to complete the propagation. Lu Chen smiled wryly, realizing that the Batian Society's higher-ups were likely aware of his insect breeding, yet they continued to assist him in secret, even reaching out to other war zones for resources. The next morning, Lu Chen arrived at the lounge, where Sun Qi excitedly informed him of a 2-day break. Song Qifeng added that a wilderness survival battle would take place after the break. As the only injured instructor, Song Qifeng became the center of attention once again, receiving medals and numerous titles. Sun Qi invited Lu Chen to his great-grandfather's birthday banquet, to which Lu Chen agreed to attend the next day, as he had matters to handle today. He planned to return to Wenxin Pavilion to consult his master about various questions. Before leaving, Lu Chen suggested that Song Qifeng also take some time off, but his suggestion was politely declined. The capital city, Tianjiao camp. At this very moment, in the top-floor office of the central area, sunlight streamed in, illuminating every detail of the office. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, numerous talented youths could be seen sparring on the training ground. Ying Xiaoming, holding a glass of red wine, gracefully turned to facing Xuanji. Xuanji, how is your progress with the Yangji Emperor's sutra passed down by our ancestor? A flash of confidence appeared in Ying Xuanji's eyes. I will definitely reach the 1st level. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the residential area. The two exchanged glances, and a single name surfaced in their minds: Ying Tianming. Ying Xiaoming grabbed Ying Xuanji and leaped out of the window. Within 3 breaths, they arrived at Ying Tianming's door. As the door opened, a radiant young man appeared before them. Ying Tianming smiled. Brother, 13th uncle. Ying Xuanji asked tremulously, Tianming, have you reached the Grandmaster level? Ying Xiaoming's eyes burned with intensity as he stared fixedly at Ying Tianming. Having been through it himself, he knew all too well the difficulty of becoming a Grandmaster. Previously, Ying Tianming had long been capable of reaching this level, but the ancestor had deliberately held him back to further solidify his foundation. Later, during the Heaven's Ladder battle, he encountered that incredibly formidable man, Lu Chen. Unable to break through his defenses, Ying Tianming developed a mental block. All the previous preparations were in vain. The difficulty of reaching the master level had increased exponentially. But today, a miracle happened. Ying Tianming's eyes sparkled with unprecedented light, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he softly said, Brother, I've become a master. Ying Xuanji was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Have you overcome your inner demons? Yes, I've conquered them. Ying Tianming nodded, the shadows in his eyes completely dispelled. Great, that's wonderful. Ying Xuanji was so excited, he could hardly speak coherently. I'm so happy for you, brother. Although Ying Xuanji had an aura of an emperor thanks to practicing the ancestral techniques, at this moment, he was just a young man overjoyed for his brother. Ying Xiaoming, standing nearby, also beamed with joy. Double blessings. With you two brothers, how could the Ying family not thrive? His gaze fell on Ying Tianming, and he suddenly noticed something unusual. Tianming, where is the mark from practicing the 3 wilderness divine spear? How did it disappear? Ying Xiaoming frowned. Wait, you don't have any energy from martial techniques or skills in your body anymore? Ying Xuanji was shocked upon hearing this. Although his own cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Void Realm, he knew Ying Xiaoming, as a Star Realm expert, wouldn't speak without reason. Tianming, Ying Xuanji began, but was interrupted by Ying Tianming. Brother. Ying Tianming still wore a gentle smile. I owe this breakthrough to Lu Chen. As he spoke, he bowed deeply towards the south. After straightening up, Ying Tianming laughed heartily. Having conquered my inner demons, I now truly understand myself. Turning to face the two of them, he said with a carefree demeanor, when I overcame my inner demons, I severed all my acquired knowledge. Seeing the drastic change in their expressions, Ying Tianming continued, I have to walk my own path. As he spoke, he began to walk forward barefoot, his gentle voice drifting back. I'll create my own techniques. I'll refine my own skills. In this world, everyone has their destiny. and I will be the most extraordinary. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, Ing Tianming suddenly turned around. Uncle 13, could you get in touch with Uncle Guangjiang? I want to meet Lu Chun in the virtual divine realm. Ing Xiaoming snapped out of his daze and quickly responded, sure, I'll get in touch right away. As Ing Tianming's figure disappeared from sight, Ing Xiaoming turned to the bewildered Ing Xuanji with a complex expression. Your brother is about to embark on a martial path no one has ever walked before. Jiangnan's elite camp, East Gate. As the holidays approached, groups of prodigies flocked to the main base to relax. With the first phase concluded, nearly 600 out of the initial 1,500 talents had been eliminated. After a month of intense competition, everyone's nerves were stretched thin, but they finally made it through. Those who remained were undoubtedly the cream of the Jiangnan war zone, having made significant progress in both skill and demeanor. The entrance was bustling with activity as various factions arrived to conduct on-site recruitment. While those from prestigious families were indifferent, those from humble backgrounds were eager. After all, there were only 100 spots on the prodigy list, and each person knew their chances. Seizing this opportunity to secure a future was a wise move. Brother Liu Mian is over there. Sun Qi, with his sharp eyes, led a few people towards Sun Qinyan. As the current head of the Sun family, her aura had become increasingly mature and composed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group prepared to leave. Lin Xie reunited with her mentor, Fang Shuling, while Lu Chan watched her depart, noticing Fang Shuling's thoughtful gaze directed at him. That's Lin's mentor, Fang Shuling. She's a Grandmaster and holds a significant position in the Martial Arts Association, Sun Qi whispered. Lu Chen nodded, having gained a preliminary understanding of the major factions. Just as he was about to get into the car, Ing Guangjiang descended from the sky. Little Black Dragon wants to see me? Lu Chun was taken aback, but decided to meet him after a moment of hesitation. Sister, I have some matters to attend to. No problem, we'll wait here. Take your time, Sun Qinyan replied with a smile. After watching Lu Chun leave, Sun Qinyan turned her gaze back and softly said, Xiao Qi, tell Annie about the elite camp. You can skip your part, just talk about Xiao Chun. I often hear his name while I'm out. Meanwhile, Lin Xie sat in the exclusive car, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Both she and her mentor, Fang Shuling, were naturally reserved individuals. Until they reached the main road, the latter suddenly spoke up. Fang Shuling turned to Lin Xie beside her, frowning slightly. Xie, that Lu Chun. He's from the Batian Society, right? Lin Xie snapped out of her thoughts and nodded gently. Yes, teacher. The carriage fell into silence again. After a moment, Fang Shuling sighed deeply and said with earnestness, I don't want to interfere in your personal affairs, but there are some things that need to be said. You've probably heard of the winners in the capital, but those rumors are just the tip of the iceberg. She paused before continuing. The martial arts associations spread throughout Daxia are directly under the control of the winners. They also have people in the military of various war zones, wielding significant power. Fang Shuling glanced at Lin Xie, who was listening intently, and couldn't help but sigh again. This disciple of hers was excellent in every way, except for being too reserved, even with her own mentor. The winners have ruled Daxia for 600 years, accumulating unmatched power, Fang Shuling said gravely, looking ahead. I've received word that during the Heavenly Talents competition a month from now, the ancestor of the winners might come to Jiangnan. Lin Xie pondered this, while two voices echoed in her mind. One screamed for a bloodbath, and the other coldly uttered, ignorance. Lin Xie was used to these two selves in her head. She had named them Linimo and Lin Shen. One was mad and bloodthirsty, the other extremely cold. They never agreed on anything, except for once when Lin Xie chose her virtual world nickname, 0.cookforhim.0. Xie, are you listening to me? Fang Shuling asked, shaking her head in exasperation when she saw her disciple distracted. Yes, teacher. Lin Xie snapped back to attention. Fang Shuling hesitated for a moment before getting to the point. The ancestor of the winners is coming to deal with Mu Juexian of the Batian Society. Lin Xie blinked, recalling Lin Shan's earlier comment of ignorance, and asked, Are you suggesting that I should keep my distance from Lu Chan to avoid getting caught in the crossfire? Fang Shuling nodded. Exactly. Lin Xie's voice softened. Don't worry, teacher. Things might not unfold the way you think. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and looked ahead. What if the ancestor of the winners loses? At the same time, in the Jiangnan Heavenly Talents camp, Ing Guangjiang led Lu Chun straight to the chief commander's office to get a new special terminal so that Lu Chun could meet with Ing Tianming. The two walked in silence. Since the turmoil in the camp half a month ago, where the senior apprentice cut off the legs of the winner Tianluo's war general, their relationship had not been as harmonious as before. As they neared the office, Ing Guangjiang suddenly stopped and turned to Lu Chun, his gaze intense. Lu Chun, in a month, the ancestor of the winners will arrive in Jiangnan to fight your master. Seeing Lu Chun about to speak, he raised a hand to stop him and continued. The ancestor's Qi Luck Golden Dragon has formed. and his cultivation is unparalleled. He can't lose this battle. I'm telling you this because he looked directly into Lu Qin's eyes, speaking earnestly. There are countless paths in life. It's not too late to turn back now, before you end up shattered by thunder. As a high-ranking member of the winners, Guangjiang was privy to some inside information. The ancestors' visit was not just to intimidate the world, but to seize power with thunderous means, creating an invincible black dragon cavalry to march beyond the borders. In the face of such overwhelming momentum, no one could stand in the way, let alone a young talent like Lu Chun. You want me to leave the Batian society? Lu Chun asked. Yes. Guangjiang replied solemnly. Lu Chun smiled and curiously asked, have you never considered that the ancestor of the winners might lose? What level is my master's cultivation? Although Lu Chun wasn't entirely sure, there was one thing he remembered vividly. Reflecting on his experience at the Monument of Eternal Sword Essence, Lu Chun recalled the awe-inspiring power of the 5-element sword intent and the time sword intent, which were already incredibly formidable. Yet, his master's sword intent surpassed them both, leaving him breathless with shock. As he thought about the impending visit of the Ying family's patriarch to the south, Lu Chun couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity. The old patriarch was likely heading towards unimaginable danger, a thought that brought a bitter smile to Lu Chun's face. At that moment, Guangjiang, who had overheard Lu Chun, shook his head and sighed. You're still young and don't understand. That's the golden dragon of fortune. His eyes flashed with fervor, but he said no more. Instead, he added, you saved the Ying family's destiny once. If anything happens in the future, I'll return the favor. With that, Guangjiang pushed open the office door and retrieved a temporary virtual realm terminal from a specialized storage device, handing it to Lu Chun. Go in. Destiny is waiting for you. Lu Chun took the terminal and skillfully put on his numbered wristband. His consciousness blurred momentarily, and he found himself in the familiar Ladder Battle Plaza. The plaza was empty, except for a lone figure standing under the massive leaderboard in the central area in Tianming. The two met like old friends reunited after a long time, chatting enthusiastically. From their first encounter in battle to the subsequent 2 draws, and finally to the last world-renowned duel, Tianming shared his heartfelt journey without reservation. At the height of their conversation, Tianming suddenly turned serious and said, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for that piece of advice you gave me, I would have been trapped by my inner demons. Lu Chun shrugged and joked, what's the big deal? My reincarnation sword intent is thanks to you. Hearing this, Tianming burst into laughter. After a moment, he asked, by the way, I've always wondered, what's the limit of your defense? Lu Chun pondered for a moment and then shook his head. As for the limit, I'm not sure, but it should be able to withstand a Grandmaster at the 9th level. It used to be able to handle 2.04 million attacks, roughly equivalent to a 2nd-level Grandmaster. Now, over 60 million. The Grandmaster's limit shouldn't be a problem. Tianming's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing this, Lu Chun felt a secret satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. As they were about to log off, Tianming suddenly said mysteriously, oh, by the way, my brother will definitely compete with you for first place. Watch out. He's really strong now. With that, he vanished. Lu Chun thought of the various rumors about Xuanji, the unrivaled genius who inherited the Ying family's patriarch's legacy and had mastered the Yangji Emperor's sutra. He couldn't help but smile, and then he, too, left the plaza. Recent rumors swirled in Lu Chun's mind. With a smile, he left the plaza. Tingtao Forest is a legendary place within the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. As Lu Chun stepped deeper into the bamboo forest, the sound of monkeys calling echoed around him. He couldn't help but recall his master's words about a small world called Wenxin Pavilion, where the Academy's greats resided. Occasionally, over the past century, a genius would enter and instantly become a prominent figure in the Academy. Just as Lu Chun's thoughts were drifting, a petite figure came into view. It was his second senior sister, Mao Fu, fiercely arguing with a dozen old monkeys who had gained sentience, holding her ground without faltering. Noticing Lu Chun's arrival, Mao Fu waved her hand, sending the monkeys flying tens of meters away. The bamboo forest resounded with deafening monkey cries. Xiao Chun, you're here. Mao Fu clapped her hands and walked over with a bright smile. Lu Chun was stunned. Senior sister Mao Mao, are you having fun? Mao Fu gave a mysterious smile. You still don't get it. In the martial world, it's not just about fighting. You also need to cultivate yourself. Seeing Lu Chun's puzzled expression, Mao Fu explained, you know, I'm a shy girl who's not good with words. But on the battlefield beyond our borders, some trash just loves to talk big. They rely on their elders and magical artifacts, and you can't solve it with a fight. It's so annoying. Her tone gradually became agitated. So, I got smart. When it comes to cursing, who can outcurse the monkeys of Wenxin Pavilion? So, every time I return to Jiangnan, I come here to practice my tongue. From one monkey to a dozen, now no one dares to argue with me over there. Lu Chen suddenly understood and quickly praised, "Senior sister, you're amazing. Such an unconventional method to cultivate oneself. I need to practice this too." Mao Fu nodded in satisfaction, and the two laughed as they entered the small world of Wenxin Pavilion. The landscape was crisscrossed with paths and fields, but the farmers avoided Mao Fu upon seeing her. Mao Fu's expression changed, and she quickly shifted the topic. "Little junior brother, what did you do before? Everyone acts like this when they see you?" Lu Chun was bewildered and didn't have time to answer before Mao Fu realized. "It seems your battle with Ying Tianming is well known. The villagers are all awed by your brilliance and dare not approach." With that, Mao Fu quickened her pace, looking somewhat guilty. Soon, they arrived at a stone bridge where their eldest senior brother, Zhang Yuanshan, was still selling tea. "Xiao Chun, master knows you're coming. He didn't play mahjong today, so go ahead." Zhang Yuanshan's eyes were cloudy, a stark contrast to his fierce image during the upheaval of the Tianjiao camp. After thanking him, Lu Chun and Mao Fu tidied themselves up and headed straight for Mu Juexian's courtyard. A graceful figure was sitting on a stone bench, looking towards the door as it opened. Lu Chen stepped in, his eyes immediately drawn to the extraordinary figure on the bench. Mu Juexian sat there, her gaze hidden behind an eye patch, but the faint white glow from the silver moon pattern seemed to pierce through everything, like the all-seeing eyes of a master. After a brief greeting, an eerie silence fell over the courtyard. Lu Chen's mind was a whirl of questions, but he didn't know how to begin. He pondered how much of his secrets had been exposed. Did his senior brother know about the bloodthirsty worm, the Daoyin worm, or the heavenly crystal worm? Although it wouldn't matter if his master and a few others knew, explaining it would involve revealing his transmigration and system, which was too shocking to easily bring up. As Lu Chen hesitated, an impatient voice came from outside the courtyard. "If you have something to say it quickly. Old man here has things to do." Mao Fu turned around in surprise. "Senior brother, why don't you come in?" Zhang Yuanshan replied indifferently, "If I come in, there'll be 3 of us in a row, an odd number. You know how it is, the eldest holds the fort, and the youngest is favored. Who do you think the master would strike with her sword?" Mao Fu shrank back at his words, silenced by fear. Lu Chen also felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This obsession with even numbers was truly terrifying. Deciding not to overthink, Lu Chen looked at Mu Juexian and said softly, "Master, I have many doubts and have come to the Heart Pavilion to seek your guidance." Mu Juexian responded calmly, "Speak." She waved her hand, and 2 intertwined peach blossoms flew over, transforming into fine wine which she sipped leisurely. Zhang Yuanshan, seeing this from outside, smiled. The mistress seldom drank, only when she was in a particularly good mood. In the past century, it had only happened twice, the first time when Lu Chen defeated Ying Tianming in the virtual god realm. Could this time be because she found Lu Chen's anxiety amusing? With this thought, Zhang Yuanshan chuckled and pushed open the door. Seeing Mao Fu's shocked expression, he said, "Why the panic? I'll stand by the master, making it an even number on both sides." He then walked to the stone table, maintaining a respectful distance from Mu Juexian, his posture that of a humble servant. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Chen asked, "Master, what exactly is a forbidden warrior? If I reveal my worms, will I be hunted down by the entire Great Xia?" Mu Juexian placed her cup down with a smile. "A forbidden warrior is just someone others fear. For the detailed classifications, senior brother, explain to Lu Chen." Zhang Yuanshan chuckled. "There are 4 types of forbidden warriors." He explained the characteristics of each type in detail, then added, "In truth, once your strength reaches a certain level, there's no such thing as forbidden or not. What you say becomes the truth, and what you do is justice." Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. By this definition, he seemed to belong to the 3rd category of forbidden warriors. However, he still felt somewhat confused. It seemed he would have to wait until he was invincible to reveal his worms. Given their rapid reproduction, that day didn't seem too far off. Mu Juexian poured herself another cup of peach blossom wine and said calmly, "Forbidden or not, I am also considered a forbidden warrior." Lu Chen's eyes widened. No wonder his master didn't mind she was also a forbidden warrior. He suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie. Of course, he knew better than to pry into things he shouldn't. "Master, senior brother, I have a second question about sword intent." Lu Chen continued with a puzzled expression. "After comprehending the reincarnation sword intent, I found it wasn't as powerful as I expected. Without corresponding martial skills or techniques, how can I enhance it?" Mu Juexian pointed at Mao Fu and smiled. "For this question, let little Mao Mao answer." Once again, Lu Chen crouched down and earnestly said, "Senior sister, please enlighten me." Mao Fu glared at Lu Chen, fuming. "I'm done with this, it's pointless." She huffed, crossing her arms, and after a few coughs, continued, "Let me give you some examples. Your uncle Chio's how ran sword intent took 60 years to comprehend and over 100 years to refine. How did he refine it? By cultivating a righteous aura. Your grandpa Ma's Qing Lian sword intent took 48 years to understand and 200 years to refine, relying on drinking wine constantly, merging the essence of wine with the sword, wandering through ancient and modern times. Your great-uncle's slaughter sword intent is simpler. The more he kills, the stronger he becomes, with the beauty of the kill enhancing his power. After introducing the others, Maofu pointed to herself proudly, and as for me, your senior sister, my Danqing sword intent is about entering the Tao through painting. All beings are like a painting, created by my brush. Back in the day, she was about to recount her glorious past when Mu Juexian interrupted. All right, Mao Mao, that's enough for now. Mao Fu stomped her foot. Master, that's so unfair. I only have this one junior brother. Can't I show off a bit? Lu Chun struggled to hold back his laughter. Mu Juexian said casually, there are shortcuts to enhancing your sword intent. Lu Chin's eyes lit up. Mu Juexian continued, Qiu Yuanlong's How Ran sword intent can be instantly formed by merging with a Confucian treasure. Ma Jingyang's Qing Lian sword intent could be refined by enslaving the ape tribe in the demon realm and drinking their 1,000-year-old supreme monkey wine. As for Li Bagong, Zhang Yuanshan coughed awkwardly. Mu Juexian turned to Lu Chun. Xiao Chun, what comes to mind when you think of reincarnation? Without hesitation, Lu Chun replied, the underworld. According to myth, the underworld is the transit station for reincarnation. Mu Juexian nodded. And what is in the underworld? Lu Chun was taken aback. There's the river of forgetfulness, the bridge of helplessness, Mingpur, the 10 kings of hell. Mu Juexian explained, your reincarnation sword intent will grow stronger with each element of the underworld you fuse with. If one day you merge with the entire underworld, your sword could make gods and demons fall, and you would control the cycle of life and death. Lu Chen's mind went blank as he pondered how to gather materials and fragments. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled. Xiao Chun, don't worry. You'll soon enter the Tianyuan secret realm, where you'll find everything you need. Also, make sure to ask that little Taoist Shi Chuanqiu lots of questions and squeeze out as much information as you can. It will only benefit you. Lu Chen nodded, keeping this advice in mind, and thought that the bloodthirsty insect swarm in the Tianyuan secret realm might evolve again, possibly even reaching the 6th generation. As he was about to leave, Mu Juexian took out a bow named Fuguang and tossed it to Lu Chun. I heard you've been learning archery, so here's a bow for you. I seized it many years ago. Zhang Yuanshan's expression shifted slightly, thinking to himself that the bow of the Emperor of Floating Radiance was no ordinary weapon. Mu Juexian continued, though its original owner has been slain by me, his forces are vast. If you use it, you will inherit that karma, and you may face endless pursuit in the future. Lu Chen chuckled nonchalantly. If you dare to give it, I'll dare to use it. As for any dangers, we'll deal with them when they come. His gaze was deeply drawn to the extravagant longbow. Nearly 2 meters in length, the bow was jet black, resembling 2 entwined dragons, each with a dragon head at either end gripping the bowstring. The most striking feature was the thick, crimson bowstring, taut and exuding a fierce aura. The moment Lu Chen picked up the bow, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from it. Before long, Mao Fu led Lu Chen away. Zhang Yuanshan mused, Miss, aren't you worried about giving him Fuguang? Mu Juexian replied calmly, what is there to worry about? At least in this realm, the subordinates of the Emperor of the Floating Dawn can't reach us. Even if they do, I'll kill them all and feed them to Xiao Chen's bugs. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head with a wry smile and brought up another matter. I've sensed that the bloodthirsty worms in Xiao Chen's body have surged to nearly 200 million. At this rate, it's impossible to achieve this with just those beast corpses. It's completely different from the records. And how can he handle controlling so many bloodthirsty worms? Mu Juexian pondered. The records mention that bloodthirsty worms once caused a world-ending calamity, but that was a natural reset, not human manipulation. It's extremely difficult for cultivators to breed them, so Xiao Chen's situation is indeed unique. However, I only care that his soul remains his own, and that's enough for me. Zhang Yuanshan sighed. When Xiao Chen emerges from the Tianyuan secret realm, things will be turned upside down, controlling an endless swarm of bloodthirsty worms. Even your old rivals will be trembling in fear. Miss? Mu Juexian stood up and gazed at the sky, speaking softly. It's too early to talk about that. By the way, the Tianjiao camp will soon send them into the wilderness, and I expect someone will make a move. Have Xiao Mao Mao follow, and protect him in secret. If anyone goes too far, regardless of who is behind it, wipe out the Jiang family. Tianyuan community is located southwest of the main base of the Jiangnan military district, beyond the 18th Ring Road, and is not considered a prime location. The Sun family moved here from Linsong City and recently secured the position of vice president of the mining association under the influence of Lu Chun, establishing a firm foothold. Today is the grand birthday of the family patriarch, Sun Jinue. Although the family wanted to celebrate in a grand manner, The old man insisted on keeping it low-key, only inviting close relatives. As the sun set, the banquet had yet to begin. Sun Chi was urged to go to the artificial lake in the backyard, where he found the old man leisurely fishing. He softly inquired about the start time of the banquet, but the old man calmly replied, "What's the rush? We'll wait for Lu Chun." As night fell, Sun Jinyue suddenly felt something and walked towards the entrance. Sure enough, Lu Chun was approaching slowly, and the family members quickly went to greet him. Lu Chun apologized. "It's the old man's birthday, and I'm late. I'll punish myself with 3 cups later." During the banquet, everyone enjoyed themselves. After the meal, Sun Jinyue took Lu Chun for a walk by the lake, expressing his desire to retire and enjoy his old age at the age of 170. He solemnly reiterated the Sun family's eternal loyalty to Lu Chun, but noticed a peculiar expression on the young man's face. Lu Chun teased with a smile, "Old son, you want to retire, but have you asked for my opinion?" With that, he took out an ornate box and handed it over. Sun Jinyue opened the box, and a rich fragrance filled the air. Inside lay a dark-colored pill. "What is this?" Sun Jinyue asked, puzzled. "A breakthrough pill," Lu Chun replied calmly. The old man initially nodded, then looked as if he had been struck by lightning, stammering, "Breakthrough pill? Stuck in the 9th heaven for decades." Sun Jinyue stared at the brocade box in his hand, his eyes filled with struggle. He had exhausted every method to break through to the Grandmaster realm, but all his efforts were in vain. The gap seemed insurmountable. No matter how hard someone with insufficient talent tried, it was futile. He had long given up, but today, he unexpectedly received the legendary breakthrough pill. "Xiaochen, is this really the breakthrough pill?" Sun Jinyue asked in a trembling voice, afraid he was dreaming. Lu Chen smiled and explained that he had won it from Ming Tianming and intended to give it to the old man as a birthday gift. Sun Jinyue took a few deep breaths, suppressing his inner desire, and pushed the brocade box back. "This is too precious. I can't accept it." Lu Chen didn't take the box back. Instead, he said earnestly, "Old master, you are my elder. Sun Qi is my brother, and Sun Qinyin is my sworn sister. In my heart, you are already family." Sun Jinyue was overwhelmed with emotion and momentarily speechless. Having dealt with countless people, he could naturally tell that Lu Chen's words were sincere. Finally, he accepted the brocade box and swallowed the pill. As the pill entered his body, Sun Jinyue felt a transformation occurring in every part of his being. A scorching energy surged through him, forming crimson rays of light above his head. Spiritual energy within 100 meters gathered into a funnel, pouring madly into his body. While Lu Chun stood guard, a streak of light approached. The newcomer introduced himself as Yang Fan, the patrol officer of the West City Division of the main base. After a few glances at Lu Chun, Yang Fan warmly stated that there was no need for an investigation as long as Lu Chun was present, but they would need to follow up with registration. After Yang Fan left, Sun Jinyue finally completed his breakthrough. Excitedly, he suggested sparring with Lu Chun and laughed. "Xiao Chun, I know you're strong, but do you not realize that beneath a Grandmaster, all are mere ants?" The third matter, and the most important Oni at the lakeside villa, Sun Qinyin, with a serious expression, presided over the family meeting. Sun Qi, sitting idly next to her, listened as his aunt continued. "The family will send people in batches to the 3 major war zones of Wuxiang, Qinluo, and Modu to gather information on minerals and metals, especially rare materials. We need to conduct in-depth investigations into mining cities like Linsong." As soon as she finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. A few senior members of the Sun family looked puzzled. One elder, representing the group, asked, "Family head, the last large-scale purchase of Wujian magnetic stone has already strained our cash flow. Now, we're sending people to the 3 major war zones to conduct investigations, which will be costly. What's the point? What exactly is our family planning?" This question voiced the concerns of everyone present. Since Linsong, the Sun family had been acquiring Wujian magnetic stone, yet no one knew the reason. Earlier dissenters were dealt with by the old master, Sun Jinyue. Now, with the old master retired and Sun Qinyin in charge, they finally dared to ask. Sun Qinyin stared directly at the questioner, her own uncle. Under her cold gaze, he recalled the fate of several colleagues who had been killed, feeling a chill down his spine and breaking into a cold sweat. "It doesn't matter," Sun Qinyin said calmly, standing up and looking around the room. "How do you think our Sun family established itself at the main base? How did we secure the vice-chairman position of the mining association? How have we maintained our current foundation? Setting all that aside, our family's most powerful martial technique has been upgraded from the 6th rank of the yellow class to the 8th rank of the profound class, and we have a 3rd rank profound class, Yunhai formation. All these were gifts from Lu Chun," she continued. "On the night we first arrived at the main base, my father remarked, I spent my whole life just getting the Sun family out of the mud and establishing us in Linsong. But tonight, Xiao Chun has brought the true foundation for our family's rise. These things might mean little to Lu Chen, but to the outside world, they are treasures that even master-level families dream of. They have given our Sun family the foundation of a powerful master family. Only time is needed. Sun Chunyan's gaze swept across the faces of the attendees like a knife. After a moment of silence, she said coldly, I know some of you think staying in Linsong is good enough. But with the tense situation at the Grey Mist Sea, if the defensive line is breached, Linsong will be in grave danger. Besides, Linsong is too small. The Sun family will never produce a master there. She then looked at Sun Qi. He grinned confidently. The eldest son now apprenticed under Shanji Yuan in the virtual god realm and was rapidly advancing in his cultivation, with the master realm within reach. I will say this only once. If anyone harbors second thoughts again, don't blame me for wielding the butcher's knife. Sun Qinyan finished coldly and was about to sit down to continue the discussion when she suddenly stood up and headed straight for the artificial lake behind the villa. Sun Qi was a moment slower to react, but upon sensing the disturbance and noticing the anomaly outside the window, he immediately understood the old master was advancing to the master level. Overjoyed, he was about to follow but stopped at the door, turning back to the others. Ninth uncle, you asked what the point of all this was for the family. My answer is starting today. The Sun family is a master family. When Sun Qi reached the lakeside, he saw Sun Qinyan intently watching the distant lake surface. The ground trembled slightly, and huge waves surged continuously in the lake. Activating his spiritual power, Sun Qi saw the battle at the heart of the lake. Two figures clashed repeatedly, one of whom had hair and beard flying wildly, exuding an aura of grandeur, with a shield of clear, water-like light surrounding his body. Great-grandfather? Sun Qi was stunned. Although the figure wore Sun Jinyue's clothes and had gray hair, his face looked much younger, almost like an immortal sage. Master's lifespan, 500 years, Sun Qinyan remarked enviously, then chuckled. Xiao Chun is quite bold, daring to challenge a master at the merging aperture stage. Aunt, you might be surprised, but Brother Lu is very strong. Sun Qi laughed. If I remember correctly, that winner, Wang Tianming, once defeated a master. Later, he fought Lu Chun in the virtual god realm and got decapitated. Impossible. Sun Qinyan shook her head, her gaze unwavering. There's a saying you must know beneath the master level. All are ants. At this moment, the battlefield on the lake was indeed unfavorable for Lu Chun. Sun Jinyue stood with a calm demeanor, surrounded by a spiritual aura. He effortlessly parried Lu Chen's fierce attacks with one hand while the other rested leisurely behind his back. Under the cloak of night, the turbulent lake mirrored their intense confrontation. Xiao Chun, your attacks are indeed strong, Sun Jinyue remarked as he effortlessly deflected Lu Chen's onslaught. But the realm of a Grandmaster is a leap in the level of life itself. Its power far exceeds your imagination. He moved with an unhurried grace, seemingly unaffected by Lu Chen's advanced footwork technique. Is that your Earth-level movement technique? It really impressed me back in Linsong City. Had I not advanced to Grandmaster, you might have worn me down. But now things are quite different. As he finished speaking, Sun Jinyue suddenly turned, almost as if he had eyes on his back, to block Lu Chen's surprise attack precisely. From the sky-soaring realm to Grandmaster, there's a barrier, the Spirit Sea Barrier. Once crossed, the spiritual consciousness breaks through the limits of the mind and can extend outside the body. Within 100 meters around me, nothing escapes my notice. Just as Sun Jinyue was about to continue his explanation, his eyebrows twitched, and he swiftly turned to strike with his palm. Magnetic interference, Xiao Chen? With your current magnetic field strength, it's ineffective against a Grandmaster's spiritual sense, and moreover, before he could finish, their fists and palms collided with a thunderous explosion. Sun Jinyue's eyes narrowed as he was forced back 3 steps, the last of which even landed him in the water, looking quite disheveled. Old man, my magnetic field isn't for interference. It's for amplification. Watch out. Lu Chen's voice echoed over the lake. As 12 blood acupoints activated, the spiritual energy within him surged like boiling magma, greatly enhancing the strength of his magnetic field. Again, Lu Chen shouted, charging at Sun Jinyue for close combat. The sound of their clashes was incessant, making the entire artificial lake seem like it was boiling. On the shore, Sun Qinyan stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom how the old man who had been lecturing moments ago was now struggling in battle. With the magnetic field's augmentation, Lu Chun moved like lightning, seemingly multiplying into dozens of figures, attacking Sun Jinyue from all angles. The old man was pushed to his limits, finding it difficult to discern the real attacks from the feints. Xiao Chen, it's time for me to strike back. Sun Jinyue finally set aside his restraint, shouting, let me show you the true power of a Grandmaster. In an instant, an invisible wave radiated from him. A bizarre scene unfolded. Water droplets around him defied gravity, hanging suspended in midair. And not just that, Lu Chun, who was within the sphere, Sun Jinyue felt an immense pressure suddenly weigh down on him, as if he were carrying a mountain. He realized that this was the true power of a Grandmaster of Field, created by breaking through the limits of one's spiritual awareness. This field not only amplified the Grandmaster's abilities, but also weakened their opponents. Looking at Lu Chun in the distance, he spoke earnestly. Shao Chun, remember this. When you encounter a Grandmaster in the future, attack from afar. Never enter their spiritual field, or defeat is certain. As he spoke, he used his field to immobilize Lu Chun. In a desperate moment, Sun Jinyue's speed increased dramatically. Though it couldn't match Lu Chen's magnetic teleportation, it was close. He shouted, Shao Chun, you've lost. And with the field's enhancement, he threw a powerful punch towards Lu Chen's shoulder. As the punch landed solidly, Sun Jinyue was shocked. Oh no, I might severely injure Shao Chun. But it was too late to pull back. A dull thud echoed, like a child hitting a solid wall with all their might. Sun Jinyue stood frozen, staring at Lu Chen's unharmed shoulder in disbelief. He asked, Shao Chun, your defense, is it invincible? How can someone at the fusion aperture stage have such a defense? Lu Chen chuckled. Old man, breaking through my defense is still a long way off for you. With that, he activated the remaining 12 primordial demon blood apertures within him. His entire body glowed with an intense red aura, his skin even exuding fine blood threads. Thousand-fold amplification. Lu Chun threw a punch, and the void emitted a pop sound, shattering like a mirror and forming countless tiny cracks, resembling a swarm of black fish swimming. The old man's reaction was impressively quick. Feeling the terrifying pressure, Sun Jinyue immediately summoned his Grandmaster-level protective aura, forming layers of defense in an instant. However, Lu Chen's punch force was like a wrecking ball, smashing through all obstacles. A series of explosive sounds echoed, like a row of falling dominoes. Shock once again appeared on the old man's face. The four-season cycle. The Winter Seal Fist. At this moment, Lu Chun had finally forced Sun Jinyue to use his ultimate technique. The four-season cycle fist, a high-level martial art almost reaching Earth tier, was a skill that Lu Chun had gifted him not long ago, which the old man had diligently practiced. With a thunderous roar, two terrifying energies clashed above the lake, creating a distorted rainbow glow. On the shore, dozens of meters away, Sun Qi and Sun Chenyin felt the ground beneath them tremble, with spiderweb-like cracks visibly forming. Shao Chun, so powerful. Sun Chenyin murmured as if in a dream. In her understanding, a Grandmaster should be invincible, far beyond the reach of anyone in the Void Realm, let alone someone in the Fusion Realm. She had thought this was just a lesson from the old man to Lu Chun, not expecting that the newly ascended Grandmaster, Sun Jinyue, would be forced to use his full strength and even his strongest technique. Sun Qi's face turned bitter as he muttered to himself, Damn it, Brother Lu is a monster. He thought that if it were him, he wouldn't last even 10 seconds against his great-grandfather. Then he consoled himself, I shouldn't underestimate myself. I'm already strong enough. There's no need to compare with a freak like Brother Lu. At the center of the lake, the two separated briefly. Just as Sun Jinyue was about to call a halt, Lu Chun relentlessly charged forward again. Old man, I'm not at my limit yet. Let's continue. Sun Jinyue was secretly alarmed. What does he mean by not at his limit? Is he bluffing? But outwardly, he snorted coldly, Bring it on. This old man will show you the vigor of my youth. His eyes filled with fighting spirit, confident that no one below a Grandmaster could defeat him. This was a universally acknowledged truth in the martial world, and he refused to believe he would lose. Continuing the fight would just be a matter of endurance. Could a Grandmaster possibly be outlasted by someone merely in the fusion realm? Fight! Sun Jinyue roared, unleashing his spiritual domain to the fullest and charging at Lu Chun with unstoppable momentum. At that moment, a sword light suddenly flashed, like a sliver of moonlight, capturing Sun Jinyue's entire attention. His mind went blank, and a flood of chaotic thoughts surged like a toxic mist. Vaguely, he saw a giant millstone grinding everything into oblivion, his soul seemingly being drawn into it. Bang! A sharp pain jolted Sun Jinyue back to reality, realizing that his shoulder had been struck by Lu Chun. A teasing voice reached his ears, Old man, daydreaming in a fight can be very costly. A figure was sent flying into the lake like a cannonball. Moments later, a drenched Sun Jinyue burst out of the water, roaring furiously. Just as he was about to charge at Lu Chun, who was hovering midair, he suddenly froze in fear. Lu Chun was now holding a tumper-long black baofuguang. The bow's ends were adorned with fierce dragon heads gripping the string. Seeing this, Sun Jinyue couldn't suppress a surge of immense terror. As Lu Chun drew the bowstring, the dragon heads seemed to come alive, their eyes glowing red like fire. Old man, this is my strongest arrow. Give me your judgment. Lu Chun called out. The four symbols prison arrow, an earth-tier martial art, had four distinct arrow forms. azure dragon for self-enhancement, white tiger for single targets, vermilion bird for group attacks, and black tortoise for defense. Lu Chun was now using the white tiger arrow. As a gift from his master, Lu Chun didn't fully understand the bow's power. He only knew that even at full strength, he could only draw it 1/5 of the way, sensing that it might still be sealed. As the thick bowstring vibrated, a blazing white arrow formed. Seeing this, Sun Zhenyue broke into a cold sweat, feeling a chilling dread and a sense of inescapability. In a desperate moment, he shouted, "Don't shoot! You'll kill me!" Before he finished, a streak of white light descended like a meteor. The old man was drenched in cold sweat, the near-death sensation almost stopping his heart. However, the arrow wasn't aimed at him but plunged into the lake. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed through the heavens and earth. As the white light entered the lake, the entire artificial lake lit up, turning into a blinding white expanse. On the shore, Sun Chi stared at the scene, feeling like he was in a dream, murmuring, "One arrow to break the dawn. The world turns white." Boom! A massive tremor erupted from the white lake, with waves growing larger by the second. In a few moments, the lake churned violently, sending waves several meters high. Sun Chi didn't dodge, allowing the water to drench him. Wiping his face casually, he looked at the godlike figure in the sky with admiration and shouted excitedly, "Brother Lu, you are my god." Beside him, Sun Qinyan was also soaked, her eyes filled with shock as she looked at Lu Chun. Then she noticed his pale face, seemingly exhausted, and quickly flew towards him. Reaching him, she saw him struggling to stand and immediately supported him without a word. "Sis," Lu Chun weakly spoke. The Fuguang Bao was far more powerful than he had imagined, draining him immensely. After that arrow, he was nearly spent. With Sun Qinyan's support, he no longer feared falling. At that moment, Sun Qinyan seemed to realize something, glancing down at herself and blushing. The lake water had soaked her clothes, revealing every contour. In her haste, she hadn't considered whether Lu Chun noticed. Blushing, Sun Qinyan discreetly used her spiritual energy to evaporate the water from her clothes. After a soft acknowledgement, she continued to support him, flying towards the shore. Shenwu City, the stronghold of the Jiang family. From early morning, a sudden heavy snowfall blanketed most of the Jiangnan war zone. Snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, gently fell, cloaking Shenwu City in a layer of silver. The main gate of the Jiang family's ancestral home opened, and a middle-aged man in ornate clothing stepped out, his brows furrowed. In a flash, he disappeared into the vast whiteness. Jiang Tengxiao weaved through the crowded streets, each step covering dozens of meters, moving like a swift breeze. In less than 10 minutes, he reached the garden area in the northern part of Shenwu City. The outer area was bustling with visitors, and many martial artists mingled among them. "We're here," Jiang Tengxiao whispered, heading deeper into the garden. As he ventured further, people occasionally reminded him kindly that this was the forbidden area of the Jiang family. He simply smiled and continued on. Soon, a pavilion blocked his path. Inside, a martial artist of Grandmaster level was sitting cross-legged. Sensing the arrival, the martial artist opened his eyes in annoyance, ready to scold, but suddenly stood up in fear and said, "Servant Song Beiyong, at your service, patriarch." Jiang Tengxiao nodded slightly. "It's fine, continue your watch." With that, he stepped directly into the forbidden area. This place was rarely visited, covered in a pristine layer of snow, with occasional low-level fierce beasts appearing. Jiang Tengxiao's feet left no trace in the snow as he moved faster and faster. A few minutes later, a lake spanning hundreds of acres came into view. Snowflakes melted before touching the water, as if there was an invisible barrier. In the middle of the lake, a small island could be seen, lush and shrouded in mist. Jiang Tengxiao walked along the shore and soon saw an old, worn-out boat. Next to it stood an old man wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, fishing. Jiang Tengxiao approached and bowed. "Jiang Tengxiao, the 13th head of the Jiang family, requesting passage to Shenwu Island." The old man seemed oblivious, focused on his float. Suddenly, water splashed as a large purple fish, wrapped in lightning, was caught. The old man put away his catch and turned with a smile. "Ah, little Tengxiao, I remember holding you when you were born 200 years ago." The old man's face was like tree bark, with missing yellow teeth, and most strangely, his eyes were just 2 lumps of flesh. Before Jiang Tengxiao could speak, the old man continued, "You don't need to go to Shenwu Island. The ancestors asked me to relay a message to you." Jiang Tengxiao quickly bowed. "Thank you. I am all ears." The old man conveyed the message from the 3 ancestors. "Cease the conflict with the Batian society and retract your forces. Withdraw from the outer battlefield, and thoroughly investigate any dealings with the Ancient God Society and the East Sea Dragon Clan." The last point clearly showed their dissatisfaction with Jiang Tengxiao. Jiang Tengxiao felt a chill to his core, but the old man laughed. "Little Tengxiao, Why are you so worried? You have protectors among the higher-ups. Your life is not at risk. Besides, the ancestors often disagree among themselves. You'll have to weigh your options. Jiang Tengxiao let out a bitter smile. Jiang Tengxiao took a few steps closer to the old man. With a respectful bow, Jiang Tengxiao spoke. 14th uncle, I must confess, I am puzzled by your last two statements. Could you enlighten me? The old man chuckled, baited his hook, and cast his line again, his gaze drifting northward. There was a hint of resignation in his voice. It's that old fox from the Ying family. He's about to descend upon Jiangnan. Jiang Tengxiao was perplexed. But isn't he coming to Jiangnan to kill Mu Juexian of the Batian Society? Wouldn't that be good for our Jiang family? Good? My foot. The old man spat. That old fox from the Ying family. Killing Mu Juexian is just the first step. He aims to seize power across the land. Once he's dealt with Mu Juexian, his first target will be our Jiang family, then the other 6 great families. After that, he plans to march his army beyond our borders to unify all 9 regions completely. The old man was so indignant that he couldn't even focus on his fishing. Jiang Tengxiao suddenly understood. No wonder they had ceased their conflict with the Batian Society, retracted the Jiang family's forces, and even withdrawn from the border battles. Compared to the Ying family, Lu Chun, the Batian Society, and Mu Juexian were insignificant. The greatest crisis for the Jiang family was imminent. Can the Ying family really achieve all that? Jiang Tengxiao couldn't help but ask. The old man sighed and shook his head. It all depends on whether Mu Juexian of the Batian Society can hold out, but I doubt it. After a moment of silence, he turned to Jiang Tengxiao with a mysterious air. By the way, let me tell you something. That Lu Chun from the Batian Society is no ordinary person. When one of our ancestors tried to read his fate, he suffered a terrible backlash and nearly lost his life. This incident alarmed another ancestor, who left the island personally to investigate Lu Chun. That young man might be a terrifying forbidden warrior. Jiang Tengxiao's mind raced. If Lu Chun is indeed a forbidden warrior, didn't we decide to stop fighting the Batian Society? Why investigate him? That would be the best outcome. The old man laughed. 2 forbidden warriors with limit-breaking talents. Do you know how precious such material is? He glanced at the bewildered Jiang Tengxiao and shook his head. You're still too weak to understand these things. Those forbidden warriors are like supreme elixirs, immensely powerful. They could even be the key to unlocking the divine realm. If the Jiang family had someone in the divine realm, why would we fear that old fox from the Ying family? Jiangnan War Zone, Linsong City. 30 miles east of the city, not far from the main road, lies an artificially arranged mimicry ground. It was once used for martial exams. A feather-shaped flying artifact sliced through the sky, coming to a steady halt above the abandoned martial exam grounds. Jiang Yin, the elder of the Jiang family, sat cross-legged with the Bagua symbols rotating in his eyes. The 16th elder, Jiang Yoji, stood respectfully by his side, his expression filled with fear. Jiang Yin slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated viewing platform below. With a light wave of his feather fan, an invisible force enveloped the entire area. Under Jiang Yoji's astonished gaze, the surrounding scene began to rewind rapidly. Too slow. Speed it up, Jiang Yin said calmly. The scene rewound at a rapid pace until it reached the moment the martial exam began. The figure of Lu Qian appeared, using his earth-level movement technique to rush towards the inner circle. Jiang Yin watched with interest, a slight smile playing on his lips. The scene of Lu Qian battling a second-tier ferocious beast unfolded before them. Jiang Yoji immediately noticed something unusual. Reporting to the elder, the speed of this hunt does not match the intelligence we received. Just as Jiang Yin was about to speak, the scene flickered violently. Moments later, it shattered like a mirror, plunging into darkness. A pale crescent moon rose quietly, its eerie glow watching the two of them like a ghostly eye. This is bad. It's the work of that old witch. Jiang Yan's expression changed drastically as he grabbed Jiang Yoji, ready to flee. A ghostly sword light swept across. At the critical moment, Jiang Yan threw out several of his most treasured items, but they were effortlessly destroyed. The sword's light dimmed slightly but remained unstoppable. Jiang Yan's face changed dramatically, and with a low roar, his eyes left his body. The black and white pupils intertwined to form a yin-yang fish, which then transformed into a massive Bagua symbol, blocking the sword's light. Boom! The collision of the two forces was silent but immensely powerful. The martial arts examination area was instantly leveled, even sinking dozens of meters. Jiang Yan and Jiang Yoji were flung far away, in a miserable state. Jiang Yan's eye sockets were empty, blood tears streaming down his face as he roared in pain. Damn it! How can that old witch be so powerful? Centuries of cultivation, all destroyed. Jiang Yoji, trembling with lingering fear, asked, Ancestor, should we still investigate the other places? Jiang Yin turned around, killing intent surging in his hollow eye sockets. Investigate? Are you asking me to die? He stepped closer. Let me ask you. Was the assassination of Lu Chun handled cleanly? Zhang Yuji shivered all over, ancestor. Yes, everything was taken care of. Zhang Yin sneered. Is that so? Then why do I still see a living witness? With that, he placed his hand on Jiang Yoji's head. You have given your all for the Jiang family. It's time for you to die. Terrified, Jiang Yoji's consciousness plunged into darkness before he could speak. Jiang Yin disposed of the body and was about to leave when the surroundings suddenly darkened. He trembled all over. She's here. Please, don't kill me. A beam of sword light sliced through the void. The patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Yin, fell. In the Wenxin pavilion, Mu Juexian was lost in thought, holding a mahjong tile. After a long while, she murmured, "This two of circles really does look like a pair of eyeballs." The next day, the blizzard had slightly subsided. The sky remained gloomy, and the temperature had dropped even further. At the west gate of the Jiangnan war zone, the place was bustling with people and caravans coming and going. In front of Passage 13, a large caravan was registering, with the flag bearing the characters Changyuan flapping vigorously in the cold wind. Nearby merchants were ecstatic, excitedly discussing the arrival of this top-tier merchant guild from the Chuxiang war zone. In the center of the caravan, on the back of a 100-meter-long lava turtle, several luxurious villas stood majestically. In the middle of an ancient-style pavilion, melodious music from a zither filled the air. A stunningly beautiful woman was playing the zither, while an elderly man with a wrinkled face and a white cloth hanging from his right arm knelt on the ground. Master Liang, this trip might be risky. Perhaps we should wait until the church's experts are all here before taking action, the woman gently advised. I can't wait any longer. Liang Jian cried out in anguish. My son died a horrible death, yet Lu Chun still lives. Every night when I sleep, I feel like I can hear my son's wails. The woman stopped playing the zither and turned to look at the old man. Master Liang, although you are a 7th-level Grandmaster archer, please think carefully before you act. Once Lu Chun is executed, I will send someone to assist you. With that, she took out a 4th-grade earth-tier bow, the sky-splitting bow. I bestow this divine bow upon you. Liang Jian was overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, my lady. I am willing to lay down my life for the church. After the old man left, a sound of applause suddenly came from a corner of the pavilion. A scantily clad, seductive woman seemed to appear out of thin air, speaking in a mocking tone. You really live up to the name Qinshi. A height-ear weapon, just given away like that? Your way of winning people over is unmatched among us official members. Liang Jian must be so moved. She might shed a tear or two. She swayed her slender waist, gently fanning herself, and approached like a snake. Glancing out the window, she chuckled. What's this big mission that brought the two of us from the Chuxiang war zone to Jiangnan? Qin Yin, we're already here, and you still won't tell me? The sound of a Qin filled the room again. Dressed in a gauze dress, Qin Yin plucked the strings for a moment before speaking calmly. When it comes to winning people over, I'm no match for you. Spreading your legs, even the elders of the sect fall for you. You. The seductive woman was furious, glaring at Qin Yin. But then she covered her mouth with her fan and laughed. What's the matter? Feeling envious? Some people, over 100 years old, and still haven't tasted a man. It's truly sad. If you're that desperate, you can come to me. I'll introduce you to some top-quality men. The internal factions of the ancient god sect were numerous, and the two of them had never gotten along, often quarreling. Qin Yin remained unfazed by the vulgar words, continuing to strum her qin, and said indifferently, your codename is Princess, but I think public bus suits you better. Oh, do you know what that means? It was a popular mode of transport a few hundred years ago, where anyone could get on. The room fell silent. After a moment, Princess glared at Qin Yin, her eyes cold. If you won't tell me the mission, I'm leaving. Seeing Qin Yin still calmly playing her qin, her disgust grew, and she turned to leave. From behind came Qin Yin's calm voice. There are two tasks this time. First, the ancestor of the Ying family is coming to Jiangnan to battle Mu Juexian. We have a lot to do, like sowing discord between the Ying and Jiang families, ideally leading to a full-scale war and causing Jiangnan to split from Daxia. The second task comes from the ancient god's decree. Hearing those words, Princess turned abruptly, her expression a mix of shock and uncertainty. As an official member, she knew well what the ancient god's decree signified. In the past 600 years, there had only been 3 such decrees. The last one was nearly 200 years ago. The ancient god's decree? Kill Lu Chun. After leaving the attic, Liang Jian jumped off the lava earth turtle and gazed at the towering walls of the main base. His eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent. Liang Jian knew his enemy was living freely inside the city. My son is dead, yet you live on merrily. Each word was like a soul-reaping curse. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and disappeared into the crowd. Avenging himself within the main base of the war zone was impossible, but that was fine. Tomorrow, the survival battle for the elite camp's advancement would begin, and Lu Chun would be among the participants. Carrying the sky-splitting bow, Liang Jian headed towards the distant forest. His heart seethed with rage. You little bastard, let's see how long you can survive. Although he was only at the 7th level of Grandmaster, he was far superior to the sword-bearers produced by the church's secret techniques. Moreover, he was a master archer feared in the martial arts world. Such talent usually only appeared in the military. Liang Jian was not only extraordinarily gifted, but also highly compatible with the ancient divine church's methods. Though merely a Grandmaster, he was already a significant asset under Qin Yan's command. Thus, Qin Yan granted his request and even gifted him a high-tier weapon. Liang Jian entered the dense forest, rapidly approaching the elite camp. His figure blended seamlessly with his surroundings, moving silently and unnoticed. The wilderness is my domain. He had once killed a 3rd-level Grandmaster in the forest, causing heavy casualties among those who tried to surround him. Now, armed with the height-ear's sky-splitting bow, he was even more confident in dealing with a 5th-level Grandmaster. After finding a vantage point, Liang Jian held his breath, suppressing all his killing intent. His body temperature synchronized with the environment, becoming cold and emotionless like a machine. He slowly entered a meditative state, his peripheral vision subtly observing the elite camp. The next morning, at the training ground of the Jiangnan elite camp, the advancing participants began to gather. When Lu Chun and his 2 companions arrived, Lin Xia was already behind Song Qifeng, nodding in their direction. This survival battle sure is high profile, Sun Qi whispered, looking around. Last time, there wasn't even a speech at the opening, but this time there is. Shi Chuanxiu, as usual, held his thermos cup, looking indifferent. Lu Chun, on the other hand, glanced at Jiang Wushuang, who was approaching from the side. A faint voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. A monster from the gray mist sea has come ashore, targeting you. I advise you to give up the survival battle. Also, this has nothing to do with the Jiang family. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze back to Song Qifeng, who showed no sign of noticing anything unusual. He marveled at Jiang Wushuang's secret technique. None of the many grandmasters present had detected it. The gray mist sea. Lu Chun recalled by Weizhou. When he came to Jiangnan, Uncle Bai had been transferred to the gray mist seafront. A few days ago, Qiu Yuanlong had checked on him and reported that everything was fine. Jiang Wushuang's intelligence was likely accurate, but giving up the survival battle was not an option. That would mean losing eligibility for the elite rankings and missing the opportunity to enter the Tianyuan secret realm. Lu Chen couldn't fathom why the Gray Mist Sea would take such a risk to target him. Besides the Jiang family and the ancient divine church, he seemed to have no other enemies. Could it be the East Sea Dragon clan? He looked towards Ao Feng in the distance. The latter noticed his gaze and forced a smile to show goodwill. Furthermore, Qiu Yuanlong had mentioned 2 days ago that the East Sea Dragon clan was sincerely trying to mend relations, so their tribute was naturally accepted. As Lu Chen's thoughts churned, Shi Chuanxiu suddenly spoke. Oh, you're talking about the Gray Mist Sea. He looked at the puzzled Sun Qi and chuckled. What's interesting about the Gray Mist Sea? It's full of monsters. Seeing Lu Chun also turn his head, Shi Chuanxiu became more enthusiastic. Oh, Brother Lu is interested too? Then let me tell you. He leisurely took a sip of tea and cleared his throat. The Gray Mist Sea, as the name suggests, is an area shrouded in gray mist. But don't think it's just the sea outside Jiangnan. To be precise, except for Xia, the entire planet is covered in gray mist. Sun Qi was immediately intrigued and eagerly said, I've read about this in web novels. The gray mist can't come in because there's a steel at the border suppressing it, and it's beyond Huaxia, gods and demons are forbidden. As soon as Sun Qi finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the surroundings. Not only did Lu Chun and the others look at him with strange expressions, but even the surrounding talented individuals were staring at him in shock. Lin Xia was the first to step back a few paces, followed closely by Lu Chun and Shi Chuanxiu, who distanced themselves from Sun Qi. Song Qifeng gazed at the bewildered Sun Qi and said, Which team are you from? Please don't stand here. It was only then that Sun Qi realized he had been completely carried away, practically shouting. His forced bravado and exaggerated expressions made the situation even more awkward. Lu Chun chuckled. I admit, your words were pretty bold, but could you keep it down next time, Fu? Lin Xia added. No need for a monument. Your voice alone could intimidate gods and demons. Shi Chuanxiu merely smiled without saying a word, while Sun Qi looked utterly bewildered. Song Qifeng then said seriously, Beyond the gray mist sea, there are no monuments, only a great wall built of flesh and blood. He turned to Shi Chuanxiu. Of course, I've only fought there, and don't know why the gray mist hasn't invaded Xia. If you know anything, I'd like to hear it. Shi Chuanxiu quickly waved his hand. Cough, cough. I don't know either. There are a few safe zones deep within the Grey Mist Sea, and even secret paths leading into Decisive. He glanced slyly at Lu Chun. I was just trying to impress Sun Chi with stories about the monsters in the Grey Mist Sea. Since Instructor Song has been to the front lines, you should tell us. I wouldn't dare show off. Song Chiefing pondered for a moment and then said solemnly, this planet doesn't only have Decisive. After the world changed, other countries developed things similar to martial arts, such as abilities, bloodlines, shamans, and the Radiant Temple. Some were incredibly powerful, rivaling our martial arts. Do you know what happened to them? Sun Chi eagerly asked. What happened? Don't keep us in suspense, Master Song. Song Chiefing shook his head. Those nations were all invaded by the Grey Mist and were completely destroyed. Sun Chi excitedly said. All those countries fell, but Decisive still stands? There must be some force protecting us. Lu Chen interjected. Master Song. Are the monsters in the Grey Mist Sea the evolved beings from those countries? Song Chiefing nodded. Yes. Xiao Chun. You guessed it right. Whether they were ability users, bloodline holders, or the so-called Radiant Temple Knights, under the invasion of the Grey Mist, they all turned into monsters. These beings have a collective name. Grey Mist variants. Shi Chuanqiu quickly added, those Grey Mist variants are strange too. They have intelligence in human form, but when they fully unleash their power, they turn into all sorts of bizarre creatures, losing their minds but increasing in strength. They're not too hard to deal with. He observed Lu Chen's reaction while speaking. Brother Lu, you better listen carefully. We've gone to great lengths to ensure you won't be scared. Grey Mist variants are like fish, and the Grey Mist is their water. Once they come ashore, they continuously weaken. The stronger the variant, the faster it weakens. On the other hand, Grandmasters and Masters last a bit longer. However, instead of looking relieved, Lu Chen gazed at Shi Chuanqiu and said, actually, you could have just told me directly. Shi Chuanqiu was taken aback and quickly took a sip of water to calm himself. At that moment, a rumbling noise came from the sky. They looked up to see an elaborately designed helicopter speeding towards them. Sun Chi's eyes lit up. It's the military's Zhurong 9 transport helicopter, capable of holding 10,000 people. Song Chiefing nodded and suddenly asked, by the way, none of you are afraid of heights, right? Sun Chi turned to him in shock. Master Song. Do you mean we have to jump ourselves? Song Chiefing smiled. That's right. You'll be jumping on your own. There are 4 of you. Pair up and jump together. Lin Xia immediately took a step towards Lu Chun, standing beside him with her hands nervously twisting her clothes. Shi Chuanqiu cheerfully walked over to Sun Chi, winking, Chi, give me your hand. Let's get used to it first. The Heart Pavilion. After tidying up the tea stall, Zhang Yuanshan stood up from the stone bridge and made his way to the center of the village. Under the large peach tree, the crisp sound of mahjong tiles echoed. Mu Juexian gently stroked the tiles and asked calmly, how's Xiaochen doing? Ever since Lu Qian became her disciple, her once peaceful life had been stirred. Killing someone like Jiang Yin, the ancestor who could reverse time from the Jiang family, was just a pastime. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled. It indeed has something to do with Xiao Chen. An aberrant creature has come ashore from the Grey Mist Sea, targeting him. Mu Juexian frowned slightly and withdrew her hand from the tiles. The 3 women at the table immediately stood up. One turned into a shadow, one merged into her brow, and the last one hurriedly integrated into the 100-meter peach tree. The tree came to life instantly, its roots transforming into giant feet, thundering away while petals scattered in all directions. Zhang Yuanshan, you scoundrel. This isn't something we should be hearing. We're just playing mahjong, not risking our lives. The peach tree shouted as it ran. Mu Juexian's lips curled into a smile as she caught a few petals and asked, is it news about the 3rd one? Yes. The young girl has gone on a rampage in the Grey Mist domain, leading people in a fierce battle against the emissaries of the Radiant Temple in the far west. It's causing quite a stir. Mu Juexian stood up and said calmly, tell her to be careful. The source of the Grey Mist is a method to deal with me, and top-tier aberrant creatures do have some strength. She walked into the rain of peach blossoms, her voice drifting. Their move against Xiao Chen means they are aware of the bloodthirsty worm and are afraid. But no worries, Xiao Chen has Xiao Mao Mao secretly protecting him, and I am here to guard the Great Xia. The Grey Mist can't get in. Just as her figure was about to disappear, she suddenly appeared beside Zhang Yuanshan. We need to speed things up. Help Patriarch and unify the 9 domains. He can be Xiao Chen's vanguard. Conveniently, he plans to come to Jiangnan to kill me soon. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head and smiled. Miss, hearing you say that makes one look forward to it. Recalling something amusing, the old man's smile grew wider. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan War Zone's Tianjiao camp, the massive Zhurong Model 9 transport aircraft landed, and 543 talents boarded. Song Chiefing called Lu Qian and 3 others over, his expression serious. Before I explain the survival battle rules, there's something else I need to say. He glanced over the 4 of them. and seeing their attentive expressions, he began. First, prioritize your lives. Never push yourselves too hard. This examination will take place in a real wilderness, far from the city, unswept and full of dangers. Even I, a Grandmaster, wouldn't dare stay there long. From his brief description, the four's expressions turned solemn as they grasped information not covered in textbooks. 600 years after the world changed, despite the flourishing martial arts of Great Xia and a population nearing 10 billion, they were still a drop in the ocean compared to the beasts outside the city. The number of deadly zones, ferocious beasts, and monsters was countless, and exploration was limited. Sun Chi suddenly realized, no wonder even the main base, such a giant city, needs 100-meter-high walls to fend off beast tides. Shi Chuanxiu took a sip of water and smiled. Don't worry too much, beast tides are rare now. It's very safe as long as you stay in the city. Hundreds of years ago, patriarch cleansed Great Xia and even forced several beast kings to sign a treaty. Song Chifeng nodded in confirmation, but emphasized it only applied within the city. He continued, second, the wilderness primarily has three major threats: ferocious beasts, plant demons, and scavengers. Pay special attention to plant demons. A beautiful flower field could be a death trap. Since the world changed, some plants have become more terrifying than beasts. Shi Chuanxiu interjected. I heard there's a giant willow tree in Great Xia that even Patriarch can't defeat. Sun Chi was shocked. Really? Patriarch can't beat it? Song Chifeng glared at the two. Are you chatterboxes? Lu Chen chuckled. You're like a comedy duo, one cracking jokes, the other playing along. Quite a pair. Lin Xia added. I don't approve of this match. Sun Chi is a married man. Next, Song Chifeng carefully explained several methods to identify plant demons again. He concluded, remember two things. The quieter the place, the more likely there are ghosts. The more vibrant the plant, the more dangerous it is. Then, with a serious expression, Song Chifeng mentioned scavengers. Like us, they are also warriors, mostly outlaws or members of shady organizations. However, they tend to avoid officials and aren't the biggest threat. Amid the engine's roar, Song Chifeng handed out a few wristbands. These are for scoring purposes. Do not remove them. The rules are simple. The more fierce beasts you kill, the higher your score. The assessment ends in half a month. Seeing the four of them put on the wristbands, he added, in emergencies, you can teleport to a safe zone, but it will be considered forfeiting the assessment. Sun Chi rolled his eyes and asked, can I just tag along with Brother Lu and slack off? Lin Xia and Shi Chuanxiu quickly echoed his sentiment. Song Chifeng nodded, you can, but it's not recommended. Warriors must face crises. Avoiding them won't lead to the top. Sun Chi grinned, I get it. But my teacher said that for mental warriors, the most important thing is to find reliable companions. And luckily, my companions are the best. Song Chifeng was momentarily stunned, his gaze sweeping over the group, stirring complex emotions within him. He remembered his old comrades, now gone, leaving him alone. He softly said, you're right. Good luck to all of you. 3 hours later, the transport aircraft reached the destination. As the hatch opened, a knife-like cold wind rushed in. Song Chifeng shouted, you can jump now. Remember, survival is the priority. Some weaker candidates jumped first, trying to avoid Lu Chen and other strong contenders. Song Chifeng reminded them again, 2 minutes until the door closes. If you don't jump, it will be considered a forfeit. Shi Chuanxiu teased Sun Chi. Chi, give me your hand. Sun Chi roared, get lost. No man touches my hand. Then he turned to Lu Chen, Brother Lu, if I can't find you, you have to come save me. With that, he closed his eyes and jumped. Shi Chuanxiu followed closely. Chi, if you jump, I jump. Lu Chen was stunned. Master Song, they won't die, right? Song Chifeng laughed. Don't worry, the parachutes will deploy automatically at a certain altitude. Lu Chen was taken aback. Master Song, you're joking now too? Behind Lu Chen, Lin Xia was completely frozen. Her head, which had been lowered, mechanically lifted up, staring straight at Song Chifeng. My hard-earned opportunity just slipped away? Couldn't you have waited a bit before saying that? In Lin Xia's mind, a frantic voice laughed almost maniacally. She felt both excited and anxious, nearly losing control. Deep inside, a voice screamed, you can totally give me control of the body. I'll take what I want by force. Why beat around the bush? Lin Xia's mouth twitched as she struggled to suppress the urge to retort. She looked at Lu Chen, hesitated, then finally stomped her foot and dashed towards the hatch, leaping out as if to vent her frustration. Lu Chen watched in confusion, turning to Song Chifeng and asking, what's up with class leader Lin? She's acting really weird. Song Chifeng's eyes darkened at the question, his tone ominous as he warned, keep yapping and I'll kick you out myself. Having barely escaped death at the hands of a woman, he had become extremely sensitive. Lu Chen was taken aback and quickly asked with concern, are you alright, Master Song? With that, he too jumped out of the transport aircraft. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the wilderness, Liang Zhiyin was frantically running, covered in mud, decaying leaves, and even blood. His inner rage made him growl quietly, "Damn it. You really deserve to die. It's just a trial. Do you have to go so far?" A few hours earlier, when he saw the Zhurong 9 transport aircraft appear over the Tianjiao camp, he knew something was wrong. The presence of such a long-distance transport meant his target was already far away. As an expert marksman, Liang Zhiyin was unbeatable in the wilderness. But now the person he needed to kill was hundreds of miles away. Grinding his teeth, he cursed under his breath, "You little pest, just wait." After venting his anger, Liang Zhiyin set off in the determined direction, beginning a long pursuit. Despite being a 7th-level master capable of flying, he had to stay hidden in the wilderness and rely on his legs to avoid detection. At the same time, at the entrance of Tianjiao camp, Mao Fu arrived happily with a lollipop, only to find the place empty. Ignoring everything else, she concealed herself and interrogated a master. Upon learning that Lu Chun had left on a Zhurong 9 10 minutes earlier, she was dumbfounded. Great. This was a task personally assigned by my master, and I lost track of my junior brother. Suddenly, the lollipop in her hand lost its flavor. She had only gone to the main base for a quick snack, not expecting to miss something so important. After confirming her identity and the direction, Mao Fu immediately took out her flying artifact to pursue them. However, as soon as she ascended into the air, she looked around in confusion. Wait, which way is southwest, then east? I'm terrible with directions. After Lu Qin jumped, Song Qifeng stood by the cabin door, gazing at the vast sea of clouds below. He chuckled to himself, 7,300 meters up in the air. Now that's exhilarating. Squinting his eyes, Song Qifeng took in the breathtaking view. The clouds spread out like cotton, with sunlight dancing upon them. He felt the biting cold wind of the high altitude and a thrill surged within him. Just as he was lost in the moment, footsteps approached from behind. Another master walked up, chuckling, exhilarating, more like terrifying. Song Qifeng turned around, raising an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. The man lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. Those little freaks have no idea all the safety valves are fake. The parachutes can't be manually deployed. They only open automatically at the critical distance. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Qifeng's eyes, but he quickly composed himself. He nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. The survival battle test is far more brutal than I imagined. The man added excitedly. Exactly. The test begins the moment they step onto the transport plane. The free fall from high altitude stimulates their spirit and potential. Realizing the parachutes won't open is another layer of the test. Song Qifeng seemed to understand. I get it. This is to make them experience the suffocating feeling of death. Not just that. The man continued with growing excitement. To ensure absolute fairness, everyone's wristbands will activate a spirit power seal. Those at the airborne realm can't fly, and those at the fusion aperture realm can't use spirit shields to slow down. Before he could finish, the man suddenly froze. He stared at Song Qifeng in disbelief. Could it be that you are the legendary Lu Chun, the specialist from Batian Society, the infamous injury guarantor of the ancient god church, Master Song Qifeng? Song Qifeng was bewildered. Who the heck is this lunatic? He cursed inwardly but maintained a polite smile. Just as he was about to leave, the man caught up, looking sincere. Master Song, can I get your autograph? Do you know how famous you are out there? How about I become your agent? Song Qifeng sighed helplessly and turned to refuse. However, seeing the genuine look in the man's eyes, he hesitated. Meanwhile, Lu Chun was plummeting through the sky. The cold wind cut his face like knives, and ice crystals formed on his eyebrows. Worse yet, he realized his spirit power was unusable. Lu Chun quickly calmed down, observing his wristband. The screen displayed, Spirit Power Seal. 27 seconds remaining. He thought, there might be more to this. Sure enough, when he pressed the parachute release, nothing happened. Momentarily alarmed, Lu Chun quickly relaxed. With the Tianjing's protection, he wouldn't die even if he hit the ground face first. Just as he was bracing for impact, the parachute suddenly deployed. Due to his awkward position, he got tangled up and drifted slowly toward the ground. Once his spirit power was restored, he swiftly cut the entangling cords and used a spirit shield to land safely. His wristband vibrated, displaying, exited test area, teleportation unavailable. Please return to the designated zone promptly. Glancing at the navigation, Lu Chun headed in the opposite direction, slipping into the dense forest. He searched for a hidden spot while releasing bloodthirsty insects for reconnaissance. Upon hearing this, Hong Shuang became excited. Yay! Delicious! Delicious! In the dense forest, there were rustling sounds all around. The roars of fierce beasts echoed from near and far, never ceasing. Lu Chun moved cautiously through the thick woods, eventually selecting a hollowed-out tree trunk, cleared by rodent-like beasts. as his hiding spot. He sat cross-legged inside the trunk, with some space still around him. Looking up, he saw the exit of the tree hole about 7 or 8 meters above. Dim light and humid. Hot miasma seeped in from there, making the inside of the trunk feel like a steamer. Well, it's better than the smell outside, Lu Chen muttered to himself, glancing at the time on his wristband. It was already 1 p.m. He closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the bloodthirsty worm to bring back news. Time passed slowly, and Lu Chen had already dealt with 4 waves of invading beasts, handing them over to the bloodthirsty worm to devour. 2 hours later, Hong Shuang suddenly shouted excitedly in his mind, "Master! Hurry, hurry! Big feast ahead!" Lu Chen opened his eyes and softly asked for the location and number. Hong Shuang vaguely responded with, "Over there," and mentioned there was only 1 meal. Frowning in thought, Lu Chen wondered if it was a being even stronger than a Grandmaster. He stood up, deciding to investigate, while calculating that in the worst-case scenario, he could use his Master Jin Yu's full-force sword strike. After leaping out of the tree hole, Lu Chen activated the Xian Gui Miaoyin technique, instantly entering a state of perfect concealment. To his surprise, he found that not only was his aura completely hidden, but even his form blended seamlessly with the environment. Guided by Hong Shuang, he silently approached his target. Meanwhile, Liang Jiyin also arrived at the trial area. He paused for a long time, adjusting his state to its peak, then took out a precious drop of concealment essence and applied it all over his body. Now, even if Guangzhang scans with spiritual sense, he won't be able to detect me, Liang Jiyin muttered to himself. But I only have 1 shot at this. At that moment, he had to leave. He needed to rendezvous with the contact Miss had arranged. Liang Jiyin's heart roared with emotion, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He knew well that Lu Chen's defense was astonishing. Even Ing Tianming, who could contend with masters, couldn't break through it. But as a master-level archer, he didn't believe he couldn't pierce the defense of someone at the Rongqiao stage. Taking several deep breaths, Liang Jiyin sprinted towards the survival battle trial area. 30 minutes later, he circled to the outermost region and found a concealed observation point. He meticulously noted the surrounding terrain, unaware of the bloodthirsty insects in the forest quietly watching him. The area was vast, making it difficult to find someone. But Liang Jiyin wasn't concerned. The survival battle lasted 15 days, and he had plenty of patience. Just as he was about to use a secret technique to start a slow search, the scene before him left him in disbelief. The boy who had killed his son was chasing a fierce beast, running towards the outer area. Liang Jiyin instantly became alert, suspecting a trap. He adjusted his state, maximizing his stealth technique, and followed at a steady pace. At the same time, he activated a special secret technique, causing a ghostly light to appear in his eyes, turning the world within a 20-mile radius into black and white. His consciousness seemed to elevate to the void, revealing various crimson pillars of light of different heights, representing the blood and energy fluctuations of beasts and geniuses. Among them, Lu Chen's 9th-level Rongqiao pillar stood out prominently. After confirming it wasn't a trap, Liang Jiyin's emotions surged, and the sky-splitting bow appeared silently in his hand. "You little bastard! Even the heavens want me to take you down!" In the dimly lit forest, Lu Chen had just slain a third-ear peak beast when he sensed something and turned around. He saw an old man wielding a longbow, swiftly approaching. Lu Chen's face changed, and he shouted sternly, "Who are you?" The old man responded with a sinister grin. "The one who will kill you." His movements were as swift as lightning, navigating the rugged terrain with ease. In an instant, he had locked onto Lu Chen, gripping the sky-splitting bow in his left hand and knocking an arrow with his right. Seeing this, Lu Chen pretended to be terrified and turned to flee. The old man sneered. "Run? You little brat. Let's see where you can go. My son is dead. You should join him." With his target in sight and no one else around, the old man, Liang Jiyin, thought to himself, "This is a heaven-sent opportunity." He suddenly burst forth with all his strength, his pursuit speed increasing dramatically. Despite the risk of exposure, he could not afford to hesitate. The opportunity was fleeting. He had to kill Lu Chen before Guangzhang noticed. However, during the chase, Liang Jiyin's expression gradually changed. Despite his full effort, not only did he fail to close the distance, but it also seemed to widen. He cursed through gritted teeth. "You little bastard. This speed technique of yours must consume a lot of energy. Do you think you can outlast a master in terms of energy reserves?" Even so, Liang Jiyin was not worried. His energy had firmly locked onto Lu Chen, making it impossible to lose him. Moreover, Lu Chen had already strayed far from the survival battle trial area. Liang Jiyin felt a surge of satisfaction. The outcome is decided. During the chase, Lu Chen was calculating. Judging from the opponent's energy, he was undoubtedly a master. Lu Chen sneered inwardly and deliberately fled further away, occasionally looking back with a feigned expression of panic. Half an hour later, Lu Chen pretended to be exhausted, panting heavily. Sensing his chance, Liang Jiyin fired an arrow that whistled through the air. Lu Chen barely dodged it, feigning severe injury and spitting blood. He shouted angrily, "Old dog! Who is your son? Could you have mistaken me? I belong to the Batian Society. Do you dare to kill me?" Liang Jian roared, "My son, Liang Mingqiu. He was a reserve member of the sacred sect. He said he wanted to recruit you, but you killed him instead." With that, he leaped into the air, drawing his bow from the best angle. At this moment, the two were in a rocky valley with a clear view. Liang Jian unleashed his full power without hesitation, firing an arrow that shrieked through the air, its cold gleam flashing as it neared Lu Chen. Suddenly, Lu Chen turned around, his eyes filled with killing intent, and laughed maniacally. "Old dog, do you think you can break my defense?" The Zerg Scourge was his foundation, but his own strength could not be neglected. Otherwise, it would become a fatal weakness. And at that moment, how should the master of natural disasters respond? Lu Chen faced the incoming arrows and advanced instead of retreating. His eyes narrowed, his muscles tensed in an instant, and his right fist shot forward like lightning towards the arrow's tip. Liang Jian smirked, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. But the next moment, his expression froze. Lu Chen's punch struck the arrowhead with a deafening clang of metal. The arrow shaft disintegrated into dust, leaving only a white mark on Lu Chen's fist, completely unscathed. Despite this, the terrifying impact sent him flying over 10 meters, crashing through several large trees. Liang Ziyan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a cultivator at the Rongqiao stage possess such formidable defense? He gritted his teeth and prepared to draw his bow again. This time, he would use his true power. But as he entered the dense forest, Lu Chen's figure vanished into thin air. Just as Liang Jiyan was about to use a secret technique to search, Lu Chen's mocking voice echoed from all directions. "Old dog, have you noticed something? The sun has set." "I shot it down myself." Liang Jiyan scoffed and remained on high alert. Suddenly, a familiar aura made him shiver. His instincts as an expert archer told him he was being targeted by another master. "Playing with bows in front of me? You! Where do you get the courage?" Meanwhile, in the survival battle trial zone, hundreds of newly advanced talents were scattered around, fighting fierce beasts. Lin Xia, Sun Qi, and Shi Chuanxiu teamed up to hunt the beasts. After just taking down a Tier 3 early-stage beast, Sun Qi eagerly checked the rankings and said joyfully, "We've moved up 4 places, not bad." But as he scrolled up, his face changed. "Why does Lin, the class monitor, have so many more points than us?" Lin Xia glanced at him coldly, the frost barrier she had conjured still lingering. "Whoever deals the most damage gets the most points. Any problem with that?" Sun Qi sighed. "My mental sharing provides an all-around view, which is a huge contribution too. Yet my points are only half of yours." He then looked at Shi Chuanxiu. "And the little Taoist just sits there with a thermos, watching the show and still gets points. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Shi Chuanxiu interrupted with a smile. "How about a de-level cultivation technique?" Sun Qi's expression changed instantly. "Master, you are the most invincible and handsome Taoist in the universe." Shi Chuanxiu took a sip of tea and said to Lin Xia, "If Captain Lin helps me rank up, I'll also give you a de-level technique." Lin Xia nodded slightly. In her mind, Linimo sneered, "You feel grateful for that trash technique? Don't make me look down on you." Lin Xia coldly retorted, "Can you offer something better? If not, stop barking." Sun Qi glanced at his wristband. Brother Lu's signal is still blocked. What's going on? Just as he finished speaking, there was a rustling sound from the forest ahead. The trio remained vigilant as Jiang Wushuang emerged. "Isn't Lu Chen with you?" Jiang Wushuang asked with a frown. Sun Qi asked urgently, "Do you know where my brother Lu is?" Jiang Wushuang shook her head. "I don't know, but I suggest you contact the chief commander or the Batian faction quickly. Lu Chen is in danger." With that, she turned and left. The faces of the trio changed dramatically. Just as Lin Xia was about to activate the emergency mode, Shi Chuanxiu suddenly said seriously, "Wait, don't move yet." He closed his eyes and focused. When he opened them again, they were icy, reflecting the image of Lu Chen. Looking closely, it seemed to also reflect another figure. It was Lu Chen, who had been injured after taking an arrow from Liang Jianheden. "He's in trouble and injured." Shi Chuanxiu's expression was grave as he whispered to Sun Qi and Lin Xia, "No need to inform anyone else or abandon the trial. I'll go. You both continue earning points." Before he finished speaking, his figure had already faded away like a reflection in water. In the distance, a swift shadow darted by. It was Shi Chuanxiu himself. However, it wasn't long before Shi Chuanxiu sensed something amiss behind him. Turning around, he saw 2 figures following closely. It was Sun Qi and Lin Xia. His brow furrowed in surprise. Though his own skills were not yet fully developed, they were far superior to these two. How could they keep up with him at full speed? "Stop talking. Lead the way." Sun Qi's face twisted with rage as he nearly roared. Do you know how much I've sacrificed to fight alongside him? Why do you always leave us behind? His eyes were bloodshot, filled with unspoken words. I'm not weak anymore. Meanwhile, in the void, a massive Zhurong 9 transport plane hovered. In the command room, Guangjiang lounged lazily on a sofa, his consciousness immersed in a virtual world, playing a game of strategy. Commander. Emergency situation. A subordinate burst in hurriedly. Guangjiang opened his eyes and said calmly, Speak. Cadet number 0436, after staying at the edge of the trial zone for 4 hours, suddenly moved swiftly towards another edge. He has been out of the detection range for 40 minutes. Hearing this, Guangjiang sat up abruptly. He said coldly, The rules are clear. If he seeks his own death, so be it. A brainless genius is better off dead early, lest he cause trouble outside the domain. Just as he was about to stand, something occurred to him, and his expression changed drastically. Wait, did you say 0436? Yes, Commander. The cadet's name is Lu Chun. Lu Chun? Why didn't you say so earlier? Guangjiang erupted in fury. Don't you know he's with the Batian Society? Pushing his subordinate aside, he rushed to the monitoring room. Quick, tune the signal. Find Lu Chin's location. He's already out of range. We can't find him. Then fire up the transport plane and head southwest. Maximize the power and extend the detection range. What are you all standing around for? Move. The higher one's martial prowess, the more they understand the terrors of the wild. This survival battle trial was near the Luoshao Mountains. In the expanded map of the post-apocalyptic Great Xia, this mountain range was one of the largest. Stretching from the northern Taihang Mountains to the southern Yunmeng Marshes, it was like a colossal dragon spanning the eastern part of Great Xia. There were over 100 forbidden zones within, some even ranking in the top 20. And that's not to mention the unexplored areas. If Lu Chun encountered a powerful beast, the consequences would be dire. Beasts are manageable. As long as it's not a plant demon or a forbidden zone, it should be fine. Even Guangjiang, usually one to enjoy chaos, was now panicking. Given Lu Chin's sensitive status, and with the Ying family's patriarch arriving in Jiangnan soon, any mishap at this critical juncture could spell disaster. After giving instructions to the deputy commander, Guangjiang left the transport plane and began using his spiritual sense to search for Lu Chun. Guangjiang's strength is absolutely unquestionable. On that chaotic day in the Tianjiao camp, when 3-star realm experts from the ancient god church attacked, he single-handedly held them off. In a battle of equals, he fought 3 opponents without losing ground. Now, he hurried to the last known location of Lu Chun, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings for a few moments. His expression grew increasingly serious. There was someone else at the Xenia Grandmaster. Guangjiang's heart sank. With his acute senses, he could tell that the newcomer was a top-tier Grandmaster. In addition, he detected traces of metal and wind energies. He silently prayed, Please don't let it be the divine archer. Wasting no time, Guangjiang began tracking the energy trails. His figure flickered through the mountains and forests, covering hundreds of meters with each leap. Minutes later, he muttered to himself, I'm getting close. There's been a fight here. Surveying the surrounding traces, Guangjiang reconstructed the scene in his mind, a puzzled look on his face. It almost seems like Lu Chun was deliberately leading the enemy away. He quickly dismissed the thought. How could someone at the 9th level of the Fusion Aperture realm lead a Grandmaster-level divine archer on a chase in the forest? Moments later, he arrived at a rocky valley. After sensing the area with closed eyes, Guangjiang murmured, It's definitely the divine archer. And they found an opportunity to unleash a fatal arrow. Luckily, Lu Chun must have used a defensive artifact to block it. Turning to the dense forest beside the valley, he saw clear signs of destruction. Lu Chun must be seriously injured. The closer he got to the final outcome, the harder it was for Guangjiang to control his growing anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he muttered expressionlessly, If Lu Chun is really dead, then I might be as good as dead too. As the commander of the Tianjiao camp, he would be held accountable. Moreover, behind Lu Chun was the notoriously ruthless Batian Society, which believed in stopping violence with violence. As Guangjiang entered the forest, his face suddenly changed. 2 more Star Realm experts? No 4. A chill ran down his spine, and he even suspected it might be a trap set for him. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat, but Lu Chun was still inside. Distant sounds of battle reached his ears, and a long, ancient spear appeared in his hand, surrounded by a thick, blood-red aura. You saved a member of the Ying family once. Now I'll risk my life to save you. Despite sensing that at least 3 of the 4-star realm experts were as strong as he was, Guangjiang charged forward without hesitation. Oh, another one comes. A seductive woman dressed provocatively and holding a fan adorned with indecent patterns stood about 30 meters ahead. Beside her was a woman in a simple gauze dress, carrying an ancient zither on her back. Behind them was an old woman with a kind face, leaning on a dragon-head cane. In Guangjiang's face was icy as he spoke each word clearly: ancient god church, zither master, princess, and an old crone of a servant. His aura surged to its peak, and the ancient spear in his hand hummed softly, its blood-red light nearly tangible. His gaze shifted to the fourth person, and he said in a deep voice, Mao Fu? His tone carried a hint of confusion. The four stood on a cliff edge overlooking a bowl-shaped basin, its vast expanse covered by the tops of towering trees. Lu Chun and the Grandmaster level divine archer were battling inside. If Mao Fu was here, why was she merely observing? Don't look at me like that. I'm strong, but I'm not as monstrous as the senior brother. Mao Fu glared fiercely at the three beside her, her killing intent unmistakable. These two official members of the ancient god church could hold her off for 5 breaths if they joined forces. Within 10 breaths, I can kill them. But there's still an old hack. If she goes after Shao Chun, it won't even take 1 breath. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Mao Fu's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She wasn't too worried because she knew her junior brother had plenty of life-saving treasures. If it truly came to a life-or-death situation, she could always step in then. Guangjiang remained silent after hearing this, continuing forward while glancing towards Qin Yin and the others. With the addition of an official member from the ancient god church, their strength far surpassed the 3-star realm cultivators from before. If he were alone, defeat was certain. But with Mao Fu by his side, none of these 3 would escape death. I advise you not to intervene, Qin Yin said calmly, his gaze never leaving the basin below. Let those down there handle their own affairs. Isn't it better if we all stay out of it? Huh, how can you even say that? Guangjiang laughed angrily. A Grandmaster going after a Confluence realm cultivator. How is that the same? He gave Mao Fu a look, signaling her to prepare for action. Just then, a sinister voice came from the forest behind them. Commander Ing, you should stay put. Another Star Realm expert appeared, holding 3 people Sun Qi, Lin Xia, and Shi Chunkyubi threads of spiritual power as if they were animals. The elder took his place behind Qin Yin, sneering. I was just passing by, and these 3 little ones bumped into me, saying they were here to rescue Lu Chun? Are young people these days really so foolishly brave? Guangjiang stopped in his tracks, his anger finding no outlet. With another Star Realm opponent, if they fought, Mao Fu would be up against 2 official members, and he wouldn't be able to hold off both the old woman and the newly arrived elder. Either one of them could kill Lu Chun in an instant. None of them noticed the varying expressions on the faces of the 3 captives. Sun Qi's eyes were full of murderous intent as he internally screamed, Teacher, save me. This bastard called me brainless. Shi Chuanxiu kept his head down, his eyes occasionally turning a deathly white. Lin Xia was locked in a fierce internal struggle with Lin Imo. Just as Lin Xia was about to relinquish control, she suddenly heard Lu Chen's arrogant voice. Old dog, you're running out of arrows, aren't you? This voice seemed to give the 3 captives a glimmer of hope. Sun Qi laughed. I almost forgot, that's my brother Lu. Killing a Grandmaster isn't such a big deal for him, is it? The expressions of the Star Realm experts shifted as they all looked towards the battlefield below. After a few moments, Qin Yin looked away and said indifferently, using geomagnetic forces to evade. How rare. But his spiritual power is nearly exhausted. He's just making a desperate last stand. Boom. An arrow shot through the sky like a meteor, its light illuminating hundreds of meters around. In the southeast corner of the basin, Liang Jiyin fired another arrow, laughing maniacally. Dodge, dodge, dodge. You little bastard. Is dodging all you can do? As a divine archer, don't you have the courage to draw your bow? He reached for his waist and pulled out his last 3 arrows. Although he could form arrows with his own spiritual power, they were far less lethal. These specially crafted arrows were personally honed by him, each one perfectly attuned to his will. If not for Lu Chen narrowly escaping death by teleporting with magnetic fields, he would have been dead long ago. The last arrow, to reunite you with my son. Liang Jiyin thought coldly. He blocked out all emotions, closed his eyes as if asleep, and knocked all 3 arrows on the bowstring. As the arcane magic was invoked, the world within a 20-mile radius turned into a monochrome of gray and white. His consciousness elevated, rising into the void. Lu Chen's vision pierced through this grayscale world, locking onto a crimson pillar of light over 700 meters away. He knew that was where Liang Jiyin was. Gripping his Fuguang Bao tightly, he had already knocked the white tiger arrow, the most powerful of the 4 symbols prison arrows. This shot would determine the outcome. Lu Chen knew he had only one chance. After this shot, he would be exhausted of most of his strength. Reflecting on his encounters with Liang Jiyin, he had always been on the defensive. Liang's arrows were as fast as lightning, their trajectories unpredictable. Even the sky crystal insect couldn't form a defense in time. Just as Lu Chun activated the mystical turtle concealment technique to hide his presence, a strange gaze suddenly locked onto him. In the next instant, the night sky brightened. 3 arrows spiraled towards him, their energy waves sweeping across the entire basin like a tsunami. In that critical moment, Lu Chun spun around and dashed towards the incoming arrows. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged, like a dried sponge soaking up water again. The energy was no longer liquid, but had condensed into a core. On a distant cliff, Qin Yin and Mao Fu watched in astonishment. Lu Chun had broken through to the void realm at this crucial moment, triggering a tidal wave of spiritual energy. However, before Qin Yin could finish her sentence, an even more shocking scene unfolded. An immense burst of spiritual energy erupted from within Lu Chun. In the basin, Liang Jiyin released his final arrow, brimming with confidence. But the next moment, he heard Lu Chun's roar, thousand-fold magnetic field. Accelerate for me. Lu Chun soared into the air, his Fuguang bow drawn to its fullest. A condensed arrow vanished instantly. In the night, a massive white tiger phantom roared into existence. Before Liang Jiyin could react, a huge hole was blasted through his chest. He fell unwillingly, but not before seeing his 3 arrows hit Lu Chun as well. With a deafening crash, the entire valley was leveled. Liang Jiyin's lips curled into a smile, thinking Lu Chun had also perished. However, a figure slowly approached. It was Lu Chun, missing his right arm. Even more astonishing, his severed arm was regenerating before their eyes. Lu Chun sneered. A family should stay together. Old dog, when you get down there, make sure to find your son quickly. You can even celebrate the new year together. Liang Jiyin's eyes widened in hatred and unwillingness. He reached out as if to do something, but his hand froze halfway, and he breathed his last. Even in death, his eyes remained open, staring at the figure before him. After all, he was a master of the 7th rank. Upon Liang Jiyin's death, it was as if an uncontrolled volcano had erupted, with scalding blood flowing freely. His spiritual energy, no longer bound, burst out from his dantian and disappeared into the void like a serpent. Lu Chun watched expressionlessly as his right arm, shattered in the process, began to regenerate slowly under the influence of the black-gold magnetic body, with new muscle fibers intertwining. This was the first time Lu Chun's defense had been breached. If not for his arm blocking the attack, his head would have likely exploded. Liang Jiyin's final 3 arrows merged into one, their power far exceeding threefold and their speed targeting Lu Chun's vital points. Locked in place and unable to teleport, Lu Chun used his arm to block the attack, buying precious milliseconds for the heavenly crystal worm to protect his head. Even so, Lu Chun was left dazed, his eardrums shattered and unable to hear, with significant internal injuries. He was disappointed in his performance, having once boasted in the virtual god realm that his defense could reach the 9th rank of mastery, only to be proven wrong so quickly. Lu Chun realized that his defense needed further improvement. The 3rd-tier black-gold magnetic body was insufficient. He needed to advance to the 4th tier. However, this required 5 billion heavenly crystal worms, far beyond his current resources. He decided to initiate the golden tier evolution of the heavenly crystal worms, and would need to consult Master Sun Jinyue for guidance. Just as Lu Chun was about to devour Liang Jiyin's corpse, he sensed intense combat vibrations from the cliff above. To his surprise, he saw his familiar senior sister, Mao Fu, and Guangjiang locked in a fierce battle. The entire cliff crumbled, the basin shook violently, and boulders cascaded down like an avalanche. Without hesitation, Lu Chun stowed away his sky-splitting bow, grabbed Liang Jiyin's body, and flew away swiftly. A backward glance sent chills down his spinny 100-meter giant hand had torn through the sky, effortlessly blocking Mao Fu and Guangjiang's attacks, then grabbing several people and retracting into the rift. Let them go. Ignoring his severe injuries, Lu Chun forced his magnetic field to teleport repeatedly, roaring towards the scene. At the same time, he let go of the corpse in his hand. Lu Chun decisively retrieved the moonstone from his storage space, ready to activate it immediately. Without hesitation, Lu Chun pulled out the moonstone, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. The giant hand seemed to sense danger and flicked its fingers, causing Sun Qi and the others to fall like broken kites. The hand then quickly withdrew into the rift, as if it were deeply afraid of something. Only after the rift in the void closed did Lu Chun breathe a sigh of relief, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Damn coward, he cursed, though he knew he didn't dare to recklessly unleash the sword intent within the moonstone. The consequences of potentially harming innocent people were too dire to consider. Lu Chun swiftly returned to the ground, unable to deal with Liang Jiyin's corpse. He simply let the flame-formed Hong Shuang burrow into its heart. Moments later, the little creature returned, satisfied, and playfully demanded more in Lu Chun's mind. Lu Chun could only shake his head, knowing that masters of such caliber were rare to encounter. As he finished absorbing the energy, A notification of special feedback sounded. Lu Chun was secretly pleased, feeling like he had made a significant gain. He turned his attention to senior sister Mao Mao, particularly observing in Guangjiang's reaction. Without hesitation, Lu Chun released a swarm of fire insects, turning the surrounding area into a sea of flames. Above the void, in Guangjiang looked thoughtfully at Lu Chun, his brow furrowed. He sensed something strange, but was blocked by Mao Fu's spiritual shield. In Guangjiang questioned Mao Fu's intentions, his words revealing concern for Lu Chun. However, faced with Mao Fu's fierce killing intent, he wisely chose to leave. When Lu Chun arrived at the mountain, he found the atmosphere unusually tense. Sun Qi and the others held their breaths, while senior sister Mao Mao, with her back to everyone, radiated anger. Sun Qi, seeing Lu Chun, looked at him as if he were a savior, signaling for him to calm her down. Shi Chuanxiu and Lin Xia showed their respect and concern for Lu Chun in their own ways. Just as Lu Chun was about to speak, Mao Fu suddenly turned around, shocking everyone with her words, "Junior brother, do you want a wife? A maid would do too." Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. What had gotten into her? Mao Fu then unleashed her pent-up fury, vowing to seek justice from the senior brother. Seeing the usually petite sister Mao Mao so furious, with her eyes glaring and teeth clenched, Lu Chun couldn't help but find her somewhat adorable. Lu Chun coughed lightly and, carefully choosing his words, said softly, "Sister, I don't need a wife or a maid. I'm still young. Besides, Big Brother is busy selling tea to support the family. There's no need to go to such lengths." Mao Fu glared at him fiercely and interrupted. "No way. A gift from our elders cannot be refused. These are two prominent positions from the ancient god sect, the Zithermaster and the princess, both at the star realm level. Marrying them is no loss. If nothing else, they can keep you warm at night." "It's settled." Lu Chun smiled wryly. At this moment, Lin Xia suddenly stepped forward, seriously facing them both. "I disagree with this marriage." Mao Fu turned and frowned. "Why?" Extremely nervous under the terrifying pressure, Lin Xia blurted out, "I can do it too." The moment she said it, she froze. In her mind, Lin Imo was screaming frantically, and even Lin Shen rarely spoke up to dissuade her. Mao Fu blinked in confusion. "You can do what?" Realizing her slip, Lin Xia quickly tried to cover. Senior Mao, I can grow stronger and take revenge myself. I nearly died at the hands of those two, and I want to avenge myself personally." Mao Fu withdrew her gaze, glanced thoughtfully at Lu Chun, and decisively said, "Objection overruled. If we wait for you to get your revenge, it'll take another 200 years. We'll capture them first, and then we can discuss the rest. All right, they'll send you back to the survival battle trial zone." As she spoke, she pulled out a paintbrush and drew a door in the air. The door revealed scenes of the trial zone on both sides, as if leading to a higher dimension. Sun Qi and the others filed in. Lu Chen stepped forward and asked, "Sister, do you have a one-time barrier that can block spiritual detection?" Mao Fu handed him a jade token and instructed, "Little Chin, your bloodthirsty insect might already be exposed. Next time you encounter danger, don't handle it yourself. With us around, why act tough? Killing a Grandmaster is impressive? Ridiculous." Lu Chun gave an awkward smile, about to speak, but received a swift kick on his behind, sending him through the light gate. In the survival trial area, the earlier roars of fierce beasts and sounds of battle had now given way to an unsettling silence. The quiet was unnerving. Lu Chun and his companions scanned their surroundings warily, the only sound being the rustle of leaves. Sun Qi couldn't hold back and broke the silence, pointing at Lu Chin's severed hand with a smirk. "See, that's what you get for showing off. Stop trying to go solo all the time." Lu Chun shook his head with a wry smile, about to explain, when Shi Chuanxiu suddenly spit out a mouthful of water. Lin Xia shot Lu Chun a glare, clearly displeased with his reckless behavior. Lu Chun quickly raised his hand in apology. Sorry, I'll bring you guys along next time." Sun Qi, intrigued, asked, "Lu, can your hand really grow back?" Lu Chin's eyes sparkled with mischief as he replied, "Of course, you could do it too. Want to try cutting it off?" Sun Qi was momentarily taken aback, almost believing him. Shi Chuanxiu couldn't help but laugh and clarified, "Qi, he's messing with you. But the Earth-level technique you can actually achieve that." Lin Xia chimed in, not wanting to be left out. "I want that technique too." As they joked, Lin Xia quickly set up 2 tents. She gave Lu Chen a look. "That one's for you. Get in there. We've got 2 big mosquitoes on night watch." Sun Qi and Shi Chuanxiu exchanged glances, half amused, half exasperated. Lu Chen patted their shoulders and crawled into his tent. As night deepened, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, setting up a barrier to isolate himself. Eagerly, he opened the system panel to review his gains from this trial. First on the list was the divine illumination technique, enhanced by the Scarlet Frost. Without hesitation, Lu Chen chose to evolve it. As a colorful aura emerged, 14,000 light particles gathered into a radiant sphere, beginning to transform. Nearly 10 minutes later, the sphere merged into Lu Qin's forehead, and the related information surfaced in his mind. Seeing the words heavenly level, Lu Qin's heart skipped a beat, overwhelmed with immense joy. When he was at the Tianjiao camp, he had tried many times, but evolving to the heavenly stage isn't easy. Lu Qin looked at the newly acquired heavenly stage secret technique, feeling both excited and sentimental. In addition to the original demon blood seal technique, this unexpected blood observation technique was even more extraordinary. He recalled the countless failed attempts at Tianjiao camp and couldn't help but sigh at the difficulty of evolving to the heavenly stage. However, his joy was soon dampened by reality. Lu Qin stared at the astonishing number of Dao Yuan bugs required for the upgrade and fell silent. Shaking his head, he decided to bind the fourth source mother bug first. Meanwhile, the basin where Lu Qin had fought with Liang Zhiyin was unrecognizable. The battle between the Star Realm experts had leveled the entire area, and the ruins were shrouded in the blood moon's dark red glow. Suddenly, the void trembled, and two figures quietly appeared. Clad in red armor with pointed hats and long knives at their waists glinting coldly, they were surrounded by gray mist, seemingly to fend off some kind of corrosion. Gue Qijun, the target strength far exceeds the intelligence, one of them whispered in a foreign language. Don't worry, just gather information and report back, the other replied. While the gray mist can still shield us, let's finish this quickly. They swiftly split up and disappeared into the void within minutes. Soon after, Mao Fu and Zhang Yuanshan arrived at the scene. Although they had previously claimed they were going to capture the musician and the princess, they chose to secretly protect Lu Qin instead. Why don't we follow them and take down their base? Mao Fu asked, puzzled. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled and explained, Little Mao Mao, fishing requires the right bait. Letting Little Qin act as bait to lure out some big fish is much more interesting. He squatted down to inspect the place where Liang Zhiyin was devoured by the red frost and suddenly asked, Little Mao Mao, how many bugs did you sense in our junior brother last time? Over 60 million. Why? Mao Fu was taken aback. Zhang Yuanshan burst into laughter. You should use that secret technique to sense it again next time. Oh, and try not to be too surprised. The capital, southwest direction, more than 600 miles away, at the edge of the Qinling Mountains. The night was eerily silent, with the occasional roar of fierce beasts echoing through the air. Under the blood-red moonlight, the forest was draped in a faint crimson veil. Atop a solitary peak, a young man named Ng Tianming, barefoot and clad in a white robe, sat gazing into the distance. Suddenly, the imposing figure of Ng Xuanji appeared behind him, exuding an aura of inexplicable authority. As he approached his younger brother, Ng Xuanji subdued his presence, his eyes filled with concern. Ng Tianming turned and smiled, brother, I have a question. What do you think is the origin and the ultimate goal of martial arts? Ng Tianming slowly stood up and stepped off the cliff. The void beneath his bare feet rippled like water. Ng Xuanji silently waited, knowing his brother was contemplating. Ng Tianming spoke as he walked. These days, I've created 8 sets of martial techniques, all aimed at breaking Lu Qin's defenses. But they all failed, even less effective than our family's Sanhuang Divine Spear. His eyes burned with intensity as he looked at his brother. Martial arts can't break his defenses. As I seek a way to break through, he keeps improving. His defenses growing faster than my progress. Ng Xuanji asked worriedly, so, what now? Since martial arts won't work, I'll cultivate divine abilities. Ng Tianming declared with determination. The emergence of martial arts on Blue Star stems from secret realms, a gift from the gods. The end of martial arts is to become a god. I believe godhood is a form of power, so why can't I create it myself? Ng Xuanji blinked, struggling to keep up with his brother's thoughts. Ng Tianming continued, maybe great divine abilities require a certain level of cultivation, but I can create minor divine abilities. As long as Lu Qin's defenses fall within the martial realm, I can easily break them. Ng Xuanji, filled with concern, said, Tianming, you might be right, but isn't this step too big? Is it? I've already created one. Ng Tianming replied, puzzled. Ng Xuanji was shocked. A mortal creating divine abilities? He asked, can you show me what you've created? Sure. Ng Tianming pointed with his finger. In an instant, Ng Xuanji felt the night sky vanish, his senses stripped away, leaving only that finger in his vision, pressing down like the weight of the heavens. His scalp tingled, and a purple hue appeared in his eyes as an imperial shadow formed behind him. Everything suddenly dissipated. Ng Tianming scratched his head awkwardly, brother, sorry to disappoint you, but I've only completed half of this move. Ng Xuanji was speechless. Half a move? And it forced him to use the Yangji Emperor's scripture. Brother, you're amazing. You must have fully mastered the first layer of the Yangji Emperor's scripture by now, right? Ng Tianming praised. Ng Xuanji nodded, yes, it will be stable before the Tianjiao ranking competition. When the time comes, you don't have to make a move. Let me teach Lu Chen a lesson for you. He suddenly asked, by the way, what's the name of that move? Ing Tiaming replied seriously, the finger to shatter Lu Chen. You're not serious, are you? I am. After all, I created this move just for him. The rarity of the Six Desires Golden Cicada is unparalleled, with a unique and eternal attribute, categorized as a cataclysmic anomaly. It is an ancient calamity, an ultimate swarm born from slaughter, now extinct due to the mimetic contamination of its queen. Lu Chen gazed at the peculiar insect in front of him, feeling both astonishment and delight. This Six Desires Golden Cicada not only possesses unparalleled rarity, but is also the legendary ancient calamity. It has the innate ability for slaughter and rebirth, with its offspring evolving through mutual consumption, all under the control of the insect overlord. Although it went extinct due to mimetic contamination, it could proliferate infinitely if enough greed and desire were gathered. As Lu Chen pondered whether to bind with this insect, he heard a faint noise outside the tent. Holding his breath, he listened carefully and heard Shi Chuanxiu muttering to himself, this energy. Could it be the original calamity? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, realizing his secret might have been exposed. He quietly observed the situation outside and saw Shi Chuanxiu taking out a piece of tortoise shell. A golden vertical pupil appeared on his forehead, as if he was divining something. Suddenly, the tortoise shell shattered, and Shi Chuanxiu let out a cry of surprise. Lu Chen sighed in relief, knowing that the secrets of heaven had been obscured. He turned back to continue examining the Six Desires Golden Cicada before him. Its head featured a pair of enormous compound eyes, with a honeycomb structure emitting a faint golden glow, appearing both menacing and mysterious. Its forelimbs were abnormally developed and razor-sharp, with a pair of scythe-like red light bands extending backward from the claws, seemingly composed of particle streams. On its back, a pair of membranous wings, thin as a cicada's, shimmered in a pale gold hue. Lu Chen stared at the peculiar insect before him, feeling a strange sensation rise in his heart. 6 golden spots on its head resembled the burn marks on a monk's scalp, giving it an aura of solemnity. However, this solemnity starkly contrasted with its fierce appearance. Master, I can see a complex emotion in your eyes. Is it discomfort with my current form? The insect suddenly spoke, its voice resonating directly in Lu Chen's mind. It gently flapped its membranous wings, creating ripples of golden light in the air. Before Lu Chen could respond, the insect continued, all conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, like dew or a flash of lightning. Thus should one view them. Master, you are attached to appearances. Hearing this, Lu Chen's face was full of bewilderment. This primordial insect was unlike any he had encountered before, giving him a strange feeling of, I may look ugly, but I'm gentle. Despite being an ultimate creature born for slaughter, it spoke with a serene, almost holy tone. Sensing Lu Chen's thoughts, the insect suddenly raised its forelimbs, and the scythe-like red blades came together in a gesture resembling a monk's salutation. Master, flesh and blood are but illusions. Moreover, though I commit acts of slaughter, it is truly for salvation. Everything I do is to help you accumulate virtue. These words left Lu Chen in silence. He quickly interrupted. All right, let me give you a name first. Master, all forms are illusory. A name is just a symbol, no need to dwell on it. But if you must call me something, you can call me Jin Chan. Lu Chen felt his head ache and sighed. Could you stop speaking with such a holy tone? It's, well, a bit unsettling for me. Very well, Jin Chan responded briefly. Lu Chen forced a laugh and got straight to the point. Your method of reproduction involves consuming the greed and desire of the world. I won't ask for the details, but I want to know, how long will it take to cultivate a master-level insect offspring? Jin Chan pondered for a moment before slowly replying, the desire energy in this world has not been harvested for 100,000 years, so it is quite abundant. To evolve a master-level offspring, it would take 10 days. Lu Chen frowned and pressed further. Wait, what do you mean by not harvested for 100,000 years? Jin Chan explained. It means it was harvested 100,000 years ago. I observe that every 100,000 years, the desire energy in this world is collected, and the next cycle is in 5 years. Based on my calculations, this world should be able to nurture 9 divine-level insect embryos. After saying this, Jin Chan suddenly became excited. Master, time is short, and the task is heavy. To one day save this world and help you accumulate virtue, I must work hard. Before Lu Chen could react, it vanished into thin air. Lu Chen stood there, bewildered, thinking, what do you mean by saving this world and helping me accumulate virtue? Thanks, but no thanks. Does this new bug only think about salvation? Although Jin Chan had disappeared, Lu Chen found that he could communicate with it by calling out in his mind, and it would appear instantly when needed. After giving a few instructions, Lu Chun decided not to interfere further. All six desire Jin Chan offspring, devouring each other to complete their evolution. So ruthless even to themselves. No wonder they are obsessed with salvation. Lu Chun mused, 10 days for a master level being, that's an astonishing speed. And the six desire Jin Chan, born for slaughter. Even at the same master level, the evolved offspring would likely be top tier. Calculating this, every 10 days, I could have a new Chioshu? I wonder how many Chioshus it would take to match a Ma Yi. Jiangnan War Zone, main base. Over 100 miles to the southwest lies a sizable county town. This town, known as Jiuding City, was once a military fortress on the outskirts of the Jiangnan War Zone's main base. Later, it was acquired and transformed by the Jiuding Pavilion, and over the centuries, it developed into a trading hub second only to the main base. The city has a unique order, where both lawful and unlawful elements coexist, making it a gathering place for warriors from all walks of life. In the Yuanyang Pavilion on the west side of the city, Qin Yin was playing the qin in an elegant room on the top floor. As an official member of the Ancient Gods Church, she dared not set foot in the main base and had to temporarily take refuge here. Gong Linfei, another official member, paced back and forth anxiously before suddenly stopping to angrily scold Qin Yin for recklessly assisting Liang Zhiyan. Qin Yin remained calm, her fingers gently plucking the strings, and she responded indifferently, "Why are you so anxious? It's just a minor matter." Her gaze turned icy as she warned Gong Linfei to hold her tongue. Standing up, Qin Yin looked out at the falling snow and sneered. "So what if we're exposed? Chaos is already brewing in Jiangnan. Who has the time to deal with us?" She then turned to Gong Linfei and issued two commands. Spread the news that Lu Chun had killed Liang Zhiyan, and arrange a meeting with the Beishans. Gong Linfei's eyes were filled with palpable resentment, but she dared not disobey and left in a huff. Qin Yin waved her hand to open the window, letting the wind and snow rush in, and began to dance barefoot. She murmured to herself, "The 7 war zones outside the capital must all be in turmoil by now." Meanwhile, in the Jiang family's headquarters, Shenwu City, within the Jiangnan war zone, the family head Jiang Tengxiao convened an emergency clan meeting. With a grave expression, he announced, "This concerns the life and death of the Jiang family. The ancestors have made their decision." In Xia, the Jiang family, also known as the Jiangnan Jiang family, holds a position that represents the entire Jiangnan region. The Jiang family's status in Jiangnan is unmatched. Other prominent families, such as the Ji family in Modu and the Lu family in Chuxiang, each dominate their respective regions. However, beyond the borders of Xia, the only family that represents the entire nation is the Ying family. This honor is partly due to the legendary reputation of the Ying family's patriarch, and partly due to the achievements of their warriors on the external battlefields. Years ago, other top families sensed the Ying patriarch's ambition to consolidate Xia and unify the 9 regions. After the world underwent significant changes, Xia's vast territory saw each family fortify their own domains and steadily build their strength. On the external battlefields, they only put in minimal effort, as Xia, representing the Yinhuang region, was already ranked among the top 3 in strength, making it easy to maintain the status quo. But the Ying family was not content with this. Many years ago, the Ying family proposed the idea of unifying the 9 regions. Out of the 8 major war zones, only 2 supported the idea, while the rest rejected it, leading to strained relations. However, the other families were not overly concerned, believing that even though the Ying patriarch was invincible, he could not contend with all of them combined. Recently, however, the Ying patriarch ascended to the demigod realm and, after consolidating his power, chose Jiangnan as his first target. He first destroyed the Bashianshui to intimidate Xia, then began to eliminate opposing forces, with the Jiang family being the first to face his wrath. At this moment, in the Jiang family ancestral hall, Jiang Tengxiao declared firmly, "The Ying family's power should not be borne by the Jiang family alone, nor can we withstand it. We must unite with the other major families to resist together." As beneficiaries of their status, no one opposed. A senior elder voiced a concern. According to the agreement, no major family should overstep their boundaries. While it's understandable for the Ying family to break the rules, would the other families dare to follow suit? Such actions might become an excuse for their annihilation if they're not strong enough. Jiang Tengxiao smiled and replied, "No worries, the patriarchs have already considered this. We need to do 2 things. First, we must host the upcoming Tianjiao ranking tournament in Jiangnan. At that time, other families can enter Jiangnan under the pretext of escorting their talents, allowing us to join forces." The elders were pleased upon hearing this. The senior elder asked again, "Will the Ying patriarch agree to this, knowing our intentions?" Jiang Tengxiao explained, "That's why there's a second step. Although the Ying patriarch has reached the demigod realm and can break the rules, he will still care about public opinion if he wants to consolidate Xia. We need to gather evidence of Bashianshui's crimes and present it to him, giving him a justified reason to act." Simultaneously, We invite him and Bashianshui's Mu Juexian to be the chief adjudicators of the Tianjiao ranking tournament. A gleam of cunning flashed in Jiang Tingxiao's eyes as he admired the patriarch's strategy. This move not only superficially appeases the Ying family and secretly supports Bashianshui, but also aims to incite a full-blown conflict between the Ying family and Bashianshui, ensuring mutual destruction. Additionally, it draws other families to join forces with the Jiang family in resistance. As days passed, only 2 days remained until the end of the survival battle of the Tianjiao camp. The Jiangnan war zone appeared calm on the surface, but underneath, tensions were brewing. Once the Jiang family started their actions, the ripple effect spread. In such a situation, neutrality was not an option. Staying unaligned meant being the first to be eliminated. The choice was stark: side with the Ying family or join the resistance led by the Jiang family. This decision was incredibly difficult, no matter what happened outside. Inside the Wenxin Pavilion, it's always sunny and spring-like all year round. Old Master Zhang Yuanshan frowned as he tidied up the tea stall, feeling displeased. The stone bridge, once bustling with activity, was now deserted, and the hard-working villagers in the fields were nowhere to be seen. He sighed, lit a dry cigarette, and took a few puffs. The village was similarly sparse in population, with only the sound of mahjong tiles clattering under the large peach tree in the center. In the distance, 3 figures gradually dispersed. One woman transformed into Mu Juexian's shadow, another merged into her brow, and the last was the spirit of the peach tree. "Please, madam, let me go," the peach tree spirit pleaded pitifully. "That's the ancestor of the Yinger clan. What if you two fight in the Wenxin Pavilion and end up destroying this small world?" Mu Juexian smiled calmly. "Why do you think we would fight? He's here to kill you," the peach tree spirit exclaimed anxiously. "That old monster is too powerful. You should run. There are 8 other domains besides the Yinhuang domain." "He kill me?" Mu Juexian chuckled lightly. "It's more likely he'll end up kneeling before me." With that, she turned to leave. "Little peach spirit, let's make a bet." Mu Juexian's voice echoed faintly. "If he does kneel before me, you'll do a favor for my disciple." Zhang Yuanshan, however, was fixated on the numbers, silently lamenting, "Mrs. Obsession with even numbers is getting worse. She even insists on speaking in pairs. I hope it doesn't get any worse." Following Mu Juexian back to the courtyard, he heard her instruct, "Have the third one come back and create a technique for Xiao Chan. The ones we have require magical power to wield. They're incompatible with this world. This spice level is way too mild." Sun Chi put down his chopsticks, shaking his head and sighing. Outside, heavy snow was falling, blanketing the world in white and making everything seem a bit brighter. In a dilapidated pavilion on a desolate mountain, a hot pot was bubbling with steam, sizzling enticingly. "I heard there's a type of mutated ghost pepper in the Wuxiang battle zone that's so spicy even warriors can't handle it. I'll get some for everyone next time," Sun Chi said excitedly. Today was the last day of the survival battle, and points would be tallied at 6 p.m. All 4 of them had already made it into the top 10, so there was no need to push any further. At Sun Chi's suggestion, they gathered to enjoy a hot pot meal. Only Lin Song's young master's son would have such peculiar items stored in his space. After some casual chatting, Lu Chun suddenly looked at Shi Chuanxiu, who was eating heartily. "Brother Dao, I need to ask you something. How much do you know about the Tianyuan secret realm we're about to enter?" Shi Chuanxiu choked on the nickname, coughing repeatedly. He quickly drank some water and waved his hand. "Lu, don't call me that. It's bad luck." Sun Chi teased from the side. "It's fine. He calls you brother. You call him uncle. Everyone has their own titles. The hierarchy has been messed up for a while now." Shi Chuanxiu shot Sun Chi a glare and handed him a jade slip. "This is the technique I promised you. Earth grade level 1, mental attribute." He handed another to Lin Xia. "Class monitor Lin, this is yours, Earth grade level 1, ice attribute." Both thanked him and accepted the slips. This was the reward for taking Shi Chuanxiu along to earn points when Lu Chun went to deal with Liang Zhi. Shi Chuanxiu turned to Lu Chun, his expression serious. "The Tianyuan secret realm isn't actually called that, and strictly speaking, it's not even a secret realm." Before he could finish, footsteps sounded from below the pavilion. They all looked to see Jiang Wushuang approaching. He shook off the snow from his body, walked into the pavilion, and sat down uninvited. "The real name of the Tianyuan secret realm is the Red Moon Immortal Sect," Jiang Wushuang said, as he took out a bowl and chopsticks from his storage space. 10,000 years ago, the Red Moon Immortal Sect was the sole ruler of the 9 domains. Even the weakest disciples were Grandmasters, and it's said there were over 80 million of them. Among the higher-ups, there were even a few in the divine realm. Sun Chi's eyes widened, but the others remained unfazed. Jiang Wushuang continued, "Of course, that was 10,000 years ago. Later, something happened, and the Red Moon Immortal Sect was destroyed, becoming a ghostly pasture, which is now the Tianyuan secret realm." Lu Chun seemed to ponder this. "The 4th source mother insect, Six Desire Golden Cicada, which he had recently bonded with, had also mentioned something similar. It had said that the desire energy of this world was harvested 10,000 years ago, and there were still 5 years left until the next 10,000 years. Zhang Wushuang shook his head. The core members of the 8 great families of Daxia all know this, but it's just a topic of conversation. My family's ancestor went in 500 years ago and only said one thing. He looked directly at Lu Chun. Surviving and coming out alive is more important than anything else. With that, Zhang Wushuang got up to leave. As he walked away, he used a voice transmission to say to Lu Chun, the ancestor of the Ying family has already set off. The Batian society will be the first to fall. The Jiang family will oppose the other families. I suggest you cut ties with the Batian society as soon as possible. Also, beware of the mutants from the Grey Mist Sea. They are after you and have been lurking for a long time. Their strike will be deadly. Watching Zhang Wushuang disappear into the snow, Shi Chuanqiu took a sip of water, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You guys really have no idea how terrifying the woman from the Batian society is. When he looked up, he suddenly noticed Lu Chun smiling at him. Cough, cough, cough. Shi Chuanqiu was dumbfounded and started coughing violently. 6 p.m. All participants were transported back to the Zhuhong 9 transport aircraft floating in the void. Inside the aircraft, figures moved about. Out of the original 1,500 talented candidates, only 163 remained. As soon as Song Qifeng saw Lu Chun, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Without a word, he pulled Lu Chun to a corner. After setting up a barrier, Song Qifeng, with a serious expression, said, Xiao Chun, did you really kill a Grandmaster level 7 marksman? Lu Chun was taken aback, quickly processing the information. Narrowing his eyes, he realized it was a setup. Master Song, how did this news spread? Just because I said I killed him, does that mean I actually did? Song Qifeng sighed and played a recording of the battle. After watching it with his companions, Lu Chun was shocked. Song Qifeng, in a heartfelt tone, said, Xiao Chun, the tallest tree in the forest catches the wind. You've already made a name for yourself by defeating Ing Tianming in the virtual god realm, and now you've killed a Grandmaster level 7? Sun Qi excitedly checked the 7 prodigies of Daxiao rankings, but was dissatisfied that Lu Chun was only 3rd. Song Qifeng glared at him to silence his outburst and continued. The patriarch of the Ying family has already set out for Jiangnan, targeting the Baitians. Your brilliance may be too much to handle. Lu Chun interrupted with a smile. Thanks for the warning. But thunder will eventually fade, while the light of the sun and moon shines forever. The idea that the Ying patriarch is coming to kill my master is laughable, isn't it? Song Qifeng was at a loss for words, but Lu Chun shifted the conversation. Master Song, since you're my professional stand-in, why don't you protect me when the time comes? Song Qifeng was momentarily speechless. A few hours later, the transport aircraft arrived at the Tianjiao camp. Ing Guangzhang appeared and announced 2 things. A life-and-death challenge would take place in 5 days to determine the final 50 participants, and the Tianjiao ranking competition would be held in the Jiangnan battle zone. As he spoke, he gave Lu Chun a meaningful look. Just staring at him, the voice suddenly rose. The founding ancestor of the Daxiao Weiner family will personally come to Jiangnan to be the chief judge of the Tianjiao ranking. This news exploded like a thunderclap, and the martial arts arena erupted in a wave of cheers. However, worry clouded the faces of Sun Qi and his companions. Teacher, say something. Sun Qi urgently called out in his mind. The old bastard Weiner wants to kill my brother. As a former legend, can you just stand by and do nothing? Shen Jiyuan coldly responded. You fool. You want your teacher to go to his death? Even in my prime, I wasn't a match for that Weiner ancestor. He sighed. Ever since I contributed my mind to create the virtual divine realm, I severed all my consciousness and thoughts to prevent any anomalies. Unexpectedly, due to the regret of not leaving a legacy, an obsession form was born within the virtual divine realm. Shen Jiyuan continued explaining that he had been searching for a successor for hundreds of years without success, only able to secretly guide those strong in the spiritual arts. It wasn't until he met Sun Qi that he attached his obsession form to Sun Qi's soul. He had intended to remain hidden longer, but Sun Qi's danger forced his hand. What should we do then? Teacher, he's my only brother. Sun Qi was on the verge of tears. Get lost. Shen Jiyuan snapped. I must have been blind to take on a fool like you. While the master and disciple communicated secretly, Lin Xia also inquired in her mind. Can you two defeat the Weiner ancestor? If you can, I will give you control of my body. Lin Imo and Lin Shun were silent for a long time. Lin Xia couldn't help but mock. Lin Imo, don't you like to bark? Why aren't you barking now? You can't handle a small matter, and yet call yourself an emperor every day? Arg. This is infuriating. Lin Imo roared in rage. In the past, I could crush this half-god trash with ease, even those of higher realms. His furious outburst twisted into a dark presence in Lin Xia's mind. Lin Shen rarely spoke but explained, "Our strength depends on you, the host. We might handle someone at the star realm, but the Weiner ancestor is at the half-god level. If we really fight, we might win, but the cost would be the complete annihilation of your body, and we would all perish." Lin Xie answered without hesitation, "Fine, just make sure you act when the time comes." Lin Mo and Lin Shen both fell into a stunned silence at her words. The Jiangnan Tianjiao camp, training grounds. After giving a brief explanation, Guangjiang ordered everyone to disperse. As he left, he glanced at Lu Chun with a complex expression. Despite his admiration, he had already said everything that needed to be said, multiple times. The path ahead was ultimately Lu Chen's own choice to make. Returning to his office, Guangjiang found two people already seated on the sofa. Jin Hongchang, dressed in a purple robe, was brewing a fine tea, its rich aroma filling the room. As the head of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, his choice of beverage was naturally exquisite. Next to him sat a handsome young man in white, with a folding fan at his waist. Yang Ming, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan War Zone. These two were top figures in the Jiangnan War Zone, aside from the Jiang family and the Batian Society, and were respected for both their skills and backgrounds. Guangjiang didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat opposite them, getting straight to the point. "The patriarch is arriving soon. It's time for you both to take a stand." The office fell into silence, with only the tea's fragrance lingering in the air. Jin Hongchang put down his teacup and smiled. "I don't need to take a stand. After being transferred from the capital to serve as the academy's head for a century, I can finally return to my hometown and retire." He then looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming's smile faded as he spoke solemnly. "Of the 6 divisions of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, aside from the Rakshasa Division and the Divine Phoenix Division, I have control over the remaining 4. Guangjiang frowned and asked Jin Hongchang, "Isn't the Rakshasa Division ranked first? You've been here for years, and you still haven't removed those thorns?" Jin Hongchang shook his head with a bitter smile. "I can't remove them. The minister and deputy minister are both disciples of Zhang Yuanshan from the Batian Society, deeply entrenched. As for the Divine Phoenix Division, it has seemingly vanished into thin air over the past century. Not a trace of them has been seen." After pondering for a moment, Guangjiang turned to Yang Ming and asked seriously, "Commander Yang, what about you?" Instead of directly answering, Yang Ming suddenly said, "Mu Juexian has 4 disciples. The eldest is Zhang Yuanshan, the second is Mao Fu, and the fourth, recently accepted, is Lu Chun. Do you know who the 3rd disciple is?" Guangjiang and Jin Hongchang exchanged puzzled glances and asked, "What does this have to do with today's discussion?" Yang Ming laughed heartily. "Of course it matters. Elder Jin just mentioned the Divine Phoenix Division. I was once part of that division." Later, a new minister took over Mu Juexian's 3rd disciple. His expression turned nostalgic, as if reminiscing about years past. "She was a woman like a deity. Her first act upon taking office was to kick us all out, saying we were too worthless, mere mundane fools." Jin Hongchang was astonished. "Commander Yang, you were a peerless prodigy back then, and she called you a mere mortal?" Yang Ming smiled wryly. In her eyes, anyone who couldn't reach the divine realm was a mere mortal. Both Jin Hongchang and Guangjiang were stunned. In the 600 years of the martial epoch, no one had ever reached the divine realm. The strongest were like the Ing family patriarch, at the demigod level at most. Jin Hongchang regained his composure and scoffed. "By that standard, everyone in this world is a mere mortal. Where would you find any geniuses?" Yang Ming replied seriously, "Whether she was a madwoman or not, I don't know. But when the 19 of us were expelled, we all received her guidance. It was thanks to her that I reached my current level and became the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan War Zone." At this point, he suddenly paused. Gazing at the two of them with a playful glint in his eyes, he asked mysteriously, "Can you guess what the 19 people who were expelled with me from the Shunhuang Division are doing now?" As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, a loud noise erupted in Guangjiang's mind. He sprang to his feet, his eyes twitching violently, and stared intently at Yang Ming. The latter's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he slowly said, "Do you want me to list their names one by one?" Guangjiang's Adam's apple bobbed as he nodded with difficulty. "The first one, Song Xinghe." Yang Ming began leisurely. "Commander-in-chief of the Chuxiang War Zone." Guangjiang's voice was hoarse. "The second one, Li Haiyuan, deputy commander of the Tianfu War Zone, in charge of the military." "The third one, Wei Linghong, one of the 4 pillars of the nation, leading troops to defend the western frontier of Daxia against the gray fog creatures." As Yang Ming continued to list the names, Guangjiang's face grew increasingly pale. By the 9th name, cold sweat dotted his forehead, and he interrupted in a trembling voice, "So, all these centuries, the Batian Society has been secretly plotting? You all are members of the Batian Society?" Jin Hongchang, who was standing nearby, was already in a state of shock. The Shunhuang Division was just one of the 6 major divisions of Jiangnan Martial Academy, and those individuals were not particularly outstanding back then. Now, each of them held high positions and wielded real power. This could only mean one thing: the entity guiding them back then was incredibly formidable. Yang Ming sighed and shook his head. Brothering, you jest? We are not members of the Batian Society. We were merely given guidance by her. As she put it, if any of us ever reach the divine realm, we can return to become her disciples. The office fell into a dead silence, with cold wind drifting in from the window. In Guangjiang's back was already drenched in sweat. After a long pause, he asked in a deep voice, so, besides Mu Juexian, there's another extremely powerful presence in the Batian Society? Yang Ming chuckled. You're asking me? I don't know either. She has never revealed her cultivation level, so her strength remains unknown. Another silence ensued. In Guangjiang spoke again. By telling me this, does it mean that you 19 are planning to ally with the Batian Society to oppose the Ying family? That was the initial plan, Yang Ming said, observing in Guangjiang's tense expression with a smile. But she returned from the depths of the gray fog sea and told us to go about our business as usual. She also asked me to pass along a message. What message? Remember to remind your family's patriarch, don't let the fortune dragon be in odd numbers. If the master gets angry, the consequences will be severe. In Guangjiang, the Jiangnan War Zone was chosen as the venue for the Heavenly Talents List competition. This meant that Lu Chen and his companions suddenly had a lot more free time during their vacation. Lu Chen sat on the bus, gazing out the window into the distance. Since the Great Upheaval, the territory of Daxia had become vast and boundless, and it took considerable time for ascenders from other war zones to arrive. Although teleportation arrays had been developed, their use was currently limited by energy constraints, making cross-zone teleportation an unattainable dream for now. 3 buses, filled with outstanding talents, slowly made their way to the main base of the war zone. After the chaos caused by the ancient god church, each bus was escorted by a Grandmaster and 3 masters. Lu Chen's thoughtful expression caught the attention of Sun Qi. Lu Gu, why are you staring outside like that? Sun Qi gently nudged Lu Chen's shoulder. It's rare to get a vacation, so why the heavy thoughts? Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and smiled, shaking his head. He turned to Shi Chuanxiu in the back row and half-jokingly said, Hey, kidney deficiency guy, since we have time to kill, why don't you tell us about the Sea of Gray Mist? Shi Chuanxiu habitually took a sip from his thermos before slowly beginning. The Sea of Gray Mist isn't actually a sea. It refers to all areas on this planet shrouded in gray mist. Within the mist, there is only one type of creature, the gray mist aberrants, which are mutated ascenders from other countries after the Great Upheaval. He gave Lu Chen a meaningful look before continuing. The stronger the gray mist aberrant, the harder it is for them to leave the mist. They have 2 combat forms, their original cultivation system and a transformed state where they become gigantic monsters. Most notably, they possess a virtual state ability that allows them to merge completely into the void, making them nearly undetectable. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, undetectable, huh? Before he could finish, a faint, eerie glow appeared in his eyes. Song Qifeng, sitting in the back row, immediately sensed a wave of unsettling energy and looked at Lu Chen with heightened vigilance. Lu Chen activated the infinite divine vision technique, and his perspective seemed to elevate to a higher dimension. Within a 10-mile radius, every living being appeared before his eyes, each with a pillar of light above their heads representing their cultivation level. He was surprised to find that Sun Qi had reached the 8th level of the Fusion Aperture Realm, while Lin Xia had achieved the 1st level of the Soaring Sky Realm. What shocked him the most was Shi Chunkiyuth's light pillar indicated his cultivation level was 0. Lu Chen's mind was in turmoil. Could it be that these people were all hiding their true strength? For a moment, he felt as if he was surrounded by monsters, filled with questions. With a single thought, the power of the boundless divine vision technique was pushed to its limit. The range of visibility instantly expanded from 10 miles to 50 miles. Lu Chen's vision suddenly cleared, and his view of the world expanded dramatically. With a stern expression, he sprang to his feet and shouted, Stop the vehicle! We're under attack! From 30 miles to the southwest, he saw over a dozen gray beams of light hurtling towards them. These were not the crimson beams that signify blood energy, but the ominous markers of the gray mist creatures. They had chosen the most relaxed moment to strike, timing their attack perfectly. Just as Lu Chen was about to retract his vision, he noticed another anomaly 20 miles to the north. 2 crimson beams flashed briefly, their scale resembling a surging sea of blood. He was shocked and had no time to ponder further. The screech of brakes brought him back to reality. Song Qifeng rushed over, and Lu Chen urgently said, Seek immediate reinforcements, there are gray mist creatures. Before he could finish, Shi Chuanxiu interrupted softly, It's too late. In the next instant, the world outside the car window transformed like a kaleidoscope. The entire vehicle was teleported to another location. Song Qifeng's face turned ashen, and he roared, Everyone, stay calm. Stay inside the vehicle. There's a protective array. Just moments earlier, atop the ruins 20 miles north of the convoy, Mao Fu was cornered, her body tense. Trying to appear brave, she stammered, "Third senior sister. Don't come any closer. Two can fight." Don't come near. You're scaring me." Standing before her was a woman of ethereal beauty, with flowing black hair and a graceful Chong Sam. She bent slightly, lifting Mao Fu's chin with a finger. "Silly girl. You are the senior sister." She chuckled as she examined Mao Fu. "Stronger than I expected." "Well, you are the master's direct disciple." She pinched Mao Fu's cheek. "According to the principle of conservation, great power requires a larger body. Senior sister, aren't you afraid you'll burst? It might become an obstacle when you ascend to the divine realm." Mao Fu's eyes widened, and she stuttered, "Junior sister. Linglong, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. I'm your senior sister." Linglong mused, "Such an adorable body. It would make beautiful slices." She suddenly turned, sensing something. "Oh, is it little junior brother's ability? This eye technique is quite perfect." She lightly tapped the air, capturing a transparent diamond-shaped crystal. "A nice slice. Is this a gift from little junior brother? How should I repay him?" Mao Fu, feeling a surge of relief, hurriedly shouted, "Junior sister, didn't you notice? Little junior brother has been captured by a monster." Linglong laughed. "No worries, I'll go to the city to buy a box of pastries first, and then I'll bring them to little junior brother. You wait here, I'll be right back." Outside the bus was a desolate ruin, with vines growing amidst the broken walls. Over 30 people huddled inside the vehicle, barely daring to breathe. Song Chifeng guarded the rear. Another master guarded the front, and the Grandmaster stood in the center. The Grandmaster focused and said, "The signal can't be sent, and we can't enter the virtual divine realm. But fortunately, only our vehicle was teleported." The master at the front added, "Which means the message has already been sent. We just need to rely on the protective array on the bus and hold out for a while. The main base will send powerful reinforcements." They deliberately spoke aloud to reassure everyone. As long as these talented seeds remained calm, there was a chance to survive. Xiao Chun. Song Chifeng's expression was peculiar as he looked at Lu Chun and communicated telepathically. Song Chifeng's face grew solemn, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He whispered to Lu Chun, "I have a feeling this ambush is aimed at you. If anything happens, stay close to me." Lu Chun felt a warmth in his heart and was about to respond when suddenly a blinding blade light, like a falling sun, slashed towards them. "Defend with all your might," the Grandmaster roared. With a thunderous crash, the carriage rolled violently. The explosion of energy shook the surroundings, causing the weaker ones to cough up blood. "The defensive formation is about to collapse," Sun Chi exclaimed in horror. At that moment, dozens of gray mist creatures surged in from all directions. Clad in red armor with pointed hats and masked faces, they were shrouded in gray mist. "Yokai from Wa," Song Chifeng shouted. "Don't try to block the blade light, Hedon. Dodge it." Before he finished speaking, a barrage of blade lights, like falling meteors, attacked the carriage from all angles. Each blade light carried a terrifying power capable of tearing mountains and splitting the earth. The three escorts fought desperately to block the attacks, and the prodigies inside the carriage also deployed their defenses, with spiritual energy radiating everywhere. With a series of hissing sounds, the external defensive formation completely shattered, scattering energy fragments in all directions. Lu Chen's expression grew serious as he was about to summon the hidden golden cicada for assistance. Suddenly, a clear and ethereal voice rang out, just in time. Two figures descended from the sky, and Lu Chan recognized one of them as Senior Sister Mao Mao. The other woman had an ethereal, poetic demeanor, graceful and picturesque. With a snap of her fingers, a dozen gray mist creatures were instantly immobilized, as if turned to stone. "Junior brother, come here. I brought you my favorite pastries." Linglong beckoned to Lu Chun, while waving her hand to transform the shattered carriage into a red carpet that extended from Lu Chen's feet to her own. "Transmutation," the Grandmaster exclaimed in shock. Linglong was unfazed. All things share the same essence. Their transformation is nothing unusual. With that, she stepped onto the red carpet, carrying a basket of pastries, and walked slowly toward Lu Chun. Lu Chun felt a sudden tension. Mao Fu followed behind Linglong, her eyes gleaming with excitement at the unfolding drama. Linglong took a rose pastry from the basket and held it out to Lu Chun. "Little cutie, open your mouth, I'll feed you." Lu Chun stammered, "No need. I can do it myself, thank you, third senior sister." Just as he was about to take a bite, Linglong added, "Wait, savoring delicious food requires the right ambience to make it truly delectable." With a wave of her hand, the area within 100 miles transformed into a night sky. The gray mist creatures shot up like cannonballs and exploded, their Grandmaster-level flesh and blood turning into heart-shaped fireworks. Eat now, doesn't it taste much better? Linglong said with a gentle smile. In the ruins of the town, an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the sounds of fireworks exploding in the night sky above. Lu Chun stood there, holding a rose pastry in his right hand, staring blankly at the sky. The brilliant fireworks made his heart uneasy, knowing that each dazzling burst represented the life of a Grandmaster. Third senior sister? It's terrifying, Lu Chun muttered to himself. Linglong stood gracefully beside him, her robes fluttering. With a gentle smile, she asked, Xiao Chun, do you think I'm strange? No, no, Lu Chun hastily denied, stuffing the pastry into his mouth. Linglong reached out and gently brushed the crumbs from his cheek. Life will eventually fade. Why not shine brightly one last time? Her smile was warm, her eyes crescent-shaped. Lu Chun nodded stiffly. Third senior sister is right. The people around them quietly retreated, afraid to draw attention. As the fireworks faded and light returned, Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief, only to find everyone had disappeared. Linglong spoke softly. I sent them back. Master instructed me to create a cultivation technique for you. Let's begin. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a plum tree desk and sat down elegantly. Come, tell me about your talents. After a moment, Linglong closed her eyes to sense his energy. When she opened them, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Interesting, junior brother. You truly are a marvel. Lu Chun gave an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. The protective mechanism for hiding the insect larvae. It must be triggered by the system. Lu Chun pondered silently, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Linglong's beautiful face. It seemed that third senior sister had already seen through his secrets, but she didn't ask much and instead mused to herself, let me think about how to create a cultivation method for you. Lu Chun's doubts deepened, and he couldn't help but wonder, has third senior sister really understood my situation completely? And what exactly is this deconstruction ability? As his thoughts raced, Linglong's next words made his scalp tingle. A first-tier heaven-rank energy storage technique, truly exquisite, with no room for optimization. And that second-tier heaven-rank pupil technique, it must have 3 stages, right? The first stage can see through concealment, which is within normal limits. But the latter 2 stages are truly remarkable. Lu Chun was stunned, his heart racing. Linglong's eyes sparkled as she continued. The second stage can observe fortune, and the third stage can see causality. While I'm curious about where you acquired this pupil technique, I'm not the type to pry like a nosy child. Don't worry, I won't ask too many questions. With that, Linglong closed her eyes again. Lu Chun felt extremely uneasy, as if he were being stripped naked. In his mind, a few primordial mother insects were cautiously communicating. Master, this woman is terrifying, Hong Shuang said tremblingly. When she first arrived, it felt like she sensed me. One look from her almost scared me to death. Jin Chan echoed. Master, she smells so good. If I stay near her, I feel like I can reproduce faster. Kai suddenly chimed in. Elder sister, you're being rebellious. Be careful, Master will scold you. I have a way to help you reproduce faster, Hong Shuang said excitedly. Huh. Use this fragrant woman as material and feed her to you. Lu Chun shuddered in fear and quickly stopped the mental chatter. When he looked up, he realized Linglong had at some point opened her eyes and was looking at him with a knowing smile. Junior brother, who are you talking to? Why are you so scared? I. Lu Chun was at a loss for words. Linglong chuckled. Don't worry, I was just guessing him. It's that bloodthirsty insect mother, isn't it? It appears to be attached to you in a very peculiar way. She picked up a warm cup of plum wine and smiled. Your knowledge is vast and disorganized. Besides the energy storage technique and the pupil technique, your movement technique and archery stand out. There are also 2 other abilities, magnetic body and reincarnation sword intent. After a moment of contemplation, Linglong's expression turned serious. Your reincarnation sword intent isn't very strong at the moment. It will only undergo a qualitative leap after you venture into the Tianyuan secret realm. So, I will create a cultivation method for you based on magnetism and reincarnation as the core elements. She suddenly changed the topic. Junior brother, Master summoned me back here not just to create a cultivation method, but for something even more important. Lu Chun sat up straight. Please tell me, senior sister. Linglong stood up, plucked a plum blossom from a branch, and said softly, Junior brother, do you know that the insect swarm calamity isn't so easily born? It requires the right time and place and typically erupts at the end of an era, during the 5 decays of heaven and man. In this Yinhuang domain, although there is plenty of blood food in the wild, it's not as simple as you think. Some plant demons are beyond even my ability to handle. Moreover, to nurture a calamity-grade bloodthirsty insect, relying on wild beasts isn't enough. Lu Chin's heart raced. Linglong turned to him and continued, but in the gray mist sea, it is entirely possible. Since the world's mutation, not only has the territory of Daxia expanded 1,000-fold, but the entire blue star has also grown 1,000-fold. Besides Daxia, all other countries are shrouded in the gray mist sea, with countless living beings inside. The number of powerful gray mist variants is also far greater than in Daxia. Lu Qin blurted out, "Are you saying you want to take me to the gray mist sea to devour?" "No, no, no." Linglong shook her head. "The gray mist variants are tainted. If your bloodthirsty insect devours them, it will also be tainted. This issue is why Master summoned me back. Truly a beautiful problem to solve." After a sigh of admiration, she suddenly walked up to Lu Qin and lifted his chin with her finger. Despite the smile on her face, her words were very serious. "Junior brother, remember this well. The world is always balanced. No matter what fortuitous encounters you have, what hidden cards you hold, or what secrets you keep, don't rely on them too much." Her words struck like thunder, causing Lu Qin to shudder. She continued, "Your ability to control the bloodthirsty worms is a miracle of the ages. But for a mortal to wield the power that even gods fear, it will ultimately lead to imbalance. Each time you command the swarm, you also devour your own reason, boundaries, and principles." Lu Qin remained silent for a long time, his mind churning with previously overlooked details. The pleasure from devouring, the strength gained from it, the ambitions fueled by the growing swarm. A chill ran through his heart. "Senior sister, what should I do?" Lu Qin finally asked. "There is no way," Linglong sighed. "Even gods have desires, let alone warriors." Lu Qin asked again, "What if my desires could be cut away?" Linglong laughed. "Impossible. To live is to desire. Ordinary people desire for survival, warriors for cultivation, techniques, and treasures. If you don't advance, you retreat. Only death is free of desires." Lu Qin said no more and instead asked in his mind, "Jin Shan, can you eat my desires?" "Not all of them, just selectively, understand." Jin Shan chanted a Buddhist mantra and joyfully replied, "Lord, your desires are top quality. Once I'm stronger, I can selectively consume them." "Very well," Lu Qin responded. Jin Shan was puzzled. The scene shifted, and the once bustling Heart Inquiry Pavilion was now desolate. With the arrival of the ancestor of the winners, the powerful figures within the small world had all withdrawn. Under the large peach tree, the sound of mahjong continued. Just as Zhang Yuanshan was about to speak, the vigilant little peach fairy stood up. "Don't say anything yet. Wait until I'm gone. The more I know, the faster I die. You immortals can fight without involving fragile me." With that, she merged into the peach tree, retreating rapidly. Mu Juexian smiled at the sight. Zhang Yuanshan said, "Miss, I just saw Xiao Mao Mao arguing with a monkey in the bamboo forest. It was quite a spectacle." He continued, "Also, an old monk from the Buddhist domain has awakened and wants to enter Yanhuang domain. He claims the holy son of Buddhism has been born in the Great Xia." Mu Juexian pondered. "It has something to do with Xiao Chun, doesn't it?" Zhang Yuanshan nodded. "Indeed. Xiao Chen's fate has suddenly been shrouded in supreme Buddhist light, but it's black. I can't clearly sense the specifics." "Black supreme Buddhist light?" Mu Juexian chuckled. "This is not the holy son of Buddhism but its end. No wonder the Buddhist domain is anxious. No need to pay it any mind." A chaotic approach to attacks not only appears cumbersome but also contradicts itself, causing greater self-damage. That's why when one's cultivation reaches a certain level, the attack methods become simpler. 1,000 variations cannot compare to a single perfected technique, and that's the essence of it all. Under the plum blossom tree, Linglong spoke softly yet with boundless wisdom. Lu Chun sat upright, his eyes focused, afraid to miss even a single word. These profound insights struck him like a revelation, sparking countless ideas and clearing up many previously perplexing questions. It's like when you use the Bu Gang Ta Do technique. If you simultaneously activate the Yuan magnetic force, it will short-circuit instantly and become completely incompatible. Linglong's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement. "So, senior sister will tailor a unified method for you, merging all your scattered streams into a mighty river." At this point, she suddenly changed her tone, speaking mysteriously. "I once heard from the master about a supreme divine technique called the Yuan Shi Jiu Yin, which contains the ultimate truths of the Tao, pointing directly to the source. Though I haven't seen it myself, I'm deeply drawn to it. This time, I'll take the opportunity to craft a small 9 seals for you." Gently caressing the plum blossom in her hand, Linglong smiled and said, "As for the name, how about Linglong Juyin?" Lu Chun was taken aback, instinctively responding, "Huh? Is naming it that casual? But if senior sister likes it, I guess it's fine." "Haha, you really know how to talk, junior brother," Linglong winked. "Let me explain the basics first, and then you can name it yourself." As she spoke, she caught a plum blossom petal and gently tossed it. The petal transformed midair into a 9-grid pattern, with the first 6 grids already filled with names. Reincarnation Seal, Yuan Magnetic Seal, 4-Symbol Seal, Divine Illumination Seal, Yuan Aperture Seal, and Star River Seal. The first 3 seals are your attack methods, and the last 3 correspond to eye techniques, berserk techniques, and body techniques. Essentially, they are the branches of the same river you already control. As her voice trailed off, the Plum Blossom 9-grid suddenly spun, transforming into a radiant vortex that finally merged into a single entity. This technique will transform your spiritual energy. For now, let's call it Linglong True Qi. It allows you to use any seal with less consumption, faster speed, and perfect synergy. Simply put, it's like high-efficiency fuel, making your engine more economical and powerful. Lu Qin's eyes lit up, instantly grasping the concept. In short, it makes me stronger. He pondered for a moment and asked, Senior Sister, your framework has 9 slots, and 6 are filled. Are the remaining 3 for my future new techniques? Exactly, slots is a fitting term. Linglong praised. Another advantage of this technique is that when you learn something new, it will automatically integrate into a new seal. Impressive. It even includes automation. Lu Qin genuinely admired. Senior Sister, what's the rank of this technique? Linglong blinked playfully. I don't know yet. It hasn't been created. I was just presenting the concept. Wasn't my marketing great? Are you pumped up? Lu Chun was momentarily stunned, then burst into a smile. Meanwhile, in the Jiangnan War Zone's elite camp, in a spacious office, Guangzhong frowned as he listened to his subordinate report on Linglong. All the information came from Tianji Tower and was detailed. Linglong was born in the 277th year of the martial Dao era, in a merchant family from the main base of the Jiangnan War Zone. She showed no martial talent during the mandatory testing but was admitted to the Jiangnan Research Institute with top cultural scores. Within a year, she earned 47 doctoral degrees across various disciplines, at the age of 19. In 298, she became an apprentice to Mu Juexian of the Batian Society, becoming his 3rd direct disciple. In 301, she served as the head of the Divine Phoenix Division of the Jiangnan Martial Academy, removing the original 19 members and giving them mysterious guidance, leading them to high positions within a century. In 305, she personally recruited disciples and took them to the Grey Mist Sea the following year. After hearing the report, Guangzhong frowned and asked, what about her abilities and cultivation level? Isn't Tianji Tower supposed to get any information for the right price? The subordinate shook his head helplessly. There's very little information on that. It's impossible to find out. Guangzhong pondered for a moment and said seriously, the ancestor will arrive soon. Besides Mu Juexian from the Batian Society, we now have the enigmatic Linglong. Although they can't change the overall situation or stop the Ying family, it's best to understand the background of such formidable individuals as soon as possible. Whether to eliminate or keep them, we must wait for the ancestor's decision. While the specifics of her cultivation remain unknown, one thing is certain: the expression of the Tianluo general relaxed slightly. She has not yet condensed her divine persona and is far from the demigod realm of the ancestors. Upon hearing this, Guangzhong's furrowed brow eased slightly, feeling a sense of relief. Although the Tianluo general's strength is formidable, it hasn't reached a despair-inducing level. He pressed further. What are her abilities? There are likely 2, both potentially at the limit-breaking level. The informant responded with a grave expression. One is insight, the other is deconstruction. Deconstruction? Guangzhong's brow furrowed deeper. Explain in detail. Apologies, there is no further information. The informant's voice was low. A certain elder from the Tianji Tower was deciphering relevant information when he was suddenly disintegrated into particles by a mysterious force. The office fell into a deathly silence. Guangzhong's face turned grim as he waved all the Tianluo generals out. Once they had left, he sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought. After a long while, Guangzhong looked up at the snow lingering outside the window and murmured to himself, no matter how mysterious, no matter how many forces are involved, in the face of absolute power, all is illusion. He stood up and opened the window, letting the cold air mixed with snowflakes drift in. His gaze was resolute, his voice low. Do you really think that the Ying family's ancestor relied solely on the golden dragon of fortune? Far from it. Once the 9 cauldrons emerge, the fate of the Daxia kingdom is irrevocably tied to the ancestor. Command the world. Who would dare not bow down? A fierce glint flashed in Guangzhong's eyes as he continued to speak to himself. For this day, the Ying family has sacrificed countless efforts. Suddenly, he began to recite, harnessing the residual strength of 6 generations, wielding long strategies to command the realm, devouring the 2 Zhou dynasties to vanquish the feudal lords, ascending to supreme power and ruling the 6 directions, striking with authority and intimidating the world, spreading awe across the 4 seas. His voice grew louder. Today, my Clanerant, we also harnessing the martial legacy of 600 years. unifying Daxia, consolidating the 9 regions, reviving the glory of the Red Moon Immortal Sect. Martial Era, Year 581, November 20th. Apart from the Guanghai Battle Zone and the Tianfu Battle Zone, nearly half of Daxia's territory was blanketed in heavy snow. Mount Tai, northern slope. The chaotic roars of fierce beasts echoed far through the snowy wilderness. Let's talk about this another time. I can't quite remember today, the old man said with a chuckle. The young boy seemed to sense a change in his grandfather's mood and tactfully shifted the conversation. Grandpa, I heard that heavenly talent rankings in Daxia are about to begin. Who do you think will come out on top? Before the old man could respond, the boy started analyzing excitedly. It must be one of the 7 sons of Daxia. There's Ing Tianming and Ing Xuanji from the capital battle zone, Qi Zhan from the Tianfu battle zone, Nangong Qi Yao from the Guangzhou battle zone, Lu Chun from the Jiangnan battle zone, Ji Bailu from the Magic City battle zone, and Meng Xinji from the Qinglan battle zone. He sighed. It's a pity that our top contender from the Qinluo battle zone died at the hands of the ancient god cult. But at least the Chuxiang battle zone is at the bottom with us, so it's not too embarrassing. He added with a cheeky grin. I'm betting the Ing brothers will take the top 2 spots. As the boy rambled on, he suddenly realized he was alone. Turning around, he saw his grandfather standing several meters away, staring northward, his body trembling slightly. Curious, the boy followed his grandfather's gaze. Amidst the falling snow, the landscape was a vast expanse of white. Just as he was about to ask, he noticed a figure in the distance. Through the veil of snow, he saw a tall silhouette carrying something enormous. In just a few breaths, the figure crossed several hundred meters and arrived near them. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The newcomer wore a black dragon robe and an emperor's crown with 12 strings of white jade beads hanging down, obscuring his face. His gaze, though partially hidden, exuded an indomitable authority. Even more astonishing was the fact that this person was single-handedly lifting a colossal cauldron nearly 100 meters tall. The intricate patterns on the cauldron's surface made the boy's soul tremble. He could vaguely make out 2 ancient characters. Yangzhou. Could it be him? The boy's heart pounded with anticipation. At that moment, his grandfather suddenly knelt on one knee and shouted, "Former 9th Legion of the Black Dragon Cavalry, 51st Unit, reporting to the Grand Marshal." The boy was stunned. He had heard countless stories about the Grand Marshal over the years, but never imagined that the legendary figure was at Ing. "Rise," the Ing patriarch commanded sternly. "I told you long ago, the Black Dragon Cavalry does not kneel." He turned his gaze to the boy. "Is this your descendant? Not bad. He has inherited your skills." Before the boy could respond, the figure had already moved several hundred meters away, almost swallowed by the wind and snow. The old man suddenly shouted, "Grand Marshal, will there be another campaign beyond the domain? Though aged, I can still fight." Through the howling wind, a commanding voice replied, "Await my summons. We shall gather again soon. At your command." The old man's voice echoed across the mountains. The boy ran over to help his grandfather up, concerned. "Grandpa, are you going to war again?" The old man smiled warmly, patting the boy's head. "The 9 regions are not at peace. Wars are always happening. If we old folks don't go to the battlefield, should we send you young ones instead?" The boy's eyes dimmed. Then he asked curiously, "Grandpa, why was the Ing patriarch lifting a cauldron?" "I don't know either, but there's a phrase you surely know." "What is it?" Looking into the distance, the old man said solemnly, "Stabilizing the realm." Shuzhou, located at the northernmost part of the Jiangnan war zone. Atop the city gate tower, high-ranking warriors gathered, their eyes fixed on the horizon where a massive black warship, resembling a dragon and a mountain, appeared. The Tian Kuei warship exuded an overwhelming aura. With just 2 layers of its rune formations active, it matched the power of a scorching sun-level expert. A prominent figure at the Mountain Sea realm side, just to escort the capital city's prodigy, the Ing family deploys such a formidable weapon. An elderly man beside him shook his head and sighed. The Ing family's dominance remains unchallenged. It seems they are determined to succeed. The top rank on the prodigy list, the fall of the Ba Tian society, all within their grasp. The Lord of Shuzhou spoke calmly. "The outside world is in turmoil. We should just go with the flow. Whoever wins, we follow." His words made everyone ponder, secretly planning to align themselves with the Ing family. The city lord glanced at the crowd, a hint of mockery in his eyes, then turned and left. He knew well that this was not about sharing the spoils. It was about a drastic change. Major wars were imminent, with plans to advance into foreign territories. Want benefits? First, arrange for people to join the army. In the sky above, the Tian Kuei warship, like a floating island, sped towards the main base of the Jiangnan war zone. Clouds rolled, fierce winds were blocked, and occasionally, low-level demonic birds were shredded by the formations. At the bow, Brothers Ing Xuanji and Ing Tianming stood side by side. Ing Tianming, dressed in a white robe and barefoot, his long hair casually draped behind him, spoke softly, "Finally, today has come." He turned to Ing Xuanji, beaming, "Brother, I've been reliving that battle and thinking about that person every night. This trip to Jiangnan, I can finally meet him again." Ing Xuanji shook his head with a wry smile. "Didn't you say you had let it go? You've even severed your inner demons, yet you seem to care more about him now." He spoke seriously. "He is only a whetstone on your martial path. You don't need to be so fixated. You should look further ahead. You have even created your own divine abilities." As he finished, Ing Xuanji's expression grew complex. He had witnessed his brother's journey from the inception to the mastery of his self-created divine abilities. Though aided by their ancestor, his brother's rapid progress was astonishing. Ing Tianming gazed at the sea of clouds and sighed, "Brother, I also want to look further ahead. But Lu Chun, though no longer an inner demon, remains a towering mountain before me. If I don't surpass him, he will always be there, whether I look up or down." Regarding this mindset, Ing Xuanji found himself at a loss for words. "Enough, enough. After this battle, he will surely be defeated by you." Ing Xuanji furrowed his brows, seemingly deep in thought, and asked with a hint of doubt, "Tianming, the move you created, are you really going to name it that?" Ing Tianming blinked innocently and replied, "Yeah, what's wrong with that? I think, poke Lu Chun to pieces finger sounds pretty cool." Hearing this, Ing Xuanji was left speechless, placing a hand on his forehead in exasperation, and continued to ask, "What about the second move?" Ing Tianming smiled confidently, "If the first move can't break through, then the second one will be called double poke Lu Chun to pieces finger." "Oh? Tianming, are you serious?" Ing Xuanji's eyes widened in disbelief at his younger brother. "Of course," Ing Tianming said matter-of-factly, then asked, puzzled, "Brother, why do you look so distressed?" Ing Xuanji took a deep breath and said seriously, "Nothing. I was just wondering, if the second move doesn't work, will the third one be called super double poke Lu Chun to pieces finger?" "That sounds great too." Ing Tianming's eyes lit up with excitement, "Brother, do you also like these straightforward and powerful names? Great minds think alike." Ing Xuanji. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan Tianjiao camp, where the Tianjiao rankings are being held, everything was proceeding smoothly according to schedule. While other battle zones were speeding up their eliminations and heading over, this place remained particularly calm. The night was as dark as ink, with cold winds howling. Sun Qi, Shi Chuanxiao, and Lin Xia were gathered in the lounge, looking somewhat anxious. "The challenge tournament begins tomorrow, and Brother Lu still hasn't returned?" Sun Qi paced back and forth, chattering incessantly. "If he misses the time, he'll be disqualified. I even asked my aunt to visit Jiangnan Martial Academy and talk to Senior Qiu Yuanlong, but all I got was, 'Be patient.'" "What kind of answer is that?" Shi Chuanxiao, clutching a thermos cup, shrank back into his chair, seemingly feeling cold. After taking a few sips of warm water, he refreshed himself and reassured, "Don't worry, we still have tonight. Brother Lu wouldn't disregard such an important matter. Besides, it's just a challenge tournament. Even if Brother Lu doesn't show up, do you really think he'd lose his qualification for the Tianjiao rankings?" Lin Xia nodded in agreement and added, "Even for Ing Tianming's sake, Ing Guangjiang wouldn't dare cancel Lu Qin's qualification." Hearing this, Sun Qi abruptly stopped pacing. His eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Right? How did I not think of that? You're so smart, Class President Lin." Sun Qi continued, "Ing Tianming's news has already spread throughout the martial arts world. After overcoming his inner demons, he became a Grandmaster on the spot, 15 years old. The youngest Grandmaster in the 600 years of the martial arts era. Especially that phrase, breaking through inner demons to question destiny. Today, I know I am myself. It's creating a storm in the martial arts world. I heard Ing Tianming created a move called poke Lu Chun to pieces finger. Clearly, he wants to come back and have a showdown with Brother Lu. Just because of this, Brother Lu's spot is guaranteed." Sun Qi muttered to himself, then started cursing. What kind of aesthetics is that? What kind of dumb names are these? Do all these geniuses have such a weird sense of humor? Meanwhile, in the ruined town, the outside world's hustle and bustle had no impact here. Under the plum tree, the incense burner continued to emit wisps of smoke. The faint fragrance filled the surroundings. On the desk, a candle flickered warmly and brightly. Additionally, an old-fashioned radio from centuries ago was playing opera. Its sound turned down so low it was barely audible. On the nearby chair, wearing a landscape-patterned qipao, Linglong held an embroidery hoop in her left hand and skillfully threaded a needle with her right, focused on her work. She occasionally glanced at the meditating figure not far away, then continued her stitching, filling the silk fabric with intricate designs. On the white silk cloth, one could see the plum tree, the desk, and Linglong herself, all vividly depicted. At the center of the embroidery hoop was the meditating Lu Chun. Time passed slowly until, in the pitch-black night, the clouds dispersed, revealing a full moon in the sky. When Lu Chun opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the scene of Linglong diligently embroidering. The warmth of this moment brought a deep sense of peace to his heart. Linglong, the third senior sister, once said she had three great passions: opera, pastries, and embroidery. In the sea of gray mist, she had no chance to indulge in these hobbies. Now that she's back, she finally has a few days of leisure. Linglong sat under the plum tree, focused on threading her needle through the embroidery hoop. Lu Chun called softly, "Senior sister." Without lifting her head, Linglong continued her work and asked, "How are you progressing with the technique I created for you?" Lu Chun took a few steps closer and nodded. "It's going well? I've reached the third level." Upon hearing this, Linglong suddenly looked up, her eyes sharp and serious. "Junior brother, the biggest mistake in cultivation is aiming too high too fast. This technique surpasses the heavenly level and is extremely difficult. Even I." Before she could finish, Linglong stopped abruptly. She saw a wisp of golden chi dancing at Lu Chun's fingertips, as lively as a sprite. "Golden chi?" Linglong exclaimed in surprise. "How could you have reached the third level in such a short time?" She put down her embroidery hoop, furrowed her brow, and extended her hand. The wisp of chi immediately left Lu Chun's control, flew into Linglong's palm, and quickly disintegrated into countless tiny particles. Linglong's gaze grew even more intense as she continued to analyze it. After a moment, she looked back at Lu Chun with a complex expression. "Xiao Chun, do you truly have no innate talent for comprehension?" Lu Chun replied earnestly, "None. Everything I've achieved is through hard work." Linglong nodded thoughtfully and asked, "By the way, what's the name of this technique?" Lu Chun, munching on a pastry, said, "Linglong 9 seals. The chi in my body is called Linglong chi." Linglong chuckled. "That was just a joke. You don't have to take it seriously. But if you're determined, that's fine too." Lu Chun quickly added, "I think the name is great. I can't think of a better one." Suddenly, Linglong stood up. "Since it uses my name, you'll have to pay a royalty. Give me 10 bloodthirsty worms. I need to study them in the sea of gray mist." Lu Chun responded generously, 100. A fanatical gleam appeared in Linglong's eyes, and she said eagerly, "I'm heading to the sea of gray mist now. Once I solve the pollution problem, you can truly become a calamity lord." Before she finished speaking, Linglong's form began to fade. Lu Chun quickly called out, "Senior sister, you're leaving already? The ancestor of the Winter Clan is coming to fight Master. Aren't you going to watch? What's there to see? It's bound to be boring. You should head to the camp of the talented. I've left the door open for you." Linglong's voice gradually faded away. Lu Chun shook his head helplessly and prepared to leave. He noticed the embroidery on the table. It depicted him sitting cross-legged, with a gentle woman embroidering in the corner. He put away the embroidery hoop, picked up another pastry, and walked towards the glowing portal behind him. Thank goodness she left the door open. Otherwise, who knows how I would get back to the camp of the talented. Jiangnan War Zone, Tianjiao Camp. In an exclusive lounge, Lin Xie sat with her eyes closed, conserving energy for the upcoming challenge tournament. Sun Qi was chatting idly with Shi Chuanxiu, while Song Qifeng waited silently. At 3 a.m., the space in the corner of the lounge suddenly distorted, forming a portal of light. Song Qifeng cautiously stepped forward to prevent anyone from approaching. "Master Song, you're being too cautious," Sun Qi exclaimed excitedly. "It's definitely Brother Lu coming back." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Chun stepped through the portal. Sun Qi moved to embrace him, but Lu Chun stopped him, saying, "Remember your status. You have a family." Turning to Song Qifeng, Lu Chun asked, "Master Song, how's your injury from the last gray mist creature attack?" Song Qifeng replied with a hint of melancholy, "It's nothing, just some internal organ damage and soul injury." He looked complicated. "Thank goodness the Tianjiao camp is over. My role as the designated injury receiver is finally done." In Guangjiang suddenly appeared and briefly explained the rules of the challenge tournament. As he left, he remarked meaningfully, "No matter how great your talent, you must walk the right path or it's all in vain." The atmosphere grew heavy. Sun Qi declared firmly, "Brother Lu, no matter which path you take, I'll follow you to the end." Lin Xie silently held Lu Chen's hand and said, "Good luck. I'm with you too." Not to be outdone, Sun Qi high-fived Shi Chuanxiu and joked, "Hey, your hand is really cold, kidney deficiency brother." Shi Chuanxiu retorted angrily, "Get lost." The next morning, 164 qualifiers began their final assessment. After replenishing their energy, Lu Chun and his 3 companions arrived at the martial arts arena, where 82 platforms had been set up, each equipped with defensive crystal walls. In the judges' seating area, 2 masters were appointed to make the final decisions. In Guangjiang stood on the podium, his gaze sweeping sharply across the room. At exactly 8:30, all personnel were present, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. In a deep voice, he announced, "No more idle talk. Let's begin drawing the identities." A massive screen lit up, with 82 circles representing the different platforms flickering randomly. After a few moments, the numbers settled. 0438. "I'm the master of platform 15. Sun Chi shouted excitedly, then nervously searched for his companion's number. "Lu, you're 0436, platform 66. He quietly prayed they wouldn't have to fight each other. Shi Chuanxiu, however, laughed and said, "Don't worry, this isn't really random." As soon as he finished speaking, the challenger's numbers started flashing. Sun Chi breathed a sigh of relief, glad he didn't have to face one of his own. "Masters to the stage. Challengers, take your positions," someone shouted from the podium. Sun Chi pumped his fist and roared, "Let's do this, team." Lin Xie teased, "I thought you were in the finals already," and then headed to her platform. Lu Chun leaped onto platform 66, only to see a familiar figure approaching Ao Feng from the East Sea Dragon clan. Their eyes met, and Ao Feng's gaze was filled with resentment and anger. Lu Chun scanned the surroundings and noticed that many of the top contenders from different races were up against formidable opponents. He pondered for a moment, then in Guangjiang's voice, full of killing intent, echoed in his mind, "Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. The toughest enemies are yours to handle. Kill if you can. If not, cripple them." Lu Chen remained silent, but a smile appeared on his lips. Over the past 2 months, he had grown significantly stronger. While the capital's battle zone eradicated the alien races, Jiangnan had been lenient with the 3 major alien clans, even lowering the admission standards for martial arts academies. It seemed that the Ying family had planned this all along. Lu Chun thought to himself, "The spots on the heavenly talents list, the alien races won't get a single one, no matter how close the Jiang family is with the 3 major clans. It's impossible to sacrifice their own interests and ask Jiang Wushuang or Jiang Yuanya to go easy, right?" Lu Chen's plan was truly a masterstroke, earning admiration from all. The qualification for the top 100 in the Tianjiao ranking, which is tied to the Tianyuan secret realm, is something the Jiang family wouldn't easily give up. However, caught in the conflict between the Ying family and the Batian society, they had to tread carefully. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. On the podium, the Shanhai realm elder spoke again. "All challengers, onto the stage. Referees, check the numbers and activate the formation." Ao Feng exchanged subtle glances with the 2 referees, feeling somewhat relieved. He leaped onto the stage, standing 30 meters away from Lu Chun, his face a mix of complex emotions. Though he had lost his spot, at least he had preserved his life. The gains from the past 2 months in the Tianjiao camp were some consolation. As soon as the signal to start the match was given, Ao Feng hurriedly tried to distance himself, about to admit defeat. However, a wave of darkness surged forth, engulfing his senses in an instant. He was plunged into an endless abyss of chaos, his consciousness torn apart by countless distractions. "To prove my ultimate skill, your death is not in vain." Lu Chen's voice seemed to echo from a distant place. 2 grandmasters in the audience were about to intervene, but Lu Chen formed seals with his hands, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. They were so overwhelmed by the power that they had to abandon their rescue attempt. When their vision cleared, only Lu Chun remained on the stage, and Ao Feng had dissipated into a cloud of blood mist. Guangjiang arrived just in time to contain the terrifying energy. He looked at Lu Chun with a complicated expression and said, "Kid, you went too far this time. If I hadn't arrived in time, the surrounding stages would have been destroyed." Lu Chun scratched his head and laughed. "That guy couldn't take a hit. This move is called the Yuan magnetic seal. It sounds much better than Xiao Heilong's exploding Lu Chun finger, doesn't it?" In Guangjiang, just as Lu Chun stepped off the stage, he noticed a figure slowly approaching. It was Shi Chuanxiu, easily recognizable in his signature gray-blue robe and casual short hair, still gripping that mysterious thermos. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and asked, "So soon?" Shi Chuanxiu leisurely unscrewed the thermos, took a sip, and explained, "Got lucky. My opponent had a stomach issue and forfeited." Lu Chun nodded thoughtfully and didn't press further. He turned to watch Lin Xie and Sun Chi's match, suggesting, "Let's go cheer for Fu Gu." The 3 of them made their way to ring 15, where Lin Xie joined them. She looked serious and said, "Sun Chi's opponent is tough, with spatial abilities." Shi Chuanxiu added, "Feng Chuyan, a level talent. He can cut through space and disrupt mental links. Fu Gu is in a tough spot." But Lu Chun smiled confidently, "You guys are underestimating Fu Gu." He then shouted towards the stage, "Hurry up and finish, everyone's waiting for you." The referee glared at Lu Chun, but upon recognizing him, quickly replaced the scowl with a fawning smile. On stage, Sun Chi suddenly vanished, only to reappear with over a dozen clones. His voice echoed across the ring, "No more pretending. I'm revealing my true power. Call me Sun, the eternal emperor of the mind." Shi Chuanxiu's eyes lit up. "Mental clones? Impressive technique." Fang Chuyin also went all out, causing the space to twist like a kaleidoscope as his figure flickered between mirror-like surfaces. As the battle progressed, Sun Qi's face gradually turned pale. In his mind, Shen Jiyuan spoke gravely, "Kid, you can hold on for at most 10 more seconds. Do as I say." Sun Qi's expression was calm, but internally, he was a storm of emotions. He responded firmly, "Teacher, please believe that your student is not worthless. Your judgment is never wrong." With that, he controlled over a dozen mental projections to constantly change positions, launching mental attacks. On the surface, it seemed chaotic, but there was a hidden strategy. Below the stage, Lu Chen frowned deeply. He watched Sun Qi's seemingly erratic actions, sensing something was off. Knowing Sun Qi well, he understood that while he might seem carefree normally, he was always serious in critical moments. Observing closely, Lu Chen noticed some of the projections were positioned cleverly near the mirrored pathways. Jiang Wushuang appeared beside Lu Chen at some point, commenting softly, "Your companion has a clear mind and a lot of guts. He's got some skill." Just as he finished speaking, Sun Qi's roar erupted from the stage, "Explode. Let's see where you can hide now." With a thunderous boom, all the mental projections exploded simultaneously. The energy crystal wall trembled violently, even forming cracks. Fang Chuyan was blasted into the crystal wall and fell unconscious. Sun Qi had recognized that the mirrored pathways could only reduce spatial distance and not serve as hiding places, leading to this strategy. "Teacher, am I awesome or what?" Sun Qi laughed triumphantly in his mind. "Remember the first lesson you taught me about mental bombs? This counts as graduation, right?" He turned to the audience, shouting theatrically, "Am I cool or what? Call me Sun, the eternal emperor of the mind." Lu Chen smiled, giving a thumbs up, then turned to Jiang Wushuang and said calmly, "He's my brother through thick and thin, not just a follower." Seeing the seriousness in Lu Chen's eyes, Jiang Wushuang was silent for a moment, a hint of admiration surfacing in his heart. Using a secret technique, Jiang Wushuang informed Lu Chen that the Yinger patriarch was about to arrive, revealing a crucial piece of information. "Do you know why he carried the cauldron to Jiangnan? He's leveraging the momentum of the vast Daxiao rivers and mountains. When he erupts, he will match a complete divine realm with his semi-divine body." With that, he turned and left. As Sun Qi walked over to inquire about what Jiang Wushuang had said, Lu Chen chuckled and praised him for earning the admiration of two top talents. Sun Qi, full of pride, admitted that he had learned those words from ancient online novels. Shi Chuanxiu chimed in, saying those words sounded very impressive. Not far away, Lin Xia heard Lin Mo boast in her mind about his widespread fame, only for her to bluntly point out his sealed state. Enraged and humiliated, Lin Mo cursed repeatedly. Lin Shun, on the other hand, remained indifferent, further infuriating Lin Mo. In the Jiangnan war zone, at the Jiang family's headquarters on Xinwu City's heart island, the snow that had accumulated for a long time still hadn't melted. A thin layer of ice covered the water's surface. As the small boat moved forward, it made a continuous cracking sound. At the bow, the ferryman, clad in a straw raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat, was rowing with great effort, sweat steaming off his body. Pondering for a moment, he said, "You mean?" Jiang Tengxiao hesitated, his brow furrowed. The old man sighed lightly, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "No matter how strong the Ying family is, it's hard to unite the entire Xia." Jiang Tengxiao suddenly understood but remained worried. "But the representative from the Ying family will arrive tomorrow, and our ancestors have yet to appear. I don't know how to handle this." The old man burst into laughter. "Why worry? I just ate a thunder immortal fish and was merely musing aloud." Jiang Tengxiao was taken aback, then respectfully bowed to the old man. 14th great uncle, the ancestors have differing opinions. Who should I consult when I reach the island? Consult? What for? The old man displayed his yellowed teeth. Just find a place to rest and don't worry about anything. Jiang Tengxiao was astonished. But the representative from the Ying family is arriving tomorrow, and it said he carries a cauldron, his strength comparable to that of a deity. Fool. The old man shook his head in exasperation. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Who are you in the Jiang family? If the ancestors aren't worried, why should you be? Jiang Tengxiao suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. The old man continued, "Tonight, the founding ancestors of the other 6 great families will gather on the island to discuss important matters. What use is there for you to go now?" Jiang Tengxiao slapped his thigh. "Then let's return to the city. I'll be more comfortable there." The old man chuckled. "You might be comfortable, but I still have to row the boat. Since we're already here, why not take a look?" As he spoke, the small boat approached the island in the center of the lake. As night fell, the founding ancestors of the 6 great families gathered on the island to discuss grand plans. The next day, Ying Hangin arrived in Jiangnan, carrying a cauldron, with purple aura emanating from the east, drawing everyone's attention. Meanwhile, But Tiewi's Mu Jueshin lost at the card table, fuming with frustration. Tianyuan community is located in the 18.5 th ring of the main base. For martial artists, it's not considered an ideal place to live. Lu Chun stood by the artificial lake, holding a fishing rod, his gaze calmly fixed on the water. The cold wind howled, but the float remained still. This used to be the most delightful scenery in Tianyuan community, but now it has become the Sun family's private lake. Recently, news spread that Sun Jinhua had reached the Grandmaster level, prompting the community manager to buy back and gift all the lakeside villas to the Sun family, just to be able to boast in promotions that they had won the Grandmaster's approval. Sun Chi came running hurriedly, breaking the tranquility. Brother Lu, my great-grandfather and the others are almost here. We should head to the warehouse to unload the goods. He lowered his voice, his face full of curiosity. What's so mysterious that it even alarmed the Tianfu battle zone? Lu Chen put away the fishing rod and smiled lightly. Just some mineral ingredients. He briefly explained the origin of the 5 elements Xianjin amber, and how senior sister Mao Fu was persuaded to become a porter. Sun Chi pondered for a moment, then changed the subject to the giant cauldron placed in the sky by the ancestor of the Ying family. That old ancestor really has some skills. Just casually placing a cauldron has greatly benefited the main base. Lu Chen looked up at the sky, where the giant cauldron, shrouded in purple aura, was faintly visible. He murmured, without real skills, he wouldn't dare venture to the south of the Yangtze River. Inwardly, he speculated about his master's true level. At 4 p.m., Lu Chen arrived alone at the southern warehouse district. Sun Jinhua was waiting at the entrance, looking haggard. Lu Chen teased, judging by your expression, what has scared you so badly? Sun Jinhua shook his head with a bitter smile, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. The old man shivered and continued speaking. It's not so bad with the fierce beasts. We haven't encountered anything too outrageous. But that plant demon. A flash of fear crossed his eyes. It's absolutely terrifying. Lu Chen's expression grew serious as he asked in a deep voice, even with Sister Mao Mao there, did you still face a life-and-death situation? Not quite, Sun Jinhua said while leading the way. But that plant demon was incredibly sinister, with all kinds of attack methods. I even saw a bizarre city that looked exactly like a human city from above. But when your sister shouted, it turned out to be entirely made of plant illusions. The old man turned to Lu Chun, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Xiao Chun, have you ever seen a giant tree tens of thousands of meters tall? I have. Is it that legendary willow tree? Lu Chen's heart trembled. This was the 3rd time he had heard about it. Sun Jinhua nodded, fear flickering in his eyes. It's terrifying beyond words. Without witnessing it firsthand, it's hard to imagine such a thing exists in the world. As they chatted about other topics, they soon arrived at the warehouse area. Sun Jinhua chuckled. Thanks to your sister. She really meant what she said and emptied all the 5-element mystic gold amber from the Tianfu war zone. Did she steal it? What else? She fought 4 or 5 battles, even alarming the Qi family, one of the 8 great families. The old man finished speaking and handed the secret key to Lu Chun. As usual, you go in by yourself. I'll head back to rest. This trip was really tough. Lu Chen said earnestly, thank you for your hard work. I'll ask Master Ma for some top-grade tonic wine and bring you a couple of bottles. No, no, no. That stuff is even worse. As if fearing more questions from Lu Chun, Sun Jinua's old face unusually flushed, and he quickly made his escape. It only took a moment for Lu Chun to piece things together. Lu Chun frowned slightly, images flashing through his mind. He could almost see Ma Jingyang holding a wine glass with a smile, and Sun Jinhua forcing himself to down it despite his discomfort. At this thought, Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. The moment he pushed open the warehouse door, Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. The sight before him rendered him speechless. The interior of the warehouse was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, obviously enhanced by a spatial formation. Stacked to the ceiling, the 5 elements mysterious gold amber nearly filled the entire space, its sheer quantity staggering. With this much 5 elements mysterious gold amber, all the Tianjing bugs can evolve. Lu Chen thought excitedly. At that moment, Xiao Lan eagerly flew out from his soul, circling Lu Chun in excitement. Lu Chen smiled and instructed, remember, the primary task is to ensure all the little ones evolve. You can distribute the rest as you see fit. Xiao Lan nodded earnestly and transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the nearest pile of 5 elements mysterious gold amber. Delicious, delicious, it cheered joyfully. With a single thought from Lu Chun, 60.11 million Tianjing bugs swarmed out, flooding towards the precious ore. He walked over to a corner sofa and sat down, quietly waiting for the miracle to unfold. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family ancestral residence in Xinwu city of the Jiangnan war zone, Jiang Wushuang stood alone in a pavilion atop an artificial hill, gazing into the distance. As the foremost prodigy of his family, He had always had smooth sailing. However, ever since Lu Qian implanted the bug in him, his life trajectory had undergone a drastic shift. Jiang Wushuang looked up at the Yangzhou cauldron, floating in the sky, his mind awash with thoughts. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a familiar voice echoed up the mountain path. Brother Jiang, we didn't expect to find you here. We've been looking all over for you. Qi Zhan's expression turned serious. The Jiang family, one of the 8 great families, has ruled Jiangnan for 600 years. Now, it's being overshadowed by some nobodies from the Batian society. Brother Jiang, I feel embarrassed for you. How can you act like nothing's wrong? Jiang Wushuang's face went cold, his aura surging, eyes filled with killing intent. Are you courting death? With a flicker of his spiritual power, the snow within 100 meters around them instantly melted. Qi Zhan quickly stepped back laughing. Calm down, Brother Jiang. I was just testing to see if you still have the heart to fight for dominance. Clearly, your blood still runs hot. He continued. In 2 days, the Tianjiao ranking competition begins. After the results are out, the winner will surely challenge Mu Juexian from the Batian society. Battles at that level are beyond us, but we can make a move on the Tianjiao ranking. Qi Zhan paused, his eyes gleaming. The struggle for the Tianjiao ranking will be a chaotic battle with no rules. I propose we form an alliance of 5 and first take down Lu Chun, then unite against the victorious brothers. Seeing the others remain silent, Qi Zhan added, everyone, the top 100 in the Tianjiao ranking will earn a spot in the Tianyuan secret realm. This was left by the Red Moon Immortal sect 10,000 years ago. The higher the rank, the greater the privileges in the secret realm. The top 3 can even gain immunity from death. At this, the others' expression shifted. The terror of the Tianyuan secret realm was well known. 500 years ago, less than 1 in 10 survived its opening. Nangong Qiyao, Ji Bailu, and Meng Shunji all agreed in turn. Everyone's eyes then turned to Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang's lips curled into a faint smile. Of course I agree. But killing Lu Chen first? Do you have any idea how many tricks he has up his sleeve? In the depths of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, the ancient garden exuded a timeless charm. The winter chill seemed to be kept at bay. Jin Hongchang stood by the pond, scattering fish food from his hand. The surface of the water teemed with fish, each the size of a fist, vying for the food. He mused aloud. Humans are just like these fish. As long as they have something to eat, they will be grateful and support you endlessly. Turning around, he looked at Yang Ming behind him and smiled. Old Yang, what do you think? Yang Ming smiled and looked towards the ethereal Yangzhou ding in the sky. After a moment of contemplation, he said with admiration, one must admit, the tactics of the winner's patriarch are indeed both wise and powerful. As long as the Yangzhou ding remains here, countless ordinary people and mid to low-level martial artists will benefit. Winning the hearts of the people is the key to ruling the world. As the dean of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy and the commander-in-chief of the war zone, both men viewed the situation from a high vantage point. They realized that the patriarch of the Winter clan was not here to impose iron-fisted rule as the outside world thought, but rather to win the hearts of the people first by deploying the Yangzhou Ding and then to consolidate power at the top. Jin Hongchang's expression suddenly turned solemn. Old Yang, I truly consider you a friend. I can't just stand by and watch you take a narrow path. Even if Badiangui's Linglong has guided you, you can't repay that debt with your life. The atmosphere grew tense. Both men understood that in the face of major decisions, one had to choose a side. Yang Ming patted his old friend's shoulder and looked again at the Yangzhou Ding. Old Jin, did you know that Badiangui's third sister, Linglong, has left? Did she flee? No, Yang Ming said with a smile. Before she left, she finally agreed to see me. After testing my skills, she said I was still not qualified to be her registered disciple. Jin Hongchang was displeased. Pretentious. Bluffing. If she were really that powerful, why didn't she stay to help Mu Juexian? As they spoke, a crimson spear shot towards Wenxin Pavilion like a meteor, its tip carrying a gilded battle invitation. A booming voice echoed through the base. I, in Guangjiang, have been entrusted by the patriarch to deliver a challenge to Badiangui. On December 1st, before the voice could finish, the spear was struck by a terrifying force and sent flying hundreds of miles away. Mao Fu soared into the sky, shouting angrily, "What's the matter with you? Shouting like that in broad daylight? Don't you have work to do?" The two clashed in the sky, their energy waves rippling through the purple clouds. Not long after, Guangjiang was sent flying, coughing up blood. Mao Fu clapped her hands and returned, disdainfully saying, "Is that all?" Apart from his loud voice, he's weaker than the monkeys at the gate. Yang Ming withdrew his gaze and said to the stunned Jin Hongchang, "Don't bother looking. There won't be a fight." Jin Hongchang fumed. Even the barbarians from beyond the border know you don't kill messengers in wartime. This Mao Fu is truly unruly. Yang Ming laughed. Have you forgotten what Badiangui is called? Jin Hongchang spat out each word with venom. Mad dogs. Shit. Stirrers. After calming down, he asked, Old Yang, you only told half the story earlier. What else did Linglong say to you? Yang Ming slowly replied, she said. The winner's patriarch is in big trouble because there's only one Yangzhou Ding, and it has 3 legs. Jin Hongchang, Wenxin Pavilion. As the powerful figures fled in panic, the vast fields appeared desolate. However, Li Bagong, Ma Jingyang, and Qiu Yuanlong were like seasoned farmers during a bountiful harvest, continuously breaking the imprints within the spiritual plants and replacing them with their own marks. Qiu Yuanlong hesitated, his expression conflicted. His sense of righteousness made him more cautious in his moral conduct. 8th Master, Master Ma, isn't what we're doing a bit underhanded? Ma Jingyang sneered. Underhanded? Wenxin Pavilion belongs to our body Angui. Those old geezers have been freeloading for so long, and now they're running off in a panic when trouble arises. That's what's truly underhanded. He then grinned slyly. Good riddance. Now all this top-quality stuff is ours. Qiu Yuanlong pondered for a moment and then said seriously, in that case, why don't we just weld the door shut so they can't come back in? Ma Jingyang was taken aback, then gave a thumbs up and praised. You intellectuals sure know how to play the game. Just then, Li Bagong spoke in a deep voice. There's a spiritual plant here that I can't remove the original imprint from. The 3 of them tried, but to no avail. Mao Fu appeared at the right moment and explained. That's the Jinmu sapling belonging to the old monster Li. Better leave it for him. Seeing the 3 of them follow her, she smiled and added, just wait, soon enough, there'll be quite a show. Meanwhile, in the southern outskirts of the main base, in the warehouse district, all the 5 elements mystic gold amber had been completely devoured by the Tianjing worms. The last piece of 5 elements mystical gold amber. The vast warehouse had completely turned into a blue ocean. Countless celestial crystal bugs fluttered in the void, gathering and dispersing like fireflies. At the edge of the warehouse, the last mountain-like pile of metal ore was visibly shrinking. The rate of consumption was astonishing. Some transformed celestial crystal bugs gathered in specific areas, beginning to produce offspring. The light blue embryos were closely packed, nearly transparent at the edges with a small black in the center. In no time, the new celestial crystal bugs had hatched. Xiao Lan cheerfully flew towards Lu Chun. Father, it's done. I didn't sneak any bites. I gave everything to the little ones. Lu Chun shifted his gaze to the little creature. Have you evolved too? Any new abilities? He recalled how Hong Shuang's flame abilities had evolved multiple times, and Kai had gained more control attributes. As for the newly emerged Jin Chan, it was rapidly proliferating with its offspring. At this moment, Xiao Lan had grown from the size of a thumb to half a finger, her cyan blue body now bearing wings that displayed the colors of the 5 elements. Father, I don't seem to have any new abilities. Xiao Lan said dejectedly as she landed in Lu Chin's palm. I think I've just gotten tougher. She looked up, pitifully adding, Father, Xiao Lan won't eat so much in the future. I'll just focus on growing. Lu Chin pondered. Gotten tougher? Is it related to defense? He speculated that after devouring the 5 elements mystical gold amber, Xiao Lan had evolved from the stone tier to the gold tier, and her new ability might directly affect the celestial crystal guard. After comforting the little one, Lu Chun focused his mind, and all the celestial crystal bugs' offspring poured into his body like a torrent. Opening the system panel, Lu Chun was astonished. All the celestial crystal bugs had evolved from the black gold magnetic stone tier to the 5 elements mystical gold amber gold tier, and their number had increased from 60.11 million to 63.92 million. Even more delightfully, the original black gold magnetic body had disappeared, replaced by the 5 elements magnetic body. Not only had it retained its original magnetic abilities, but it had also gained a new ability, the 5 elements furnace. 5 elements furnace description. A derivative ability of the 5 elements magnetic body. When under attack while protected by celestial crystal, all damage is converted into energy absorbed by the furnace, which can be released when fully charged. Lu Chin's heart raced. This ability is incredible. It not only withstands damage but also absorbs it into the furnace. It's the perfect trump card. After a long contemplation, Lu Chan snapped back to reality, evolving from stone tier to gold tier. Although the number of celestial crystal bugs hasn't skyrocketed, their defensive capabilities have definitely improved significantly. He estimated that the current defense had surpassed the limits of a Grandmaster, and that even an ordinary Great Grandmaster might not be able to break it. After a moment of thought, Lu Chun set up several powerful restrictions around the entire warehouse and softly called out, Jian Chan, are you there? A slight ripple appeared in the void behind him, and Jian Chan emerged from the waves. Master, I am here. His figure had grown to over 2 meters, and the reverse mantis blades on his arms looked even more menacing. Jian Chan had taken on a humanoid form, draped in a moon-white monk's robe, with handsome and gentle features. Seeing the odd look in Lu Chin's eyes, Jin Shan pressed his palms together and explained, Master, although flesh is but an illusion, I took on this form to make you feel more at ease. Lu Chen smiled, Little Chan. You are too attached to appearances? Jin Shan's serene expression faltered in surprise. Master, your words are becoming more and more profound, but could you not use my own words against me? After a brief exchange of philosophical banter, Lu Chan got straight to the point. How many Grandmaster level 6 Desire Jin Shan do we have now? 2, and the third one is almost ready. That's enough. Lu Chen nodded. Bring them all out. Attack me. Jin Shan was taken aback. Master, are you sure? Don't worry. Just make sure your little ones hit hard. Lu Chen explained that although the 6 Desire Jin Shan were only at the Grandmaster level, insufficient to test his defense limits, they could help charge the 5 elements furnace. Soon, Jin Shan and the other 2 insect offspring began a frenzied assault on Lu Chen. In the martial arts era, year 581, November 30th. The grand battle of the Great Xia, heavenly talents commenced at the main base of the Jiangnan war zone. Countless powerful figures gathered at the scene. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, one of the 9 great academies of the Grand Xia dynasty, is a revered sanctuary for countless martial artists. The bustling outskirts of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy were teeming with people. Martial artists and ordinary folks alike gathered, chanting slogans to cheer for Jiangnan. Students guarded the various entrances, but their efforts couldn't contain the crowd's enthusiasm. Occasionally, streaks of light flashed in the sky as more people arrived for the grand event. At the main entrance, distinguished guests began to arrive one after another, with student guides busily directing them. In a corner, 2 lively girls were checking identities and excitedly discussing the arrivals. Suddenly, the round-faced girl trembled with excitement and pointed to 4 figures in the distance, shouting, Lu Shan is here. As the 4 approached, the round-faced girl whispered fervently about Lu Chen's numerous achievements. Bai Qiuning, however, stood in a daze, lost in distant memories that felt unattainable. Lu Chen and his 3 companions headed straight for the competition area. Sun Qi, brimming with pride, was quickly deflated by a single remark from Shi Chuanxiu. He sidled up to Lu Chen, rubbing his hands together in a fawning manner. Brother Lu, please guide us. Lu Chen calmly analyzed the competition rules and their own strengths, exuding an air of confidence. Sun Qi, reassured by Lu Chen's words, became animated and declared passionately, with the help of our Godfather today, how can we not achieve greatness? The 4 of them chatted casually as they continued forward. After about 10 minutes, they reached their destination. The massive martial arts arena was bustling with people, filled with students from the Martial Arts Academy and martial artists from various regions, even attracting some grandmasters. However, the real battleground for the Tianjiao ranking tournament wasn't on the ground but on the floating, heavenly cloud platform above. Sun Qi looked up and couldn't help but exclaim, is this the heavenly cloud platform? It's really impressive. Overhead floated a gigantic, semi-transparent blue arena, resembling an overturned bowl. The top of the bowl extended into 8 circular platforms, representing the waiting areas for the 8 battle zones. Between the platforms were tiered spectator seats. The inner side of the bowl had rings of steps, randomly distributed with 90 thrones, numbered from 11 to 100. At the very bottom were 10 more majestic thrones, numbered 1 to 10. After a moment of silence, Sun Qi continued, this competition is harsher than I thought. It's easy to grab a spot, but holding on to it is the real challenge. The seats numbered 11 to 100 are too spread out. Even with Lu Chen's help, it's hard to keep them all. Shi Chuanxiu laughed indifferently. No worries, Brother Lu will handle it. He pointed in a direction. See that area at the bottom? The thrones numbered 1 to 10 are all concentrated there. Got it. Sun Qi suddenly understood, his voice rising with excitement. Are we aiming for the top 10 directly? Their conversation drew many curious looks. Suddenly, a mocking voice chimed in. With your skills, you think you can make it to the top 10? Do you even know what the 8 great families are? Sun Qi turned angrily, but his expression changed upon seeing who it was. Nevertheless, with Lu Qian by his side, he confidently retorted, I heard the top talent from the Chu Xiang Qi family was killed. Wasn't it you, Qi Mingxian? Who did it? Tiske. The infighting in big families has no bottom line. This remark stunned Lu Qian and the others. Qi Mingxian glared at Sun Qi, his killing intent evident, but he didn't make a move. After a few moments, he sneered, you're all dead. As he passed by Lu Qian, he muttered, I heard that Lu Qian from the 7 sons of Daxia has unrivaled defense. Let's see about that. With that, he walked away. Sun Qi let out a sigh of relief, leaning against Shi Chuanxiu. Damn, that guy's aura was so strong. My legs almost gave out. Shi Chuanxiu gave him a thumbs up. Well done, young master son. Then he turned to Lu Chen. Brother Lu, that guy seems off, like he's putting on a show. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. Reality isn't a novel. The top talents from those big families are no pushovers. Qi Mingxian is putting on a show for someone. Once the competition starts, he'll definitely come after me. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang approached and warned Sun Qi, "You have a sharp tongue, but don't run it off next time. It could get you in trouble." He then turned to Lu Chun. "In a way, we're on the same side now." Qi Mingxuan's family, the Chu Xiang Qi, has decided to support the winner, officially defecting from the Seven Surname Alliance. His provocation was a show of loyalty to the winner. Jiang Wushuang paused before adding, "Don't underestimate Qi Mingxuan's strength. The Qi family's bloodline contains the essence of Gengjin, making their attacks extremely powerful. You might not be able to defend against it." Before leaving, he whispered to Lu Chen, "One more thing: that 7 sons of Daxia, including Nangong Qi Yao, Ji Bailu, Meng Shunji, Qi Zhan, and myself, plan to team up to kill you. After dealing with you, we'll go after the winner's brothers. Be very careful." Watching Jiang Wushuang walk away, Lu Chen suddenly turned and asked, "Fugu, we have only 4 people, but there are 6 more slots in the top 10. How much do you think we should sell each slot for?" Sun Qi was stunned. "Brother Sun, don't scare me. I'm not that brave." At 10 a.m., 2 figures appeared in the sky above Tianyun platform, their robes billowing in the wind. Jin Hongchong and Yang Ming's silhouettes caught everyone's attention as they floated in the air. Jin Hongchong, dressed in a purple robe with his white hair flowing in the breeze, had eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Though young, Yang Ming's presence was equally imposing, with his hands clasped behind his back and his gaze scanning the crowd like a torch. As the two appeared, the previously noisy martial arts arena fell silent. Both the students of the Martial Academy and the observing masters held their breath, awaiting the commencement of the grand event. Jin Hongchong loudly announced the opening of the Great Xia talent ranking, while Yang Ming activated the Tianyun platform. With a series of hand seals, he unleashed a torrent of powerful spiritual energy that roared into the platform like a dragon. Instantly, the massive bowl-shaped structure lit up with densely packed runes, and the entire virtual arena rose another 100 meters. 8 circular platforms each lowered a spiraling, semi-transparent staircase to the ground. Jin Hongchong called out, "Let the talents of the 8 battle zones ascend to Tianyun platform." Before he finished speaking, the teams from each battle zone were already eager to move. Lu Chun from the Jiangnan battle zone was the first to step onto the stairs, with others following closely behind. As 400 talents ascended into the sky, murmurs of discussion rose from the audience below. Veteran experts took on the role of commentators, introducing the leading figures from each battle zone. Members of the 7 Sons of Great Xia, such as Qi Zhan, Nangong Qi Yao, Ji Bailu, and Meng Shunji, garnered significant attention. The trio of Lu Qian, Ing Tianming, and Ing Xuanji sparked even more discussion. At that moment, someone mentioned the conflict between Lu Qian and Qi Mingxian. An elder sighed and revealed the secret of the Qi family's bloodline containing the essence of gung metal, hinting that Qi Mingxian might be Lu Qian's greatest threat. As the talents took their positions, Yang Ming began organizing the other participants. Spectators, nobles, and members of the 8 great families entered the arena. When several ancient figures who had lived for centuries appeared, the crowd erupted once more. A powerful figure from the mountain and sea realm frowned and murmured to himself, "What's going on? A competition among the younger generation is attracting these big shots? Something's not right." Only a select few top-tier forces knew about the winner's scheme. Most people in the martial arts world are unaware that the current Daxia has split into 2 factions, and a storm is brewing. The final battleground is likely to be Jiangnan. At this moment, Sun Qi squeezed next to Lu Qian and whispered, "Brother Lu, are we really going to sell the top 10 spots? With so many big shots around, isn't it too risky?" Before Lu Chun could respond, Shi Chuanqiu came over and chuckled. "What's there to be afraid of? Be bold. The ranking on the Tianjiao list is a big deal. You need to think carefully about the price." "What big deal?" Sun Qi asked, confused. Shi Chuanqiu lowered his voice and explained, "The top 100 on the Tianjiao list can enter the Tianyuan secret realm. The higher the rank, the greater the privileges. The top 3 even gain the ability to avoid death." Just as Sun Qi was about to speak, Yang Ming's voice came from above, "Please, the 2 chief judges, take your seats." 2 beams of light extended from the top of the Tianyun platform, forming a dragon and phoenix chair, 100 meters apart. A dragon's roar echoed through the sky, causing the Yangzhou cauldron above the Jiangnan battlefield to tremble and emit 1,000 rays of purple light. A majestic figure instantly appeared on the dragon chair, dressed in a black dragon robe and wearing a crown with hanging beads. It was the founder of the Ying family, Ying Hongyin. Everyone's eyes focused on the empty phoenix chair. Sun Qi asked in confusion, "Brother Lu, where's your master?" Lu Chun smiled wryly, "Probably still playing mahjong." Before he could finish speaking, a crack appeared in the void, revealing a mahjong table under a peach tree. Mu Juexian stepped out, wearing a smoky blue long dress with her white hair cascading like a waterfall. She glanced at the Yangzhou cauldron and frowned slightly, but said nothing as she calmly took her seat. Sun Shi exclaimed, "You were right. By the way, why did your master frown just now?" Lu Chun replied seriously, "That cauldron has only one, three-legged stand, which is considered a bad omen. But out of respect for me, my master won't act for now." "What bad omen?" "Odd numbers and asymmetry. I bet after the event, my master won't be able to hold back." Sun Shi blinked. "But isn't the duel set for tomorrow?" Lu Chun sighed. "You don't understand. Tomorrow is December 1st, an odd number." The rules for the Tianjiao Grand Competition are as follows. Jiangnan Martial Academy's headmaster, Jian Hongchang, concisely announced the rules for the Tianjiao Grand Competition. Any form of combat is allowed. The rankings will be determined by the 100 seats of honor after 1 hour. Participants can voluntarily withdraw but will lose their qualification. The use of objects beyond the Tian tier is prohibited. He concluded, "It is now 10:10 a.m. The competition will officially start in 5 minutes." Each region's talents made their preparations. In Jiangnan, Sun Qi pulled Shi Chuanxiu aside to discuss selling their spots. Shi Chuanxiu suggested asking Jiang Wushuang for an offer. Sun Qi's eyes lit up, and he took immediate action. Jiang Wushuang glanced at the message on Sun Qi's phone, his eyes flickering. He transmitted, "I'll take the deal. 2 spots for 2 Tian tier items. Why not auction them off and let Lu Chun set the conditions?" Watching Sun Qi leave, Jiang Wushuang was shocked. Lu Chun actually wanted to sell his spots. Just how many cards does he have up his sleeve? Should he consider using the insect swarm? Jiang Wushuang's gaze shifted to Qi Mingxian, anticipating that he would attack Lu Chun as soon as the competition began. Suddenly, Jiang Wushuang lost interest in the competition itself. He only wanted to witness Lu Chun's performance. If Lu Chun could indeed secure spots and sell them for high prices, Jiang Wushuang was willing to bow down. Time ticked away, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In the final minute, the audience stood up. At Yang Ming's command, the talents rushed into the arena, and chaos ensued. Sun Qi turned pale and asked Lu Chun when he would enter the fray. Lu Chun calmly replied, "Let's wait a bit." The top 10 areas were deserted. Lu Chun observed coldly, waiting for the right moment. Other talents either fought solo or teamed up. "Let's go," Lu Chun said, stepping towards the top 10 areas with a clear goal in mind. Since everyone wanted to kill him, he aimed to take all the spots. "Whoever comes, dies. But if you can pay the price, you can have a seat." Lu Chun sneered, striding down with Sun Qi and the other 2. The fighting crowd around them retreated as if avoiding a deadly plague. The fearsome reputation of being the third among the 7 sons of Decisive left everyone breathless. A sudden desire surged in Lu Chun's heart. If only he could unleash the insect larvae, kill and devour everyone here, and then receive the feedback from Hong Shuang. How exhilarating that would be. As soon as this thought arose, a cool sensation washed over his mind. He became wary. With the increasing number of bloodthirsty insects, his killing intent was becoming more frequent. Thankfully, his third senior sister, Ling Long, had left a safeguard to suppress it. As Lu Chun advanced towards the central area, other top prodigies also began to converge from all directions. In the distance, Qi Zhan and 3 others from the 7 sons of Decisive, along with Jiang Wushuang from the Jiang family of Jiangnan, had already gathered. Qi Zhan grinned maliciously and said, "As planned, let's take out Lu Chun first." Jiang Wushuang cast a cold glance at him. On the surface, it was a competition for a spot, but in reality, they were putting on a show for the winner. If the winner was unstoppable, killing Lu Chun from the Beishans would also serve as a backup plan. Meng Xinji from the Qinglan War Zone suggested, "Let Qi Mingxian from the Qi family probe first. He can definitely find Lu Chun's defensive limits. The Qi family's Gungjin source can cut through anything. Even if Lu Chun doesn't die, he'll be severely injured." Qi Zhan nodded in agreement. The 5 of them focused their attention on the central area. Besides Lu Chun and his group, Qi Mingxian also walked towards it with an indifferent expression. From the direction of the capital's prodigies, the Ing brothers were also observing. Ing Xuanji smiled and said, "Watch, the mountain you see is insurmountable is about to face trouble. Qi Mingxian may only be at the 9th level of the Sky Realm, but when he goes all out, he can break even a Grandmaster's defense." When Lu Chun fought the sharpshooter Liang Jian, he broke his defense and arm with 3 combined arrows. Qi Mingxuan's attacking power is even stronger than that. Hearing this, Ing Tianming smiled, "Brother, Lu Chun isn't that simple. If he truly loses to Qi Mingxian, I'll be very disappointed." At this moment, the entire Tianyun arena was engulfed in chaos. Swords clashed in the air above Tianyun platform, while spells intertwined on the ground. However, all eyes were fixated on 2 figures: Lu Chun from the Ba Tian Society and Qi Mingxian from the Qi family of the Chu Xiang battle zone. One boasted an invincible defense that could even drive the fate of the winner to madness, while the other, with the essence of Gungjin flowing in his veins, was said to be able to cut through anything. As the 2 drew closer, the prodigies in the middle region made way. The closer to the core area, the higher the seat rankings and the stronger the contenders. Sensing the approach of these two powerful auras, the crowd tacitly halted their battles but did not leave. Get lost, Qi Mingxian shouted coldly. Near the 16th throne, two prodigies watched indifferently. Seeing this, Qi Mingxuan's face twisted in anger, and he swung his obsidian staff with deadly force. The two onlookers were not to be outdone and simultaneously launched their attacks. Boom! With a dull thud, their weapons shattered. Qi Mingxuan's staff had turned a golden hue, covered in inscriptions. The essence of Gengjin, someone exclaimed, immediately conceding and teleporting away. The other person, unwilling to give up, enveloped himself in swirling clouds, 9 cloud formations protecting him. Foolish, Qi Mingxian sneered, sweeping his staff horizontally. Crack! Like glass shattering, the cloud formations instantly disintegrated. Before the man could concede, he was cleaved in two by the staff. The 16th throne was stained with blood, and a seed contestant lay dead. Retracting the essence of Gengjin, Qi Mingxian dragged his staff along the ground with a grating sound and continued toward Lu Chun. In the spectator stands, many strong individuals had varied expressions. Some marveled at Qi Mingxuan's underestimated strength, while others sighed at the emergence of a dragon from the Qi family. Over at the Chu Xiang Qi family section, the Qi family patriarch looked pleased. Mao Fu transmitted a message to Zhang Yuanshan. Senior brother, this guy's essence of Gengjin is too powerful. It can break through a Grandmaster's 6th level defense. Can our junior brother hold up? Zhang Yuanshan chuckled. Why panic? Xiao Chuan has plenty of trump cards. Besides, if he can seize the essence of Gengjin, it would be a great boon for him. Shifting his gaze from Lu Chun, he looked towards Mu Juexian in the void. Zhang Yuanshan pondered, would Miss act herself, or let Xiao Chun use the bloodthirsty worm? Initially, both he and Mu Juexian only knew that Lu Chun could control the bloodthirsty worm. But gradually, many strange things were discovered. For instance, Lu Chen's secret techniques and martial arts. Their origins were rather peculiar. Following some clues, a slight deduction, it confirmed one thing: Lu Chen's bloodthirsty worm mother likely possesses the ability to devour and return nourishment. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Zhang Yuanshan's eyes, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. He recalled his casual conversation with Mu Juexian, where they had laughed at Luke Hin for being overly cautious, fearing he would be seen as a monster. As it turns out, the kid's worries were not unfounded. Watching the competition, Zhang Yuanshan chuckled and shook his head, then transmitted a message to Mao Fu. It's time for Xiao Chun to release some of his killing intent. Let him have some fun this time. Not long ago, after Ling Long created a cultivation method for Luke Hin, she returned to Wenxin Pavilion and highlighted an important issue: Luke Hin's soul had shown signs of mutation due to the rapid increase in bloodthirsty worms. Mu Juexian had been straightforward in offering a solution. If there's too much killing intent, then let him kill more. Ling Long sighed helplessly and decided to focus on two issues after reaching the Grey Mist Sea. 1. The intrusion of killing intent into the soul, and 2. Eliminating the pollution from the Grey Mist creatures so the bloodthirsty worms could devour safely. Meanwhile, at another part of the Tianyan platform battlefield, Ing Tianming muttered to himself, he seems different from before. Ing Xuanji asked curiously, Luke Hin? How is he different? The old him was like a dormant volcano: no sharpness, no ambition. But now, Ing Tianming paused, his expression serious. The volcano is smoking. He seems furious, ready to erupt. If nothing goes wrong, Qi Mingxian will meet a terrible end. Ing Xuanji was surprised. Tianming, how do you know him so well? Ing Tianming awkwardly scratched his nose. I don't really know. As the two conversed, Qi Mingxian reached the core area of the Tianyan platform battlefield first, his gaze piercing as he stared at Luke Hin. I thought you wouldn't dare to come down. He raised his coiling dragon staff, pointing it forward. Today, let's see if your defense is stronger or my attack is unparalleled. Luke Hin, expressionless, walked steadily towards his opponent. At the edge of the core area, Sun Qi and the other two watched with tense expressions, their bodies taut with anticipation. Kill! Qi Mingxian roared, charging at Luke Hin. The source of gung metal infused the coiling dragon staff, its golden light blazing, and the dragon's roar echoed. Luke Hin, today, you will die without a doubt. He raised the coiling dragon staff and smashed it down. The gung metal light column descended with a mighty force, filling the space with cracks. This seemingly simple strike was, in fact, filled with countless killing blows, enveloping the entire area where Luke Hin stood. From a distance, Ing Xuanji's eyes were alight. The Qi family's supreme dragon slayer staff is quite something, worthy of being compared to our Ing family's 3 desolation divine spear. This strike can only be met hidden. Yet, facing Qi Mingxuan's overwhelming strike, Luke Hin did not dodge but instead advanced to meet it. He formed a peculiar hand seal, and gray sand spread out, as he reached out to catch the golden coiling dragon staff. Ing Xuanji exclaimed, "A magnetic field? Materialized into a tangible magnetic field? No way. Did he really catch it?" All things in the universe are governed by the 5 elements. After over 60 million Tianjing worms devoured the 5 elemental profound gold amber, evolving from stone to gold tier, the black gold magnetic core within Lu Chen's body transformed directly into the 5 elements magnetic core. The magnetic power within Lu Chen surged dramatically, with the aura of the 5 elements swirling around him. The magnetic seal and the exquisite 9 seals advanced, exponentially enhancing the power of the magnetic field. Qi Mingxian swung the coiling dragon staff, an attack empowered by the source of gung metal that should have been unstoppable, but its speed drastically decreased when it encountered the flowing sand magnetic field, moving as slow as a crawling snail. "Is this all you've got to kill me?" Lu Chen sneered, reaching out to grab the coiling dragon staff. Using the force of the magnetic field, he yanked it away effortlessly. Too weak. As soon as he spoke, a terrifying suction force swept in. Qi Mingxian was involuntarily pulled closer, panic-stricken. He desperately channeled his spiritual power, using every trick he had, but couldn't break free from the magnetic field's grip at such close range. Bang! Lu Chen's left hand clamped around Qi Mingxuan's neck like an iron vice. The fear of death instantly overwhelmed Qi Mingxuan's consciousness. Before he could finish, Lu Chen lifted him and slammed him heavily to the ground. Cracks spread across the pale blue floor, only to be instantly restored by the array's power. "Weren't you just being arrogant?" Lu Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stomped on Qi Mingxuan's chest. "I admit." Too late. The coiling dragon staff pierced through Qi Mingxuan's forehead, the sound of his skull shattering clearly audible. Blood stained his unwilling eyes, and in a few breaths, he was plunged into eternal darkness. The entire Tianyan platform fell into dead silence. Not far away, Sun Qi and the other 2 were in shock. They had only been worried that Lu Chen might lose, never expecting him to crush his opponent so effortlessly. The Qi family's gung metal source is indeed formidable, Shun Jiyuan remarked in Sun Qi's mind. But who would have thought Lu Chen possessed such terrifying magnetic power? He completely countered his opponent. Sun Qi suddenly understood. So, Qi Mingxian thought he was on the 5th level, while Brother Lu was actually in the stratosphere? Shi Chuanqiu was puzzled. What 5th level, stratosphere? It means Brother Lu outmaneuvered Qi Mingxian at every turn. A true masterstroke. Sun Qi explained. As the various leaders began to comprehend the situation, a calm voice from above the Tianyan platform suddenly broke the silence. "Xiao Chun, don't waste the body. It will be useful to you, so consume it if necessary." In the core area of the Tianyun battlefield, Lu Chun looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with unparalleled shock. His master's words, were they suggesting he used the larvae? Southern War Zone, Juding City. This city, not far from the main base, is the headquarters of the largest business association in the region, Juding Pavilion. On the top floor of Yuanyang Tower, located to the west of Juding City, Qin Yin, the Qin master of the Ancient God Society, stood respectfully beside an elderly woman. Both of them were intently watching a projection in front of them. The screen displayed a fierce battle taking place on Tianyan platform. Mu Juexian's calm voice echoed, "Don't waste the bodies. They are useful to you. Consume them if you need to." As soon as these words were spoken, the spectators' expressions changed dramatically, with some showing signs of shock in their eyes. The ancestor of the Chu Xiang and Qi families gazed back and forth between Mu Juexian and Lu Chun, creating an eerie atmosphere on the scene. The elderly woman's wrinkled face broke into a smile. With the emergence of the blood-devouring insect, the Batian society will surely find it difficult to survive in Daxia. The winner must completely eradicate the Batian society. This turmoil is only going to escalate. Qin Yin softly asked, "Your Excellency, why did Mu Juexian reveal Lu Chen's identity in front of everyone?" The elderly woman sneered. She must either be out of her mind or simply doesn't care. After a pause, she looked at Mu Juexian on the screen and said indifferently, "I am curious to see why she doesn't care." Qin Yin pondered silently. Could it be that Mu Juexian has reached the divine realm? But in the 600 years of the martial era, no one has ever attained the divine realm. On Tianyan platform, Lu Chun looked up at Mu Juexian in the sky, his eyes burning with intense light. With a single thought, a half-palm-long red frost flew out from the insect nest, affectionately brushing against Lu Chun before provocatively circling around and then darting into Qi Mingxuan's corpse. Boom! The spectators were filled with shock. A powerful star-level practitioner worriedly said, "If the blood-devouring insect spreads beyond the region, it could spark a great war." An old man leaning on a dragon-head cane shook his head and said, "Today, we might witness an earth-shattering battle. Daxia is on the verge of a major upheaval." In a corner to the side of Tianyan platform, Jin Hongchang and Yang Ming also wore exceptionally grave expressions. As the hosts of the Tianjiao ranking battle, They were at a loss, unsure of how to bring the situation under control. The forbidden warrior must be eradicated by all. Jin Hongchang shouted in a low voice. He stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with greed. Brother Yang, this is a fortune beyond imagination. Activate the formation immediately and kill Lu Chun and the bloodthirsty worm. Yang Ming shook his head impassively. No one is allowed to interfere in the Tianjiao rankings. We'll deal with everything else after the competition. Jin Hongchang's eyes reddened with urgency. You've walked a tightrope your whole life to get here. It's been so difficult to act on emotion. Yang Ming remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on Lu Chun. Amid the clamor, the young man was silent for a moment before suddenly looking up. His cold, sharp eyes swept across the high viewing platform. A mocking smile curled at his lips. The forbidden warrior must be eradicated by all. Don't you find that laughable? Memories of Xingyue market flashed through Lu Chen's mind. The dragon clan's arrogance, the Jiang family's indulgence, all in the name of the greater good. The 8 great families, colluding and oppressing internally while conspiring externally. Lu Chen's voice rose sharply. You monopolize 90% of the resources in the Great Xia, seizing them by force, leaving countless warriors with no path to advancement. He yanked the Panlong staff out of Qi Mingxuan's forehead. And now you talk to me about forbidden warriors? Bang! The Panlong staff came crashing down, shattering Qi Mingxuan's head. In that moment, it wasn't just a head that was broken, it was the shackles on people's hearts. The martial arts arena at Jiangnan Martial Academy fell into a dead silence. Countless warriors gazed up silently, their eyes seemingly burning with fire. This silence was deafening. In the crowd, Song Qifeng's eyes were wet, and he murmured, "One who brings firewood for the people must not freeze to death in the snow." On another part of Tianyan platform, Ing Xuanji's expression was complex. Beside him, Ing Tiaming said earnestly, "Brother, I think he's right. In this world, everyone has a destiny. But above destiny, there are 8 mountains pressing down. If we don't move these mountains, the martial path of the Great Xia will always be stuck here." Ing Xuanji was shocked. "Tiaming, you can't say such things. It could get you killed." Ing Tiaming smiled. "Don't worry, I won't say it again." After a pause, he added, "Brother, I am also destiny. My path is to move mountains." Under the gaze of countless experts, Qi Mingxuan's body was quickly devoured by Hong Shuang. A special feedback alert appeared in Lu Chen's mind, upgrading his 5 elements magnetic seal to the incomplete divine 5 elements magnetic seal. Above the void, Mu Juexian spoke again. "Xiao Chun, that's enough. Continue the fight." Lu Chen understood and immediately recalled Hong Shuang. But on the Tianyan platform battlefield, no one continued to fight or compete. All eyes turned towards the central area where Lu Chen stood, filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Qi Tianyou's sorrowful cry echoed through the Tianyun platform, accusing Lu Chun of using forbidden methods to command insects to devour his opponents, a crime deserving of death. His voice was laced with uncontrollable killing intent. If not for his fear of Mu Juexian, he would have already acted. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly grew tense, with powerful figures from all sides secretly communicating. The 6 rebellious families, led by the Jiang family, urgently discussed countermeasures. The crowd angrily denounced Lu Chun, calling him a disruptor. Ing Hongyin's authoritative voice resonated from the void, warning that anyone who used forbidden techniques would be personally executed by him. He further offered a significant reward. Whoever kills Lu Chun would receive the fortune of the Great Xia, supreme divine abilities, and even guidance on the path to divinity. This statement stirred the founding ancestors of various families. The founding ancestors exchanged varied looks and then focused on Mu Juexian. The latter reclined lazily in his chair, a black and silver eye patch masking his emotions. After a moment of silence, the ancestors made their decision. They would resist Ying's consolidation and also aim to eliminate Lu Chun. In an instant, the top prodigies in the Tianyun battlefield received their orders, their eyes blazing with killing intent. Qizhan, Meng Xinji, Ji Bailu, Nangong Qiyao, and Jiang Wushuang quickly devised their strategy and rushed towards Lu Chun like streaks of light. Qi Zhan's domineering voice rang out. "From now on, the weak can get lost." The prodigies near the central area quickly backed away, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Looking up at the Tianyan platform, 5 figures streaked through the sky like shooting stars. Sun Qi and his 2 companions quickly retreated to a safe distance, while the other prodigies also pulled back and quietly observed the core area. Some appeared indifferent, some concealed their excitement, and others were itching to make a move. With Qi Mingxuan's fall, the situation had become even more unpredictable, and everyone was biding their time. "Is Lu Gu being a bit too reckless?" Sun Qi asked with a grave expression. 4 of the 7 sons of Daxia are here, plus Jiang Wushuang from the Jiang family. Even at his peak, the winner would struggle against such a lineup. 5 terrifying auras surged forth like rivers and seas, and even from a distance, Sun Qi felt a lingering fear. Shi Chuanqiu tried to maintain his composure. Don't worry, Lu Ji's defense is unbeatable. He's in an invincible position. Despite his words, he remained tense, gripping his thermos tightly. Qi Zhan and his group covered 100 meters in an instant, quickly shifting into formation. Meng Xinji of the Qinglan battle zone, the fastest among them, arrived above Lu Chen first. His starry robe lit up, and he swiftly set up the 28 constellations formation. Lu Chen's eyes burned with battle intent as he wielded the sky-splitting bow to counter. The colorful arrow split into 4, transforming into the phantoms of 4 divine beasts that shattered the star formation. Meng Xinji's expression changed drastically as he struggled to defend with 70 to 80% of his strength. Qi Zhan roared as he charged forward. No matter how strong you are, today you will die here. Blood energy surged around him like a giant serpent as he threw a punch at Lu Chen. Ji Bailu, with her twin blades gleaming, attacked from the side. From a distance, Nangong Qiyao sat playing her ancient zither, the seemingly gentle melody hiding lethal intent. Jiang Wushuang followed leisurely behind, appearing to wait for an opportunity while actually looking to fish in troubled waters. As for Jiang Wushuang, he trailed at the very end, his expression equally serious, seemingly biding his time but in reality, seeking to exploit the chaos. In such a situation, if Lu Chen really couldn't hold on, should I save him or not? This dilemma was indeed a tough one. A flash of determination appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. With a loud shout, he met Qi Zhan's punch with his own. Gray magnetic energy churned like quicksand, forming a millstone in midair that swept towards the blood-red tendrils around Qi Zhan. He didn't understand top-tier family martial techniques, but he relied on his instincts. Seeing this, Qi Zhan's eyes flashed with rage. He let out a roar. Scarlet Demon Fist. The remaining scarlet chains instantly consumed the surrounding spiritual energy, merging into his right fist. His fist seemed to transform, its power increasing tenfold, causing sonic booms as it moved. When the two fists collided, a terrifying explosion resounded. The Tianyun platform emitted sizzling sounds as its formations struggled to repair themselves. Both men were forced back, leaving deep footprints. Lu Chen was secretly surprised by his opponent's strength, but had no time to dwell on it. Suddenly, a metallic clang came from his waist. 2 curved blades emerged from the void, striking at the same spot. Without looking at his wound, Lu Chen turned to the now visible Ji Bailu, baring his teeth in a grin. You're done? Now it's my turn. His right hand shot out, gripping Ji Bailu's neck. I hate sneak attacks, he roared, swinging her to the ground. Ji Bailu screamed in terror, seeing his fist about to strike. A sudden burst of zither music and falling starlight caused Lu Chen to pause momentarily. Ji Bailu seized the chance to escape, ending the first round of the 6-person clash. Qi Zhan and his 4 companions distanced themselves, their expressions serious. In the spectator stands, the strong were shocked and discussing fervently. Some praised Lu Chen for fighting 5 opponents alone, calling him an uncrowned king. Others were unimpressed, believing the opponents hadn't given their all. The debates were lively. In the center of the battlefield, Lu Chen stood firm. Qi Zhan stared coldly at him and said in a deep voice, "This humiliation has become a demon in our martial paths. If we don't kill him, our paths will be doomed to end prematurely. To reach the pinnacle, one must clear the obstacles in their heart. If 1 or 2 of them fought Lu Chen and lost, then so be it. But on our side, there are 5 people." Ji Bailu's voice echoed hauntingly, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld, filled with hysterical killing intent. Then kill him. Before the words had even fully left her lips, the area around Lu Chen seemed to be sliced apart, dense with flashes of blades and fissures. Someone gasped. The Ji clan's Death Reaper strike from the Demon City. The gathered warriors felt a surge of anticipation, knowing the real battle was about to commence. Qi Zhan let out a low growl, his eyes bloodshot, as he took deliberate steps toward Lu Chen. Each step caused the Tianyun platform to quake. After 3 steps, his body expanded to a towering 5 meters, standing like a giant. With a thunderous roar, 2 bulges suddenly formed on Qi Zhan's neck, which burst open to reveal 2 new heads. Simultaneously, 2 new arms sprouted from below each of his shoulders. 3 heads and 6 arms. The battle god form of the Qi clan from the heavenly mansion. An ancient aura surrounded Qi Zhan, as if countless gods and demons were roaring in unison. In the upper region, Meng Xinji of the Qinglan battle zone sighed softly and spoke. Stars align, forming the 4 extremes. With the divine mechanism, the heavens shift and all phenomena move. His voice seemed to transcend time, carrying the weight of ages. A starry chessboard appeared in Meng Xinji's hands, with interwoven starlight, which within moments transformed into a miniature version of the Tianyun platform. The sudden sound of a zither filled the air, bringing a sense of desolation to those who heard it. The prodigies on the Tianyun battlefield retreated to the farthest corners to avoid its influence. Someone, filled with terror, said, "Just the mere fluctuation is unbearable." At this moment, Qi Zhan glanced at Jiang Wushuang on the periphery and said indifferently, "Brother Jiang, if you are afraid of death, you might as well withdraw early." Before Jiang Wushuang could respond, Mu Juexian's voice suddenly echoed from the heights of the Tianyan platform. "Shao Chen, the one with 3 heads, got it?" This cryptic statement was understood by no one except the members of the Ba Tian society, but Lu Chen's expression changed instantly. He gazed intently at the 3-headed, 6-armed Qi Zhan 100 meters away and thought to himself, "One head would be fine, but you just had to have 3. You've crossed the line. If you don't die, who will?" As soon as he finished speaking, a series of explosive sounds erupted from within him. With the activation of the Yuan Xiao seal, Lu Chen's 12 primordial blood apertures instantly opened. The accumulated Linglong True Qi surged through his body like a flood breaking through a dam. At this moment, he finally revealed his trump card. The terrifying Yuan magnetic force transformed into gray sand that swept around him like a chaotic, ancient dragon. Ignoring the surrounding blade lights, Lu Chun charged straight at Qi Zhan. The latter, with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielded various weapons, exuding a menacing aura. Just as they were about to collide, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly turned a lifeless white, and an inexplicable aura spread out. It felt as if a divine pair of eyes were watching everything from the void. In the next instant, Lu Chen's figure vanished into thin air. "Not good. Ji Bailu, you." Before Qi Zhan could finish his sentence, Lu Chen had already teleported using the magnetic field, appearing at a different location, and without hesitation, reached out into the void. "Hey, got you," he said, gripping Ji Bailu's neck, revealing his sinister white teeth. The evolved Shunjiao seal easily saw through Ji Bailu's concealment. With his left hand clutching Ji Bailu's neck, Lu Chen's right hand unleashed the 5 elements divine magnetic seal from above. In full view of everyone, Ji Bailu's head was crushed into his body, blood and hair cascading down, and shattered bones covered Lu Chen's left hand. Shaking off the debris, Lu Chen looked at the stunned Qi Zhan. 3 heads, your turn." Sensing the terrifying killing intent, Qi Zhan quickly distanced himself and roared, "Ming Shunji, Nangong Qi Yao." However, Lu Chen was completely unaffected by the illusions and restraints, continuing to pursue Qi Zhan. Their figures intertwined, the battle intense. After activating the war god body, Qi Zhan's attacks became even more ferocious, leaving more white marks on Lu Chen. After several breaths, Lu Chen stopped entangling. "Commander Yang, keep the formation steady." Before his voice faded, the 5 elements furnace activated. Lu Chen erupted like a volcano, unleashing a torrent of energy. Qi Zhan, being the closest, was instantly reduced to ashes. The platform of the Tianyun battlefield beneath them revealed a massive gap, which even the formation's reinforcement couldn't repair. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the heights where Ming Shinji and Nangong Qi Yao were. "I surrender," they both exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes filled with terror. A flash of light enveloped them, and they were teleported away. "I'm not involved," Jiang Wushuang quickly explained. "I didn't make a move, I was just passing by. Don't mistake me." At this point, the core of the Tianyun platform, the only one still standing, was Lu Chen. On the peak of Tianyun platform, silence reigned. All eyes were fixed on the core of the battlefield, where Lu Chen stood, their expressions complex and unreadable. Everyone stared at Lu Chen in shock, their minds replaying the breathtaking battle that had just unfolded. In less than 5 minutes, he had single-handedly defeated 4 top-tier prodigies, killing 2 and forcing the other 2 to flee. This overwhelming victory left everyone deeply shaken. A powerful expert in the Star Realm murmured, "This duel was completely one-sided." All 4 of them combined were utterly crushed by Lu Chen. His words caused many of the strong individuals present to furrow their brows, their eyes filled with a mix of astonishment and doubt. The patriarchs of the 8 great families turned their gaze towards the void wherein Hangyin stood. They knew all too well that the stronger Lu Chen appeared, the more wary that figure would become. The enmity was cemented the moment Hangyin made his promise. On the other side, Mao Fu excitedly communicated to Zhang Yuanshan, "Senior brother, Shao Chun was incredible. What was that final burst of power? I've never seen anything like it." Zhang Yuanshan shook his head and replied, "It didn't seem like a martial technique. It was more like a pure energy discharge, similar to a warrior's self-destruction. But how did he store so much energy within his body? It's truly perplexing." As he spoke, he glanced thoughtfully at Mu Juexian in the sky. Meanwhile, a senior member of the Qi family in the Tianfu war zone muttered, "My son Qi Zhan has the potential of a great emperor. How could he possibly lose?" His face was filled with sorrow, but he stood in place, unable to accept the reality. Suddenly, Qi Yuchong, in a fit of madness, unleashed his peak Star Realm power, causing a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. He screamed hysterically, On the road to the underworld, my son is wailing. Lu Chun, do you hear him? Chi Yuchang, ignoring everything, charged directly at Lu Chun. With bloodshot eyes and a murderous aura like a wild beast gone mad, Chi Yuchang's figure blurred as he rushed towards Lu Chun. The high-ranking members of the 8 great families watched coldly, showing no intention of stopping him. Even the judges, Yang Ming and Jin Hongchang, were nowhere to be seen. In the core area, Lu Chun remained calm, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his lips. Just as Chi Yuchang was about to reach him, Zhang Yuanshan spoke indifferently, "Your son is dead. Instead of joining him, why come after Xiao Chun?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, a brilliant blue sword light spread out like ripples on water, instantly crossing the void and striking at Chi Yuchang. He roared ferociously, "No one can stop me. Lu Chun must." But before he could finish, his attacks were dispersed like sand by the sword light. In an instant, Chi Yuchang was reduced to a mist of blood, his very soul obliterated. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers on edge. Someone muttered in confusion, "Isn't the Ba Tian Society an enemy of the winners? Why are they fighting among themselves?" The current head of the Qi family suppressed his anger and growled, "Ba Tian Society, such arrogance." Without even looking up, Zhang Yuanshan retorted mockingly, "What? Your grandson and son are dead, and now you want to join them?" The Qi family head was about to rise, but was stopped by a telepathic message from the family elder, leaving him to sit back down in frustration. Yang Ming suddenly appeared, his expression dark as he warned, "The contest of the prodigies should be settled by the prodigies themselves. Anyone who interferes, I'll kill with the array." He then turned to Jin Hongchang, coldly stating, "You blocked me once and nearly got Lu Qin killed. Our friendship ends here. If you obstruct me again, I'll kill you too." Jin Hongchang's expression shifted, but eventually settled into calmness. He sighed inwardly, "I was trying to save you. You don't know that this is the will of the winner. Persisting in your folly will only lead to your demise." As the Tianyun Grand Competition continued, none of the prodigies moved. All eyes were focused on 2 figures in the distancing Tianming and Ing Xuanji, the first and second among the 7 sons of Daxia. Someone murmured, "Why don't you two finish your fight first, so we don't get interrupted again?" Lu Qin chuckled at this, turning to Ing Tianming, "Little black dragon, long time no see. I heard you created a move called piercing Lu Qin finger?" Under everyone's gaze, Ing Tianming showed a rare moment of embarrassment. He replied earnestly, "I'm not your match, but my brother is. You two should fight." Ing Xuanji was dumbfounded, staring at his younger brother. The latter blinked and said softly, "Brother, didn't you say you could defeat Lu Chun with one hand? Go on." Ing Xuanji. To be honest, before coming to Jiangnan, both Ing Tianming and Ing Xuanji regarded Lu Chun as a rival. The Ing brothers were relentless in their efforts to defeat Lu Chun. They pored over ancient texts, analyzed the strengths of powerful figures, and sought advice from their ancestors, investing immense energy. Ing Tianming developed a powerful technique called the explosive Lu Chun finger, which was formidable. Under the pressure from his brother, Ing Xuanji unlocked his potential and mastered the 2nd level of the Yangji Emperor Sutra. The two arrived in Jiangnan with a belief in their invincibility, only to face a crushing defeat. Lu Chun displayed his unparalleled strength right before their eyes, defeating them both within 5 minutes. Ing Tianming smiled bitterly and said, "Unless I perfect my 2nd finger, I can't match you." Ing Xuanji added, "Tianming's 2nd finger is called double explosive Lu Qin finger, and the 3rd is super double explosive Lu Qin finger." Hearing this, Ing Tianming's expression froze, and he wished he could escape immediately. In the Yuanyang Pavilion of Juding City, Shi Qinyan of the Ancient God Society sighed, "Even the Ing brothers aren't his match?" The elderly divine emissary explained that Ing Tianming had cut off everything, including his skills and talent. Otherwise, he would have been a worthy opponent for Lu Chun. Ing Xuanji, having mastered the 2nd level of the Yangji Emperor Sutra, was no less talented than Lu Chun. The two avoided battle out of fear of Lu Chen's ability to kill Qi Zhan. The elderly emissary analyzed that Lu Chun must have used some divine technique, paying a steep price to unleash such power. She predicted that the prominent member of the Ying family wouldn't let Lu Chen live and would soon make a move. Qin Yan was shocked that the top figure of Daxia would target a junior, to which the emissary sneered, "Might makes right." On Tianyan platform, Lu Chen unleashed the flowing sand magnetic field, enveloping the top 10 seats. He said to Sun Qi and the other 2, "Come down. I promise to lead you to victory." Then he scanned the crowd and calmly declared, "I want 4 of the top 10 spots on the Tianjiao ranking, 6 seats remaining. Let the auction begin. Who's in favor? Who's against?" Lu Chen's voice thundered across the arena, instantly commanding everyone's attention. The faces of the assembled prodigies changed abruptly, their eyes flashing with shock, anger, and caution. One of them couldn't help but shout, "How can the grand competition be decided by you alone? Aren't you afraid we'll all gang up on you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere turned tense. The crowd's eyes were filled with eagerness, but they hesitated. Though Lu Chun seemed exhausted from his earlier battles, appearing vulnerable, who would dare to be the first to strike? In this charged moment, Lu Chun looked up at the sky and calmly asked, "Commander Yang, am I breaking any rules?" Yang Ming shook his head and replied, "No. The biggest rule of the grand competition is that there are no rules." With the confirmation, a flash of light appeared in Lu Chen's hand, revealing the sky-splitting bow. He stood proudly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a sharp blade. "I'm right here. If anyone disagrees, come at me." A heavy silence fell over the scene. Moments passed, and no one moved. Finally, one prodigy broke the silence. "Name your price, Brother Lu." Lu Chun spoke indifferently. "First, any elemental source that matches the quality of Gengjin's essence can exchange for 2 seats." As soon as he finished, a voice called out from the distance, "I have the Jun Tian Kue water source, its quality comparable to Gengjin's essence. Can it exchange for 2 seats?" All eyes turned towards Jiang Wushuang and Jiang Yuan Yao, who walked steadily to the core area and took the 5th and 6th thrones. Lu Chun continued, "Second, any rare treasure that can elevate mental talent from grade to a grade can exchange for 1 seat. Elevating it to Scrade can exchange for 2. Sun Qi, standing behind, lifted his head abruptly, his mind racing. Mental talent, grade? It could only be him. He opened his mouth several times before he could finally speak. "Brother Lu, I—" Before he could finish, Lin Xie interrupted. "Why are you getting up? It's not certain you'll get it." Shi Chuanxiu joined in the teasing. "Fugu, why are your eyes all red? Have you been crying?" Listening to the conversation behind him, Lu Chun merely chuckled without saying a word. Moments later, Ing Xuanji and Ing Tianming approached, requesting 2 spots. Lu Chun nodded in agreement, and when his gaze met Ing Tianming's, the latter looked down awkwardly, clearly still remembering the recent betrayal by his brother. 8 of the 10 seats in the core area had already been decided. Lu Chun then laid out the final condition. A treasure that could grant ordinary people martial prowess. Curious, Shi Chuanxiu asked for the reason. Sun Qi explained that it might be to repay Uncle Bai's kindness. In the end, the 2 prodigies from the Nangong family secured the spots. They walked over elegantly, holding flutes and zither. "Our Nangong family has the Calamity Lotus, a top-grade item that can grant ordinary people a wood spirit body, comparable to an A-grade talent." Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction, marveling at the deep foundations of the 8 great families. After the allocation, he returned to his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged in other areas of the battlefield as everyone fought desperately for their ranks. Time passed, and the competition came to an end. Aside from the 10 individuals in the core area, the remaining contestants were all covered in blood. Just as Yang Ming was about to announce the results, a majestic voice interrupted him. From the sky above, a figure clad in a black dragon emperor's robe slowly rose, exuding an overwhelming presence. "And it? As the arbiter of the heavenly prodigy rankings, why was I not consulted? I decree that Lu Chun of the Baishan's Mist be eliminated." As Ing Hongyin stood up, it seemed as if a black hole emerged behind him. Light twisted, the void collapsed, and a dragon's roar exploded. Behind Ing Hongyin, darkness spread, with the faint silhouette of a dragon as vast as mountains, its eyes like ghostly pools flickering in and out of sight. Enormous scales exuded a terrifying aura, and above, the Byangzhou tripod trembled violently, with thousands of strands of purple energy coalescing into imperial robes, amplifying his majesty. At this moment, Ing Hongyin appeared like a true god descending to earth. Beneath the imperial crown, his indifferent gaze fell upon the young man on the number 1 throne. "I decree, Lu Chun of the Batian Association must be executed." As his words fell, the world seemed to change color. Thunder roared above the main base of the Jiangnan war zone, and a mountain-like pressure descended. The faces of the ancestors from various war zones grew grave, their spines burdened as if carrying great weights. Several progenitors were even more alarmed, their souls trembling. The progenitor of the Chuxiang war zone sneered, "The realm of demigods is beyond your imagination. To think of resisting together is mere folly." The progenitor of the Qi family felt a surge of emotion, secretly delighted that his time to follow the dragon had finally arrived. In the core area of the Tianyan battlefield, Ing Tianming's face changed drastically as he prepared to stand, but Ing Xuanji held him down by the shoulder. "Tianming, everyone has their destiny. You can't change it?" Ing Tianming rasped, "But I owe him my life." Ing Xuanji continued to persuade. "This is the grand scheme, the bigger picture. You can't alter it." Ing Hongyin's voice rang out again, each word like divine retribution. Lu Chun of the Batian Association commanded forbidden swarms, disregarding the safety of the great Xia. This is the first crime, and he must be executed. Replacing law with personal desires, massacring the entire Du family of Linsong City, and covering it up with fire. This is the second crime, and he must be executed. Xiao Yunlong's expression changed drastically, and Li Bagong transmitted a message. Let him speak. See how much he can say. Look up. See what our master is doing. Xiao Yunlong glanced up and saw their master had shifted positions, leisurely picking his nails. The Jiang family of Jiangnan, pillars of the great Xia. Yet you used demonic methods, controlling Jiang Wushuang with parasitic worms, harming your own kin with unclear intentions. This is the third crime, and he must be executed. Jiang Wushuang's scalp tingled. He trembled uncontrollably, his mind filled with the scolding, questioning, and disappointment of his elders. Jiang Wushuang was already numb, standing there in a daze. After a few moments of silence, he lifted his head and looked at Lu Chun in the distance, speaking bitterly. I guess I'm going down with you today. As Jiang Wushuang's words faded, Lu Chun chuckled lightly and said, even if you want to die today, I'm afraid you won't be able to. With that, he suddenly looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, Master, aren't you going to step in? Your disciple can't hold on much longer. This cry seemed to break some sort of balance. Zhang Yuanshan, who was sitting far away, suddenly stood up and said with a cheerful smile, Xiao Chun, there's no need to trouble your master with this. Then, he turned to Mu Juexian, who was standing on higher ground, and respectfully said, Miss, this guy's arrogance is too much. Should we just kill him for bullying my junior brother? Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yuanshan left the spectator area and stepped into the void. With each step, his aura surged dramatically. From the star realm to the blazing sun realm, to the Dharma realm, in the blink of an eye, he was on par with the patriarchs of the major families. The powerful figures present were astonished. Who would have thought that the senior brother of Ba Tianhui had been hiding his true power so deeply? But their shock hadn't even subsided when Zhang Yuanshan took another step forward. With a thunderous roar, the sea of lightning in the sky dissipated, and even the void behind Hongyin was compressed. A dragon's roar echoed from within, filled with ferocity. Half-god realm? Stammered an elder of the Jiang family. As rulers of the Jiangnan war zone, the Jiang family had always seen Ba Tianhui as an enemy. But who could have imagined that they had a half-god among them? Many Jiang family powerhouses broke out in cold sweat, relieved that they hadn't gone too far earlier. In the distance, Mao Fu stood dumbfounded, staring at the old man with hair and beard flying, muttering to herself, what the heck? The boss is already a half-god, and I'm just in the star realm? She then looked down at Lu Chun and sighed in relief. Fortunately, there's Xiao Chun, who's only in the aerial realm. I, Mao Fu, am still way ahead. At this moment, Zhang Yuanshan's cultivation was already enough to rival Hongyin. Yet he stood still, waiting for Mu Juexian's command. If she nodded, he would take another step, directly entering the divine realm. The atmosphere on the scene was tense and terrifyingly silent. Many powerhouses held their breath, and those who cherished their lives even prepared to escape at any moment. The students and masters in the martial arts arena also began to distance themselves. Sun Jinyu looked up at the sky and sighed. So this is the power of Shao Qin's sect, higher than the heavens. Sun Qinyan, with a complex expression, asked, Great-grandfather, can our Sun family really keep up with Shao Qin? We can't possibly keep up with Shao Chun. Sun Jinyu shook his head, then added with a smile. But that's okay. Just follow in his footsteps. In the core battlefield of Tianyan platform, Sun Qi looked at the imposing Zhang Yuanshan, his blood boiling. Brother Lu, is old Master Zhang really this awesome? Half-god. He's a half-god. Lin Xia also sighed in relief, almost ready to summon Lin Shun or Lin Imo. At this moment, Lin Imo, in her mind, sneered disdainfully, with such power, they dare call themselves gods? Frogs in a well, unaware of the vast sky. Lin Xia retorted mercilessly. So, you ended up like this because you bragged too much? Then she blocked out Lin Mo's ranting, and turned to look at Lu Chun. Just then, a calm voice came from the void above. I have a wager with Xiao Taotao Jing. I will handle this person myself. Not far from there, in Wenxin Pavilion, the peach tree spirit in the village center, who was munching on sunflower seeds and watching the projection, suddenly froze. After blinking a few times, it stood up with a start and exclaimed in horror, that crazy woman. She wouldn't really making Hongyin kneel, would she? Back then, we all thought it was just a joke. Who knew he'd actually go through with it? A hint of worry flickered in Little Peach Spirit's eyes as she sighed softly. Crazy is one thing, but don't get yourself killed. Centuries of playing mahjong with Hongyin had given her some insight into his character. Being a plant demon, she had unique sources of information and was well aware of certain secretive plans. Gazing at the projection of Hongyin, Little Peach Spirit murmured to herself, this guy is ruthless. Before he even came to Jiangnan, he had already arranged for the Tianluo warriors to deliver the remaining 8 cauldrons to each war zone. Holding back until now was all part of his plan. As if to confirm her words, the ground of Wenxin Pavilion suddenly began to tremble. High above Tianyan platform, Hongyin stood in midair, his expression still indifferent. Even as he watched Zhang Yuanshan step into the demigod realm, he showed no sign of emotion. Ing Hongyin glanced coldly at Mu Juexian and declared, I have every right to kill Lu Chun. If you stand in my way, you share his fate. Therefore, every member of the Batian society must die. Before he finished speaking, massive cauldrons rose simultaneously above the main bases of the 7 war zones, enveloping the entire Great Xia in majestic purple energy. Ing Hongyin suddenly shouted, mountains and rivers of 1,000,000 miles, merge with me. Today, I become a god. 9 colossal purple dragons soared through the sky, converging above Jiangnan. They transformed into a supreme seal that fell into Ing Hongyin's left hand. At the same time, a golden dragon of fortune, as vast as a mountain range, emerged from the void, transforming into the imperial sword of sovereignty in his right hand. In that moment, every living being in Great Xia felt an overwhelming urge to bow in worship. Ing Hongyin seemed to become the ruler of this world, a divine figure with a towering presence behind him, like a deity descending to earth. In the Tianfu war zone, the first ancestor of the Qi family trembled as he spoke. The divine realm, a complete divine realm. The fear of the divine realm haunted all the first ancestors, making any resistance seem laughable. Ing Hongyin's authoritative voice thundered across the sky, Mu Juexian, I grant you one chance to strike. Let the world witness the power of a true god. In the depths of the sea of gray mist lay a once thriving island nation. Linglong, dressed in a white lab coat and holding an electronic screen, was meticulously recording data. In front of her, a massive transparent container held a gray mist creature submerged in a greenish liquid. Countless worm-like parasites, the length of fingers, burrowed into the creature's body only to retreat frantically, writhing and disintegrating as if encountering their natural enemy. Linglong calmly recorded the data on the container surface and remarked in a composed tone, the stage 3 ghost worms are similar to Xiaocheng's blood-sucking worms. They make decent samples. However, altering the life structure as a carrier still fails to resist the gray mist. She fell into deep thought. The most crucial task of this expedition into the Sea of Gray Mist was to solve the problem of gray mist infection. Once the obstacle was cleared, Luchen's blood-sucking worms could start devouring the endless gray mist creatures, leading to an exponential outbreak of the disaster swarm. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the dense gray mist to surge like tides. Surrounding her were numerous large containers, some holding intact gray mist creatures, others housing dismembered parts. Gigantic mutated monsters soaked in artificial pools. From a high vantage point, this place, once known as the ISE Grand Shrine, had become Linglong's vast experimental ground. Just as Linglong was about to enjoy some dessert, a powerful force swept over her. The azure sky above the gray mist turned pitch black, and amidst the chaos, a silver moon rose, illuminating everything below. Linglong chuckled. Should I call you foolish or arrogant for making Master draw his sword? This time, Master will truly enjoy himself. On the sky cloud platform, Ing Hongyin stood clad in a black dragon emperor robe, his purple imperial garment billowing fiercely. In his left hand, he held an imperial seal, and in his right, a golden emperor's sword, exuding an oppressive aura. He gazed down at everyone and said calmly, Mu Juexian, I grant you one chance to strike. Let the world witness the might of a divine realm. Mu Juexian's lips curled into a slight smile. Turning to Luke Hin, she said, Xiaocheng, let me demonstrate sword intent for you once more. She stood up, holding a long blue sword that seemed to contain a galaxy within its blade, with silver moonlight flowing along its spine. Zhang Yuanshan laughed, Xiaocheng, don't blink. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the world plunged into darkness. A chilling sensation gripped everyone's hearts. A single sword light flickered, and countless stars surged forth from the blade, sweeping across the night sky like a tidal wave. The sky was filled with brilliant stars, forming the star map of the Red Moon immortal sect from 10,000 years ago. An invisible force melded the sea of stars, condensing into a glowing white crescent moon. In the faint light, a silhouette suddenly leaped into the air, blocking the moonlight. Mu Juexian, sword in hand, moved like a ghost to the sky. Her sword tip pointed directly at Ing Hongyin, with a long-lost battle fervor gleaming in her eyes. Give me a chance. It has been far too long since I last drew my sword properly. Meanwhile, deep within the southwestern region of the Tianfu battlefield, the high-ranking members of the Shushan sword sect sat solemnly, watching the projection of the Tianyun tournament. When Mu Juexian revealed her moonlit sword, a look of shock spread across their faces. That sword is impressive, but what a waste, an elder with a dark expression scoffed. The martial arts of the outside world are primitive. What swordsmanship experts could they have? Before he could finish speaking, the projection suddenly collapsed. The sky darkened abruptly. The elders looked up in astonishment to see a sword light, like mercury pouring out, with countless stars bursting forth from it. A single sword stroke, and the starry sea appears. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The Grand Elder murmured. The Shushan sword sect, renowned as the leader in swordsmanship, found themselves unable to comprehend the mystery of this sword stroke. On Tianyan platform, Ing Hongyin's face grew serious. He could sense the eerie nature of that sword light. There was no visible energy fluctuation, nor any detectable power. This stark contrast filled him with a sense of crisis. Pretending to be mysterious. Ing Hongyin snorted coldly. I am in the divine realm. I can dispel all darkness. He wielded the Emperor's sword, unleashing the golden dragon patrols the heavens technique. 9 golden dragons roared as they charged toward the moonlit swordlight, pulling an ancient war chariot behind them. Ing Hongyin stood within, like an emperor leading his troops into battle. However, at the moment the two forces collided, Ing Hongyin's expression changed dramatically. His golden sword light silently dissolved, as if a dam of mud trying to stop a surging flood. Desperately, Ing Hongyin summoned his divine power, attempting to sustain that sword light. But all his efforts were in vain. The moonlit sword light continued to fall towards him, unhurriedly, as if taking a leisurely stroll, indifferent to his attempts. Ing Hongyin's expression grew increasingly savage as he shouted, Zue awakens. 9 cauldrons bind. The imperial seal in his left hand transformed into a streak of light, converging into a blazing Ziwei star in the green-hued sky. Following this, the phantom images of 9 massive cauldrons appeared in the heavens, drawn by the starlight, surrounding the moonlit glow in a specific formation. Bind! Ing Hongyin commanded fiercely. Using the Ziwei star as the guide and the 9 cauldrons as the foundation, he pressed them towards the moonlit glow. His face remained calm, reflecting the silvery white light in his eyes as he coldly declared, the 9 cauldrons are now one with the entire Great Xia. I refuse to believe I can't bind you. His hair stood on end, and his robes fluttered wildly. The jade beads on his imperial crown swayed incessantly. However, after the attack was neutralized, the binding spell proved ineffective as well. The shadows of the 9 cauldrons disintegrated like moths to a flame, vanishing in an instant. The distant Ziwei star exploded, shattering into pieces. This is impossible. Ing Hongyin exclaimed in horror, looking at the approaching moonlight with a growing sense of retreat. How can a mere demigod possess such overwhelming power? He roared, his eyes filled with anger and brutality. When any being breaks through to the divine realm, it causes a great upheaval in the world. In the 600 years of Great Xia, I am undoubtedly the first to reach the divine realm. I cannot lose. His imperial crown tipped askew, and his hair became disheveled. Ing Hongyin let out a long howl towards the sky. For the people of Yanhuang, I shall eradicate the darkness. Instantly, the bloodline of Yanhuang across Great Xia felt a jolt. Countless ethereal flames surged from within their bodies, crossing the void to converge before Ing Hongyin. The tiny flames gradually formed a blazing inferno. Reflected in the flames were countless faces, ordinary people, warriors, all now the kindling of Yanhuang. The myriad flames merged into a single torch, emitting an ancient and majestic aura. Ing Hongyin's face twisted as he grasped the base of the torch, only to find it uncontrollable. Impossible. The Yanhuang flames were gathered by me using the 9 cauldrons. How can they resist? At this moment, the 9 golden dragons at the front of the ancient war chariot let out mournful cries as they were obliterated by the moonlight. The silvery white glow was now right in front of him. Mu Juexian spoke softly, the flame of a lineage is not yours to take at will. You speak of eradicating darkness for the people, but have you ever considered their will? Have you ever questioned if you are worthy? Ing Hongyin's expression faltered at these words, and then he completely broke down. His eyes turned blood-red with rage, and just as he was about to struggle, the silvery white moonlight descended upon him. Divine realm? Under my blade. I have slain gods by the millions. Mu Juexian. Who exactly is he? On the Tianyan platform below, the old patriarchs looked up at the night sky with expressions of fear. They had witnessed Ing Hongyin ascending to the divine realm, and the overwhelming celestial power made them feel insignificant. All their ambitions and schemes seemed like child's play in the face of absolute strength. The once restless noble families were now trembling, ready to submit. At that moment, Mu Juexian made his move. The faint moonlight he wielded seemed ordinary, but effortlessly obliterated all of Ing Hongyin's techniques. What was even more astonishing was that Mu Juexian maintained a constant, unhurried pace, as if it required no effort at all. Mengjia, the founding ancestor of the Qinglan battle zone, sighed. Could it be that this man has truly slain millions of divine beings? Jijia, the founding ancestor of the Modu battle zone, murmured. It's not that Ing Hongyin is too weak. It's that Mu Juexian is terrifyingly strong. Qijia, the founding ancestor of the Chuxiang battle zone, snorted coldly. Everyone, Mu Juexian's origins are unknown. Are you all so quick to cheer for him that you've forgotten your own status? There are barely a dozen divine beings in the 9 realms combined, and yet you believe her claim of slaying millions? He surveyed the crowd, transmitting his voice. Furthermore, if Ing Hongyin only had these methods, how could he have led an army beyond the realm and unified the 9 realms? His words caused the patriarchs of the major families to change their expressions dramatically. They looked towards the Qi family, awaiting further explanation. Qi Jia's founding ancestor continued. Do you all remember what the most powerful technique of our time is? It's Ing Hongyin's Yangji Emperor's scripture. This technique surpasses the heavenly rank, with each level capable of evolving divine abilities. Everyone knows he has reached the 7th level, but is that really true? The faces of several family patriarchs turned pale. Ing Hongyin had always been unfathomable, with his true strength unknown. When he provoked divine beings beyond the realm years ago, and everyone fell into despair, he had used the Yinhuang flame to fend off enemies. At that time, he wasn't even a demigod. Now that he had ascended to the divine realm, who knows what more terrifying methods he might possess. In the core area of the Tianyun battlefield, Ing Tieming's expression was complicated. Although he had severed ties with the Ing family, he still bore the surname Ing. If Ing Hongyin were to fall, not only would the Ing family suffer a great blow, but the entire Daxia would also plunge into turmoil. Ing Xuanji whispered, Tianming, there's no need to worry. After cultivating the Yangji Emperor's scripture, I can sense others who practice it. Do you know that the patriarch has reached the 8th level? He is the lord of Yinhuang, invincible in this world. No matter how strong Mu Juexian is, she will be weakened by the rules and will surely fall. As if to confirm his words, Ing Hongyin's eyes suddenly glowed gold in the night sky, exuding unmatched majesty. A world-ending pressure swept out. I, Ing Hongyin, wield the power of Yinhuang and command the laws of this realm. In an instant, a colossal phantom appeared behind Ing Hongyin, dominating the night sky. Time seemed to freeze, and even Mu Juexian's moonlight slightly paused. I decree, let the night be dispel. Ing Hongyin's voice, carrying the authority of heaven, echoed from the phantom, oppressing all beings. A bizarre scene unfolded as the night sky covering the Yinhuang realm began to recede. The powerful ones were all astounded. Lu Chen finally took things seriously. This rhythm, something's not right. Master's moonlight is being blocked, and even the celestial phenomena are being dispersed. Zhang Yuanshan transmitted his voice to reassure. Little Chun, don't worry. Your master's cultivation is far beyond what you can imagine. As the domain's power was invoked, the night sky above seemed to be swept clean, leaving only a thin layer. But what came was not light, but an even denser darkness. Ing Hongyin, whose divine might was like a prison, showed a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. I decree, let there be light. The colossal phantom spoke again, this time with a trace of anger. Blazing light surged forth like a tide, finally breaking through the second layer of darkness. But even more terrifying was that after a brief moment of light, the darkness continued. The third layer of night descended. A chilling terror gripped everyone's hearts. As they stared at the pitch-black night sky above, an uncontrollable shiver ran down their spines. Mu Juexian's methods were both despair-inducing and hope-giving. Just when they thought they could escape the darkness, it would envelop them again mercilessly. Beside Lu Chun, Sun Shi whispered, Brother Lu, your master is terrifying. It's like he's toying with Ing Hongyin, driving him to despair both mentally and spiritually. Sun Shi wasn't the only one who noticed. Many powerful figures present saw the same. Lu Chen swallowed hard and whispered back, Actually, my master is a good person. He suddenly realized and regretted. Oh no, what was that phrase again? My master's obsession is getting worse. Now he insists everything he says must be even-numbered, regardless of grammar. To avoid angering his master, Lu Chun always made sure his words were in even numbers when in front of Mu Juexian. Sun Shi asked curiously, what's wrong with 11 words? Lu Chun sighed in relief, it's okay, I don't think he heard. While the two exchanged words, Ing Hongyin once again summoned the power of the rules, trying to break the night. However, he was already exhausted. Halfway through his incantation, he suffered a backlash, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The towering shadow behind him wavered. Mu Juexian ceased his attack, letting Ing Hongyin continue. But Ing Hongyin couldn't sustain it. At that moment, the moonlight began to flow again, slowly converging towards the shadow behind Ing Hongyin. With a shattering sound, like glass breaking, the majestic deity disintegrated instantly. The moonlight continued to envelop Ing Hongyin. Mu Juexian said calmly, to have cultivated the Yangji Emperor's Sutra to the 8th level, your talent is commendable. It wasn't in vain that I orchestrated it back then. Ing Hongyin's expression changed drastically. He roared, what did you say? His emotions surged as he faced the dire situation. The moonlight was just a yard away, ready to engulf him. Mu Juexian continued, when you entered the Tianyuan secret realm and obtained this method, It was all part of my plan. By the way, the Yangji Emperor's Sutra has more than 8 levels. Ing Hongyin's eyes were a mix of complexity, fear, confusion, panic, and unwillingness. No longer referring to himself as emperor, he roared in an attempt to resist the moonlight's encroachment, but it was futile. His dragon robe shattered, his purple chi garment disintegrated, his imperial crown vanished, and his hair fluttered wildly. At this moment, he was like a prisoner falling from the night sky. On Tianyan platform, Mao Fu's eyes widened. Why doesn't Master just kill him? Zhang Yuanshan replied telepathically. He still has his uses, provided he can stand up again. Mao Fu, dissatisfied, said, Senior brother, stop beating around the bush. I'm not that educated, just speak plainly. Zhang Yuanshan smiled wryly and explained, think about it. Ing Hongyin has been boasting non-stop, revealing all his trump cards, as the ruler of a domain. Yet, your master only struck once, and that too because Ing Hongyin gave him the opportunity. Mao Fu's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands with a grin. Master's move is brutal. Destroy his pride, crush his will, strip his dignity. I need to learn this for when I go to the outer battlefield and show off. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head and turned his gaze towards the ancestors of several great families. Sensing his stare, the strongest elder of the Jiang family stood up, transforming into a stream of light, and knelt in the void before Mu Juexian. Jiang Qiyuan of the Jiang family pays respects to the master of Wenxin Pavilion. This action clearly indicated submission. Jiang Qiyuan wisely avoided titles like Moon Demon or Overlord, opting for a new, respectful title. Zhang Yuanshan smiled faintly. The Jiang family is smart. Being in the same region as us in Jiangnan, it's sensitive. They were quick to pledge loyalty. With someone taking the lead, the other family ancestors hesitated no longer, transforming into streams of light and rushing into the sky, eager not to fall behind. Southern Sea War Zone, Nangong Yin, greets the master of Wenxin Pavilion. From today onwards, we are willing to join the Baishans and serve loyally. We humbly request that Master Mu grant our wish. Nangong Yin knelt respectfully, her tone sincere. Mu Juexian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 7 figures bowing on the ground. These were some of the top experts of the Great Xia, second only to the divine realm. Countless eyes were fixed on this scene, hearts trembling. Right after, Meng Beiyang from the Qinglan War Zone also declared their willingness to join the Baishans with their entire clan. Mu Juexian's expression remained unchanged, he just gave a light nod. The fall of the 8 great families and the unification of the Yanhuang domain happened in an instant. On the platform, Sun Qi whispered to Lu Chun about Ing Hongyin's unfortunate fate. Lu Chun, deep in thought, recalled the days when his master only wanted to quietly play mahjong. Nearby, Ing Xuanji looked ashen, like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Jiang Qiyuan requested permission to clear out the Ing family in the capital city. Before he could finish speaking, several figures hurriedly flew over and knelt, expressing their willingness to surrender. Mu Juexian said calmly, 2 days from now, come to Wenxin Pavilion. With that, he prepared to leave. Before departing, Mu Juexian looked at Lu Chun and smiled, asking how he found her sword technique. Without hesitation, Lu Chun replied, incredibly strong. Mu Juexian nodded in satisfaction. With one step, she entered the small world of Wenxin Pavilion. The Battle of Tianyuntai was like an avalanche and tsunami, rapidly sweeping through the martial arts world. Mu Juexian's earth-shattering sword strike, as dark as the night sky, astonished everyone. Whether they were reclusive old masters or hidden powers occupying small realms, all were left in awe. At this moment, the main hall of the Shushan sword sect was deathly silent. Several high-ranking members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with despair. They, who prided themselves on being the orthodox in swordsmanship, found their beliefs shattered after witnessing Mu Juexian's extraordinary sword strike. Only confusion and bitterness remained in their hearts. Mu Juexian's sword strike represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship, sighed an elder. Our sword hearts are shattered, and the path ahead is lost. What should we do? As soon as he finished speaking, an old man with white hair and beard quietly appeared at the entrance of the hall. He chuckled and said, if the path of swordsmanship is not in Shushan, then we must go and seek it. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly bowed with respect. Master Ancestor, you have emerged from seclusion. This sage-like old man was none other than Situ Lang, a figure whose status was comparable to the founders of major families. He had also entered the Tianyuan secret realm in his youth. Situ Lang continued, after seeing Mu Juexian's sword strike, can you still practice the Shushan sword sect's way? The supreme swordsmanship lies within the body Yangui. Why not merge our Shushan sword sect with him? The current sect leader frowned at his words. 600 years of foundation, can we just hand it over like that? Isn't this too extreme, Master Ancestor? Extreme? Situ Lang glared at him. A great catastrophe is approaching. In the face of such a calamity, Our foundation is not even a drop in the ocean. Everyone exchanged worried looks, filled with fear. The sect leader cautiously asked, "May I ask, Master Ancestor, what kind of catastrophe? Is there someone even stronger than Mu Juexian?" Situ Lang sighed deeply. "Do you know why the martial arts in the Yinhuang domain, despite only developing for 600 years, can rival the other 8 domains that have existed for millennia, even ranking in the top 3? It is all because of the Tianyuan secret realm." He continued, "The Tianyuan secret realm was actually the Red Moon immortal sect that ruled the 9 domains 10,000 years ago. Its disciples were at least at the master level, numbering 90 million. There were also hundreds of God realm experts." Upon hearing this, everyone felt their scalp tingle and their hearts tremble with fear. Situ Lang's tone changed, carrying a hint of mockery. "But what does it matter? Didn't they get annihilated 10,000 years ago? And in 5 years, a new 10,000 years will come to an end." The scene shifts to the Dragon Palace, the residence of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. In the Crystal Palace, numerous high-ranking members of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan gathered, their expressions grim as they argued incessantly. "We, the noble Dragon clan, with our esteemed bloodline, how can we submit to the body angui and live under others? You can't say that. When the Great Xia had no Godrealm experts, we could live in peace. But now, with Ing Hongyin and Mu Juexian, how can we remain aloof? Don't forget, Mu Juexian has no fondness for our Dragon clan. He wiped us out 200 years ago." The hall was filled with heated debates. At this moment, the old Dragon King on the throne gently waved his hand, and the room instantly fell silent. "The world only knows that Mu Juexian defeated Ing Hongyin with a single strike." The old Dragon King sighed deeply, his gaze sweeping over the occupants of the Crystal Palace. He spoke slowly, "But there is something that has been forgotten." A stir of murmurs spread through the lower seats, with someone quietly asking, "Is the Dragon King referring to her origins?" The old Dragon King shook his head, a complex look in his eyes. "No, it doesn't matter which of the 9 realms Mu Juexian hails from." He paused, his voice growing deep and meaningful. "What matters is that the one who defeated Ing Hongyin with a single strike was merely one of her avatars." At these words, the Crystal Palace fell into a deathly silence. Everyone exchanged looks of shock and disbelief. The eldest prince of the Dragon clan frowned, puzzled. "Father, I do not understand. If Mu Juexian is truly so powerful, why did she only kill our 3rd brother years ago, along with a few disrespectful uncles? Moreover, why has she not intervened in the ongoing conflicts between the Ba Tian society and the Jiang family in the Jiangnan war zone for so many years?" The old Dragon King's eyes were profound as he slowly recounted, 200 years ago, Mu Juexian visited the Dragon Palace. In front of everyone, she killed the 3rd prince of the Dragon clan and slaughtered anyone who tried to stop her. Only when no one dared to challenge her did she leave. He paused before continuing. "What's even more perplexing is that the Dragon clan was still in the East Sea, far from her. Meanwhile, the Ba Tian Society's headquarters were in the Jiangnan war zone, right next to the Jiang family, one of the 8 great families. Despite being seen as a thorn in their side, Mu Juexian never took action." "Son, don't you see?" The old Dragon King sighed deeply. "Mu Juexian appears to be rebellious, but in reality, she views all beings with detached indifference." He looked at his most outstanding son, speaking earnestly. "It's like ants bustling in a yard or mayflies competing in a pond. To her, that's what we are. Laughable and pitiful." Ing Hongyin's challenge had given many a glimpse into Mu Juexian's nature. Her disregard, her indifference, and her silent message of, "Destroying you is none of my concern," deeply wounded many powerful figures. The eldest prince gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. "But father, those powerful figures love to use dragons as their mounts to show off. If I am asked to do the same, what should I do?" The old Dragon King's face remained indifferent as he replied simply, "You can choose to serve as a beast of burden or be killed. There are only 5 years left until the great catastrophe of the 9 realms. If we don't seize this opportunity to seek Mu Juexian's protection, what will the East Sea Dragon clan use to defend itself?" On November 30th, 581 of the martial era, Mu Juexian engaged in an earth-shattering battle with Ing Hongyin on Tianyan platform. At that time, Ing Hongyin harnessed the power of 1,000,000 miles of rivers and mountains, finally reaching the divine realm and becoming the foremost figure of Decisive. During the battle, Ing Hongyin revealed all his trump cards, merging the 9 cauldrons into the human emperor's sword, absorbing the purple chi into the supreme seal, and channeling the will of billions of people into the Yinhuang fire. Yet, all of this was utterly powerless before Mu Juexian. In the end, Ing Hongyin even manifested the 8th level of the Yangji Emperor's epoch, transforming into the Lord of Yinhuang. But he was still soundly defeated, gravely injured, and disappeared without a trace. Throughout the entire fight, Mu Juexian used only one sword strike. The martial world was left in terror after the battle. Numerous hidden factions emerged, flocking to Jiangnan to seek answers at the Wenshin Pavilion. When the red moon rises, gods and demons will return in a million cycles. With the conclusion of the Battle of Tianyun, the power dynamics in the entire Daxia region underwent a significant reshuffle. The intricate plans of the capital's elite, laid out over centuries, crumbled with the defeat of Inghangyin, allowing the Batian society to ascend as the supreme force in the Yanhuang domain. Various factions rushed to Jiangnan, either to pledge allegiance or face obliteration. The disciples of Mu Juexian saw their statuses soar, with the fourth disciple, Lu Chun, drawing particular attention due to the backing of the Sun family. The ancestral home of the Sun family was leveled to accommodate the continuous stream of guests. By the artificial lake at the back, Sun Jinyue and Sun Qi were fishing. Sun Qi voiced dissatisfaction with certain factions' attempts to curry favor, but Sun Jinyue chuckled and explained, "They are here for Lu Chun." Both the Su family from Subei and the Lu family from Yangzhou have powerful figures at the Liang level. What they truly fear is the master of Wenshin Pavilion. Suddenly enlightened, Sun Qi excitedly started calculating the value of the gifts. Sun Jinyue nodded and said, "It's enough for the Sun family to nurture experts at the Shanghai level, perhaps even stellar-level powerhouses." Noticing Sun Qi's confusion about the shift in the family's attitude, he added meaningfully, "When in a weaker position, one must be patient. When rising, one should seize the opportunity. As we grow stronger, we can do more for Shao Chun." As night fell and the guests departed, Lu Chen arrived quietly to meet with Sun Jinyue and Sun Qinyin in a secret underground chamber. He took out several items and handed them to Sun Jinyue one by one. "This is to enhance Sun Qi's talent. These are breakthrough pills, and this great sect pill can help you directly reach the Grandmaster level." Hearing this, Sun Jinyue, who was about to put away the breakthrough pills, quickly retracted his hand. "Shao Chun, this? Hey, please accept it." Lu Chen raised his hand to stop Sun Jinyue from speaking further and grinned. "Everyone knows about my relationship with the Sun family. If you're just at the Grandmaster level, it wouldn't reflect well on me." With that, Sun Jinyue could only smile wryly and hand over the remaining treasures. Lu Chen's expression turned serious. "In a few days, I'm heading into the Tianyuan secret realm. When I come out, I hope the Sun family will have consolidated the mining resources in Jiangnan. If possible, try to incorporate the adjacent war zones as well." He calculated in his mind, knowing that the bloodthirsty worms would erupt in the secret realm, and the Tianjing worms had evolved from the stone tier to the gold tier, significantly boosting his capabilities. "Don't worry, Shao Chun. The Sun family can handle it." Sun Jinyue nodded firmly. "I've heard that the Dragon clan in the East Sea controls a lot of mineral resources. I'll make contact with them." After seeing Lu Chen off, Sun Jinyue and Sun Qinyin returned to the secret chamber. The old man fell into deep thought, tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment, he looked up at Sun Qinyin. "Make some arrangements. Sort out the natural treasures sent by the major powers and hire some guest elders. Start with the mountain and sea realm, and try to recruit a few from the star realm. Also, contact some powerful underground organizations to see if we can get any experts from the Sun realm." Sun Qinyin was stunned. "Great-grandfather, what are you planning?" "Of course, we're going to complete Shao Chen's mission." The old man smiled slightly. "We've received so many benefits and even aligned with the Baitians. It would be too modest to only control the mining resources of one or two war zones." His eyes gleamed. "Before Shao Chun comes out of the Tianyuan secret realm, I want to have all the mines in the Yanhuang domain under our control." "Great-grandfather, that might be difficult." Sun Qinyin hesitated. "Many top-tier mines are controlled by the 8 great families. It's impossible to negotiate for them." "Who said anything about negotiating?" Sun Jinyue's eyes turned cold. "Conflicts of interest are never resolved through negotiations. They require bloodshed. The more we act like mad dogs and break the rules, the more hesitant they will be. After all, we are working for Shao Chun, while they are working for themselves. If they truly move against us, it will be their downfall." In the Jiangnan war zone, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association, Lin Xie sat on the sofa, holding a cup of hot tea. Her master, Feng Shuling, was earnestly persuading her. "Xie, many seniors in the Martial Arts Association hope to connect with Lu Chan through you. Some of these favors, even I can't refuse. Why don't you find an opportunity to invite Lu Chan over?" Seeing Lin Xie unmoved, Feng Shuling waved her hand in front of her face. "Xie, when will you stop daydreaming? I'm talking to you." What did you just say, master?" Lin Xie replied awkwardly. Feng Shuling leaned back on the sofa helplessly. She didn't know that Lin Xie's consciousness was immersed in her spirit, conversing with 2 other consciousnesses. I'm going crazy. Where have I seen that woman's sword before?" Lin Mo roared in her mind. "Don't bother thinking. It's that woman," Lin Shun said calmly. "What do you mean by that woman?" "Wait, are you talking about that woman?" Lin Mo's voice trembled. "Impossible. According to rumors, that woman defected from the Shinlan sect and is being hunted by the higher-ups. How could she still be alive? And besides, It's not just the Xianlan sect that wants her dead. Is the woman you're talking about really Lu Qin's master? Lin Xie couldn't help but interject. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Lin Imo declared. If it were really her, a single sword strike could obliterate an entire planet. It wouldn't just be a mere nightfall. Moreover, with the restrictions of the world's rules, such powerful beings can hardly enter lower planes. They simply can't withstand it. Lin Xie nodded. So, is that why you are here? Question mark. Get lost. In the year 581 of the martial arts era, on December 2nd, many powerful beings from the Yinhuang domain entered the Heart Inquiry Pavilion to meet Mu Juexian. Wenxin Pavilion. The sun was shining brightly, and a warm breeze was blowing. The fields on both sides of the ridges had become bustling again, even more lively than before. Those big shots who had hastily moved out to avoid trouble were now rushing back. Though they cursed inwardly at the sight of the spirit plants being plucked clean, they did not dare show any dissatisfaction on their faces and simply bury themselves in work. Powerful beasts were plowing the fields, birds were flying around spraying water, and spirit pets were dedicated to fertilizing. The entire process was orderly and efficient. In the distance, at the center of the stone bridge, Zhang Yuanshan had set up his tea stall once again, and business was booming. The old man's face was lit with a satisfied smile. Not far away, Li Bagong, watching the busy scene, chuckled. Hard work is good. Hard work leads to wealth for Batian Hui. Next time something big happens and these guys run away, we'll have another chance to pluck them clean. Ma Jingyang shook his head. I'm afraid that's unlikely. With our master's strength, what could possibly threaten us? Qiu Yuanlong stood nearby, feeling a bit awkward. Seeing the faces in the fields that were full of silent resentment, he felt a pang of embarrassment. After chatting for a while, the three of them mysteriously headed over to Zhang Yuanshan's tea stall. Just as Li Bagong was about to speak, Zhang Yuanshan glared at him and interrupted. Shut up. He glanced at Li Bagong's disheveled hair and beard and turned to Ma Jingyang. You speak. Ma Jingyang stifled a laugh, glanced at the frustrated Li Bagong, and then asked, Master, I heard from Uncle Mao Fu that the master plans to test Xiao Qin's strength? Zhang Yuanshan nodded. Yes, once all the major forces have left, the test will begin. Ma Jingyang couldn't wait. For such a small matter, why bother the master? Let me handle it. If the master takes action, Xiao Qian will surely be overly cautious. He then shot a smug look at Li Bagong and Qiu Yuanlong. Zhang Yuanshan thought for a moment and agreed. You have a point. Just as he was about to make a decision, Qiu Yuanlong spoke up. Let me do it. If I don't win against Xiao Qian now, I might never get another chance. And besides, there's a rumor outside that says Xiao Qian is the strongest below a Grandmaster, which is true. But there's another saying. Even a 9th-level Grandmaster can't break through his defense. Raising an eyebrow, Qiu Yuanlong continued sternly. Xiao Qian has never seen the real world. He has no idea what being a supreme Grandmaster means. Being too rigid will lead to a downfall. I need to teach him a lesson, to make him see reality and not get lost in all the praise. Just as Zhang Yuanshan was about to respond, he turned toward the entrance of Wenxin Pavilion. A towering figure appeared there, and as his aura spread, more and more people turned to look at him, falling silent. Inghangyin, he's here too. Li Bagong muttered, his eyes narrowing. The Inghangyin who appeared in Wenxin Pavilion was a far cry from his former imperial self. His black dragon robe was tattered and covered in sword marks, revealing gruesome wounds that still emitted a chilling sword aura. His imperial crown was gone, and his long hair, though combed, had streaks of gray. Ignoring the astonished gazes, he walked steadily across the fields. Upon reaching the stone bridge, he cupped his fists and bowed to Zhang Yuanshan, Sinnering Hangyin, here uninvited. May I enter, Senior Zhang? Zhang Yuanshan's eyes flickered with a strange light, and he smiled. Have you figured it out? I have, Hangyin replied solemnly. I once thought that reaching the divine realm made me invincible and even sought to unify the 9 domains. But after fighting that person, I realized I was just a frog in a well. He then shifted his tone. Not only that person, but if you had taken one more step that day, you would also be in the divine realm and could easily suppress me. Before Zhang Yuanshan could respond, Li Bagong and the others were stunned. Ma Jingyang blurted out, even slipping into his dialect, my goodness, Master, you're in the divine realm? Divine realm? Sort of. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head, not elaborating. Looking at Hangyin, he continued, go ahead, the meeting hasn't started yet. After Hangyin entered, Li Bagong asked, Master, do you hold him in high regard? Not quite. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head, smiling. He's talented and well-suited to work for Batian Hui. Not using him would be a waste. Besides, your master once said that in 600 years of the Yanhuang domain, only 2 supreme geniuses have emerged. One of them is your third master, Linglong. The other one must be Hangyin, right? Li Bagong interjected. Yes, it's him. Zhang Yuanshan confirmed. Back then, your master intended to take him as a disciple. Why didn't it happen? Ma Jingyang asked curiously. Because his name has 3 characters. The 3 of them looked at each other, bewildered. Just because of his name, Ing Hongyin's path became more difficult, Qiu Yuanlong lamented. If he had joined Batian Hui, he would have avoided many detours and probably reached the divine realm by now. Uncle, what about Xiaochun? Isn't his talent supreme? Qiu Yuanlong asked. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head and sighed. Xiaochun is a monster. He's broken through the ceiling of talent. Supreme doesn't even begin to describe him. Wenxin Pavilion was located in the center of the village, under a large peach tree. A table of mahjong players were engrossed in a lively game. It was the first time Lu Qin accompanied his master in playing mahjong, and he was extremely nervous. When he won a hand, he would simply declare, I won. But moves like Pong and Kong became pitfalls for him. In his first round, he accidentally said Pong and immediately felt the icy glare from his master. He learned his lesson, and from then on, he repeated every word twice. Pong Pong, Kong Kong, pure pure. Besides Mu Juexian and Lu Chun, the table also had Sister Mao Mao and Little Peach Fairy. In the distance, the open space was filled with people. The founders of the 8 great families, military leaders from various war zones, and heads of top hidden powers 54 ancestral-level powerhouses in total, with the weakest being in the early stages of the Dharma aspect realm, and the founders of the 8 great families at its peak. These usually influential figures were now sitting quietly, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, footsteps were heard, and someone exclaimed, Ing Hongyin. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Their expressions varied. Ing Hongyin, dressed in rags with gray hair, still exuded an undiminished aura. He walked past the crowd and bowed to Mu Juexian, saying, Sinner Ing Hongyin greets Master Mu. The old ancestors had complex expressions, recalling Ing Hongyin's former might. Time seemed to stand still, and a sense of oppression filled the air. Mu Juexian finally spoke. Since you've come, kneel then. After that, he ignored Ing Hongyin and turned to ask Lu Chun how much he had won. Lu Chun quickly replied, Master, I've won 10 coins so far. Mu Juexian nodded, and then asked Mao Mao and Little Peach Fairy. Both reported their winnings, with Little Peach Fairy occasionally sneaking glances at Ing Hongyin, feeling anxious. At that moment, with a thud, Ing Hongyin knelt down. In the distance, Zhang Yuanshan chuckled. This kneel is his eternal shackle. He then explained the deeper meaning to the puzzled Li Bagong. Mu Juexian began to announce 4 things. First, Ing Hongyin would continue executing the plan, with all forces required to cooperate unconditionally. Second, there was a deadline to achieve the prosperity of martial arts in the Great Xia, unification of the 9 regions, and the emergence of 100 divine realms. Third, various blueprints would be provided to aid technological development. Fourth, it was for nothing. While everyone was in shock, Ing Hongyin was the first to speak. I have 2 major questions. First, what exactly is your level of strength? Second, with the foundation of the Baishans, you could easily sweep through the 9 regions. Why do you need us to spend time fighting for it? Despite wearing a silver moon blindfold, Mu Juexian's strength remained unparalleled. Mu Juexian slightly turned his head, seemingly looking towards Ing Hongyin. After a few moments of silent observation, he spoke calmly. My strength is beyond your imagination. But I can tell you this. The so-called divine realm is not the end of martial arts. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Ing Hongyin's face turned pale, and the numerous ancestral-level experts behind him were visibly shaken. As the realization sank in, a fervent curiosity lit up their eyes. For 600 years in the martial era, the 10-level hierarchy system had been used across the Xia and the 8 outer regions of Yanhuang. These levels were Transcendent, Aperture Fusion, Skywalking, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Mountain and Sea, Star, Blazing Sun, Dharma, and finally, the Divine Realm. The ultimate destination for countless martial artists was, in fact, not the final destination. Ing Hongyin suddenly burst into laughter, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. With a crazed expression, he muttered, A mayfly does not know of spring and autumn. No wonder, in your eyes, we are nothing but ants and ephemeral insects. The other ancestral figures had varied reactions. Some, like Jiang Qiyuan, were disheartened and bewildered, while others, like Qi Qingcong, were immensely excited. Qi Qingcong clapped his hands and exclaimed, The myths are true. Our Qi family's ancestor, Qiyu, must still be alive. As the crowd's minds raced with possibilities, Mu Juexian suddenly stood up and walked to an open area, gazing at the sky with his hands behind his back. After a long silence, he sighed. You all know of the 9 regions, but you are merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Ing Hongyin looked up in astonishment and asked in a trembling voice, Could it be that there is more beyond the heavens? Mu Juexian shook his head and chuckled softly. Are you sure you can bear the cost of the truth? The ancestral figures fell silent. Lu Qin's breathing quickened, and his scalp tingled. He glanced at his senior sister, Mao Fu, and saw that she was equally stunned. Looking further away, he noticed Zhang Yuanshan, the old man, smiling as if he were pleased with everyone's shocked reactions. With a bitter smile, Ing Hongyin bowed respectfully and said, "Please, Master Mu, enlighten us." Zhang Qiyuan echoed, "To hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening would be worth it. Please, Master Mu, enlighten us." More and more ancestral figures began to bow and plead for knowledge. Lu Chun noticed a strange smile forming on his master's face, causing an inexplicable sense of dread to creep into his heart. Mu Juexian's voice remained indifferent as he said, "If you only learn of the vastness of the world, you might merely lament. But what if you knew that you are nothing more than ants being raised in captivity?" Swish. The crowd's heads snapped up, their expressions a complex mix of emotions: fear, confusion, doubt, disbelief, indescribable. Some even staggered backward, almost falling. At this moment, not only did the ancestral-level experts lose their composure, but even Ing Hongyin, in his divine realm, seemed turned to stone. Lips trembling, he struggled to speak. We're just livestock?" The faces of the elder ancestors turned ashen, unable to accept this brutal truth. Ordinary people were livestock. Warriors were livestock, and even those in the divine realm were merely slightly stronger livestock. They looked at Mu Juexian, hoping for denial, but she remained silent. At this moment, Zhang Yuanshan strolled over from a distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. "That's not entirely accurate. Those in the divine realm are quite useful. They can be excellent materials. Whether it's extracting their souls for spirits or crafting them into puppets, they fetch a good price. The levels of warriors are like farm pigs. There are differences in their value." Hearing this, everyone was struck as if by lightning, sinking further into despair. Lu Qin couldn't help but speak up, "Senior brother, I can't help but feel offended. Your words make it sound like even you are a pig." Zhang Yuanshan grinned. "Of course not, Shao Chun." He then became serious, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "The 9 domains you speak of are merely a top-secret realm of the Xinlan sect from the upper world. Every 100,000 years, the true disciples of the Xinlan sect descend to harvest the treasures of the 9 domains. The souls of mortals and ordinary warriors can be used as nourishment, while those at higher levels, like the divine realm, can be crafted into puppets." He paused for a moment and continued, "Moreover, each domain produces a supreme treasure. For instance, the great willow tree in the Yanhuang domain is the core material for refining a supreme wood treasure." Zhang Yuanshan's gaze remained fixed on Ing Hongyin, as if enjoying the changes in his expression. He went on, 100,000 years ago, the 9 domains were unified by the Hongyue immortal sect. Even their weakest disciples were at the Grandmaster level, numbering 90 million. There were over 100 divine realm experts. But when the true disciples of the Xinlan sect descended, they were all wiped out. At this moment, Mu Juexian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. 100,000 years ago, it was I who led those true disciples of the Xinlan sect." Zhang Yuanshan turned around in shock, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He sighed, then silently turned and left. Wingxing stood at the center of the village, beneath the large peach tree where petals still fluttered to the ground. The peach blossoms drifted down, but they had lost their former vitality. The petals seemed to sense danger, cautiously floating away before settling. The little peach spirit trembled with fear, desperate to escape. Lu Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Mu Juexian's few words weighed heavily on him. Jin Shan's words flashed through his mind, and he suddenly asked, "Master, in 5 years, will the people from Xinlan's sect come to harvest?" As soon as he spoke, the powerful figures around him turned to Mu Juexian with panicked expressions, like drowning men grasping at straws. Ing Hongyin somberly voiced his premonitions, and the ancient ancestor of Shushan lamented his own foolishness. No one dared to discuss Mu Juexian's identity. Just the thought of her living for 100,000 years made them shudder. Mu Juexian calmly replied, "Yes, in 5 years, the harvest will begin." She offered no further explanation, instead handing a set of blueprints to Lu Chun. "These are the designs for teleportation arrays and armor that I've selected. They can be crafted using resources from Daxia. Implement them as soon as possible." Meanwhile, in a misty valley of the Xinlan sect, 9 chains descended from the void, connecting to a 5-colored altar. The power of thunder continuously poured into it, and a faint light gate began to form above the altar. Several elegantly dressed figures stood with their hands behind their backs, watching and conversing. A young man with a feathered crown remarked, 100,000 years have passed so quickly." A burly man with the build of an iron tower agreed, "Indeed. Last time Brother Chu obtained the 9-sun Bodhi seed and greatly advanced his cultivation." Their mutual flattery was interrupted by a scoffing woman nearby. Speaking of which, she suddenly turned her head, glanced at the two, and gave a self-mocking smile. Mu Juexian's gaze was as sharp as a knife, sweeping over her two fellow disciples. Her lips curled into a slight smirk, tinged with self-mockery and disdain. The two couldn't help but shrink back, silently grateful that she hadn't recognized them. Mu Juexian turned and left, leaving the two staring at each other. The youth with the feathered crown cautiously transmitted, "I heard that senior sister Song was humiliated by Mu Juexian back in the day?" The burly man snorted. Humiliated? She's not even worthy of being compared to Fairy Mu. She was just utterly crushed in every way, leaving her with a heart demon. They chatted about past events for a while. Then the youth suddenly changed the subject. "Iron Brother, if you woke up and realized you had destroyed your own hometown, would you choose to leave the sect?" "Are you kidding me?" The burly man laughed heartily. "A tiny place, no different from wild beasts in the mountains? Just livestock being raised in captivity. What's there to be attached to? Destroy it and it's gone." He sighed. "I just don't get it. Fairy Mu, such an extraordinary figure. The top prodigy of the Tianlan domain. The most terrifying genius of our Shenlan sect back in the day. How could she not see through all this?" The youth leaned forward, cautiously asking, "Iron Brother, you have wide connections. Any news on Fairy Mu?" The burly man looked around and lowered his voice. "Mu Juexian appeared in the Tianhai domain a few days ago. It's said she even broke into the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion and stole a bunch of blueprints. Why would she steal blueprints? If she needed them, she could have asked us." The youth pretended to ponder, then frowned. "She's made another enemy. Our Shenlan sect and Yishan Mountain have already put her through several near-death experiences. Now there's the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion too. Sigh, we may be of the same generation as Mu Juexian, but her strength has reached such heights that we can't compare." Deep within the Jiangnan Martial Academy, at the entrance to the Wenshin Pavilion, there was a bamboo forest. Normally noisy monkeys now hung silently from the trees, not daring to move. A young monkey opened its eyes, saw the crowd below, and was about to scream when an older monkey knocked it out with a slap. The martial artists on the ground glanced up, expressionless. Despite their high level of cultivation, they dared not act recklessly here. Ahead lay the Wenshin Pavilion. Not long ago, the top elders of various factions had entered the small world, while the others waited outside. Strong figures from the 8 great families, various military regions, the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, and the Shushan Sword Sect stood in distinct groups. Any one of these people could dominate a region, yet they all watched the entrance to the Wenshin Pavilion with solemn faces. Among these factions, the Ying family stood isolated, with no one around them. Ying Xuanji asked nervously, "13th uncle, it's been so long. Could something have happened to the elder?" Ying Guangjiang replied sternly, "Don't ask. Just be patient." He sighed inwardly, looking at Ying Xuanji and Ying Tianming with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Ying Guangjiang transmitted his voice to them. "Xuanji, Tianming, remember what I say now. First, if the Ying family cannot escape this fate, the family will do whatever it takes to get you two out of the Yinhuang domain. Second, do not think of revenge. Once outside, there will be people to meet you. Change your identities and start anew." Ying Xuanji pressed his lips together in silence, but Ying Tianming whispered, "Uncle Guangjiang, don't worry. The Ying family has fought for 600 years. We won't fall halfway." Ying Guangjiang shook his head, saying no more. At that moment, a strong figure from the Qi family of the Chuxiang military region sneered. "Ha! Such big talk for someone so young. Because of your Ying family, the Great Xia is in chaos. If you ask me, the Ying family, as the main culprit, should be exterminated." Qi Xian turned to face the crowd, grinning viciously. "Everyone, my Qi family has a secret technique to overhear transmissions. Just now, Ying Guangjiang made secret arrangements, planning to ally with enemies outside the domain against the Great Xia." He then looked at the Ying brothers. "Am I wrong?" Ying Xuanji refuted in panic. "You're lying. That's not what 13th uncle meant." Qi Xian's grin widened. "Oh? Then what did he say?" Ying Xuanji felt dizzy and almost fell. Ying Tianming supported him, whispering, "Brother, he's just a clown. Don't let him lead you astray." Ignoring Ying Tianming, Qi Xian continued addressing the crowd. "Everyone has seen how many resources the Ying family controls. If they are not removed, it will be hard to revive the martial arts of the Great Xia." Yet strangely, no one responded to him. All eyes bypassed his figure, focusing on the entrance to the Wenshin Pavilion. Realizing something, Qi Xian turned to look, and his expression changed instantly. He saw a figure Ying Hongyin. Ying Hongyin's appearance was like a hammer shattering everyone's expectations. No longer the defeated and bedraggled emperor, he now stood adorned in the black dragon robe and imperial crown. The only change was the streaks of gray in his hair, silently narrating the hardships he had endured. Qi Xian, voice trembling, asked, "You're not dead?" Ying Hongyin smiled faintly, a sharp glint in his eyes. Not only am I alive, but I now hold supreme power. Are you disappointed? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of formidable figures emerged behind him, either founding ancestors of noble families or reclusive elders. Their faces couldn't hide their excitement, clearly having benefited greatly from the Wenshin Pavilion. The founding ancestor of the Qi family frowned and inquired telepathically. Upon learning the truth, his face changed dramatically. He instantly teleported to Qi Xian's side, struck him to the ground, and hastily apologized to Ing Hongyin. However, Ing Hongyin said calmly, "No need." With that, he turned and walked away. Alarm bells went off in the Qi family ancestor's mind. Looking down, he saw Qi Xian convulsing, his cultivation lost, and gray fur sprouting from his skin, transforming him into a monkey within seconds. "Ancestor, save me." Qi Xian reached out feebly. The Qi family ancestor was horrified, realizing that Ing Hongyin now wielded unparalleled power. Coldly, he said, "You deserve to die." With one palm strike, he ended Qi Xian's life. This scene stunned everyone present. Ing Hongyin had effortlessly displayed such terrifying transmutation abilities, instilling fear in all. They finally understood that despite being attacked by Mu Juexian, Ing Hongyin remained a formidable deity-level powerhouse. As Ing Hongyin walked out of the bamboo grove, dozens of armored veterans approached. The leading mountain guardian knelt on one knee and said, "Commander." Ing Hongyin was moved, inspecting their armor as if he had returned to those days of battling beyond the borders. He softly said, "How could I have any trouble?" Turning to look at the Wenshin Pavilion, Ing Hongyin continued, "It's just a bit of wear and tear." The Heart Pavilion. In a small courtyard deep within the village, Mu Juexian sat serenely on a stone bench, his white hair gently swaying with the breeze. Holding a teacup, he leisurely poured and sipped his tea, exuding an air of tranquility. Zhang Yuanshan stood beside him like an old servant, slightly hunched. Not far away stood Mao Fu, Lu Chun, Ma Jingyang, and Qiu Yuanlong, each with a different expression. Lu Chun recalled asking earlier why senior brother Li Bagong was absent. With a cold smirk, senior brother had replied, "If that red-haired monster dares to step into the courtyard, his head will surely fly." Lu Chun shuddered at the thought, remembering their master's strict standards. He quickly tidied his appearance, parting his hair neatly. The courtyard was silent. Mu Juexian remained wordless, and no one dared to speak rashly. After a moment, Zhang Yuanshan broke the silence with a cheerful tone. "This Ing Hongyin has some guts, walking the path of an emperor. Kneeling in public, he treated it as just a bit of hardship." Mu Juexian set down his teacup and said calmly, "I have given him part of the follow-up techniques of the Yangji Emperor's scripture. What fortune he attains depends on himself. But before the great catastrophe of the 9 domains, he is destined to be just a pawn, with no say in his fate." Zhang Yuanshan did not respond, instead turning with a smile to Lu Chun and the others. "All right, now that the serious matters are discussed, it's your turn." Mao Fu and the others beamed, eager to see Lu Chun make a fool of himself. Earlier, Mu Juexian had mentioned testing Lu Chun's cultivation, and this task was assigned to Qiu Yuanlong. Zhang Yuanshan called out, "First, Mao Fu." Mao Fu was taken aback, but then excitedly exclaimed, "This challenging task is for me? Awesome." Zhang Yuanshan corrected her with a hint of irritation. "I called your name, not to have you test Xiao Chen." His expression grew serious. "In 5 years, the great catastrophe of the 9 domains will arrive. By then, your master and I will be too preoccupied to help. You will have to rely on yourselves. So, Xiao Mao, you must reach the divine realm within 3 years." Mao Fu was shocked. "Senior brother, I'm only at the star realm now. This task is too difficult." Mu Juexian casually tossed her a scroll and said, "Study this origin diagram, and you can reach the divine realm within 3 years. Mao Fu opened the scroll and was instantly struck with fear, her voice trembling. "Master, this painting, it's terrifying." Zhang Yuanshan chuckled. "Look at you, so uncultured. Only able to use the word terrifying." Yet he sighed inwardly, knowing that the young mistress's true form was still being hunted in the upper realm for this scroll. Next, he assigned tasks to Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong. When it was Lu Chen's turn, Mu Juexian said, "Xiao Chen, since Linglong created a technique for you, even I am unsure of your exact strength. As you are about to enter the Tianyuan secret realm, it's time to reveal your capabilities." Lu Chen couldn't refuse and had to engage in a sparring match with Qiu Yuanlong in the courtyard. Although he had easily defeated Grandmaster Liang Jiyan of the 7th level, Uncle Qiu was the unbeatable master of the Batian society. Lu Chen muttered, "Uncle Qiu, can you not be so serious? It's making me really nervous." Qiu Yuanlong grinned wickedly and countered with a swift sword strike. Boom. In Lu Chen's perception, Qiu Yuanlong's sword strike seemed like child's play, casually swung. The sword's light flashed, causing the void to tremble. What appeared to be a nonchalant strike from Qiu Yuanlong drew the surrounding spiritual energy, converging towards the blade like a tidal wave. The crimson sword aura extended, exuding a righteous force. Lu Chen's heart tightened. He dared not underestimate it. Ma Jingyang smiled and reminded, Xiao Chun, your uncle Qiu is very strong. Lu Chun responded swiftly, his longbow Fuguang fully drawn. Exquisite true energy channeled through, and the phantom of the four symbols roared out with the arrow, clashing with Qiu Yuanlong's sword light. The two forces intertwined and dissolved, leaving the field in silence. Ma Jingyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Qiu Yuanlong's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to maintain his composure. He said sternly, boy, using such a divine weapon to bully an old man, where's your martial integrity? With that, his aura surged, reaching the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. Qiu Yuanlong stepped forward, chanting righteous energy. With each word, the pressure intensified. Lu Chen's senses were stripped away, feeling as if the opponent was a towering giant, with crimson sword energy transforming into chains that sought to bind him. Is this a Grandmaster? Lu Chen was shocked. He was already at the 8th level of the Void Mastery, not far from the Grandmaster level. He had even faced 2 Grandmasters before. Elder Sun Jinyue is another story entirely. His combat prowess is understandable given that it was bolstered by elixirs. Lu Chun recalled his fierce battle with Liang Zhiyin and marveled silently. As a master archer, Liang Zhiyin not only received abundant resources but also practiced a top-tier earth-level technique, making him one of the top experts even among the Grandmasters of Decisive. Yet, despite being severely injured and not deploying his bloodthirsty swarm, Lu Chun still managed to kill him. This made Lu Chun somewhat proud. Even a Grandmaster couldn't easily take him down. It wasn't until he witnessed Qiu Shu's true combat abilities that Lu Chun realized his perception had been distorted. Qiu Yuanlong's figure stood towering like a mountain, with countless sword chi dancing around him like maggots on rotting flesh, cutting into Lu Chen's body. White scars appeared continuously, and before the heavenly crystal bugs could repair them, new sword energy would overlap at the same spot. This was the first time Lu Chen's defense faced the threat of collapse. Looking up at the mountainous Qiu Yuanlong, Lu Chun steeled himself and closed his eyes, shutting off his 6 senses. In the haze, countless angry shouts exploded in his ears, as if judging him. But Lu Chun remained unfazed, leaning forward and forming a hand seal, slowly unleashing the 5 elements divine art magnetic seal. In an instant, the magnetic force spread like flowing sand, pouring out in all directions from Lu Chun, forming a pattern resembling the 8 trigrams. The grooves in the center flowed with the power of the 5 elements, with the white of gung metal and the black of gui water being the deepest. This was Lu Chen's ultimate strike, enhanced by the gung metal source from Hongshuang's feedback and the gui water source seed from Jiang Wushuang. From a distance, Mu Juexian's eyes flashed with surprise, and he unconsciously sat up straight. Zhang Yuanshan, with a smile, said, Qiu Yuanlong might be in trouble. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Chen's seal was released, the sound of shattering echoed through the air. The red sword chi dragons seemed to meet their nemesis and shattered piece by piece. Qiu Yuanlong, as if forcibly interrupted, stopped chanting and stood 5 steps away from Lu Chun, his expression complex. Noticing the anomaly, Lu Chun opened his eyes and said in surprise, Qiu Shu? Before he could finish, Qiu Yuanlong sighed, I lost. A flood of emotions surged, and past scenes flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Qiu Yuanlong stepped forward a few steps, patted Lu Chen's shoulder, and said with gratification, Xiao Chun, you've grown up. The folded space restored, and the 2 figures reappeared in the small courtyard. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled, your Qiu Shu indeed lost. Although he didn't use his ultimate trump card, he did use about 70 to 80% of his combat power. Even so, he couldn't completely break your defense, and was even interrupted by your attack methods for the 2nd time. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chun suddenly spoke. So, my current defense is approximately equal to 0.8 of Qiu Shu, and my combat power is around 0.6 of Qiu Shu. Qiu Yuanlong stared at him with a blank expression and said, So, in your mind, Qiu Shu is just a unit of measurement? Lu Chun thought to himself that this was bad, realizing he had slipped up again. Zhang Yuanshan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Good, good. In the Baishans, everyone might end up becoming your unit of measurement. He then asked with a smile, Xiao Chun, how many of your master do you think you are? Lu Chen stood frozen, thinking that his senior brother was being mischievous lately, digging a pit for him. How could he dare use his master as a unit of measurement? Mu Juexian, rarely in a joking mood, said, as your master, I prefer whole numbers, and they must be even. Xiao Chun, you need to work hard. Changing his tone, Mu Juexian softly said, Xiao Chun, self-destruct one of your bloodthirsty bugs. Without questioning, Lu Chun released a bloodthirsty bug, which self-destructed. The space seemed isolated, and the explosion that should have been deafening sounded muffled and quiet. After a moment of self-reflection, Mu Juexian suddenly pointed his finger. Countless tiny particles of light, like stars, scattered into the void. Xiao Chun, watch closely. This is a simulation of a billion bloodthirsty bugs. Mu Juexian glanced at Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang, seemingly calculating something in his mind. After a moment, he said calmly, "A billion is enough to kill any Grandmaster. No need for a test." Ma Jingyang felt a chill down his spine and thought to himself, was he about to use me for a demonstration? Master is really biased. Mu Juexian continued, "Where's Li Bagong? Bring him here." Ma Jingyang felt relieved and even a bit smug. Zhang Yuanshan casually tore open space and brought Li Bagong over. Just as Li Bagong was about to speak, Mu Juexian turned to Lu Chun and said, "But for someone at the Shanhai level, it might still be insufficient." Before he could finish, Li Bagong was thrown into a space. Zhang Yuanshan laughed, "Defend with all your might or you'll die." Li Bagong was startled and immediately activated a blood shield, covering a 50-meter radius. Boom! A billion light particles exploded. A few moments later, although Li Bagong looked a bit disheveled, he was not seriously injured. Mu Juexian explained, "Within a domain, I am a god. A Grandmaster at their peak can activate a domain seed, but it matures at the Shanhai level. Even at the deity level, a domain is still a formidable tool." As he spoke, he waved his hand again, releasing 100 times more light particles. Li Bagong frantically begged for mercy, "Master, please spare me. I can't take this. Master, help me." Mao Fu also looked uneasy, fearing she might be next. But this time, Mu Juexian detonated the particles directly and explained, 100 billion bloodthirsty bugs can annihilate a Shanhei-level warrior. After the explosion, the spatial rules distort, causing secondary damage, rendering the domain ineffective. However, after the star level, it's extremely difficult to kill with bloodthirsty bugs. He continued to explain the martial path of breaking barriers and the numerical advantage of the bug swarm. Then he snapped his fingers, and the space expanded again, filled with light particles like a starry sea. When the number of bloodthirsty bugs reaches 1 trillion, not just stars, even a sun-level warrior would be reduced to ashes. Lu Chun watched the dazzling scene of 1 trillion light particles exploding, feeling both awe and longing. Mu Juexian asked, "Xiao Chun, do you know why I'm showing you all this?" Lu Chun responded seriously, "I understand. You want to tell me that bloodthirsty bugs are also part of my foundation. My current strength is far beyond just 0.6 times that of Uncle Qiu. I can at least take on 10 of him." Qiu Yuanlong sighed. "Is that polite? Is that polite? Even if you can take on 10 of me, do you have to say it out loud like that?" Mu Juexian said calmly, "My intention is to make you understand. The bug race wins by numbers. When the quantity hasn't triggered a qualitative change, don't entrust your life to it." Lu Chun, "Oh. Xiao Chun, I'm heading off now." Outside Wenxin Pavilion, the monkeys' calls echoed like a landslide. Qiu Yuanlong looked at the monkeys with a smile, feeling a sense of familiarity. Lu Chun softly asked him to stay, feeling that Qiu Yuanlong's sudden departure to the outer region was rather hasty. Qiu Yuanlong chuckled and, pretending to be old, said, "If Uncle Qiu doesn't work harder, by the time you return from the Tianyuan secret realm, you might surpass me." Zhang Yuanshan added, "Xiao Qin's combat prowess will set a new benchmark for the Grandmaster level." Qiu Yuanlong, full of spirit, declared, "With those words, I'll make sure to break through to the great Grandmaster level when I reach the outer region." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. From a distance, senior sister Mao Fu turned back and teased, "Qiu, haven't you realized yet? Xiao Chun at the 8th level of air control is already 0.6 of you. Once he becomes a Grandmaster." Feigning sadness, Qiu Yuanlong gave Lu Chen a long look, then turned to the members of the Batian Society and suddenly said fiercely, "With you all pushing me like this, how can I return without reaching the Shanhai realm?" He then patted Lu Chen's shoulder and walked away with ease. Before long, Qiu Yuanlong flew north on his sword, his recitation drifting in the wind. "The beacon fires light up the western capital. My heart is unsettled." Leaving the palace with the jade seal, iron cavalry surrounds the dragon city. Better to be a centurion than a scholar. Lu Chun was filled with emotions, recalling the first time he met Uncle Qiu. Ma Jingyang comforted him. "Your Uncle Qiu is a cultured man who values non-contention. He feels the pressure from you, which is a good thing. Going out to explore will be best for him." Mao Fu bounced over and patted her chest. "Qiu's destination is the Jixia Academy in the 100 Families domain. Though it's not weak, who do you think your senior sister Mao is? I could still take him down 7 times over." Before she could finish, Zhang Yuanshan gave her a light knock on the head. Zhang Yuanshan sternly said, "You may be able to show off on the outer battlefield, but once you're in the 100 Families domain and under the suppression of heaven and earth, let's see if you can even come back." Mao Fu's face turned red as she angrily flew into the sky. Little brother, senior sister has some business to attend to in the outer region. If you need anything, send a message in a bottle. Seeing this, Ma Jingyang hurriedly took his leave as well. Ah, Xiao Chun, Master Ma also has business in the outer region. I'll come back to see you when you return from the Tianyuan secret realm. Wen Xin Pavilion was soon empty, leaving only Zhang Yuanshan, Lu Chan, and Li Bagong. Li Bagong took a few steps back, scratching his messy red hair, and earnestly said, Master, please don't send me to the outer region too. I still have someone to find. Still that girl in the red dress? Zhang Yuanshan asked. Li Bagong sincerely replied, praise the color red. I will definitely find her. Lu Chan held his breath, trying to lower his presence, feeling anxious. The casual lie he told back then had kept Li busy all this time. What should he do now? He didn't dare to tell the truth, but not telling meant watching Li continue his futile search. What a bizarre obsession. Zhang Yuanshan frowned. You're at the peak of the Shanhai realm now. When you break through to the Liang realm, I'll hand her over to you. Shanhai realm, Xingqian realm, Liang realm? This mission doesn't seem too hard. Are you serious about what you said, Master? Li Bagang's excitement was evident as his eyes sparkled. Zhang Yuanshan glared at him in annoyance and waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Stop spouting nonsense. All right, I'm going. Li Bagong grinned, leaping forward to join the others as they disappeared into the void. Lu Chan watched him leave, then turned to Zhang Yuanshan and cautiously asked, Senior brother, does the woman in the red dress that 8th Master wants to meet really exist? A sly look flashed in Zhang Yuanshan's eyes as he replied meaningfully, that woman in the red dress is right here with you. Lu Chan was taken aback, then quickly understood and explained, but Hong Shuang calls me Dad. The seniority. Stop overthinking, Zhang Yuanshan interrupted. Li Bagang's preferences aren't for women, get it? Lu Chan was puzzled and was about to ask more when he noticed Zhang Yuanshan's expression suddenly turn serious. Lu Chan, Zhang Yuanshan said solemnly, the secret realm you're about to enter, Tianyuan, is actually the Hongyue immortal sect from 10,000 years ago. Your master has given you 4 tasks for this journey. Lu Chen immediately focused, listening intently. First, find the blood sea and raise the bloodthirsty worms to at least 100 billion. Then, you'll be able to protect yourself against the Shanhai realm. Second, Zhang Yuanshan's eyes deepened. You must obtain one of the Hongyue immortal sect's treasuries, a fragment of the yellow spring, and fuse it with your reincarnation sword intent. Your reincarnation seal will then be transformed, becoming as powerful as the 5 elements divine laws Yuan magnetic seal. Third, participate in all the assessments with full effort. The rewards will exceed your expectations. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and then asked, Senior brother, didn't they say that the Xinlan sect has already taken everything? Why are there still so many treasures left? Zhang Yuanshan's expression was complex as he replied slowly, you don't understand? The current master of the Hongyue sect is a peerless genius. By the way, here's a little secret, the master's surname is Mu. Lu Chen was shocked, recalling something Mu Juexian had mentioned before, and fell into deep thought. Zhang Yuanshan patted his shoulder and smiled, don't overthink it. You'll understand once you're inside. There might even be bigger surprises waiting for you. Senior brother, what's the 4th task? Lu Chen snapped back to attention. If you have the chance, try to obtain the master's legacy. Zhang Yuanshan's expression carried a hint of reverence. That person is known as the Time Sword Master. You've probably seen them. Could it be? Lu Chen's mind flashed to the eternal sword Source Steel, and he murmured, the creator of the Time Sword intent? Zhang Yuanshan nodded in confirmation and sighed. Time is one of the most powerful laws in the Tao, far beyond your master. Obtaining that legacy would be immensely beneficial. As they talked, they walked along the stone path, gradually moving away from the Wenxin Pavilion. The sound of monkeys echoed in the air, filling Lu Chen's mind with countless thoughts. Senior brother, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. The other day, Ing Hongyin asked Master why he didn't use his power to conquer the 9 regions. Why didn't Master answer? Zhang Yuanshan smiled wryly. Because both your master and I are confined to the Yinhuang region. We can't leave. Lu Chen fell silent. The two continued walking forward. After walking for a while, he asked, Senior brother, why did Master, with his obsessive tendencies, name the sect Ba Tianhui? Zhang Yuanshan coughed awkwardly. Actually, I came up with that name. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Oh, that makes sense now. You're not really the senior brother, are you? There's no way Master would take on a disciple with a 3-character name. You're quite perceptive. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled. I'm just your master's old servant. Lu Chen earnestly said. I think you make a great senior brother. By the way, one last question. Is Master's true form in the upper realm? Is he one of those powerful figures who can control the wind and rain? Zhang Yuanshan's expression turned somber. After a long pause, he sighed. Your master isn't doing well up there. He's being hunted by many factions and is constantly on the run. But don't worry, he's still surviving. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks and looked at Zhang Yuanshan, seeing the helplessness and sorrow in his eyes. Xiao Chun, don't overthink it. Your master is very strong, trust me, Zhang Yuanshan reassured him. They walked in silence to the edge of the bamboo forest. As Lu Chen departed, a smile appeared in Zhang Yuanshan's eyes. Back in the small world of Wenxin Pavilion, Mu Juexian sighed, Uncle Zhang, why did you say those things? I'm doing quite well up there. Miss, your cultivation talents are unparalleled, but your judgment of people isn't as good as mine, Zhang Yuanshan said with a smile. Xiao Chan is very sentimental. If he believes his master is in danger, he'll be more motivated to train harder, maybe even fight his way up to protect you. Just thinking about it gets the blood pumping. Mu Juexian was dumbfounded and could only listen. Zhang Yuanshan continued, I wasn't lying. Miss, you are indeed being hunted in the upper realm. The Xinlan sect, Yishan Mountain are your mortal enemies, and you've also offended the Qinji Pavilion, Emperor Qianma, and the Phantom Commerce Guild. Mu Juexian snorted. I can handle those factions with one hand. Miss, please be more restrained, and don't provoke any ancient entities, Zhang Yuanshan advised. Mu Juexian replied resolutely, I didn't steal those items. I just made copies. If any ancient beings emerge, it will be a good opportunity to test my strength. Zhang Yuanshan sighed and then asked, can Xiao Qun really revive the entire Hongyue immortal sect? Mu Juexian gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Whether he can or can't, we must try. It's too early to say now. Suddenly, her face filled with killing intent, and her cold voice echoed, even if Xiao Chun can't do it, I will one day fight my way into the netherworld and bring back the souls of the Hongyue immortal sect myself. Tianyuan Community, the central area surrounding the artificial lake. All the standalone villas were bought at a high price by the Sun family, transforming the place into their stronghold. As Lu Chan returned to Tianyuan Community, Sun Xinyan came out to meet him. She softly informed him that the elder, Sun Jinyue, had already headed to the Wuxiang war zone, planning to set up a command center there and personally oversee the raw mineral industry. Lu Chun remained silent, though inwardly amazed at how swiftly the elder had acted. In the early winter chill, the two walked side by side. Sun Xinyan trailed half a step behind, cautiously awaiting Lu Chen's instructions. Noticing this change, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He suddenly inquired about Sun Qi's situation and learned that she was adapting to her new talents. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks, turned to face Sun Xinyan, and said in a wistful tone, Sister, have you ever seen siblings from other families become superior and subordinate? His words made Sun Xinyan tense up. Lu Chen continued, back at Qixia Mountain, you were quite assertive, directly accepting me as your sworn brother. Why are you so cautious even talking to me now? With that, Lu Chen walked away, leaving Sun Xinyan standing there, her expression complex. After a moment, she murmured to herself, this little guy, still as eloquent as ever. A glimmer of the past spark appeared in her eyes. Lu Chen then went to the outskirts of the training area and happened to run into Bai Weizhou, who had just finished his retreat. The two engaged in a pleasant conversation, strolling around the artificial lake. Bai Weizhou gently encouraged Lu Chen to share his experiences, starting from his departure from Linsong City all the way to the amusing events at the Tianjiao camp. It wasn't until dusk that they finally stopped. Gazing at the reflection on the lake, Bai Weizhou spoke softly. He turned to the tall teenager beside him, Lu Chen, with a gentle expression and continued, Xiao Chun, there's nothing more Uncle Bai can teach you. Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Many things, even if you don't want to do them, you'll find yourself in that position. Bai Weizhou's tone turned concerned. If you ever feel too tired, make sure to rest. Learn to be a bit selfish and don't become more and more silent. You can always come to Uncle Bai. Don't forget, your Uncle Bai is now a martial artist. Half an hour later, Lu Chen was packing his belongings in preparation for the next day's departure. Bai Weizhou stood alone, staring at the darkening lake and sighed. As Xiao Chen said, if I were a member of the Xinlan sect, I would now be trying to unite the 8 regions against Daxia, except for the Yanhuang domain. Even though we still have 5 years before the calamity, we could offer great benefits and use threats and inducements to form alliances. This way, Daxia's goal of unifying the 9 domains and dealing with the disaster would become much more difficult. Despite being an ordinary person, Bai Weizhou had proven his exceptional military command skills by being urgently dispatched to the front lines from Linsong City during the Grey Mist Sea unrest. In just a few hours, he had deduced many possibilities from Lu Chen's brief words and even devised a dozen tactical plans for both sides. If Ing Hongyin still uses the tactics from hundreds of years ago, he's likely to suffer a great loss. When Xiao Chen returns from the secret realm, he might also end up on the battlefield. Bai Weizhou pondered for a moment and then shook his head. It's not appropriate. I should take this time to conduct field research outside the regions and then leverage Xiao Chen's influence to present a report to the Ing family. On December 7th, in the 581st year of the martial era, The top 100 prodigies on the Tianjiao list gathered in Jiangnan to head towards Kunlun. Their target the Tianyuan secret realm, also known as the 10,000-year Red Moon Immortal Sect and the Underworld Pasture. Early morning. The main base of the Jiangnan war zone is shrouded in a light frost mist. Sun Qinyan drove Lu Chun and the other three to the meeting point. Today, she had a different look from her usual professional attire and bare face. She wore a fitted smoky blue long dress, let her hair down casually, and had light makeup on. She and Lin Xia, who was in the passenger seat, looked like sisters. Along the way, she chatted and laughed with the young people, sharing some embarrassing stories about Sun Qi. The atmosphere inside the car was relaxed. Sun Qi excitedly shared the progress he had made with his talent. I jumped straight from the 9th level of merging aperture to the 3rd level of aerial mastery. He pretended to kneel and declared passionately, I am willing to acknowledge Lu Gong as my godfather. Lin Xia interrupted coldly, who would dare take in someone as fickle as you? Besides, is the 3rd level of aerial mastery that impressive? Who here isn't stronger than you? She casually waved her hand, revealing her aura at the 6th level of aerial mastery. Sun Qi was dumbfounded, and in his mind, Shen Jiyuan consoled him, progress for spiritual warriors is naturally slower. Don't worry. Sun Qi sighed, teacher. You've said that 3 times already. He then turned to Lu Chun and said gloomily, Brother Lu, did you give extra lessons to class leader Lin? Lu Chun ignored him and said to Sun Qinyan, Sis, can we throw this guy out? He's losing it and might infect us. Sun Qinyan laughed. I think that's a great idea. She pretended to stop the car, and Sun Qi quickly apologized. The convoy drove into Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, where Grandmaster-level experts stood by the security line. Lu Chen greeted one of them with a smile. Brother Song? Fancy meeting you here. Song Chifeng looked at them strangely, then said to Sun Qinyan, the assembly area is under temporary control. Miss Sun, you can head back. I'll take them from here. Sun Qinyan nodded and encouraged, Xiao Chun, do your best. I'll throw a party for you when you return. After saying goodbye, Song Chifeng led the group towards the assembly area, explaining as they walked. The entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm is deep within the first forbidden zone in Kunlun. It's a long journey. Seeing the serious expression on Lu Chen's face, Song Chifeng chuckled and reassured him. Don't worry, this time we're escorting a powerhouse, one of the top 10 in Decisive. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. One of the founding ancestors of those prominent families? Exactly, Senior Meng Beiyang from the Meng family of the Qinglan war zone. Song Chifeng added via sound transmission. The Meng family of Qinglan is renowned for their formations. They'll ensure your safety. As they chatted and walked, they passed through a cluster of buildings and arrived at an open area. A colossal fish-like beast came into view, measuring 500 meters in length and nearly 100 meters in height, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was lying on the ground, idly blowing bubbles. Song Chifeng introduced, this is the Jade Fish Dragon King, with an 8th level cultivation, equivalent to a Sun Realm warrior. It will take you to the entrance of the secret realm. Before he finished speaking, several figures approached. Leading them was a handsome man with an air of elegance, dressed in a starry robe, his hair meticulously styled. Song Chifeng greeted him respectfully with a cupped fist salute. Commander Ming, the final group of secret realm qualifiers has arrived. Meng Beiyang nodded with a smile. Thank you for your efforts. He then turned to Lu Chen and the others. You were the last ones we were waiting for. Let's get going quickly. Lu Chen apologized. Sorry to keep you waiting, Senior Meng. No worries, come along. Meng Beiyang personally led them to the underside of the Fish Dragon King. Familiar faces, like King Tianming, greeted them warmly. The Fish Dragon King rose into the air, its belly glowing and revealing a passage and stairs. As everyone entered, they were astonished to find the interior as luxurious as a hotel. Meng Beiyang casually picked up a glass of red wine and began. The Tianyuan secret realm is located deep within the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, spanning the entire Decisive, and it will take 7 days to reach. During this time, I'll explain the details of the secret realm. First, you should know that the Tianyuan secret realm is actually the remains of the Red Moon Immortal Sect from 10,000 years ago, which has long been annihilated. Everything you encounter inside won't be living beings. Upon hearing this, Shi Chuanxiu, who was standing next to Lu Chun, tightened his grip on the thermos he was holding, his eyes flickering with unease. In the Great Xia, there are 4 major merchant guilds, all of which are colossal entities spanning across battle zones. Among these, the Jiuding Pavilion stands out as a leader. Its headquarters, Jiuding City, is situated near the main base of the Jiangnan battle zone. This bustling commercial hub, with its unique set of rules, has become a haven for gray market transactions, drawing in martial artists from all walks of life. At this moment, on the top floor of the Yuanyang Tower in the west of the city, a hunched old woman leaning on a cane gazed at the bustling crowd below. She murmured, the meeting at the Wenshin Pavilion has completely reshaped the martial arts landscape of Great Xia. A trace of worry flickered in her eyes as she continued. Under the leadership of the Ying family, The 8 major families and hidden forces have released their monopolized resources into the market. The military's merit system has replaced the old currency, allowing all martial artists to earn merits by completing tasks for the Martial Arts Association and purchase the supplies they need. She sighed. In just half a month, the martial arts world of Great Xia has been transformed. With Mu Juexian and Ing Hongyin overseeing everything, Great Xia has become an unshakable entity. Behind her, Qin Yin, dressed in simple white gauze, stood respectfully. As an official member of the ancient God Church, she still appeared humble before the old woman. Your Excellency, there's no need to worry too much, Qin Yin softly consoled. For the past 600 years of the martial era, Great Xia has always experienced cycles of unity and division. We just need to wait for the right opportunity. The old woman shook her head. This time is different. In 5 years, the great catastrophe of the 9 domains will descend, and everyone will face a life-and-death crisis. Just as she was about to say more, a tremendous pressure suddenly emanated from the sky, casting a shadow over them. Looking up, they saw the Jade Fish Dragon King transporting Lu Chun and his companions. The old woman's face showed a complex expression. Another batch of divine realm seeds. But what good will it do? She turned to the puzzled Qin Yin and, for once, explained. It's said that anyone who enters the Tianyuan secret realm can qualify to reach the divine realm. In fact, the founders of the 8 major families and the hidden forces were mostly from the previous batch who entered. Hearing this, a hint of longing flashed in Qin Yan's eyes. Although she was already a star realm expert, she still couldn't match Mao Fu at the same level. Every martial artist has their limits, and the divine realm is the ultimate pursuit for all. Don't envy them. The old woman sneered. What good is the divine realm? When the great catastrophe of the 9 domains arrives, they won't escape doom either. Even the Red Moon Immortal sect, which once dominated for 100,000 years, eventually fell. Inside the Jade Fish Dragon King, Lu Chun and the others felt only a slight shake during takeoff. The environment was no different from being on solid ground. Sun Qi, munching on snacks, grumbled. That dream commander just said a few words and left. Now I'm itching with curiosity, and I don't know when he'll be back. Shi Chuanxiu suddenly looked up and, with a serious expression, said to Sun Qi, No, they didn't die. Sun Qi blinked, puzzled, and asked, What's up with you, brother Kidney? You look like you've been through something. Lu Chun also turned his attention to Shi Chuanxiu. Since their departure, Shi Chuanxiu had been unusually silent. Shi Chuanxiu slowly took a sip of water and said calmly, Just because they're not living doesn't mean they're dead. After that, he said no more. At this moment, Ing Xuanji and Ing Tianming approached. Ing Xuanji looked at Lu Chun and softly asked, May we sit down? Inside the belly of the Jade Fish Dragon King, there was ample space. The place where everyone found themselves resembled a hotel lobby, with an array of food lining both sides. Lu Chun and the others stepped into this lobby-like space, their eyes immediately drawn to the abundant delicacies on either side. They were led to a spacious booth with plenty of empty seats around it. Once seated, Ing Xuanji fixed his serious gaze on Shi Chuanxiu and said, The beings in the Tianyuan secret realm are neither alive nor dead. He then turned to Lu Chun, noticing the puzzled look on his face, and continued. The Tianyuan secret realm is actually the remnants of the Red Moon Immortal sect, which was destroyed 100,000 years ago. It's said that the sect's leader was a peerless genius. Lu Chin's eyes lit up as he interrupted. Surname Mu, right? My senior brother once told me that the leader of the Red Moon sect was called the Master of the Time Sword. He also advised me to obtain his legacy if possible. Ing Xuanji paused for a moment, then shook his head. That information is likely unknown to anyone. Even the ancestors of the great families who entered the secret realm 500 years ago weren't privy to such secrets. Lu Chun remained silent, pondering. Perhaps the information he had exceeded what these family prodigies knew. Ing Xuanji continued, when the Red Moon Immortal sect was destroyed, its leader used some unknown method to extract segments from the River of Time and seal them into a secret realm. Lu Chun was shaken to his core. All the clues aligned the leader surnamed Mu, known as the Master of the Time Sword, indeed had the ability to perform such an incredible feat despite being mentally prepared. Hearing this confirmed was still overwhelmingly shocking. The expressions of those around the booth varied. Sun Qi looked bewildered, scratching his head and stammering, Wait, I don't understand. What does all this mean? Shi Chuanxiu shot him a glance and, without waiting for Ing Xuanji to respond, explained, Think of it this way. If you're 19 now, but someone pulled your 15-year-old self out of the River of Time and placed you in a secret realm. Got it? Sun Qi nodded, then shook his head. I get it, but I don't fully get it. Day 7. Inside the belly of the Jade Fish Dragon King. In the spacious resting area, many prodigies were arriving. Lu Chun emerged from the gravity chamber, his expression serious. He joined Sun Qi and the others, puzzled, and asked, What's going on? Sun Qi explained that the command center had issued a gathering notice. Everyone had been training in seclusion for the past few days, and the training facilities inside the Jade Fish Dragon King rivaled those of the Martial Academy with abundant resources. Sun Chi sighed, "Brother Liu, with your talent and relentless training, you're going to drive everyone crazy." He then lowered his voice and said, "I just heard that we're nearing the Tianyuan secret realm." As the most sociable member of the team, Sun Chi was always the first to gather news, even managing to uncover some secrets about Taiming's self-created third finger technique. Lu Chun was taken aback by this, a wave of anticipation surging in his heart. During these 7 days, Meng Beiyang frequently explained the situation of the Tianyuan secret realm, and combined with the secrets revealed by Zhang Yuanshan, Lu Chun had developed a strong yearning for the Red Moon immortal sect from 10,000 years ago. At that moment, Meng Beiyang suddenly appeared. The founding ancestor of the Meng family from the Qinglan battle zone wore a gentle smile. After glancing at everyone, he said, "We have entered the depths of Kunlun. This is the first forbidden zone of the Great Xia dynasty." With a slight wave of his hand, the surrounding scenes vanished, and the Jade Fish Dragon King seemed to turn transparent, revealing the outside world clearly. "This is Kunlun." Meng Beiyang's voice echoed, and everyone gazed in awe at the scene before them. The entire world was segmented into countless small blocks, each with time distorted within. In some areas, trees experienced thousands of years of frost and thaw within seconds. In others, living beings were forever frozen in their initial state. And in some, time flowed backward, with dead leaves turning green and withered trees coming back to life. Meng Beiyang softly explained, "This is the time pollution zone. Even a Grandmaster would perish instantly here." His expression grew solemn as he continued, "The closer we get to the secret realm entrance, the more severe the pollution becomes, even giving birth to terrifying plant demons. More than one ancestor-level expert has ventured deep and never returned. Time is the ultimate killer." The Jade Fish Dragon King began to descend, revealing layer upon layer of distorted space ahead, like countless intersecting mirrors. This was the spatial distortion caused by time erosion. The Fish Dragon King's speed dropped sharply, as if navigating a specific route slowly. Meng Beiyang stopped speaking, focusing on maneuvering to avoid danger. Jiang Wushuang approached Lu Chun and said softly, "The Kunlun Forbidden Zone is located in the Qinglan Battle Zone, and only the Ming family of Qinglan can find specific routes to reach the secret realm entrance with minimal cost." After the battle on Tianyan platform, his status in the family had soared, with authority nearly rivaling that of the family head. Everyone knew he had Lu Chen's goo worm in his soul, which paradoxically reassured the Jiang family, even making them secretly pleased. Lu Chen asked curiously, "How was it found the first time it was opened?" The level of pollution back then was nowhere near what it is now. Jiang Wushuang's expression suddenly turned peculiar. She lowered her voice and continued, "I've heard from the elders in our clan that when the Tianyuan secret realm first opened, it was guided by a mysterious voice. And that predecessor who never showed up, every word he spoke back then was in pairs." Lu Chun was taken aback upon hearing this and thought to himself, "Isn't that my master? In the entire Xia, you wouldn't find a second person with such an extreme compulsion." He couldn't help but recall how Mu Juexian's compulsion was discovered by an elder after the battle at Tianyan platform and eventually became well known. Even the reason Wang Hongyin wasn't accepted as a disciple back then was revealed by the big-mouthy Bagong. Meng Beiyang turned around, her expression much more relaxed. She looked at Lu Chun and his group and said with a bitter smile, "Last time, with that predecessor's guidance, everyone was safe. Now, I'm really on edge." The outer layer of the polluted zone is relatively quiet, the middle layer is filled with battling plant demons, and time and space become increasingly chaotic. On the contrary, the entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm, being the core layer, is where those terrifying plant demons each occupy their own territory without interfering with one another, making it relatively stable. Before she finished speaking, the Jade Fish Dragon King began to accelerate. 2 hours later, they finally reached a mountaintop. Everyone stepped out of the fish's belly, nervously surveying their surroundings. The mountain wasn't very high, but the scenery was quite beautiful. Blossoms were scattered all over the mountaintop, the grass was lush, and a small wooden cabin stood quietly there. Lu Chen gazed into the distance and suddenly felt a strong sense of déjà vu. This scene? Why does it look so similar to the entrance of Wenxin Pavilion? He pondered. Both used structures as their anchors. Meng Beiyang led the group towards the wooden cabin at the mountaintop and continued. "The Tianyuan secret realm is inside that cabin. Once you push the door open and enter, you'll be inside the secret realm. You must be cautious. The first scene you'll encounter in the secret realm is the Red Moon Immortal Sect disciple selection. And among those being tested, it's not just the 100 of you prodigies. There are also many aspirants from that time." Standing before the mountain cabin, Lu Chun recalled Meng Beiyang's words. The Tianyuan secret realm was akin to a virtual world where they would experience 3 scenarios. The first was Fix joining the Red Moon Immortal Sect. The latter two were entirely random, given the vast and eventful 10th history of the sect. At that moment, 100 prodigies from the Great Xia stood before the cabin, each with different expressions. Lu Chen felt a surge of emotion. Sun Qi and Lin Xia's eyes were filled with eagerness, frequently glancing toward the wooden door. Only Shi Chuanxiu remained unusually silent, his aura tinged with sadness. Lu Chen stopped Sun Qi from asking questions, remembering Zhang Yuanshan's advice. When in doubt, consult Shi Chuanxiu. The implication was profound, and it was best not to disturb him now. Meng Beiyang turned to face the group, his gaze lingering on Lu Chen and the others with anticipation. He spoke solemnly. Though the entry assessment into the sect is a beginner's task, it is fraught with danger. 500 years ago, more than 30 of our batch died, and less than half successfully joined the sect. He continued, you will be facing the Red Moon Immortal Sect in the year 27149 of the Red Moon calendar, right after it unified the 9 domains. The selection at that time was unprecedented, with prodigies from the 9 domains as numerous as fish in a river. Remember, you are not the protagonists, and the people inside are not NPCs. Even Hongyin was just above average back then. Those ahead of him were prodigies beyond imagination. His reward was the Sun Emperor Sutra, surpassing even the highest tier. Meng Beiyang then took out an ancient key and unlocked the iron lock on the wooden door. With a creak, the decayed door opened slightly. A circular halo spread out like tree rings, accompanied by distant clamor. Hurry! The entrance to the Immortal Sect is about to begin. Is this the Red Moon Immortal Sect? They have the 10 dragons and 10 phoenixes of the demon clan guarding the gate? Demon domain, devil domain, Buddha domain, prodigies from all 8 domains are here. Today will be the most glorious day for the Yinhuang domain. Meng Beiyang shouted, everyone, the future of the Great Xia rests in your hands. Enter the 10th Ascension Red Moon and give it your all. Ying Xuanji was the first to enter, followed closely by Ying Tianming. Before stepping through the door, Ying Tianming turned to Lu Qian and said, Brother Mengduo, once you pass through this door, you'll be blessed with unparalleled fortune. When we come out, I might have already surpassed this mountain of yours. His eyes were full of anticipation and fervor. Lu Qian grinned. Let's see you break through first. Ying Tianming seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and entered with a huff. More and more people began to step inside. Sun Qi couldn't wait any longer and shouted, Go, go, go! Why aren't you all moving? Lin Xia glanced at him calmly and said in a composed tone, Why the rush? Are you in a hurry to eat something hot? Sun Qi was halfway through his retort when he suddenly realized what she meant, and his face turned as sour as if he had swallowed a fly. He looked at Lu Qian with a mix of sorrow and anger. Brother Lu, control her. If you don't, I might lose my temper and get physical. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow. If you think you can handle it, go ahead and try. Lin Xia chuckled softly and got into a stance. Come on, let's spar. Sun Qi quickly stepped back, his expression shifting several times before he gritted his teeth. All right, so this is how you want to play it. Don't forget I'm unbeatable in the later stages with my psychic abilities. Just wait and see how I'll get my revenge. Lu Qian and the others exchanged amused glances, and seeing that no one else was around, they headed into the cabin. Shi Chuanxiu patted Sun Qi on the shoulder and teased. So, was that your version of a fit of rage? Sun Qi rolled his eyes dramatically. In the small world of Wenxin Pavilion, under the large peach tree in the center of the village, a lively game of mahjong was in full swing. Mu Juexian played leisurely, having long since delegated various chores to Ying Hongyin, allowing her to enjoy this rare moment of tranquility. At that moment, Zhang Yuanshan approached slowly, bowed slightly, and reported softly, Miss, the secret realm has opened, and Xiao Qian and the others have entered. 8 of bamboo. Mu Juexian continued playing and responded casually after discarding a tile. They've entered? This is the 7th day since they set off, right? That ancestor of the Ming family didn't arrange things properly. Zhang Yuanshan was taken aback and sighed inwardly, noting that Mrs. Condition seemed to have worsened. Not only did she insist on even numbers in her speech, but she was also overly meticulous about others' schedules. If Meng Beiyang knew, he'd probably cough up blood on the spot. He changed the subject with a cheerful tone. Miss, you participated in the sect entrance exam back then, didn't you? If I remember correctly, you ranked first. I wonder how Xiao Chun will fare this time. But what I'm most curious about is whether Xiao Chun will encounter the miss from back then. Zhang Yuanshan seemed to imagine a grand scene and couldn't help but laugh, his wrinkled face folding into a smile like a blooming old chrysanthemum. If they do meet, it will certainly be interesting. On a desolate mountain, the moment Lu Qian stepped into the wooden hut, the surroundings suddenly transformed. The wind howled in his ears, and the light around him twisted, as if he was passing through some mysterious tunnel. A few seconds later, his vision returned to normal, and he found himself standing on a mountain path. All around him were young prodigies participating in the examination. Some were dressed in luxurious clothes with numerous attendants, while others moved in small groups, full of vigor and confidence. However, the majority were humble youths from impoverished backgrounds, standing alone with resolute gazes. Lu Chen looked down at himself. His training clothes were patched up, and a black obsidian token hung from his waist. He took it off to examine it closely. It bore his identity information: name, Lu Chun, cultivation level, 8th level of the Skywalking Realm, origin, Lu clan of Taiying City in Chuzhou County, Yinhuang region. At the bottom of the token was an emblem of a red moon with a long sword hanging in the middle. So this is my new identity. Lu Chen thought to himself. It really feels like one of those online games I used to play in my previous life. Simultaneously, background information surfaced in his mind. In the Red Moon calendar year 27149, the Red Moon Immortal sect was widely recruiting disciples and had opened its entrance examination. Regardless of status or race, anyone who met the criteria could join the sect. This decree caused a stir across the 9 regions, attracting countless prodigies. Lu Chen pondered. Sun Shi and the others probably have their own identities too. As for Shi Chuanqiu, it's highly likely that he's a member of the Red Moon Immortal sect. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, and instead began calling out to his insects in his mind. Red Frost, Kai, and Little Blue responded one after another. Learning that the insects were in good condition, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Kai's mention of increased reproduction speed particularly caught his attention. I'll do my best, Lu Chen promised the greedy Little Blue. He knew that time was limited, and he still had to complete the task assigned by his senior brother. Whether finding the ore is possible remains uncertain. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting to Jin Chan. This last primordial mother insect was not only the most mature but had also reached the Grandmaster level, comparable to Ma Jingyang of the Batian Society. In critical moments, it undoubtedly served as a powerful trump card. Master, I am well. Jin Chan responded respectfully, then added, the noises in your soul were too disruptive, so I have moved and now reside in your shadow. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hong Shuang angrily retorted, Kid, who are you calling disruptive? How dare you talk back to your elder sister? Do you want a smack on the head? Kai watched the scene unfold with great interest, while Xiao Lan quietly defended herself. I speak very softly. Seeing the insects about to start quarreling again, Lu Chun decisively muted the soul chat, letting them bicker on their own. Excited exclamations echoed around him, and Lu Chun looked up. In the distant void, countless floating mountains were visible, with powerful martial artists moving between them. At the end of the mountain path, the view suddenly widened. Standing on high ground, Lu Chun overlooked the vast plain ahead. 5 majestic cities sprawled across the land, with a massive floating mountain at the center, its scale surpassing even the main base of the Jiangnan war zone. Just gazing at it, the summit seemed out of reach, filling him with awe. That's the Red Moon Immortal sect? Lu Chun murmured to himself. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. A voice spoke next to him. Those 5 cities below mainly serve as homes for the families of the Immortal sect members. Not everyone has martial talent. In times of need, the 5 cities can form a grand array to defend against enemies. Lu Chun turned to see a young monk in a light blue robe standing beside him, his eyes gleaming faintly with gold. The monk clasped his hands together and bowed with a smile. I am Huikong from the Pure Land sect of the Buddhist domain, here to participate in the Immortal sect's examination. Greetings, benefactor. Lu Chen glanced at him and responded casually before preparing to leave. Yet, Huikong suddenly spoke up, benefactor. There is something I must say, though I am unsure if I should. Then don't, Lu Chen replied, turning away. It wasn't out of dislike. He simply didn't want to get involved with anyone in this secret realm. However, Huikong paused for a moment before following him. I thought about it, and I must say it. He pointed to Lu Chen's shadow, his expression serious. Benefactor, there is something unclean in your shadow. May I help you purify it? Lu Chun was taken aback. Jin Chan, residing in the shadow, was even more shocked. How could he, also a monk, be considered something unclean? Master, could you slap this bald guy for me? The path down the mountain had clearly been widened and was much smoother. Martial artists hurried down the mountain, eager to be the first. Although flying was prohibited within 1,000 miles of the Hongyue Immortal sect, this didn't stop them from quickening their pace. As the distance shortened, the enormous floating mountain became even more majestic, casting a shadow over the 5 cities below. Lu Chen suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared expressionlessly at the young monk behind him. How long do you plan to follow me? Monk Huikong bowed apologetically. My friend, do not harbor anger. He pointed at Lu Chen's shadow, his expression serious. There is an unknown evil presence in your shadow, filled with greed and murderous intent, which could bring calamity. But what is even more peculiar? The young monk paused for a moment, clasped his hands together, and closed his eyes to sense something before continuing. Although the spirit in your shadow is evil, It has a root of wisdom and is connected to Buddha. If I could enlighten it and bring it back to the Buddhist realm, refining the impurities, it could one day attain the Mahayana Buddhist teachings and become a disciple of the Tathagata. Lu Chuan remained silent, staring intently at Hui Kong. In his soul, Jin Chan spoke softly, "Master, I sense a karmic connection with this monk. It might be better to kill him soon, or we will continue to be entangled." Lu Chen responded with confusion. "This world is independent and not within the river of time. Is there still karma here?" Jin Chan chanted a Buddhist mantra. "All forms, whether past, future, or present, whether internal or external. Master, karma transcends the boundaries of time." Lu Chen stopped questioning and turned to Hui Kong. "Can others see what you see in my shadow?" Hui Kong smiled and pointed to his eyes. "Even those in the divine realm cannot. In the 9 domains, only I possess the eyes of clarity to see the world's Buddhist connections." "That's good." Lu Chen stepped forward, put his arm around the young monk's shoulder, and said with a smile, "After the sex assessment, I'll let you meet it. Whether you can enlighten it will depend on your abilities. Let's head to Hongyue together." The two walked side by side, chatting along the way. Half an hour later, they arrived at one of the 5 cities, Nanyuan City. While other martial artists lined up to pay the entrance fee, Lu Chen and Hui Kong, wearing special tokens, were personally escorted into the city by the gate officer. Passing through the main road, they reached the northern edge of Nanyuan City. As they got closer, the sky above gradually became obscured by the floating mountain of the Hongyue Immortal Sect. After a short walk, they arrived directly beneath the sect. Beneath the Hongyue Immortal Sect was a grand circular building. The structure was ring-shaped, with steps leading up in a spiral. With a single glance, the number appeared in his mind. There were 1,001 steps in total. Lu Chun stood at the foot of the Qingyun ladder, gazing up at the steps that seemed to pierce the sky. At the very top stood a majestic hall, with the words Qingyun Hall inscribed boldly on the plaque above the entrance. Pilgrims from the 5 cities gathered here in an endless stream. Some were already climbing the steps, their faces solemn, their progress slow and arduous. Lu Chen looked around but didn't see Sun Qi and the others. However, he did recognize a few prominent figures from the Great Xia dynasty. They exchanged nods but remained silent, heeding Ming Beiyang's advice. Monk Hui Kong was about to check the rules when he noticed Lu Chen observing the climbers. The young monk asked in puzzlement, "What's there to see?" "It's just climbing up." Lu Chen shook his head and began walking toward the Qingyun ladder, saying calmly, "If you can climb high enough and surpass others, you can enter the sect." He didn't tell Hui Kong that he had already received the assessment details in his mind. Climb the steps, and the top 3,000 will be admitted into the sect within a month. Every 10 steps yield pure spiritual energy. Every 100 steps earn a black obsidian spirit key, which can be exchanged for higher-level keys to unlock treasure chests. Reaching the 1,001st step grants a primordial spirit key. The area at the foot of the Qingyun ladder was crowded with people, some meditating, some observing, and others discussing strategies. Hui Kong watched as Lu Chen headed straight for the steps, filled with doubt. Had he misjudged him? But then Lu Chen suddenly turned and stopped in front of a stone tablet. Hui Kong realized. So that's it. No wonder he was hailed as a prodigy from the Yinhuang domain. As the foremost talent of the Buddhist domain, Hui Kong was astonished by the pressure exerted by an unfamiliar void realm martial artist. Lu Chen stared at the earth suppression star stone tablet and asked in his mind, "Sai, is there really something extraordinary about this stone?" In front of Lu Chen stood a monumental stone tablet, known as the Earth-Stabilizing Star. It seemed to blend seamlessly with the ground, rising about 30 feet high and over 10 feet wide, forming a square pillar. The front of the stone tablet was engraved with images of turbulent clouds and majestic mountains. At its base, 4 corners were adorned with statues of earth beasts, each gripping an iron chain in its mouth, securing the monument firmly. Lu Chen examined the tablet closely, but aside from its imposing presence, he noticed nothing unusual. However, the colorful figure in his spirit reminded him to be cautious. In front of the tablet were 36 meditation mats, all occupied by individuals intently gazing at the stone, seemingly sensing some hidden mystery. Many other talents surrounded the area, engaged in lively discussions. "Can this stone tablet really speed up the climb up the Qingyun ladder?" someone questioned. "It doesn't seem fake. There are powerful cultivators contemplating in front of all 108 stone tablets," another person replied in a hushed tone. Suddenly, most of those seated were moved away by an invisible force. They left reluctantly, sighing in disappointment. New talents immediately took their places, and the cycle continued. Lu Chen finally understood the rules. The stone tablet contained techniques beneficial for ascending the Qingyun ladder. Every 10 minutes, those who failed to comprehend its secrets were moved out and had to try elsewhere. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, a young monk named Hui Kong stopped him and explained, "Each 100 steps of the Qingyun ladder is a checkpoint. You must comprehend a stone tablet to advance. Understanding it in advance can save you 7 days. Lu Qin realized the significance but shook his head, saying, I can't afford to wait those 7 days. I'll start climbing directly. If I get stuck, I can always come back to study the tablet. For others, it's a race against time. But for him, dragging this out any longer might just lead to more uncertainties. Lu Qin was calculating in his mind. The priority now was to complete the first quest as quickly as possible to gain time for the next stage. The Qingyun steps had a checkpoint every 100 steps, which wasn't a big deal for him. He had a unique advantage. Sai, are you sure you can use the subbodies to enhance my comprehension? Lu Qin asked in his mind. Of course, the little creature replied cheerfully. Sister Hongshuang and Little Blue have both evolved several times. My latest ability is to enhance the master's comprehension. Sai's main talents were twofold, consuming subbodies to perfect Lu Qin's learned techniques and removing some control effects on him. After long-term nurturing, she had evolved a new ability to enhance Lu Qin's comprehension by consuming subbodies. The more she consumed, the greater the enhancement. With this confidence, Lu Qin decided to ascend the Qingyun steps first to understand the situation before making any further plans. After all, the number of Dao derivation worms was limited, and he needed to conserve them. Master Lu. Hui Kong was about to speak, but seeing Lu Qin step onto the first step without hesitation, he swallowed his words. At this point, the 30-day countdown had already begun, and saying more was pointless. Simultaneously, the token at Lu Qin's waist glowed slightly, displaying his basic information and progress. This scene immediately attracted numerous curious glances. Another fool, a prodigy sneered. He has no idea how crucial those extra 7 days are. Haha, with nearly 10,000 people participating in the entrance exam, the more fools like him, the better. Another person chimed in. At the base of the Qingyun steps, Hui Kong watched Lu Qin's figure, his eyes flickering with golden light before it faded. He frowned and muttered to himself, strange, he truly has no other background. Though his strength is considerable, he's being too reckless. At this moment, brothers Ng Tianming and Ng Xuanji, who had just learned the rules, arrived at the Earthstar stone tablet. As they were about to queue up to comprehend it, they heard a commotion and looked up. Is that Lu Qin? Ng Xuanji asked with a frown. It's him, Ng Tianming confirmed with a nod. The two brothers stared at the figure in silence. After a moment, Ng Xuanji said in a deep voice, Lu Qin, he's being foolish. Could it be that taking the top spot on the prodigy list has made him overconfident? The exam period is only 30 days, and saving 7 days ahead of time is extremely significant. Brother, he's not the reckless type. Ng Tianming shook his head and transmitted his thoughts. He never acts impulsively. This move might be his way of paving the way for us. After all, this entrance exam is different from the one 500 years ago. Lu Qin might be sacrificing himself to benefit the many prodigies of our great Xia. Ng Xuanji Tianming, are you out of your minds? Do you really believe that guy is that kind of person? On the azure cloud stairway, there were only a few scattered figures. Lu Qin stepped onto the first step and muttered to himself, gravity, huh? Before he could finish his thought, an invisible force enveloped him, as if he were carrying a mountain on his shoulders. He couldn't help but recall Meng Beiyang's advice. The 1001 step azure cloud stairway changes every 12 steps, first testing the physical body. Those who forcefully climb may risk their bodies exploding. Lu Qin silently chanted, Heavenly Crystal Guard, activate. In an instant, over 60 million heavenly crystal bugs activated, forming an indestructible defense within his body, greatly enhancing his physical strength. The previous heaviness vanished. These little bugs are the best, Lu Qin said with a slight smile, moving forward with ease. Although he had prepared just like the other prodigies, the assistance of the bug swarm made all his preparations secondary. As for the risk of exposure, with the system's help, even his master couldn't see through him, let alone the divine experts in the secret realm. Xiaolan, how do you feel? Father, is this supposed to be difficult? Lu Qin nodded in satisfaction. That's the confidence I want to see. In the distance, several figures were struggling to climb, the furthest only reaching the 7th step, their bodies trembling. One young man looked back, seeing Lu Qin's effortless strides, and was instantly stunned. He gasped for breath and asked in disbelief, Dude, don't you feel tired? Before he could get an answer, he collapsed onto the step. As Lu Qin passed by, he patted the young man's shoulder and chuckled. So young and already this weak? That's no good. With that, he leaped ahead. The young man, humiliated and angry, struggled to catch up. Who's weak? You're the weak one. Watch me surpass you. But as he prepared to step onto the 8th step, a profound fear surged within him, as if taking another step would cause his body to explode. Hesitating, he reluctantly withdrew his foot and sneered, Let's see how far you can go. The first trial is gravity, testing the body. As someone in the aerial stage, there's no way you can reach the 10th step. Before he could finish, his expression froze. Lu Chun was already standing on the 10th step, looking back and asking, "Is it really that hard?" The young man's expression shifted, and he finally muttered, "I guess you're good." He then closed his eyes to meditate, saying no more. At that moment, the step beneath Lu Chin's feet lit up, intricate inscriptions flowing like water. A pure energy surged from beneath, directly into his dantian. So this is spiritual essence, Lu Chin thought. Internally, he watched as the energy quickly transformed into exquisite true qi, significantly boosting his strength within a few breaths. He clearly felt his realm rise from 70 of the 8th level of the aerial stage to 85. Lu Chun continued to climb, calculating in his mind. At this rate, by the time he reached the 20th step, he would break through to the 9th level of the aerial stage, comparable to Hong Shuang's rebirth. The Azure Cloud Stairway grants spiritual essence every 10 steps, enhancing cultivation without side effects, but only for those below the Grandmaster level. He estimated that before reaching the 100th step, he would achieve perfection in the aerial stage. Quickly, after crossing the 12th step, the gravity test ended. Lu Chen effortlessly stepped onto the 13th step, feeling a slight dizziness as his surroundings transformed into a dense forest filled with the eerie roars of demonic beasts. For a moment, he felt his memories rapidly peeling away. The second test, an illusion trial, Lu Chen thought to himself. Just as the strategy said, this should be straightforward. Watching the demonic beasts charging at him from the forest, Lu Chen felt a lack of interest. The colorful feathers in his soul lightly fluttered, sending out particles of light like stars. He snapped his fingers, and the forest illusion shattered instantly. Piece of cake. Standing on the 13th step, Lu Chen recalled how during the Tianjiao competition, the illusions created by Meng Xinji and Nangong Qiyao were easily dispelled by the colorful feathers. Such a small trial was nothing in comparison. At the base of the Qingyun ladder, in front of the earth-stabilizing star stone tablet, Ing Xuanji and Ing Tianming watched Lu Chen's distant figure. Seeing him easily cross the 20th step, a hint of amazement flashed in their eyes. How is he doing it so effortlessly? Ing Xuanji turned to his brother and communicated telepathically. The plan set by the ancestors stated that the first 12 steps test the physical body and should be crossed within 2 days. But Lu Chen did it in a minute. Ing Tianming replied softly, "Brother, are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Ing Xuanji was puzzled. "What do you mean? Did you forget how my inner demon appeared?" Ing Tianming sighed. It was because of Lu Chen's defense. Suddenly realizing, Ing Xuanji quickly explained, "Tianming, I was just speaking my mind. His physical strength is indeed astonishing, especially considering he could withstand your 3 Desolation Divine Spear even at the fusion aperture stage." "And the second illusion trial?" Ing Xuanji asked again. "Is his soul foundation equally terrifying?" Ing Tianming replied seriously, "Brother, you're overreacting. Initially, everyone thought his physical body was unbeatable, but then, magnetic sands, terrifying archery skills, true energy reserves far beyond his realm." "Stop!" Ing Xuanji interrupted. "What does that have to do with a powerful soul?" "Brother, don't you get it?" Ing Tianming shook his head. "If it's him, everything makes sense." Ing Xuanji was dumbfounded. "Tianming, have you really overcome your inner demon? It seems like your mind is still filled with thoughts of him." Ing Tianming was about to respond when he noticed someone being moved away from the earth-stabilizing star stone tablet. He quickly said, "Brother, let's grab a spot." The two swiftly moved into the comprehension area. Meanwhile, in the Buddhist domain, Monk Huikong was also observing Lu Chen. Seeing him ascend the 20th step in less than a quarter of an hour, a ripple appeared in Huikong's eyes. Besides the beloved daughter of Sect Master Mu, who else could achieve this? Could the Red Moon Immortal Sect really have a mysterious Tao child? Huikong furrowed his brows, then clasped his hands together and chanted, "Good man. Attachment to self and attachment to Dharma are the roots of all troubles. All forms are illusory." Calming himself, Huikong muttered, "It shouldn't be that Tao child. He is indeed only at the void realm, far behind us." With the unification of the 9 domains, martial arts have flourished. It's not surprising for a prodigy to emerge, but it won't affect the grand scheme. Having settled his thoughts, Huikong's eyes regained their warmth. However, at that moment, an unusual fluctuation arose behind him. Turning around, he saw the earth-stabilizing star stone tablet suddenly glow brightly. First, it turned white, then green, then blue with a hint of purple after a few flickers. The light on the stone tablet shifted, and 2 streams of light merged into Ing Xuanji and Ing Tianming. Huikong's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene. As the top prodigy of the Buddhist domain, he had encountered 3 exceptional talents in a short amount of time. Lu Chen had already amazed him, and now 2 more extraordinary figures had appeared. Huikong marveled at the deep heritage of the Yinhuang domain, while also feeling unprecedented pressure. 7 days later, on the eve of the Red Moon Immortal Sect entrance examination, Lu Chen stood before the 99th step, puzzled. Every time he tried to ascend the 100th step, An invisible force gently pushed him back. Decisively, Lu Chun turned and descended the mountain, preparing to comprehend the stone tablet. He asked Kai how long he could maintain his peak comprehension, and upon learning it was 3 hours, he began his action. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lu Chun found a crowd gathered around the Earth-stabilizing star stone tablet. Xiao Heilong and Ing Xuanji were sitting before it, enveloped in golden light. Hui Kong approached and explained, Lu Benefactor, your two friends have already comprehended the highest realm of the Earth-stabilizing star. These 108 stone tablets contain the top-level skills of the 9 domains, but fully understanding them all would take hundreds of thousands of years. Realizing this, Lu Chun was about to attempt it when Ing Tianming excitedly came over to show off. Ing Xuanji, however, warned Lu Chun that time was of the essence. Just then, 2 figures appeared at the top of the blue cloud ladder, and the entire world fell silent. Lu Chun recognized one of them as the Time Sword Master. Hui Kong whispered, that is the head of the Red Moon Immortal Sect, and beside him is his daughter, the top prodigy of the 9 domains. Lu Chen's heart trembled as he recalled that his senior brother had mentioned the Red Moon Sect leader's surname was Mu, and so was his master's. The deep, resonant sound of a bell echoed from the suspended mountain. Heaven and earth seemed to resonate together, bathed in a glow of twilight. Many prodigies looked excited, even Hui Kong, the foremost prodigy of the Buddhist realm, closed his eyes in concentration. Although Lu Chun and other outsiders didn't know the specifics, they immediately followed suit. Amidst the bell's toll, Lu Chen's thoughts became lively, and many doubts about Linglong Tru Chi were suddenly clarified. Inside his soul, Sai exclaimed with joy, Master, my reproduction speed has increased 100-fold. Hong Shuang echoed, this bell can trigger my evolution. Xiaolan said excitedly, let me ring it. I'm strong. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. These little critters were either gluttons or bandits, and he never taught them this. After 9 chimes, the state of enlightenment gradually faded. Lu Chun opened his eyes, feeling a sense of lingering insight. Exclamations reached his ears. It's the Wandao Bell, the treasured possession of the Hongyue Immortal Sect. Just hearing its sound can bring enlightenment. It's said that before the 9 Realms War, the Hongyue Immortal Sect rang the Wandao Bell 14 times, directly giving rise to 5 god-ear beings. Lu Chun was shocked and couldn't help but feel amazed. Currently, the Great Xia dynasty had only 2 god-ear beings on the surface, while the Hongyue Immortal Sect could produce 5 just with the bell. The depth of their foundation was terrifying. He glanced at the Ing Xuanji brothers, noticing their solemn expressions. The sect master of Hongyue spoke, his voice echoing across the entire venue. The 9 realms united, no more division, martial arts flourishing, starting from our generation. As Lu Chen listened, he felt something was off. Why did this tone sound so familiar? After some thought, he realized the number of words in each sentence was even, just like his master's habit. Lu Chun stared intently at the girl in front of the Qingyun Hall, trying to see her face clearly. Sensing his gaze, the girl looked back at him with a distant expression. Lu Chen's mind went blank, nearly losing his balance. Hui Kong urgently said, Lu Benefactor, do not let desire cloud your mind. She is the sect master's beloved daughter, beyond our reach. Such actions could lead to your death. Lu Chun was stunned and speechless. At noon, the sect master announced the start of the assessment and led his daughter into the hall. The Qingyun steps were immediately filled with people, and the token started a 30-day countdown. Ing Xuanji approached Lu Chun, his face expressionless, and said, our struggle is not a matter of a day or night. You have only 23 days left, and still need to comprehend the steel. You might not have enough strength. If it becomes unfeasible, do not force yourself to the point of death. The rewards of the Qingyun steps are many, but the most important thing is to join the Hongyue Immortal Sect. With that, he left with his head held high. Despite being top prodigies of the Great Xia, he had been suppressed until now. Even during the recent prodigy competition, facing the invincible Lu Chun, he didn't even have the courage to make a move. But things are different now. In the Tianyuan secret realm, which has the power to change fate, he has taken a substantial lead. Ing Xuanji pulled Ing Tianming along as they hurried towards the azure cloud staircase. Ing Tianming hesitated, his steps uncertain. They stopped at the first step, and Ing Xuanji whispered, Tianming, do you still think we should share the insights about the Earth-stabilizing star steel with Lu Chen? During the 7-day preparation period, the brothers each comprehended one steel. Ing Xuanji had a slight edge since the divine soul secrets contained in the Earth-stabilizing star aligned well with the second level of his Yangji Emperor scripture. Ing Tianming sighed, brother, the 9 regions battle, you're right. They're all prodigies of the Great Xia. Helping once won't hurt. Ing Xuanji nodded and turned to walk towards Lu Chun, leaving Ing Tianming standing there in a daze. He quickly realized that his brother might have felt his earlier words were too harsh and was giving him a way out. After all, being from the Ying family, Xuanji's disposition was similar to Hongyin's, always prioritizing the great Xia. Shortly after, Xuanji hurried back, his face serious. He grabbed his brother's arm urgently. Quick! Up the azure cloud staircase. That maniac is catching up? Huh, what happened? Tianming asked as he was pulled up the steps, looking back. The entrance assessment had begun. The area around the Earth stabilizing star steel was empty, with only Lu Chun sitting on one of the 36 mats. The steel suddenly emitted a halo, shifting from white to green, and in a few breaths, it turned deep purple, with hints of gold. Tianming was thunderstruck, allowing his brother to pull him along as he stared blankly. Brother, did you give him the comprehension tips? Not a chance. He was already sitting there when I arrived. The usually calming Xuanji was uncharacteristically agitated. That guy is a freak. It took us nearly 7 days to go from purple to gold, and he just sits down and hits the highest level? How is that even possible? Tianming remained silent. Although he always felt that anything could happen when it came to Lu Chun, right now, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Redirecting his shock into strength, he charged ahead, overtaking Xuanji. On the other side, Monk Huikong, who was also climbing the azure cloud staircase, noticed the anomaly around Lu Chun. He stood frozen, muttering to himself, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he be so fast? The Yanhuang region has the sect master's beloved daughter and a mysterious Taoist. Where did this guy come from? Meanwhile, at the top of the 1001-step azure cloud stairway, within the grand and serene azure cloud hall, two figures sat casually, their gazes fixed on the scenery outside the hall. Mu Hugwang, dressed in a scholar's robe, exuded an aura as gentle as jade. His eyes were calm yet held the vastness of the stars. He busied himself making tea, the aroma transforming into playful mythical creatures. With a tone of helplessness, he said to his daughter, insisting on writing my speech for me, it feels odd. His eyes were filled with affection as he handed her the tea. The young girl giggled. Don't you think the symmetry is beautiful? Mu Hugwang shook his head with a wry smile, his gaze falling on the young man meditating by the stone tablet below. The daughter asked in confusion, what's so interesting about that rogue? Mu Hugwang replied with a hint of mystery, you may not know him now, but who knows about the future? The girl pouted. Can't you speak more symmetrically? She glanced at Lu Chun, saying, barely qualified to be my junior brother. Mu Hugwang was silent for a moment before softly saying, Siener, you should try climbing the azure cloud stairway too? The girl protested. 1001 steps, it's just torture. But she stood up and said, fine, I'll go up to 1000 steps, don't say I embarrassed you. Before leaving, she asked, where's little junior brother Chuenchi? Mu Hugwang smiled. He's in seclusion at the Boundless Mountain. Watching his daughter leave, Mu Hugwang scanned the area once more. He murmured, Lin Xia, a body with 3 souls, interesting. Sun Qi has the guidance of a strong will, a rare fate. Finally, his gaze settled on Lu Chun. Are you the one Siener has chosen? Lu Chun opened his eyes, the secret technique he had just comprehended appearing in his mind. Earth Vein Soul Calming Technique. A soul technique. Grade. Heavenly tier, 4th rank. Description. Can absorb the power of the earth to strengthen the soul's sea of consciousness. At its highest level, the body may perish, but the soul remains intact, allowing for regeneration with a single thought. Lu Chun was amazed by the heavenly tier secret technique contained within the stone tablet, his eyes burning with desire as he looked at the other stone tablets. He asked within his soul, Kai-E, do we have enough Tao evolution worms to comprehend all the stone tablets? After a few breaths, Kai replied, Master, the consumption is higher than expected. We might not have enough. If the difficulty increases, the consumption will be even greater. Lu Chun fell silent. It seemed he needed to find a way to let the Tao evolution worms reproduce more. In front of the Qingyun Hall, Mu Hugwang stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was deep and fixed on the lowest level, where Lu Chun was in deep contemplation. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Hugwang's eyes when he saw the earth-stabilizing star steel radiate a brilliant golden light, forming ancient inscriptions. He murmured softly, not even half an incense stick's time has passed, and he's already grasped the earth vein soul stabilizing technique. Suddenly, he changed his tone and called out, Uncle Zhang. Within the great hall, blue light coalesced, and the aura of the divine realm was instantly restrained. Water currents swirled and formed into the human shape of Zhang Yuanshan, who appeared as a middle-aged man. He bowed respectfully, Master. Mu Hugwang shook his head and said, there are no outsiders here. No need for such formalities. You are Siener's guardian. How long did it take her to comprehend the earth-stabilizing star? Mistook a little more than half an incense stick's time, Zhang Yuanshan replied. This technique originates from the Buddhist domain. Among the 108 steels, it's considered mid to lower tier, but it's extremely demanding on the soul. Comprehending it in a short time is very difficult. Mu Guang did not respond directly, but instead smiled subtly and pointed downward. Look at that young man. He comprehended it in less than half an incense stick's time. Faster than Siener, just slightly slower than myself. Zhang Yuanshan was shocked. Was there someone in the 9 realms with a talent surpassing Miss? And to earn such praise from the master? Mu Guang continued, go down and offer him assistance. If he has any reasonable requests, fulfill them. Lu Chun finished his contemplation, feeling a sense of clarity. The true entrance examination for the sect was these 108 steels. The more one comprehended, the higher their talent. While he was rejoicing, he suddenly felt a change within his body. The golden inscriptions merged into his forehead, and his Linglong True Qi began to circulate along a specific path, activating the automatic process of the technique. Lu Chen understood this was the slot reserved by the Linglong 9 seals. He pondered for a moment, and then voluntarily interrupted the seal formation process. Among the 6 seals, he indeed lacked a soul defense, but the Earth-stabilizing star was only ranked 80th. He couldn't waste a precious slot so easily. He calculated silently. 23 days left, 20 days to comprehend the steels, and the last 3 days to challenge the Qingyun ladder. The immediate priority was to accelerate Sai's propagation. As he was deep in thought, a kind voice came from behind. Young friend, do you have any questions? Lu Chun turned around. His expression brightened, and he blurted out, Senior brother. Although the person looked younger, the distinctive teapot at his waist made him instantly recognizable. Zhang Yuanshan was puzzled and said, Young friend, you must be mistaken. Lu Chen was immediately embarrassed and hurriedly explained, I'm sorry. You look quite similar to one of my senior brothers, so I made a mistake. Zhang Yuanshan waved his hand and smiled warmly. No problem. You have exceptional talent and have caught the eye of some important figures in the sect. They specifically asked me to assist you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As he spoke, his sharp gaze carefully examined the young man before him. However, Zhang Yuanshan was secretly puzzled. With his divine realm strength, he should have been able to see through Lu Chun completely. Although the young man in front of him was indeed remarkable, with unique techniques surpassing even the highest level, he still seemed a bit lacking to draw the sect master's attention. He activated his divine realm powers, almost attempting a soul search, but was astonished to find that he couldn't probe into Lu Chen's soul. Just as Zhang Yuanshan was internally shocked, Lu Chen nodded without hesitation and said, Since you say so, I won't be polite. I want to train for a few days directly beneath the Wendao Bell in the sect. Zhang Yuanshan was taken aback by this request and stared at Lu Chen with a peculiar tone. You're really not holding back. The Wendao Bell is a top-tier treasure of the Red Moon Immortal sect. Even the disciples of the sect need a significant amount of merit to earn a brief period of training time there. And you want to train right underneath it, a prime spot only the top experts are qualified to use. Lu Chen grinned, haha. Why should I be polite with you? We'll all be friends sooner or later. Seeing Lu Chen's easy familiarity, Zhang Yuanshan frowned slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. Although Zhang Yuanshan was somewhat displeased, he remembered Mu Guang's instructions and nodded, saying, Follow me. With a wave of his right hand, blue ripples appeared beneath his feet. Lu Chen looked down and saw pavilions and martial artists faintly emerging in the ripples. In the next instant, the world spun, and they found themselves inside the Red Moon Immortal sect. Still in shock, Lu Chen watched as Zhang Yuanshan stroked his beard with a satisfied smile. It's a minor trick. Once you reach the divine realm, you can do it too, Lu Chen thought to himself. This old man must have been quite the show-off in his younger days. But this confirmed his suspicion the senior brother was at least a divine realm expert. They were now at the edge of a bustling market area, surrounded by vendors and a throng of people. The market overseer, noticing them, quickly bowed upon recognizing Zhang Yuanshan. Zhang Yuanshan waved dismissively and led Lu Chen toward a stone wall on the right. This is one of the sect's 500 markets, the closest to the Tao-seeking peak, he said, pressing the stone wall. 2 azure long swords flew out. These are the sect's transportation tools. Get familiar with controlling one. Before Zhang Yuanshan finished speaking, he had already flown off. Lu Chen hurriedly stepped onto one of the swords and shouted, To the Tao-seeking peak. The sword hummed. A protective aura enveloped him, and it carried him steadily through the air. As he flew, Lu Chen looked down in awe. The Red Moon Immortal sect spanned a vast area, filled with grand halls, some towering majestically, others piercing the clouds. Zhang Yuanshan reappeared at the right moment to explain. That is the Tao transmission platform, 108 floating peaks, each capable of holding 10,000 people. You will study there in the future. Lu Chen fell silent. Witnessing the power of the Red Moon Immortal sect firsthand, he couldn't help but realize how insignificant the Great Xia seemed in comparison. The disparity in their foundations was immense. Old man, I have a question, Lu Chen suddenly said. Will a magnificent sect like the Red Moon Immortal Sect ever fall? Zhang Yuanshan's proud expression faded as he pondered for a moment. Nothing in this world is certain. Anything is possible. But for the Red Moon to fall, he smiled arrogantly. The 9 realms are already united. I can't imagine anyone having the strength to bring us down. Lu Qin's heart grew heavier. If even the mighty Red Moon sect couldn't escape eventual calamity, how could the Great Xia hope to save itself? He mused silently. The 9 realms may be invincible, but they are merely someone else's captive domain. Over the next 70,000 years, it continued to grow silently, only to be harvested again. Meanwhile, Xia was in the final phase of its 100,000-year calamity, with only 5 years remaining. Zhang Yuanshan's reminder jolted Lu Qin awake. Stepping off his flying sword, he turned to look at the young man approaching and patted his shoulder with a warm smile. Matters of the world should be handled by those in the world. If there's pressure, it shouldn't fall on someone at your level, a mere cultivator of the air realm. Lu Qin was left speechless and could only follow Zhang Yuanshan. After multiple identity verifications, they finally arrived at Wendao Peak. The surroundings were serene, filled with the sounds of insects and birds. The ancient stone path beneath their feet bore the marks of time. Moving forward, the view opened up to reveal a golden wheat field, rolling like waves in the breeze. In the center stood a simple pavilion with a rusted bronze bell hanging from it. Around the area, many figures sat cross-legged, appearing and disappearing. Lu Qin blinked, somewhat taken aback. This is the Red Moon Immortal Sect's treasure? Zhang Yuanshan gave him a push. What are you standing there for? Go on. Lu Qin stumbled into the wheat field, only to realize the wheat was an illusion. The figures meditating in the field opened their eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Yuanshan transmitted a message to him. These are all great figures of the Red Moon, some even at the divine realm. Do not offend them. In the pavilion, Zhang Yuanshan exchanged a few words with an elderly man with white hair. The old man nodded, glanced at Lu Qin, making him nervous. The old man spoke softly. Since the sect master arranged it, it's naturally fine. He patted a burly man beside him, who woke up disgruntled. Geniuses, geniuses, always geniuses. What use are they before they grow up? After the formalities, Lu Qin sat at the designated spot under Zhang Yuanshan's guidance. A strange feeling enveloped him. Whenever the breeze stirred the wheat waves, the one Dao bell would chime, its sound flowing into his soul like a clear spring. Zhang Yuanshan suddenly asked, I haven't asked you yet. How long do you plan to stay here? Lu Qin replied, 20 days. His words left not only Zhang Yuanshan, but also the meditating experts around him stunned. The burly man returned, red-faced and angry. Elder Zhang, this isn't fair. We spend 10 or even dozens of years earning merits to meditate here for just a few days, and this kid gets 20 days right away? Why? Lu Qin felt anxious, but Zhang Yuanshan seemed to explain something through a transmission. The burly man's expression changed, and he quickly apologized and left. The others also closed their eyes, no longer concerned. Zhang Yuanshan smiled. 20 days it is then. Make the most of it. I'll come to get you when the time is up. The pavilion fell silent. The elder guarding the one Dao bell looked at the meditating Lu Qin with a puzzled expression. What abilities does this young man have to earn such favor from the sect master? In his soul, Lu Qin asked, Sai, how's the reproduction speed? Sai responded excitedly, fast, very fast. Wow, Mr. So fast. Meanwhile, on the azure cloud ladder, Sun Qi was struggling at the 8th step, his expression pained. The overwhelming gravity pressed down on him like a mountain, making his whole body tremble, his face pale. Although the high-ranking members of Decisive had provided strategies in advance, and the 100 participants had undergone targeted training, only after stepping onto the azure cloud steps did he realize it was far from enough. Sun Qi gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. He struggled to stand on the 8th step, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. In his mind, Shun Jiyuan's voice echoed, Don't chicken out. Do you want to be the first to get eliminated? Sun Qi took a deep breath and lunged onto the 9th step. His body felt like it was being pounded by a sledgehammer, and he let out a low roar. Teacher, you're too much. Shin Jiyuan sneered. Too much? If I had a physical body, I'd whip you myself. Bring it on. Sun Qi shouted in anger, charging up to the 10th step in one go. Shin Jiyuan was stunned. Did he push him too hard? But Sun Qi couldn't stop. He roared as he climbed the 11th and 12th steps. He curled up on the steps like a boiled shrimp, his clothes soaked with sweat and blood. Maybe you should take a break? Shin Jiyuan suggested with concern. No. Sun Qi stood up, trembling. Teacher, the next part is an illusion, and I'm good at countering those. He wiped the blood and sweat from his face, eyes red, and continued to climb. Meanwhile, on the northern side of the azure cloud steps, Lin Siye stood on the 35th step, equally exhausted. She looked up at the higher steps, where someone had already surpassed the 100th. If it were Lu Chun, he would definitely make it. Lin Cm muttered to herself, determination flashing in her eyes. She spoke in her mind. Linimo, take over my body. Linimo was stunned, stammering, I really can. Lin Shen questioned. The consequences could be severe. Lin Xie sneered. I know she's mad and bloodthirsty, but she's also a coward. There are at least 100 divine beings in this secret realm. If she wants to go crazy, let her. At worst, we'll die together. Linimo was left speechless, while Lin Shen seriously considered. That makes sense. I have no objections. The wind rustled through the wheat fields, creating a soft, whispering sound. In the pavilion, the rusted inquiry bell swayed gently, emitting a faint chime. The bell's sound rippled like water, spreading all around. The elders appeared entranced, as if they had gained some insight. Lu Chun sat cross-legged beneath the bell, closest to it, reaping the most benefit. He tuned out the sounds of the insects and focused intensely. The Linglong true chi within him was being guided, circulating on its own. There was a faint sign in his soul of breaking through a barrier, a precursor to overcoming an obstacle. At the 9th level of Yukong, Lu Chun realized this was the Linghai barrier. Crossing this threshold would elevate him to the rank of Grandmaster. He concentrated fully, preparing for the breakthrough. In the corner, an old man opened his eyes and gazed at Lu Chun with a deep sense of emotion. He mused, breaking through under the inquiry bell. How luxurious. Could it be that the sect leader is forging an invincible foundation for him? The old man analyzed. With the inquiry bell's blessing, there's a 50% chance of opening the sea of consciousness. But to create an invincible foundation, that's not enough. He eagerly sensed Lu Chun's aura. Meanwhile, in the bustling old street of Nanyuan City, a frail figure wandered aimlessly. He wore a faded Taoist robe and held a thermos cup, yet no one noticed him. Shi Chuanqiu stood in front of the Song family bun shop, his eyes vacant. He muttered to himself, I'll never taste it again. As he continued walking, a servant passed right through his body. Shi Chuanqiu realized he had become transparent, like a wandering ghost, unseen by anyone. Shi Chuanqiu knew that it was because there was another version of himself also within this secret realm. Under the rules of time, those who arrived later were rendered intangible. He wandered alone in the vast city, his expression growing increasingly pained with every familiar place he encountered. On the day of the Great Calamity, the entire city of Nanyuan was sacrificed by cultivators from the upper realm. Countless souls merged into a monstrous entity, charging toward the Red Moon Immortal Sect. 2 hours later, Shi Chuanqiu climbed a small hill and looked back at his ruined hometown before leaping toward the floating mountain. At the sect's entrance, he saw the majestic gates guarded by statues of 10 dragons and 10 phoenixes. Numerous disciples were coming and going, and the familiar faces made him feel as if he were reuniting with old friends. But soon, overwhelming pain engulfed him like a tidal wave. Shi Chuanqiu crouched down, clutching his chest, his face filled with bewilderment. After a long while, he stood up and walked towards the gates, surrounded by the incessant chatter of the disciples. At the gates, Shi Chuanqiu knelt down and looked up at the grand hall, crying out, Red Moon's abandoned disciple, Shi Chuanqiu, begs to return to the sect. His voice echoed through the sky, but no one responded. He kowtowed again, his voice choked with sobs. On the 3rd kowtow, he collapsed to the ground, wailing. It's been 170,000 years. I just want to come home. In the distant grand hall, Mu Hugwang looked at the figure with sorrow in his eyes. He murmured to himself, Child, you've suffered. Memories flashed through his mind, from severing karmic ties to the choice of neither life nor death, and the final instructions after the sect's destruction. It's been 170,000 years. I just want to come home. Day 20. On the 1001 steps of the Azure Cloud Ladder, the gap between tens of thousands of prodigies had grown enormous. The Azure Cloud Ladder spiraled upwards like a massive helix, with its steps shimmering faintly. At the forefront, a dozen figures raced ahead like shooting stars, having already climbed beyond the 700th step. Close behind them, nearly 1,000 individuals struggled between the 500th and 600th steps, their clothes drenched in sweat. The largest group, over 5,000 strong, crowded around the 300th step, resembling a swarm of ants when viewed from above. Sun Chi sat on the 287th step, his expression bitter. He muttered to himself, Teacher, this isn't working. I'm ranked over 4,000, and only the top 3,000 can enter the sect. With that, he stood up, rubbed his aching legs, and moved to the edge of the step to gaze upwards. A quick count made his face darken further. In just 2 days, over 1,000 people have overtaken me. Have they all gone mad? The pressure weighed on him like a mountain, and Sun Chi decided to look for his companions. Circling the 287th step, he soon spotted the Ying brothers. Ing Tianming was on the 587th step, and Ing Xuanji was on the 583rd, both already in the second tier. Sun Shi marveled. Are these two brothers really that strong? Continuing his search, he finally spotted Lin Siye in the north. His eyes widened in surprise. Class leader Lin, is she cheating? Lin Siye stood firmly on the 566th step, as steady as a rock. Sun Shi muttered, this is crazy. Everyone's losing it. We're all from Linsong City. Xin Jiyuan scoffed in his mind. Are you just now realizing who the weakest is? Feeling even more dejected, Sun Shi continued circling the 287th step, intending to find Lu Qian and Shi Chuanxiu. As he walked, Sun Shi spoke with a tone of frustration. Teacher, I've been working hard, and with your guidance too. Why am I still doing so poorly? Sun Shi's voice was filled with disappointment, and his steps became heavy. Xin Jiyuan frowned slightly, but did not interrupt his disciple's lament. Poor performance is one thing, but in this situation, I'm afraid I might be eliminated. Sun Shi stopped, clenching his fists. There are only 10 days left, and I'm stuck at the 287th step. Even if I reach 299, there's still another hurdle understanding a stone tablet. His voice trailed off, eyes filled with despair. Xin Jiyuan listened quietly, waiting for the right moment to offer guidance. The first 2 stone tablets took me over 10 days to comprehend. At this rate, I can already see the outcome. Sun Shi shook his head with a bitter smile. Seeing his low spirits, Xin Jiyuan chose not to push further. Instead, he said in a deep voice, we, as mental warriors, are naturally weaker in the early stages. True rise comes after mastering. By then, you will leave everyone behind. Teacher, what do you mean? Sun Shi's eyes lit up, suddenly energized. Xin Jiyuan smiled and explained, on the Qingyun ladder, any warrior below the master level receives a reward of spiritual energy for every 10 steps they climb, which enhances their cultivation. You've climbed 287 steps, receiving 28 rewards in total. With this accumulation, your level has reached the peak of the 9th layer of the airborne realm. You're just 1 step away from the master level. Sun Shi listened intently, nodding involuntarily. Breaking through from the airborne realm to the master level requires unlocking the spiritual sea. At that time, your mental sea will be activated, and your mental power will increase 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Xin Jiyuan's voice carried a sense of pride. Moreover, we mental warriors have a unique advantage when it comes to breaking the spiritual sea barrier. Ordinary warriors, when they first unlock it, can only open 1 of 5% of their mental sea. Even geniuses can only manage about 10%. Xin Jiyuan said proudly. Take Ing Tianming, for instance. He managed to open 40% of his mental sea. Sun Shi suddenly stopped in his tracks, eyes shining with excitement. Teacher, if I'm that amazing, I could open at least 50% of my mental sea when I become a master, right? Can you stop talking nonsense? Xin Jiyuan retorted, annoyed. I only managed 17% back then, and you think you can do 50%? That level would be comparable to Ing Hongyin of the Great Xia dynasty. Sun Shi laughed awkwardly. Although he guessed wrong, he was still thrilled. He thought to himself, it's a pity there's still the spiritual sea barrier. Who knows how long I'll be stuck on it? With renewed determination in his heart, he felt invigorated once more. Time passed gradually. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Shi found himself back at the starting point after searching around the 287 steps. With a furrowed brow, Sun Shi scanned his surroundings anxiously. Brother Lu and Xin Shu were nowhere to be found, as if they had vanished into thin air. Unwilling to give up, he quickened his pace and circled the steps again, but still found nothing. At that moment, Sun Shi realized the severity of the situation. With only 10 days left until the end of the assessment, it was impossible for the two to leave Qingyun steps without reason. His expression grew darker as he continued his search, even checking carefully in front of the 108 stone tablets. Half an hour later, Sun Shi was utterly bewildered, his face full of confusion and anxiety. Just as he was about to continue his search, Xin Jiyuan's voice echoed in his mind. You've spent so much time with Lu Qian. Don't you know his character by now? At such a critical moment, how could he delay? As for Shi Chuanxiu, haven't you noticed his deep connection with the Red Moon Immortal sect? He might not even need to pass the assessment to join the sect. Sun Shi paused, and after some careful thought, he realized the truth. As he made his way back to the 287 steps, he muttered with a wry smile, I was indeed overthinking. Thanks for the reminder, teacher. Back at the starting point, Sun Shi looked up at the figures at the top and suddenly lowered his voice to ask, Teacher, you once mentioned a secret technique that can burn spiritual power like firewood to stimulate potential. You also said you used it to fight against a divine realm expert. Is that true? Sun Shi's expression was serious, a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. After a moment of silence, Xin Jiyuan replied, It's true. The technique is called the 1,000 Mechanisms Divine Soul Ignition Technique. and it works as I described. However, I may have exaggerated a bit. He paused before continuing. When I said I fought a divine realm expert, I actually meant I barely survived a single palm strike. Sun Chi, not joking anymore, said straightforwardly, Teacher, teach me that technique now. I want to keep climbing. Shun Jiyuan sighed deeply. Using this technique is excruciating, like being on the brink of death. Are you sure you can endure it? Sun Chi shrugged and answered earnestly, Teacher, your disciple may be timid, but I'm not afraid of death. To me, what's more terrifying than death is seeing disappointment in Brother Lu's eyes. Meanwhile, at the 587th step, Ing Tianming suddenly opened his eyes and scanned the figures ahead, then released his spiritual sense to sweep the upper area. After a few moments, he turned to Ing Xuanji with a puzzled expression and said urgently, Brother, I still can't see Lu Chan. He's not above us, nor is he among the group behind us. Ing Xuanji frowned and communicated telepathically. He started the assessment early, and now only 3 days remain. Could he have given up? Ing Tianming shook his head and said seriously, the Red Moon Immortal Sect is crucial for our cultivation breakthrough. He surely understands its importance. The Great Xia's top 3 ranking in the 9 domains is due to the incredible transformation of Ing Hongyin's group after the secret realm opened 500 years ago. Ing Xuanji replied gravely, that's true, but Lu Chen only has 3 days left. It's uncertain whether he can qualify for the sect in such a short time. The Qingyan steps have 1001 levels, with a light card every 100 steps. One must comprehend a stone tablet to proceed. Lu Chun was previously stuck at the 99th step. To secure a spot in the sect, you have to rank within the top 3,000. Given the current situation, you need to reach at least the 320th step to barely hold your ground. Ing Tianming's heart sank as he quickly calculated. To achieve this goal, he would need to comprehend at least 3 stone tablets. But with just a few days left, it seemed impossible. He fell into a contemplative silence. Ing Xuanji's deep voice broke the quiet. The path of martial arts is always treacherous. A moment's laxity, and you'll be surpassed. Although Lu Chun is strong, his elimination is inevitable. The future of Xia depends on our efforts. Ing Tianming lowered his head, a mix of emotions churning within him. Could that towering mountain really fall without a fight? Just then, a strange wave of energy swept over them. The 2 men looked up simultaneously, sensing a powerful aura rapidly rising. Is someone breaking through to the Grandmaster level? Ing Tianming blurted out, then shook his head. No, this commotion is too intense. Before the words were fully out, the sky changed dramatically. Radiant light cascaded like a waterfall, transforming into raindrops imbued with the essence of the Tao. Though not as grand as the 9 provinces cauldron, the Tao essence contained within was 10 times stronger. A massive floating mountain obstructed their view, but Ing Tianming felt a sudden premonition. Excitedly, he said, Brother, I have a feeling it's Lu Chun. He might have broken through to the Grandmaster level. Ing Xuanji was astonished. Are you saying that Lu Chen's newly opened sea of consciousness is even larger than our ancestors? That would be about 70% likely? He paused, then added with a puzzled tone, Wait, how can you be so sure it's Lu Chun? As the assessments on the Azure Cloud Ladder reached the 20th day, the rankings of all the prodigies were nearly settled. Inside the Huaring Hall, the usually quiet hall was now bustling with activity. Various powerful figures had gathered, either conversing in low voices in small groups or staring intently at the central projection. The projection displayed lifelike, miniature images of the prodigies, and a mere touch of spiritual sense could reveal detailed information about them. Suddenly, a cry of surprise broke the hum of conversation. Even the ancestor-level powerhouses have arrived? Everyone turned to look towards the void outside the hall, where several ancestor-level figures, including Duanmu, Fire Demon, and Qi Ling, were approaching leisurely. The hall fell silent as everyone greeted them respectfully. Welcome, esteemed ancestors. The ancestors responded with either indifference or kindness as they began to examine the projection. An elder remarked, This batch of youngsters is impressive. Huikong from the Buddha domain, Tu Yang from the Demon domain, and Xiao Qinglong from the Monster domain have all surpassed the 700th step. Before he could finish, a domineering voice interrupted. Enough with the chatter. Tu Yang from the Demon domain is mine. Any objections? The hall fell into a hush, with the ancestors exchanging glances. At this moment, Tu Yang had reached the 799th step, far ahead of the other prodigies. Clearly, he was the standout among the assessors. Just as Nye Yinyang was feeling pleased with himself, a light voice floated in, Brother Nye, I too have taken a liking to Tu Yang. How about you look for someone else? Nye Yinyang turned to rebuke the speaker, but immediately changed his expression upon seeing who it was. He quickly bowed and greeted, Elder Tu, you've come out of seclusion. It's Tu Yang's fortune to have caught your eye. I'll find another prodigy. The hall's powerful figures held their breath. knowing that this seemingly unremarkable Elder 2 was actually a deity-level powerhouse. Elder 2 glanced at Yin-Yang indifferently and then paid him no further attention. Instead, he looked up to the sky and cheerfully said, "Fellow Taoists, since you're already here, why not come down and catch up?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the previous group of elders changed dramatically. After a few moments of hesitation, they quickly stepped aside and bowed. With a divine realm expert personally descending, they had no choice but to retreat and wait for the leftovers. Meanwhile, the Sunfire-level sovereigns on the outer fringes were secretly delighted, sensing an opportunity. In an instant, more than 10 figures appeared out of thin air in the grand hall. An elderly man with an otherworldly aura scanned the crowd before finally resting his gaze on Huikong. He said gently, "This child is from the Buddhist domain and has a connection with me. Would you all be willing to let him go?" The other divine realm experts had no objections. Next, a young scholar pointed below and said, "Meng Yi from the Hundred Schools domain has a connection with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the other divine realm experts also started naming their preferred disciples without hesitation. The young Azure Dragon from the Demon domain. I intend to take him as a disciple. The one from the Nether City. In just a few words, the top talents from the 9 domains were all pre-selected. Although there were a few disputes, they were quickly resolved. Taking advantage of this rare reunion, the old friends began to chat, their conversation eventually turning to Lu Chan. Someone whispered, "Do you all know that the sect master intends to take on another disciple? 20 days ago, he sent that young man to the questioning bell, hoping he would break through to the master realm." Using the questioning bell just to break through to the master realm? A divine realm expert said in surprise, "Wait, it's been 20 days, and he hasn't succeeded yet? Is he not planning to climb the Azure Cloud ladder? With only 10 days left, how can he comprehend the 108 stone tablets?" Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. The Red Moon Immortal sect had opened its doors, and the only criterion for entry was the Azure Cloud ladder. For every 100 steps, one must comprehend a stone tablet to advance. With 20 days already gone and little time remaining, how could he possibly have the leisure to comprehend the tablets? One step behind, every step behind. Even with exceptional talent, he could perhaps only understand the last 3 stone tablets in 10 days, climbing up to the 300th step. While this might be enough to enter the sect, for the personal disciple of the prestigious Red Moon sect master, such a performance would be laughable. Someone else whispered, "I also heard that he started the assessment early, leaving only 3 days." At this, the faces of the divine realm experts changed. With only 3 days left, entering the sect through the Azure Cloud ladder seemed impossible. Although Mu Hugwang, as the head of the Red Moon sect, had the authority to bend the rules, it would ultimately be a blow to his reputation. The powerful beings exchanged knowing glances and fell into a silent agreement. They were well aware that any major force, especially one as colossal as the Hongyue Immortal sect, which unified the 9 realms, would have internal factions. The older Hongyue faction, led by Mu Hugwang, were the earliest partners and reaped the most benefits. However, with the 1,000-year campaign culminating in the unification of the 9 realms, new god-level powerhouses emerged, forming new factions and causing undercurrents of tension regarding resource distribution. Lu Chen's incident became a catalyst, stirring certain forces to make their move. These shrewd and experienced powerhouses quickly grasped the underlying schemes, and some even started communicating secretly. At that moment, a strange wave surged from the depths of the sect, instantly covering a 1,000-mile radius. The sky was filled with unusual phenomena as countless green particles flowed like an unleashed flood, creating a green ocean above. Under the watchful eyes of many Hongyue disciples, the calm sea suddenly erupted into numerous massive water columns, as if trying to break the shackles of the sky. "Heavenly sea descends, dragon awakens," one of the powerhouses exclaimed. "Whose disciple is breaking through to the Grandmaster level? This must be at least an 80% opening of the sea of consciousness, unprecedented." A quick sensing confirmed the reason. An old woman shook her head. Even the sect master's daughter only opened 80% of her sea of consciousness 5 years ago, and the phenomena were far less grand. Another powerhouse asked in astonishment, "Could it be a perfect opening? Has the entire sea of consciousness been unsealed?" As time passed, after about 10 breaths, the green ocean above the sky surged with the power of the water columns. Like the creation of the world, the surface of the ocean cracked with a continuous rumble. Water gushed out from the cracks until all the seals were completely dissolved, and the green ocean seemed to come alive. "It's definitely a perfect opening, and it succeeded," a powerhouse remarked in awe. Everyone started speculating about the identity of this prodigy. The wind rustled through the fields, making the wheat sway. In a cool pavilion amidst the fields, when Lu Chun, sitting cross-legged under the dowbell, opened his eyes, he was surprised to find himself surrounded by a crowd. The elders who were previously deep in contemplation had stopped and gathered around. Seeing him awake, Their expressions were complex. Zhang Yuanshan approached, eyes gleaming as he stared at Lu Chun, seemingly with many things to say. But as he got closer, he shook his head with a wry smile. You had to cause such a commotion while breaking through. Now the entire Hongyue immortal sect is frantically inquiring about you. If people find out you couldn't even pass the entry assessment, that'll be quite the spectacle. As he spoke, the old man hurried Lu Chun away. On their way back to Qingyun Ladder, he curiously asked, Kid, how much of your sea of consciousness did you open? 80%? 90%? Or a perfect opening? Lu Chun, riding his flying sword beside him, scratched his head and answered uncertainly, I think it's fully opened. It was like breaking the ice on a lake. I was bored, so I kept chipping away at it, and eventually it was all clear. This left Zhang Yuanshan momentarily stunned before he shook his head and laughed. Breaking the seal of the sea of consciousness, and you make it sound like chipping ice? You think it's that easy? Forget it. You prodigies can't understand the struggles of ordinary martial artists. Even with the Daobell support, it only slightly increases the chance. Breaking half of the seal is already impressive. The rest relies entirely on the individual. He continued, typically, when martial artists advance to the Grandmaster level, they can only open a small hole in the seal of the sea of consciousness to draw out their spiritual awareness. The stronger ones might open a pond-sized area. But to open it into a sea, do you know how many people have managed that throughout history? Lu Chun asked curiously, how many? 1. The current sect master of the Hongyue immortal sect. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled, and our sect master has a daughter, known as the greatest prodigy in the 9 realms. She opened 80%. You're even stronger than her now. Master Zhang, is the sect master's daughter named Mu Juexian? How do you know that? The old man looked puzzled, turning to Lu Chun. Very few people know her real name. She has always disliked her name, thinking it sounds unpleasant. Lu Chun was left dumbfounded by this revelation. We'd better change the subject quickly. Master, what's the difference between having more or fewer spiritual seas? Lu Chun's face showed confusion, his brows furrowed. Although he had already broken through to the Grandmaster realm, he still had only a superficial understanding of the mysteries of the spiritual sea. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanshan sighed and began to explain slowly. The most basic difference lies in the range of spiritual perception. An ordinary junior Grandmaster can, at most, cover 100 meters with their spiritual perception. But you can cover at least 10,000 meters. Zhang Yuanshan paused for a moment and then continued. The difference in combat is even more pronounced. Grandmasters of the same level can only use a single strand of spiritual perception for attacks, but you can mobilize your entire spiritual sea to crush your opponent. Hearing this, Lu Chun's pupils dilated, and his face was filled with shock. Zhang Yuanshan, noticing his reaction, waved his hand and said, We'll discuss the specifics once you officially join the sect. Right now, the pressing issue is that you only have 3 days left, and it seems unlikely you can go through the formal process to enter. At this point, Zhang Yuanshan's brows furrowed deeply. He anticipated that this matter would surely stir up trouble. Even if Lu Chun had achieved an unprecedented level of perfection in developing his spiritual sea, he had not yet fully matured. The foundation of the Red Moon sect had always been about rules and fairness. Throughout the ages, almost no one had entered the sect through connections. Regardless of one's background, everyone had to undergo an assessment. Otherwise, the enforcement team would certainly come knocking. If Lu Chun were to use Mu Hugwang's authority to enter the sect, it would undoubtedly be seen as a violation of the rules. Frowning, he asked, why not go through the formal process? Master Zhang, do I look like someone who needs to pull strings? As he spoke, Lu Chun patted his chest and grinned. Honestly, I'm terrifyingly strong right now. This time, using the Daobell for cultivation, I've gained a lot. Breaking through to the Grandmaster realm is minor. What I'm really pleased about is awakening my 5th original mother worm. And with Kai Yi's efforts, the number of Dao Yin worms has reached an astonishing level. As Lu Chun spoke, his gaze fell on the 108 stone tablets below. He leaped into the air, and his voice rang out. Master, watch closely, I'm going to do something big. You finally came. Huikong murmured softly, chanting a Buddhist mantra. Huikong sat cross-legged on the 783rd step of the Azure Cloud stairway, his gaze fixed on the newly arrived Lu Chun, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. They had an agreement. After the assessment, Lu Chun would allow the entity within his shadow to meet Huikong. Several top-tier prodigies nearby also noticed Lu Chun's arrival. This guy is really strong. His aura indicates he's just entered the Grandmaster realm, a youth with an unusual appearance whispered. Could the previous celestial phenomenon have been caused by him? This remark drew the attention of those around. Meng Yi from the 100 Families domain side. It should be him. I can sense his vigorous sea of consciousness. Throughout history, besides the Red Moon sect leader, He's the first to fully develop his sea of consciousness upon entering the Grandmaster realm. Meng Yi's words sparked a low murmur among the group. The unusual youth chuckled, Brother Meng, don't be modest. When you stepped into the Grandmaster realm, many saint statues in the 100 families domain awakened. Don't mention it. It's nothing compared to you monsters. Meng Yi waved dismissively. At that moment, Tu Yong, who was seated on the 799th step, suddenly opened his eyes, his purple double pupils scanning the crowd. If you want to chat, can you do it somewhere else? Everyone fell silent immediately. Tu Yong was known as one of the top prodigies of the era, alongside the daughter of the Red Moon Lord, destined to reach the divine realm within a century. Acting all high and mighty before even reaching the divine realm, scoffed a girl on the 791st step. If that person hadn't been in a rush to break through, you wouldn't be in first place. The atmosphere grew instantly tense. The girl, named Inju, hailed from the Nether City, a mortal enemy of Tu Yong's demon domain. The two were always at odds whenever they met. Tu Yong sneered, ignoring the crowd, and muttered as he gazed towards the Azure Cloud Hall. I, Tu Yong, born in this glorious era, will undoubtedly dominate it. Before he finished speaking, he stepped onto the 800th step. To everyone's astonishment, Tu Yong briefly adjusted his breath and then continued to the 811th step, leaving the others far behind. As the crowd's attention was fixed on Tu Yong, Huikong suddenly spoke with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. What is he doing? He's releasing all his spiritual sense. Is he showing off his power? No. Those spiritual tendrils seem to be linking with all the stone tablets. His actions also drew the attention of those around him. It's quite unusual to see Huikong being so loud and boisterous. Meng Yi turned around with a cheeky grin, his gaze sweeping downward. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he gasped, nearly jumping in shock. He saw Lu Qin's spiritual sense spreading like a tide, its vast coverage area leaving him speechless. Even more astonishing was that Lu Qin had connected his spiritual sense to all 108 stone tablets simultaneously. He's gone mad. This guy's lost it. Meng Yi shouted in disbelief, a wave of indescribable unease washing over him. Does he really think he can comprehend all the tablets in one go? Hearing this, Chu Yong, who was at the front, frowned and turned back. He looked at Lu Qin's actions with cold disdain, a sneer forming on his lips. With just this level of skill, he dares to compare himself to the Lord of the Red Moon? Does he really think that unlocking all his spiritual senses will allow him to understand all the tablets? Ridiculous. Zaiqinglong from the demon realm widened his eyes, staring at the scene in disbelief. He turned to Meng Yi, curious, and asked, Brother from Jixia Academy, you've seen a lot. Do you think this guy can succeed? Meng Yi responded irritably, Zaiqinglong, you must be joking. If he really tries this, he'll be scattered to the winds in an instant. He paused, then added half-jokingly, of course, there's always a sliver of hope in everything. To say he has a chance, there is one possibility. No way, he can actually succeed? Zaiqinglong exclaimed. Let me finish. Meng Yi's speech quickened. If we quantify comprehension, understanding one stone tablet requires 100 units of insight. Comprehending two tablets at the same time at least doubles that, requiring 400 units. We prodigies have an insight value between 70 and 90, so we need time to accumulate success. With Lu Qin's spiritual sense fully extended, he can only sustain it for a single incense stick's worth of time. Zaiqinglong suddenly understood and continued. So to comprehend 108 stone tablets simultaneously would require an astronomical amount of insight. Plus, with such a short time frame, this difficulty, even the Lord of the Red Moon couldn't manage it, right? Meng Yi nodded solemnly. No matter who it is, even a deity-level expert, their insight is limited. Playing it this way, he's courting death for sure. At the top of the 1001 steps, inside the Qingyun Hall, two figures were casually chatting, observing the scene below. Sect leader Mu Hugwang and elder Zhang Yuanshan stood on high, overlooking the Qingyun steps. Zhang Yuanshan praised, Sect leader, your strategy is brilliant. Lu Chun managed to fully open his sea of consciousness under the Dao Bell, becoming the second person after you. Mu Hugwang smiled silently, though he was secretly amazed. Zhang Yuanshan continued, but he only has 3 days left for the assessment. It's unlikely he will succeed. If he fails, how will you handle it? The conflict between the old and new factions in our sect is growing. If you forcibly accept him as a disciple, Mu Hugwang remained calm. Don't worry, he will pass. If he fails, his troubles will be greater than mine. Zhang Yuanshan pondered. Mu Hugwang then asked, has he asked you anything? He asked if he could link the stone tablet with his spiritual sense. Zhang Yuanshan replied. Mu Hugwang frowned slightly. Spiritual sense can indeed be used, but why would he ask that? While puzzled, Mu Hugwang's expression suddenly changed. He instantly teleported to the platform outside the hall. Zhang Yuanshan followed closely. only to see Lu Chun releasing all his spiritual sense, with 107 invisible tendrils simultaneously linking to the stone tablet. Is he insane? Zhang Yuanshan exclaimed, trying to intervene. Mu Heguang stopped him. Let him be. To revive the Red Moon immortal sect, one needs not only strength but also wisdom. Before he finished speaking, the stone tablet began to glow with golden light. A look of satisfaction flashed in Mu Heguang's eyes. It seems he has performed a miracle for us. Zhang Yuanshan was dumbfounded. Could this also be part of your plan? That would be too much. Time rewound a bit. After rushing back from Zhongliang Pavilion, Lu Qin glanced up, taking in the rankings of all the prodigies. Lu Qin picked up the token at his waist, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the newly added information. Beyond the basic details like name, cultivation level, background, and recommender, the most eye-catching entries were entrance exam progress, 991,001, and current rank, 3,000. 3 days is more than enough. A slight smile tugged at Lu Qin's lips as he shifted his gaze to another stone tablet a few hundred meters away. He didn't move immediately, instead calculating his next steps internally. Since I told senior brother I'd make a big move, I have to follow through. Lu Qin's eyes sparkled as he asked inwardly, Kai Yi, after consuming all the subbodies, will I be able to comprehend all the spirit tablets at once? Absolutely. Master, we have over 4 million subbodies. Kai Yi danced excitedly within Lu Qin's soul. Wow, I've never been this rich before. My wings can hardly contain them all. Lu Qin activated his spiritual sense for an interview. Seeing Kai Yi's transparent wings shimmer with colorful halos, countless subbody light particles of Dao Yin worms sparkling like flowing sand. He asked softly, you won't feel reluctant to use up so many subbodies, will you? Not at all, Kai Yi's ethereal voice echoed. The destiny of Dao Yin worms is just that. If life must end, it's beautiful to perish brilliantly and meaningfully. Lu Chun was momentarily stunned, a vision of his third senior sister Linglong flashing in his mind. He shook his head, refocusing his thoughts. I'll release my spiritual sense first. If the distance is sufficient, you can activate all the Dao Yin worm subbodies to enhance my comprehension. With that, Lu Chun sat cross-legged in front of the Dijin Star tablet. An invisible torrent of spiritual sense surged from his forehead, spreading like a river bursting its banks. This scene immediately drew gasps from the surrounding martial artists. Is this the spiritual sense capacity of a newly entered master? It's at least 100 times mine. A peak master-level expert exclaimed, his scalp tingling. 100 times? You're kidding yourself, scoffed a nearby mountain and sea realm expert. Your spiritual sense is a trickle, while his is a vast river. How is that comparable? Lu Qin's actions caught everyone's attention. The experts who had been focused on the Qingyun ladder assessment rushed over, discussing animatedly. When his spiritual sense converged at a point, Lu Chun opened his eyes, murmuring, the distance is enough. Let's begin. In an instant, countless light particles flowed out from Kai Yi's wings within his soul, cascading into his sea of consciousness like a meteor shower. At the same time, Lu Qin's spiritual sense seemed to materialize, extending 107 tendrils of spiritual power to wrap around each respective stone tablet. The top-secret techniques from the 9 domains began to be gradually deconstructed. Inside the Red Moon Celestial Sect, in the Huaing Hall where many divine realm beings were observing the assessment, expressions of astonishment were universal. Not only was he not obliterated by the will within the stone tablet, but he actually began to comprehend it. Lu Chun sat cross-legged, his expression serene. The surrounding divine realm experts were in an uproar, with someone bewilderedly asking, is he the divine realm expert, or are we? This question echoed the doubts in everyone's hearts. Even the sect master, with his formidable presence, could not easily comprehend the stone tablet. For a moment, these top-tier experts, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9 domains, felt like ignorant children, deeply shaken. In the silence, someone whispered, this young man is the sect master's third disciple. The implication was clear: those factions planning to cause trouble for Lu Chun would fail miserably, and the old Red Moon faction led by Mu Heguang would once again dominate for a long time. As his comprehension deepened, 107 stone tablet shadows appeared in Lu Chen's soul, wrapped in countless golden threads. Within a few breaths, the Earth Dog star at the end suddenly shone brightly, transforming into a peculiar rune floating above his sea of consciousness. The seal of demonic confinement, heaven tier 3rd rank, not bad. Lu Chen nodded to himself. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with more and more shadows dissolving into golden runes. The stars ranked lower in the 36 heavenly constellations and 72 earthly fiends, such as the Earthly Balanced Star, Earthly Een Star, Earthly Hidden Star, and Earthly Bright Star, were quickly comprehended. With this terrifying level of insight, Lu Chen not only mastered numerous secret techniques, but also had the capacity to refine himself. He recalled what senior sister Linglong had said, the more powerful a warrior becomes, the more simplified their attack methods tend to be. Despite the myriad changes, a single unparalleled technique often suffices. Lu Chen murmured to himself. Greed leads to biting off more than you can chew. Perhaps I should follow senior sister's approach and merge techniques with similar attributes. He began analyzing his core technique, the Linglong 9 seals. The 5 elements divine method magnetic seal needed no enhancement for now, and the reincarnation seal would develop according to his master's plan. The remaining 4 symbol seal, divine illumination seal, primordial aperture seal, and galaxy seal all had room for improvement. Lu Chen decided to integrate the abilities comprehended from the stone tablets with his own seals. If there were any remaining, he would see if he could create the subsequent 3 seals. He activated the Linglong True Qi, analyzing the framework of senior sister's technique. In his current state of comprehension, no matter how profound the concept, he understood it instantly. As he delved deeper into the Linglong 9 seals, Lu Chen became increasingly astonished. Senior sister is incredibly strong. This technique is simply extraordinary. Upon verification, Lu Chen confirmed that his idea was feasible. Within the framework of the Linglong 9 seals, both the overall structure and each individual seal could evolve infinitely. Time passed slowly, and the stone tablets at the base of the azure cloud ladder continuously emitted golden light, signifying that Lu Chen had fully comprehended them. Initially, some spectators watched coldly, waiting for Lu Chen's soul to collapse. But gradually, this notion was replaced by deep bewilderment. At the 791st step, Inju from the Nether City withdrew his gaze and mockingly looked at Tu Yang on the 811th step. If I remember correctly, some mad dog just said that Lu Chen wasn't worthy of comparison and was courting death. Hey, keep barking. Why so silent now? Hearing this, the top talents at the front of the azure cloud ladder snapped out of their daze, their twisted expressions gradually turning numb. Tu Yang's gaze turned cold as he looked at Inju. When he comes up, I will apologize to him. But you, be careful not to die by my hand. Those who could be called top talents not only had strength but also brains. They knew when to be arrogant and when to bow their heads. It was clear to everyone that Lu Chen's rise was inevitable. Even if Tu Yang was stronger now, he was destined to be surpassed and left behind. His earlier offensive words were foolish, and he intended to resolve the potential fallout at the earliest opportunity. Not far below, in the demon realm, the young dragon Shao Qing stood frozen like a statue, staring blankly at the illuminated stone tablets. He muttered in disbelief, "Scholar, did you bless your mouth or something? Can that guy really comprehend so many tablets at once? Just how high is his aptitude?" Mengi shook his head with a wry smile. "Don't ask me. How could I even fathom that? Maybe he fused with the bell of enlightenment." As soon as those words left his mouth, the top prodigies present all showed serious expressions. Mengi himself frowned, pondered for a moment, and hesitantly added, "The more I think about it, the more terrifying it seems." That would explain everything. The Bell of Enlightenment is a top-tier treasure of the Red Moon Immortal sect, shrouded in mystery. It's said that during the initial outbreak of the Nine Regions War, the Red Moon Immortal sect paid a great price to make the bell ring 14 times, instantly giving rise to several divine realm experts. Shao Qing lowered his voice, half jokingly, half seriously saying, "Could he be the illegitimate son of the Red Moon sect master?" Amid the crowd's uncertainty and suspicion, Ying Tianming, standing on the 591st step of the azure cloud ladder, clapped his hands in excitement and exclaimed, "I knew Lu Chen wouldn't give up his spot in the secret realm. He must be planning something big. He always does this, continually surprising everyone with his abilities." Ying Xuanji frowned at his excited brother. "Tianming, you've been acting stranger lately. That guy is basking in glory, and you're even happier than he is. Why?" Ying Tianming paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, "Brother, I think it's you who's become narrow-minded. Our generation of great Xia's prodigies needs a leader. With Lu Chen ahead of us, we all have a target to aim for. His presence raises our growth potential." Ying Xuanji was silent for a moment before smiling wryly. "All right, I admit he's gotten under my skin. But Tianming, you have your own issues. If you weren't my own brother, I might believe those rumors on the forums. What kind of man dreams about another man? It's dangerous, you know." Ying Tianming, "Oh." A quarter of an hour later, under the eyes of countless powerful beings, the 36 Tiangang star monuments and the 72 Disha star monuments at the foot of the Qingyun ladder all lit up. Golden beams of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire square. The gathered martial artists and the arriving divine realm experts were stunned into silence. Throughout the thousands of years of the Red Moon calendar, miracles had occurred, but the scene before them surpassed everyone's understanding. Lu Chen, with his own power, had raised the ceiling for prodigies to an unprecedented height. He was like a dazzling new star, instantly lighting up the sky of the cultivation world. In front of the Qingyun Hall, several terrifying presences appeared beside Mu Hagguang. These top divine realm experts, who usually remained secluded, had been drawn here. An elder broke the silence, sighing, I always thought my comprehension was unmatched, but compared to this young man, I realized it was like a firefly's light. He turned to Mu Hugwang, eyes filled with confusion. Old Mu, what did you do? Did you really transfer the abilities of the Tao-seeking bell to him, as the rumors say? The surrounding big shots perked up, waiting for an answer. Mu Hugwang merely smiled mysteriously. It's all his own talent. I didn't do anything. The more he said this, the more everyone believed there was some hidden truth. After all, before Lu Chun, the only one who could be called a miracle was Mu Hugwang. Transferring the Tao-seeking bell's abilities sounded unbelievable, but it might not be impossible for Mu Hugwang. The elder shook his head and sighed. I knew it. This was all arranged by you, Sect Master. He then looked at Lu Chun. This young man's comprehension is declining. It seems the Tao-seeking bell's power is fading. Mu Hugwang remained silent, a meaningful smile playing at his lips. Meanwhile, Lu Chun indeed felt his comprehension slowly weakening. He seized the last opportunity to integrate the 108 top-tier secret techniques. The weakest of these reached the third rank of the heavenly tier, while the strongest surpassed the heavenly tier, comparable to the Yangji Emperor's Sutra. Lu Chun didn't waste any more time here. According to his plan, he began to operate the newly fused seals. The Linglong True Qi surged within him, even connecting to his soul sea, carrying golden inscriptions through a mysterious transformation. Third senior sister is incredible. Lu Chun marveled to himself. These Linglong 9 seals seem almost alive, adjusting according to my will. He couldn't help but think of his third senior sister Linglong's adorable look while eating pastries, secretly looking forward to asking her about her research progress next time. Pulling his thoughts back, Lu Chun opened his eyes. He found countless gazes focused on him, making him feel uneasy. He quickly stood up, preparing to ascend the Qingyun ladder. At that moment, a clear voice called from behind, Wait, let's have a match. Lu Chun turned around to see a bright-eyed, white-toothed girl walking towards him. She wore a moon-white training outfit, with her black hair simply tied behind her head, exuding a heroic spirit. Her appearance felt familiar to Lu Chun, yet vastly different from the image of his silver-haired, eye-patch-wearing master in his memory. Seeing Lu Chun staring at her, the girl frowned slightly. Your look is strange, as if you're seeing someone you know well. Lu Chun snapped out of it and softly apologized. Sorry, you look quite similar to an elder of mine. The girl, hearing this, had a hint of pleasure in her eyes. She introduced herself. I didn't want to come to the Qingyun ladder, but my father sent me to give you some pressure. By the way, don't think that comprehending 108 monuments means you can soar to the top. The Qingyun ladder isn't that simple. Lu Chun quickly asked. My name is Lu Chun. What about you, friend? Me. The girl smiled. I'm called Mu Juexian. Before she finished speaking, she had already dashed towards the Qingyun ladder. Lu Chun, hearing the name, stood rooted to the spot. Was Master already gravely ill in her youth? How did she endure the following tens of thousands of years? Regarding the matter of sparring with his master, Lu Chun couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Furrowing his brows in confusion, Lu Chun pondered the situation. Fortunately, this place was a secret realm, isolated from the flow of time, ensuring it wouldn't affect the outside world. Otherwise, he feared he could never face his master again. After all, even the greatest warriors have some embarrassing moments from their youth. His master at Wanshin Pavilion would never accept his disciple witnessing his younger self. Clearing his mind of distractions, Lu Chun looked up at the azure cloud steps. He saw Mu Juexian moving gracefully, taking 2 steps at a time with astonishing speed. Secretly impressed, Lu Chun began his own ascent. The first 99 steps were a breeze for him, and he quickly reached the 100-step checkpoint. The previous resistance vanished, and Lu Chun easily stepped onto the 100th step. The staircase beneath his feet emitted a soft glow, and an ancient key formed in his palm, the obsidian spirit key. The azure cloud steps offered generous rewards. Every 10 steps granted spiritual energy infusion, and every 100 steps awarded an obsidian spirit key. 3 of these could be exchanged for a silver glazed spirit key, and another 3 for a purple gold spirit key, each corresponding to different treasure chests. Lu Chun felt a surge of anticipation. If he could reach the top, he could not only exchange for a purple gold spirit key, but also have a chance at obtaining the ultimate reward, the primordial spirit key. In this secret realm, Lu Chun had a significant mission. Besides the assessment rewards, he needed to find the blood sea that could transform the bloodthirsty worm and the yellow springs related to the reincarnation sword intent. His highest goal was to inherit the legacy of the Time Sword Master. At the 475th step of the Azure Cloud steps, Sun Chi was dozing off. Having used a secret technique to burn his mental energy, he barely made it this far. However, the constant noise forced him to stay awake. Just as he was about to drift off again, a familiar name reached his ears. Lu Chun. Sun Chi jolted awake, nearly fainting. After regaining his composure, He looked around and quickly spotted two figures speeding up the azure cloud steps in the southern area, taking 2 steps at a time. Rubbing his eyes to ensure it wasn't a hallucination, Sun Qi was shocked to see that the person behind was indeed Lu Chun. Seeing Lu Chun being outpaced by the girl in front, Sun Qi clenched his teeth and shouted, "Lu bro, hurry up and take her down." Meanwhile, Lin Xia paused at the 574th step. Her expression was eerie, completely unlike her usual calm demeanor, with a twisted madness gleaming in her eyes. Lin Xia tilted her head, her gaze fixed on the two figures speeding off in the distance. She licked her lips, a hint of darkness flickering in her eyes. "SK. No wonder the main body has taken a liking to him. He's exceptionally talented," she murmured. "Such a genius. If I can't have him, he must be destroyed." Her eyes shifted to the girl in front of Lu Chun, her voice laced with jealousy. "Can you really stand to see him chasing after someone else?" Just as she was about to continue, a cold, sharp voice rang out in her mind. "Lin Imo, if you use my body for these disgusting things again, don't blame me for destroying you." It turned out Lin Xia had handed over control of her body to Lin Imo and Lin Shun to advance further on the Qingyun ladder. Although it had yielded good results, this lunatic had done many things she found repulsive once released. "Oh dear, someone's getting anxious." Lin Imo covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly, then her expression turned ferocious. "I've had enough of you. Acting all coy over trivial matters. Cooking for him? You coward. What right do you have to order me around?" Lin Xia calmly spoke within her soul. "I'll count to 3. If you don't return control, I'll self-destruct my soul. 1, 2. Before she could finish counting, Lin Imo roared in compromise. "Fine, fine, take it." A few breaths later, Lin Xia opened her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. She looked toward Lu Qin's direction and, after a moment of silence, asked within her soul, "Lin Shun, is there a way to surpass them?" Before Lin Shun could answer, Lin Imo sneered and taunted, "Main body, you're jealous, aren't you?" Lin Shun replied calmly, "There are 2 ways. 1. Kill all the surrounding prodigies and absorb their essence blood. 2. Sacrifice Lin Imo." Without hesitation, Lin Xia said, 2. Hurry up." Lin Imo was instantly terrified. "Lin Shin, sorry, I was just joking." Time passed gradually. On the Qingyun ladder, after surpassing the 500th step, Lu Chun and Mu Juexian finally slowed down. Standing on the 589th step, Lu Chun took a brief rest, gazing at Mu Juexian's figure ahead, feeling a sense of admiration. After the 500th step, the difficulty of the trial had increased sharply. It was no longer just a single gravity illusion or spiritual awareness challenge, but a combination of various tests. Just when they thought they could catch a breath, a new challenge would arise. On the 612th step, Mu Juexian's breathing noticeably quickened. She didn't look back, but from the sound of footsteps, she could gauge Lu Qin's position. This sudden genius had surprised her, making her realize that her father's words were true. Within the vast 9 realms, a few prodigies would always emerge. When Lu Chun crossed the 600th step, Mu Juexian felt pressure for the first time. A silver-white light flickered in her eyes, and a crescent moon insignia appeared on her forehead, causing her aura to surge instantly. "Come on, keep up," she challenged inwardly. From the 600th to the 900th step, it's all combat trials. Let's see how long you can last. Lu Chun took a deep breath, and a new set of rules appeared in his mind. From the 600th to the 900th step, each step would generate an enemy that must be defeated to advance. Every 10 steps featured an elite monster, and every 100 steps had a boss monster. As he stepped onto the 601st step, his spirit trembled, and an arena appeared in his mind, with a Grandmaster-level beast roaring atop it. Lu Chun quickly realized this was a harmless mental arena module. He called out softly, "Jin Chan, you've been idle for too long. It's time for you to take over. Handle the battles on the upcoming steps." Jin Chan appeared and bowed, saying, "Master, I will handle it. You can rest. These monsters are too easy for me." Watching Jin Chan effortlessly handle the challenges, Lu Chun began to enjoy a leisurely trial period. As the distance between him and Mu Juexian decreased, he hesitated. Should he slow down to give his mentor some face? But then he thought, why not seize this moment to apply pressure instead of always being timid? Lu Chun smiled. He immediately instructed Jin Chan to speed up and finish the battles more quickly. On the Qingyun steps, Mu Juexian's expression grew increasingly serious. She sensed Lu Chun closing in behind her, deliberately slowing down each time he was about to catch up. This teasing behavior infuriated her, and she gritted her teeth as she used a secret technique to accelerate. 2 hours later, Mu Juexian reached the 806th step, only to find Tu Yang, ranked first, blocking her path. She shouted for him to move, but Tu Yang refused to back down. Just as tensions were about to erupt, Lu Chun arrived and also demanded that Tu Yang step aside. Tu Yang was furious and ready to retaliate, but Lu Chun struck first. His spiritual power descended like a mountain, forcing the surrounding prodigies to scatter. Tu Yang barely managed to defend himself and was about to counterattack when Lu Chun unleashed the five elements divine technique, Yuan magnetic seal. Under the gray magnetic force, Tu Yang's figure vanished. Moments later, Lu Chun continued onward, leaving behind a battered figure tumbling down the steps. To everyone's shock, they realized it was the defeated Tu Yang. The top prodigies exchanged bewildered looks, finding it hard to believe that Lu Chun had vanquished Tu Yang, who was considered destined to reach the divine realm within a century, with just one move. What they didn't know was that Lu Chun had been able to contend with Grandmasters at their peak even when he was at the 8th level of the Skywalking realm. Now that he had broken through to the Grandmaster level, dealing with Tu Yang was a mere trifle. In martial arts cultivation, there are many small stages within each major realm, ranging from the 1st level to the 9th level. Lu Chun stood on the steps, gazing at Mu Juexian ahead, calculating in his mind. He knew his strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. The differences in the small stages were negligible to him. Upon entering the Grandmaster realm, he was already invincible among his peers. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding cultivators who prided themselves on being prodigies were left speechless. Xiao Qinglong, staring at Lu Chin's back with a grave expression, whispered, "This is going to be a big problem. Tiang has the entire demon domain behind him, and the 9 regions have just unified. Stability is crucial right now." Before he could finish, Monk Huikong interjected with a plea, "Master Lu, the path of martial arts is long. Harboring too much killing intent might lead to backlash." Lu Chen didn't turn around. He simply glanced at Mu Juexian ahead and slowly replied, "My mentor once said, a heavy killing intent is never the issue. Kill until the mind is clear. Kill until the path is paved with bones. Kill until even the gods and Buddhas tremble. Little monk, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Monk Huikong felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly closed his eyes to chant scriptures. Lu Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked up at Mu Juexian. A flicker of curiosity flashed in Mu Juexian's eyes as he earnestly asked, "The mentor you just mentioned, could you introduce us?" Lu Chun was momentarily at a loss for words and had to fabricate an excuse. "I'm afraid that's not possible. My mentor, he deliberately sighed. Regret appeared in Mu Juexian's eyes. "I'm sorry, that was presumptuous of me. My condolences." Lu Chen felt a sense of relief and then asked, "Shall we continue the duel?" Mu Juexian snorted lightly, just about to respond. Suddenly, he felt a change in the celestial phenomena. Lu Chen looked up at the sky and saw the once blazing sun setting at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, only half of it was left hanging over the mountain peak. The sky darkened abruptly, as if time had flown by. At the same time, a silver moon quietly rose in the eastern sky, its soft light draping the earth like silk. Mu Juexian was stunned for a moment, then she turned towards Qingyun Hall, a proud expression on her face. She curled her lips into a smile and said, "Come on, let me show you what the moon that dominates the sky means." As soon as she finished speaking, the new moon grew even brighter. Countless strands of moonlight gathered into the young girl's body like threads. In the next instant, Mu Juexian's figure flickered, and she leaped across a distance of 4 thresholds in one step. Lu Chun was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "Is this the work of my father-in-law? To change the rules of time and turn day into night in an instant, who else but Mu Hugwang could do this?" Watching Mu Juexian move farther away, Lu Chen knew he couldn't catch up. He shook his head with a bitter smile. "No matter how strong I get, I can't beat having an amazing father-in-law." He recalled his master in his youth, who couldn't change celestial phenomena and could only rely on family connections, feeling a mix of emotions. Suddenly, Mu Juexian's words, "the moon that dominates the sky," flashed in his mind. Lu Chun had a revelation. The Baitians. It all made sense now. He couldn't help but wonder, could this be a nickname my master gave himself in his youth? He couldn't help but think, how embarrassingly dramatic. In front of Qingyun Hall, Zhang Yuanshan shook his head and chuckled, "Master, isn't it a bit ungentlemanly to interfere in the competition like this?" Mu Hugwang smiled nonchalantly. "In front of my daughter, I don't need to be a gentleman." Then he turned to Zhang Yuanshan and said in a serious tone, "Uncle Zhang, I need you to go to the demon domain." Zhang Yuanshan was taken aback. "Why?" Mu Hugwang looked at Lu Chen below and said calmly, "To kill, of course. If there's anyone causing trouble, just kill them, no matter who they are. If it's too much trouble, take my sword and wipe out the entire demon domain." In the realm of Xia within the Jiangnan war zone, at the Wenxin Pavilion, ever since Lu Chen entered the secret realm, under the large peach tree in the village center, the once bustling mahjong table now stood deserted, with only a solitary stone table remaining. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering peach blossoms that coalesced into a graceful woman. Xiao Tao, the peach blossom spirit, stood before the stone table, gazing into the depths of the village. marveling at how Mu Juexian had managed to quit her gambling habit. With a sigh, she wandered through the village. 9 out of 10 houses were empty, and even in the fields, only tamed spirit pets were left to tend the crops. As she stepped onto the stone bridge, the scenery remained unchanged, yet an eerie silence pervaded. Feeling desolate, Xiao Tao was about to return to her true form when she saw Mu Juexian and Zhang Yuanshan approaching. Excitedly, she called out to them to start a mahjong game. Mu Juexian sat down, her brow and shadow transforming into 2 women who joined the game. Zhang Yuanshan stood by like an old servant. As the game commenced, the 4 women showcased their unique skills. Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but advise Mu Juexian not to obsess over the 7 pair's hand, but she calmly dismissed his concern. Curious about Mu Juexian's whereabouts over the past month, Xiao Tao learned that she had been watching a live stream. Mu Juexian briefly recounted Lu Chen's adventures in the secret realm, leaving Xiao Tao in awe. When asked about Lu Chen's relationship with the sect master's daughter, Zhang Yuanshan quickly excused himself. Xiao Tao pressed for details, but Mu Juexian explained that Lu Chen wouldn't dare entertain any inappropriate thoughts, as he feared his master. Xiao Tao mistakenly thought it was a master-disciple romance, causing Mu Juexian and her 2 companions to look up simultaneously, sending chills down Xiao Tao's spine. Mu Juexian clarified that Lu Chen's master was a person devoted to cultivation with a deep vendetta to settle. Relieved, Xiao Tao then asked why Mu Juexian had been watching for a month. With a serious expression, Mu Juexian slowly responded with her final words. I must watch. Not only do I watch, but I also have to keep track of all those accounts. On the other side, after Zhang Yuanshan left, still shaken, he headed straight to the depths of the Jiangnan Martial Academy, to the Wenxin Pavilion. He arrived at a tranquil gazebo, and soon a white figure descended from the sky. Yang Ming bowed respectfully, Senior Zhang, and then stepped inside. As the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan war zone, Yang Ming held a top 5 position in the Daxia martial arts world. Since Ing Hanin led the troops to battle outside the domain, Yang Ming had been fully responsible for many of Daxia's affairs, including important departments like the new teleportation array and the armory. Many stronger practitioners could only look on with envy. Zhang Yuanshan cut to the chase. How are the battles outside the domain? Yang Ming's expression turned grave. Not good. After a moment of consideration, he continued. Under Ing Hongyin's command, Daxia reorganized the 7 major legions and launched them in different directions. But except for the legion personally led by Ing Hongyin, the others have encountered significant resistance. Zhang Yuanshan frowned. Have any divine beings intervened? Use the items I gave you when necessary. Killing a few divine beings might boost morale. Yang Ming shook his head. So far, scouts from all 7 battlefields and various regions have not detected any divine beings. It's quite strange. Normally, aside from divine beings, Daxia's top combat strength ranks in the top 3 across the 9 regions. With the weapon blueprints, formations, and body refining techniques provided by Mu Juexian, our foundation should be solid. These treasures were borrowed from the upper realm by Mu Wanxian. Overall, our mid-air combat strength has also improved significantly. Even if the situation is temporarily unfavorable, we should soon turn the tide. At this point, the enemy's divine beings should have intervened to break our offensive. Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a moment, summarized the situation in the other 9 regions, including the main resistors. Yang Ming elaborated. The Buddhist region is in turmoil and can't focus on the war. The 100 Schools region hasn't sent troops, but has dispatched many formation experts, causing us trouble. The demon, monster, nether, and immortal regions have formed an alliance and are resisting fiercely. They are the main force of the enemy. The chaos region has many strong practitioners participating as mercenaries, acting as disruptors. He paused and added, the 4 major regions have been taunting, saying that Daxia's younger generation is useless and hiding in the Yinhuang region. They propose opening a separate battlefield for the younger generation to fight, with high-level practitioners not allowed to intervene. Zhang Yuanshan sneered, just barking. If Xiao Chun went, he could wipe out all their prodigies. Yang Ming hesitated. Senior Zhang, the battlefield is unusual and can't rely solely on individual strength. Why not take this opportunity to let the younger generation gain some battlefield experience? If necessary, we can secretly send experts to protect them. Zhang Yuanshan smiled wryly. They can't go. All of Daxia's younger generation is in the secret realm, where time flows differently. A month here might be just a few days for them, but I estimate they'll be out within 6 months. After discussing for a while, Zhang Yuanshan let Yang Ming get back to his duties and returned to the Wenxin Pavilion himself. Just as he entered the courtyard, Mu Juexian called out to him. How's the war going? Mu Juexian asked. Zhang Yuanshan frowned. It's a bit troublesome, but Ing Hongyin should be able to handle it. However, I suspect someone from above might have intervened. Mu Juexian sneered. Ever since we descended to the lower realm, they haven't stopped. First, they released a gray mist in the Yinhuang region to try and erase me. Then they expended enormous resources to bind you and me in Daxia. But what good did it do? Until the 10th Ascendier mark, they can't come down. She looked up at the sky, as if staring someone down. Your fear of Shao Chen now far surpasses your fear of me. Trying to lure him outside the domain to be hunted by divine beings? Rest assured, I'll let him go. Rather than let those divine beings be your pawns, I'd rather let Shao Chen raise some bugs. The courtyard returned to tranquility. Mu Juexian summoned 2 intertwined peach blossoms and brewed them into fine wine. She murmured softly, playing cards is boring. Let's watch some live streams instead. A smile appeared on Zhang Yuanshan's face. Nodding, he said, by my calculations, Shao Chen is about to reach the 1000th level. And the 1001st level holds your father's time inheritance. I wonder if he will succeed in obtaining it. In the hidden realm, the stars glittered like a river of light, and the silver moon hung like a disk. As night enveloped the entire world, Mu Juexian seemed divinely inspired, growing stronger with each step on the azure cloud staircase, nearing the summit. Lu Chun, however, found his pace slowing dramatically as the difficulty of the trials increased exponentially. By the time he reached the 900th step, the battle targets within his spirit were on par with Jin Chan. In the final steps, Jin Chan struggled alone, prompting Hong Shuang to join the fray. Standing on the 899th step, Lu Chun observed the fierce combat within his spirit, filled with deep emotions. He realized that without the aid of his 2 stand-ins, the last few steps would have been nearly impossible. The opponent formed at the 899th step was comparable to a master of the Shanhai realm, far beyond his current capabilities. After Jin Chan and Hong Shuang defeated their foes, one demanded more payment while the other boasted about being able to take on 10 opponents. Shaking his head in exasperation, Lu Chun silenced the clamor within his spirit. Closing his eyes, he adjusted his state to its peak before resolutely stepping onto the 900th step. To his surprise, the 900th step was unremarkable, with no unusual phenomena. Puzzled, Lu Chun looked around, seeing the same scenery and other prodigies climbing in the distance. Just as confusion set in, a black, radiant key appeared out of thin air. At that moment, Mu Juexian's voice echoed in his mind. You've indeed made it here. From the 900th to the 1001st step, there are no more trials. Each step holds a divine inheritance. Resonate with it, and you shall receive it. Astonished by the boldness of the Red Moon Immortal sect, Lu Chun looked up to see Mu Juexian standing on the 1000th step, her form bathed in moonlight, merging with the image of his white-haired mentor in his memory. Lu Chun chuckled awkwardly and murmured an apology. Fortunately, the former didn't really mind. After a light hum, he continued to convey his message. Mu Juexian's brows furrowed slightly, and his tone carried a hint of warning. Although there are many inheritances, I suggest you choose only one. Any deity-level warrior has fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their inheritances contain an invincible will. If you try to merge too many, it will inevitably lead to a backlash. Lu Chun nodded solemnly upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Master, is your cultivation also derived from a deity-level inheritance? Mu Juexian snorted coldly, his voice filled with disdain. Inheritance? I, Mu Juexian, never learn from others' methods. If anything, I would be the one passing down the teachings. He then added, of course, you and I have different circumstances, so there's no need to compare. Hearing this, Lu Chun couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. No wonder you call yourself the moon over the sky. Master, you're truly formidable. Mu Juexian was first taken aback by the comment, then burst into laughter. As his laughter subsided, he saw that Lu Chun was about to start climbing and reminded him, from the 900th to the 1000th step, the inheritances get stronger but also more selective. Before you go up, think carefully about your choice. If you find a suitable one early on, but there's an even stronger one later, these 100 steps might seem like there's no test, but it's actually a test of your heart. Lu Chun, however, asked without hesitation, what about the 1001st step? Mu Juexian was momentarily stunned before answering, that's my father's inheritance, the way of time. And it's the most challenging. Even I don't have the talent for it. That's the one. Lu Chun strode forward, without even looking at the steps beneath him. If he's going to learn, he might as well learn the strongest method. Before entering the secret realm, the senior brother specifically instructed, if given the chance, make sure to obtain the legacy of the Time Sword Master. Lu Chun stepped onto the azure cloud staircase, with each step triggering mysterious patterns. He moved swiftly like a dragonfly skimming the water, golden patterns rippling behind him. Mu Juexian watched with a serious expression but was transported into the azure cloud palace before he could speak. Inside the palace, Mu Hugwang was leisurely drinking tea. Mu Juexian urgently said, Father, why let him waste this opportunity? Your path of time is too demanding. No one can comprehend it. Mu Higuang calmly set down his teacup and chuckled. Just because you can't doesn't mean that boy can't. He walked towards the palace door, gazing thoughtfully at the figure climbing the steps below, thinking, with a 30% chance of success in reincarnation, adding the element of time should tip the scales. Lu Chun stopped at the 1000th step. Underfoot, intricate five-colored patterns enveloped him. His Linglong True Chi flowed automatically, and the golden cicada and red frost in his soul ceased their argument, turning to the suddenly glowing little blue. Sai explained, the external aura resonates with your five-element attributes. Instantly, over 60 million celestial crystal insects within Lu Chun activated, the five-colored patterns underfoot transforming into a stream of light, forming a disk in front of him. Inside the Azure Cloud Palace, Mu Juexian exclaimed, Uncle Yuan's path of the five elements resonates with him? Mu Higuang nodded. Old Yuan must have sensed it and is on his way. Before he finished speaking, the space tore open, and a simple farmer walked out from a portal of light. After greeting them, he observed Lu Chun and praised, a promising young man with great ambition. Yuan Dingshan, full of anticipation, urged Lu Chun to accept the legacy. However, Lu Chun shook his head and prepared to step onto the final step. Yuan Dingshan shouted, foolish. At that moment, Mu Higuang pointed, freezing the time around Lu Chun. He turned to Yuan Dingshan. Old Yuan, can your path of the five elements evolve into a grand world? Yuan Dingshan shook his head. Impossible. Not to mention the rules of space and energy, the most crucial element is time. Mu Higuang smiled. He will have all those. And as for time, am I not time itself? Before the words had fully left his mouth, his aura surged. In the distance, Lu Chun retreated like a puppet, and the five-element legacy reassembled. Why choose just one? He would take both the five elements and time. On the Azure Cloud stairway, Lu Chun's brows furrowed slightly. Lu Chun stared at the vibrant, multicolored wheel of light before him, a sense of familiarity rising within him. He hesitated for a moment, then pushed the strange feeling aside. If not for his senior brother's advice, he might have chosen this inheritance. At this moment, over 60 million heavenly crystal worms and the evolved five elements magnetic body were in a state of peculiar longing, as if calling out to him. The strongest must choose the strongest inheritance. Lu Chun reminded himself, withdrawing his gaze and preparing to give up this divine inheritance. Just as he was about to step away, something bizarre happened. The five-colored wheel of light suddenly spun, as if it had a mind of its own, and transformed into a stream of light that merged directly into his forehead. What? Lu Chun's eyes widened in shock, unsure of what to do. He recalled what Mu Juexian had said earlier. Every divine inheritance contains invincible will. The stronger it is, the more it repels others. Having ascended to the 1000th level, he was the strongest, second only to the Time Sword Master. Forget it, what's done is done. Lu Chun shook his head with a bitter smile, not bothering to pay attention to the changes within his body, and stepped onto the final stair with a look of resigned acceptance. Instantly, countless noises surged from all directions. The cries of infants, the shouts of youths, the conversations of middle-aged people, the silence of the elderly. In the distance, there seemed to be whispers of demons, murmurs of gods, the chewing of giant beasts, and the roar of machinery. These sounds seemed to convey something but were mixed together by an invisible hand, turning into a dense hum. Do you hear it? The scene before Lu Chun changed abruptly, and he found himself standing on a cliff. Not far away, a middle-aged man in a scholar's robe stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the swirling sea of clouds. He turned and smiled, saying, Time has a sound too. Lu Chun was stunned, hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, Senior, are you the Time Sword Master? Time Sword Master? The middle-aged man shook his head with a light laugh. In the year 27149 of the Red Moon calendar, that title had not yet appeared. It was only about 7,000 years later, after I killed that abomination, that the name started to spread. Lu Chun felt something was off, but before he could think it through, the middle-aged man pointed ahead. Listening to the sound is not enough. You need to see the essence of time. With his finger pointing out, the sea of clouds in front of the cliff dissipated. The void rippled like boiling water, and when a certain critical point was reached, boom, the void shattered like invisible glass, and the fragments spread out like a riverbed. Keep your eyes wide open. Time is coming. The middle-aged man's voice echoed faintly amid the roaring. Lu Chun looked over, only to find himself no longer on the cliff, but in the middle of the riverbed. A grand river surged towards the sky, sweeping everything in its path. Before he could finish, Lu Chun felt himself being torn apart. His physical body dissolved into nothingness under the torrent, leaving only his soul intact. Am I in the river of time? Lu Chun swam like a fish, surrounded by countless rising and falling stars, their light flickering. He continued to swim upstream, suddenly seeing beams of light, some as thin as hair, others immense. Some were short, measured in millimeters, while others stretched endlessly. What are these? Lu Chen wondered, moving closer to the thickest beam. The beam's width occupied nearly half of this section of the river of time, like a giant dragon lurking within. Boom. As soon as Lu Chen touched it, countless memories flooded into his mind. A child from a martial arts family, practicing swordsmanship at 3, learning spiritual arts at 7, becoming a master at 10, and a swordsmanship prodigy at 15, until one day he sighed, time flows like a river, every moment a guest, one sword to mark the autumn chill. And then, when the sword sings, the youth's spirit remains. When the sword's intent is strong, courage abounds. Though the sword is heavy, the old man's resolve is like autumn. The sword's name endures, time flows quietly, a fleeting dream of childhood laughter. As he watched this, the stream of information abruptly halted. Lu Chen awoke from his daze, understanding clearly what he had just seen was the life of the time sword master. Unexpectedly, you chose to experience my life. Fortunately, I stopped you, or your soul wouldn't have withstood it. Mu Hugwang's gentle voice floated over. These beams of light you see are the trajectories of individual lives. Any small section magnified shows the heavy marks of time. Lu Chen's eyes widened, blurting out, so, the stronger in existence, the more prominent they are in the river of time? No, no, no. Mu Hugwang explained softly. Every life starts the same size in the beginning. As one's cultivation grows, their mark in the river of time also becomes larger. The stronger you become, the better you can withstand the erosion of time, living longer. When you reach a certain level of strength, you can even leap out of the river of time. Both your physical body and soul will remain unscathed, achieving true immortality. If he hadn't taken a fleeting journey through the river of time, Lu Chen certainly wouldn't have comprehended these concepts. Listening to Mu Hugwang's words, Lu Chen felt his understanding of martial arts had instantly elevated to several new levels. Just as his emotions were in turmoil, a gentle force lifted him from the river of time. He was astonished to find his body intact, as if the previous shattering was merely an illusion. This time, they stood high above the river of time. Lu Chen gazed down at the brilliant scene below and suddenly asked, Senior, isn't the river of time supposed to be endless, stretching from the past to the future? Why can I see its beginning and end now? Mu Hugwang smiled slightly. The 10,000-year Red Moon Immortal Sect, of course, spans only this short distance. Lu Chen nodded in understanding, but in the next moment, he was struck as if by lightning, his body stiffening. He suddenly realized that the 10,000-year Red Moon Immortal Sect Mu Hugwang mentioned was an external designation, while they were currently within a secret realm. Even more shocking was that Mu Hugwang had previously mentioned the title Lord of Time, which wouldn't be known until 7,000 years later. Trembling, Lu Chen asked, So? In the original year 27149 of the Red Moon calendar, you already knew about the great calamity of the 9 realms, knew you would die, and knew the Red Moon Immortal Sect would be destroyed? Mu Hugwang nodded in acknowledgement. To be precise, back then, I merely glimpsed a few fragments of the future and derived multiple possible outcomes, one of which is what you mentioned. Lu Chen hesitated to speak, but Mu Hugwang, understanding his doubt, said, You want to ask why I didn't try to change it, right? He looked toward the end of the river of time, his tone calm. Actually, there's no need to change it. Back then, I saw the end of the Red Moon and knew the power of those harvesters. But so what? Gods come, I can slay gods. Demons come, I can destroy demons. The pinnacle of the 9 realms is the divine realm, and those beyond this limit cannot descend. Therefore, I fear nothing. At this point, a sudden sorrow filled Mu Hugwang's eyes, seemingly affecting the surrounding space. He sighed, But I am a father. How could I draw my sword against my own daughter? Lu Chen remained silent, listening to the heartfelt words of this mighty figure. Mu Hugwang continued, I died without regret. But what I cannot accept is that the Red Moon was destroyed because of me. You know, long ago, the Shinlan sect above noticed me and tried every means to eliminate me, only to make me stronger. Eventually, they grew more fearful. So they devised a plan at great cost, and with irresistible conditions, they brought Siener to the upper realm, where they used every method to train her, ultimately making her the one to end the Red Moon. After finishing his words, Mu Hugwang shook his head and smiled, as if he had already come to terms with it. He turned to face Lu Chen, noticing the hesitation in his eyes, and took the initiative to speak. You probably want to ask why I didn't stop Siener from going to Shinlan sect when I already knew about it, right? Lu Chen nodded, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Mu Hugwang sighed, his gaze becoming profound. The 9 domains are not as simple as you think. On the surface, it seems like a vast world, but in reality, it's just a breeding ground for the sects of the upper realm. Martial artists can reach the divine realm here, but they can never break through to higher realms. He looked up at the sky, a trace of helplessness in his tone. I can resign myself to being the fattest pig or dog, forever stuck in the divine realm. But my daughter, she can't. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, about to speak. But Mu Hugwang continued, moreover, even if Xiener didn't go, Xinlan's sect would find a way to eliminate her. The 9 domains already have one of me, making them uneasy. They would never allow a second one to appear. The two fell silent for a moment. Mu Hugwang patted Lu Chen's shoulder, his tone becoming lighter. Kid, you should stay here and comprehend the true meaning of time. Once you grasp it, you can leave. He winked. Oh, by the way, Xiener is about to ascend to the upper realm soon. If you want to see her one last time, you better work hard on your comprehension. Before he finished speaking, Mu Hugwang's figure had already vanished. Lu Chen returned to the cliff, gazing at the endlessly flowing river of time in the distance, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. 3,000 years of questioning the heart in the mortal world, 3,000 years of wielding the sword to understand the Tao, only to grasp the true meaning of time. Now being left here, wouldn't that exhaust his lifespan? Just as Lu Chen was at a loss, a crisp and childish voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Daddy, do you need my help? Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. This was the new bug he acquired after breaking through to the Grandmaster level? And judging by the voice, clear and innocent, with a hint of childishness, it was obviously a little boy. During his previous breakthrough, Lu Chen caused quite a commotion. Combined with Zhang Yuanshan's swift arrival and immediate escort to the Qingyun ladder, he hadn't had the chance to inspect the newly born bugs. Hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. He immediately sat cross-legged, facing the river of time, and let his consciousness dive into his spirit. For the first time, his master-level cultivation allowed him to look inward and enter his soul space. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's spiritual form appeared in a void space that resembled a sea surface. Hong Shuang was the first to rush over, affectionately calling him master while rubbing her face, with tiny barbs retracted, against his. Lu Chen, both amused and helpless, pressed the clingy little creature onto his shoulder. Within a few breaths, Lu Chen reached the other side. Jin Shan, Sai, and the other little ones eagerly greeted him. Jin Shan couldn't resist making a few jokes, earning a stern glare from Lu Chen. Looking around, Lu Chen asked curiously, "Where's the new family member?" Xiao Lan hopped and pointed to a nearby spot, where a faintly visible translucent tree stood. Lu Chen was surprised to find something in his soul that was beyond his control. Just as his emotions fluctuated, a semi-transparent life form jumped down from the tree, calling out in a child's voice, "Daddy." Lu Chen suddenly realized that this was the newly acquired, chaotic source void treasure tree mayfly. The little creature, to make itself more visible, covered its entire body in a blue-green hue. It was about half a meter long, resembling a mayfly, with semi-transparent wings that almost blended into the void. After listening to the little one's explanation, Lu Chen understood. The ability to become invisible was indeed powerful. He looked up at the tree and, struck by inspiration, said with a smile, "How about we call you Little Tree?" No sooner had he spoken than Hong Shuang, perched on his shoulder, started rolling around as if trying to stifle her laughter. Little Blue couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Wow, Little Tree is awesome. Little Tree is the best." She was practically jumping for joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Turning to Hong Shuang, she smirked. "Hong Shuang Jie, you used to laugh at me, saying my name was random and that our master didn't care about me. Well, not anymore. Our youngest has an even more random name than mine." Her words left everyone in silence. Lu Chen looked helpless, while Hong Shuang furrowed her brows slightly. The little nameless insect hung its head low, its small body appearing even more hunched over. Lu Chen cleared his throat, trying to ease the awkwardness. How about we change it, Mr. Tree? Or just Little Tree?" He glanced around at everyone, finally resting his gaze on the small insect, inwardly sighing at the haphazard name. To prevent the situation from worsening, Lu Chen decided to change the topic. "Little Tree, why don't you introduce your abilities?" He spoke in a light-hearted tone, secretly relieved he wouldn't have to decipher the complex system panels anymore. Little Tree nodded and pointed to its companion, speaking softly, "It's simple. First, I'll explain what you need to do, Dad." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, knowing this was standard procedure: give something to get something. He recalled the other insect's needs. Hong Shuang's desire for slaughter, Little Blue's craving for minerals, Kai Yi's need for enlightenment materials, and Golden Cicada's appetite for desires. Each one required feeding before producing results. Little Tree continued, "First, you need to nurture the Chaos Tree until it's fully grown, reaching 9 layers. Second, the materials for nurturing the tree are related to rules. If you want to take shortcuts, you can directly hunt life forms above the mountain and sea realm and feed them to the tree." Mountain and sea realm? Lu Chen was taken aback. He was only a novice master, far from that realm. But on second thought, he understood why. Warriors in the mountain and sea realm had begun to grasp rules, likely Bagong from the Overlord Society, who used the killing sword intent. As Lu Chen pondered, Little Tree added, "Next, let me explain what I can do. Simply put, my role is to turn the concepts you imagine into reality." Hearing this, Lu Chun felt a chill down his spine. He suppressed his shock and asked softly, "Once materialized, can I use it?" "Of course you can." Little Tree replied earnestly, "I am intangible. You can think of me as non-existent. But you, Dad, are the bearer of the essence of fire. To put it simply, you are the Lord of Fire." The title made Lu Chen's heart skip a beat. He asked again, "To do what you said, I just need to feed it corpses from the mountain and sea realm?" Little Tree shook its head. "Of course not. The process of materialization is like building a house. I need blueprints, materials, and concrete, you know?" Seeing the little one about to launch into a lengthy explanation, Lu Chun quickly interrupted. He pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "If it's a concept, can you materialize reincarnation for me?" Little Tree replied proudly, "Dad, don't use a questioning tone. I already said it's a concept. Whether it exists or not, as long as you provide the corresponding materials, I can make it happen." Lu Chun was overjoyed and was about to ask more when he remembered he was still comprehending the true meaning of time. He quickly asked, "Little Tree, Dad has other things to do now. Speaking of the true meaning of time, how can you help me? How many days will it take?" "Days? Dad, who do you think you're underestimating?" Little Tree said indignantly, "The so-called true meaning is just the lowest form of rules. It's ridiculously easy." Lu Chun, stunned, opened his eyes wide. In the Jiangnan war zone of Xia, within Wenxin Pavilion, in a secluded courtyard of a village, Mu Juexian sat on a stone bench, leisurely savoring some peach blossom wine. Mu Juexian narrowed her eyes slightly, taking a gentle sip of the wine, the subtle floral fragrance lingering in her mouth. Her gaze fell on the projection screen in the courtyard, her expression calm yet tinged with anticipation. Not far away, Zhang Yuanshan stood with a slight frown, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. On the screen, Lu Chun was stepping onto the 1000th step of the Qingyun ladder. As his foot landed, a golden light flashed, activating Yuan Dingshan's 5 elements inheritance. Zhang Yuanshan exclaimed, "Xiao Chun has such talent. Though it doesn't compare to the sect master's mastery of time, it's still a top-tier inheritance. If combined with reincarnation." His eyes gleamed as he quickly walked over to Mu Juexian, whispering, "Miss, should we intervene? The 5 elements inheritance is fully activated and a perfect match. While it doesn't surpass Mu Hugwang's legacy, it's a sure thing." Mu Juexian furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment. She recalled the long years of evading pursuers and searching for clues after regaining her memory in the upper realm. She had eventually found her father's sealed 10,000-year red moon and paid a great price to create a clone, bringing Zhang Yuanshan to the Yinhuang domain. She softly said, "If I intervene too much, it will accelerate the collapse of the secret realm. Xiao Chen's path should be his own to walk." Just as she finished speaking, Lu Chun hesitated for a few moments on the screen and then directly abandoned the 5 elements inheritance. Zhang Yuanshan sighed and shook his head, about to speak, when his pupils suddenly contracted. Mu Juexian had already stood up and walked to the projection, saying, "It's my father. He has reversed Xiao Chen's timeline by a few moments." Zhang Yuanshan was stunned. "Miss, could the sect master in the secret realm know our plan?" Mu Juexian's voice trembled slightly. "Impossible. Father is already dead. If he truly knew the future, the Red Moon Immortal Sect would never have fallen. How could someone invincible across the 9 realms, who comprehended the essence of time, watch everything he created be destroyed?" She paused, then calmly said, "Father must appreciate Xiao Chun and want him to grasp the true essence of time. Now that Xiao Chun is in a special space comprehending it, we can't see him anymore." After speaking, Mu Juexian slowly walked out of the courtyard, her soft voice drifting back, "The true essence of time is not so easily understood. I'm going for a walk." Zhang Yuanshan stood alone before the projection, sighing deeply after a long while. Red Moon Sect Master, invincible across the 9 realms, master of the Time Sword. He had so many titles that everyone forgot he was also just an ordinary father. Meanwhile, in the Qingyun Hall, Mu Hugwang personally brewed tea and pushed it towards Yuan Dingshan, softly saying, "Try it. It's something truly exceptional." Mu Hugwang merely smiled, indifferent. He gracefully lifted his teacup, inhaling the fragrance before taking a delicate sip. This Qingyuan tea, aged 70,000 years, has only yielded these 2 cups. I'm afraid we won't see it again. 2 cups? Yuan Dingshan's eyes widened as he beat his chest in frustration. Why didn't you say so earlier? Such a rare treasure, the more you savor it, the more it grows on you. I was just beginning to appreciate its flavor, and now you say it's gone. Mu Hugwang explained calmly, Not all spiritual plants can be hastened by time. The more exceptional they are, the harsher their growing conditions. It's not something that can be simply accelerated. I fear it truly is, as I said, unlikely to be seen again. Mu Juexian covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. Uncle Yuan, has your path of the 5 elements focused too much on enhancing fire? Her tone was casual, showing familiarity. Get out of here. Yuan Dingshan feigned anger, glaring at her. You little girl, are you mocking your uncle for being impatient? He then countered. You should worry about your little lover. In your father's temporal space, who knows if he can even make it out? Unlike a typical young lady, Mu Juexian wasn't embarrassed but laughed instead. Uncle Yuan, I am the Bashianchi moon. Matters of romance are far less interesting than cultivation. Lu Chun may be good, but we're just friends. She then lowered her voice, gossiping. Besides, I suspect his relationship with his master isn't ordinary. He once said I resemble his master, and every time he sees me, he seems disoriented. When I asked for an introduction, he got unusually nervous, saying his master had passed away. Mu Hugwang had been listening leisurely until Yuan Dingshan suddenly slapped the table and stood up. That kid is too cowardly. He has feelings but no guts. Is he afraid of being criticized? For your beloved, what does it matter if the whole world condemns you? Mu Hugwang's expression darkened as he coldly warned. Why are you stirring up trouble? If you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for being harsh. Seeing this, Yuan Dingshan shrank back and turned to Mu Juexian, shouting, Niece, as Lu Chen's friend, you must help him when you get the chance. Of course. Mu Juexian punched the air in agreement. The atmosphere in the Qingyun Hall suddenly cooled. Feeling the killing intent directed at him, Yuan Dingshan yelped and jumped out of the hall. I'm leaving now. That kid might not make it out for a while, maybe 10 or even 20 years. Before he finished speaking, the void at the 1001st step of the Qingyun staircase began to ripple. Suddenly, Lu Chen's figure appeared in place. He's out? Yuan Dingshan's expression instantly tensed. Yuan Dingshan furrowed his brow, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Having known Lu Chun for nearly 10,000 years, he understood better than anyone the difficulty of mastering the Tao of Time. Although he often claimed his own mastery of the 5 elements was not inferior, it was mostly a matter of pride. Seeing Lu Chun emerge so quickly, waves of emotion surged in his heart. With a flicker of his figure, Yuan Dingshan returned to the Qingyun Hall, his gaze fixed on Lu Chun in the distance. He asked in a deep voice, what happened? Mu Hugwang shook his head, equally puzzled. The protective fog in Lu Chen's soul was impenetrable even to him. After a moment of contemplation, he analyzed with a blank expression 2 possibilities. Either he succeeded in comprehending it, or he gave up altogether. But mastering a top-tier legacy in just a few minutes is almost impossible. Upon hearing this, Mu Juexian couldn't help but feel anxious. If Lu Chun had indeed given up, his father would be extremely disappointed. Yuan Dingshan sighed and was about to leave when a familiar aura emanated from the Qingyun steps. He turned abruptly, only to see the patterns on the 1001st step glow brightly, multicolored lines forming inscriptions that merged into Lu Chen's forehead. The Tao of Time. He actually succeeded. Yuan Dingshan was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, and the compatibility surpasses my mastery of the 5 elements? Suddenly, a faint light radiated from Lu Chen's body, lifting him into the air and forming a cocoon of light. Then, multicolored halos, black glows, sand-like gray patterns, starlight, and the shadows of 4 divine beasts appeared one after another, layering upon each other. Yuan Dingshan could no longer remain calm and exclaimed, Time, 5 elements, 9 nether, Yuan magnetic, 4 symbols? How does this kid have so many top-tier insights? Before he could finish speaking, 108 marks were drawn by the colorful, delicate true energy, connecting like ribbons to the cocoon of light. Yuan Dingshan was completely stunned. He turned to Mu Hugwang and asked, did he comprehend all of them? Mu Hugwang smiled slightly, while Mu Juexian explained, that guy broke through to the Grandmaster realm, fully developing his sea of consciousness, and used the Dao Bell to illuminate 108 stone tablets in one go. Yuan Dingshan was silent for a long time before asking, so, what's happening to Lu Chen now? Mu Hugwang answered directly, the Tao of Time and the 5 elements are like flint and steel, with his cultivation technique as the fuse. His current state has reached its limit, and he's being forced to transform by the power of the heavens. Yes. Mu Hugwang nodded, simplifying the explanation. Once he breaks out of the cocoon, he will be completely reborn. Yuan Dingshan shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Comparing yourself to others can be really frustrating. His eyes were fixed on Lu Chun, who was enveloped in a cocoon of light, full of shock and disbelief. This was beyond transformation, it was pure fantasy. Yuan Dingshan couldn't even find the words to describe the incredible scene before him. Since the records of the Red Moon calendar began, There had never been such an extraordinary genius. Even Mu Hugwang had progressed steadily, showing a clear growth path. But Lu Chun? He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, with talent and accumulation that had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, under countless gazes, Lu Chun was completely enveloped by a giant cocoon of light, hovering above the 1001st step. The other prodigies on the Qingyun ladder had become numb to Lu Chin's phenomena and were no longer surprised. Only the young monk Huikong looked worried, unsure if his agreement with Lu Chun still held. His obsession with the golden cicada made him anxious. He sighed and continued climbing. Lin Xie sat cross-legged on the 587th step, silently watching in Lu Chin's direction. She was already far ahead, almost on par with Ying Tianming and Ying Xuanji. The two brothers were astonished, as if they had seen a ghost. Besides the missing Shi Chuanqiu, both Sun Qi and Lin Xie, who were close to Lu Chun, seemed to have transformed and ranked among the top. In her mind, Lin Xie softly asked if Lu Chun was safe. Lin Mo dismissively replied, "There's no danger. This is a monumental blessing." Lin Shun calmly explained that the world's will was balancing the rules, allowing Lu Chin's life level to evolve. Lin Xie was silent for a long time before asking two more questions. How could there be a will in an incomplete world? And what did life level evolution mean? Lin Shen explained that someone had replaced the will of this world, and Lin Xie thought of Lu Chen's master. Lin Mo impatiently added that different life levels could bear different numbers of rules, and that after this blessing, Lu Chun would be able to master multiple rules. Lin Xie suddenly understood and teased. "So, you guys are like dowry maids?" Meanwhile, in the Daxiao Wenxin pavilion, Mu Juexian was watching the live broadcast of the secret realm. Her face was pale, but she wore a satisfied smile. Zhang Yuanshan asked worriedly, and Mu Juexian explained that she had consumed a lot of energy by forcibly altering the rules, but the Xinlan sect couldn't detect it. She also revealed that she had opened 9 paths of rules for Lu Chun, indicating immense future potential. Mu Juexian disdainfully spoke of the Xinlan sect's outdated methods and decided to speed up the secret realm's progress. She coldly remarked, "Those who seek death have their own way. They will all be resources for Shao Chun." Red Moon Calendar, Year 27149, March 15th. The first disciple recruitment test of the Red Moon Immortal Sect, following the unification of the 9 realms, is nearing its end. On the Azure Cloud Stairway, the struggle for survival and the high mortality rate go hand in hand. Reluctant cultivators fight desperately, stepping onto the unbearable steps, their cries of despair echoing continuously. However, the real attention is drawn to the mysterious cocoon on the 1001st step. 5 days have passed, and the cocoon encasing Lu Chun remains motionless. The shell-like cover pulses with his heartbeat, radiating colors that flow and emit an increasingly profound aura. At this moment, Mu Juexian quietly appears in front of the Azure Cloud Hall. She gazes into the distance and softly bids farewell. "My friend, I must go now. Once I find a way to break the shackles of the divine realm, I will return." 9 years have passed. On March 17th, year 27149 of the Red Moon Calendar, the valley deep within the sect is bustling with divine realm experts from all directions. They eagerly focus on the central altar, the culmination of 9 years of upper realm technology. Conversations buzz around, filled with both anticipation and concern. Suddenly, 4 figures emerge from the valley entrance. Mu Hugwang leads his daughter at the front, followed closely by Zhang Yuanshan and Yuan Dingshan. Mu Juexian can't help but ask, "Dad, why choose me and not Lu Chun? He's even more extraordinary than I am." Mu Hugwang replies with a smile, "Because you are my daughter." Mu Juexian realizes and teases, "Uncle Zhang, how about letting Lu Chun come with me?" Zhang Yuanshan hesitates for a moment and looks towards Mu Hugwang. The latter smiles and says, "Let Lu Chun stay here. He has his own tasks to complete." Mu Juexian says no more. His gaze turned towards the altar, and his eyes gradually became fervent. Mu Juexian's eyes were resolute as she spoke firmly, "Father, don't worry. Once I'm up there, I will train diligently and make sure the name of Batian Moon shines across the lands." She paused, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "Oh, and remember to tell Lu Chun not to slack off. With his talent, I don't want to be disappointed the next time we meet." With that, Mu Juexian waved her hand nonchalantly. Mu Hugwang watched his daughter's departing figure, a complex expression on his face. He thought to himself, "Next time we meet, you'll be a teacher." The thought of his spirited daughter instructing others made Mu Hugwang shake his head with a wry smile. At this moment, Mu Juexian turned and called out, "Uncle Zhang, hurry up." Uncle Zhang responded promptly, asking through a transmitted message, "Sect Master, is there anything else you need to tell me?" Mu Hugwang patted Uncle Zhang's shoulder, his expression serious. "Old Zhang, we'll definitely meet again, definitely." Although Uncle Zhang didn't fully understand, there was no time to ask further. He caught up with Mu Juexian and stood with her at the center of the altar. As the magic array activated, dazzling light radiated in all directions. A few moments later, accompanied by a terrifying pressure, the two figures disappeared. Mu Hugwang's expression remained calm as he turned and left. For him, this scene had played out countless times, each time following the same script. As Mu Hugwang pondered, Yuan Dingshan caught up and walked beside his old friend. He asked curiously, "Old Mu, do you think we are as insignificant as ants in the eyes of those beings in the upper realm?" Mu Hugwang smiled slightly, yes and no. Seeing Yuan Dingshan's confusion, he explained, "A god-level expert is considered formidable up there. But the upper realm you mentioned is actually a top-tier sect. Their inner disciples are required to be at the god level, and their true disciples face even stricter standards." Yuan Dingshan gasped. "Explain in detail." Mu Hugwang spoke softly. "It's simple. Only those who break through to the god level within 100 years of birth can enter the true disciple ranks." Yuan Dingshan was shocked. A god level within 100 years? Such a being has never appeared in the history of the Red Moon for tens of thousands of years. Didn't it take you 140 years to reach the god level, Old Mu? Xiener's journey will be difficult. Mu Hugwang, however, shook his head. Xiener is very strong. She will ascend to the true disciple ranks within 40 years. Yuan Dingshan was stunned and finally asked, "How do you know so much? Isn't your power over time limited to the 9 domains?" Mu Hugwang just smiled without answering. He thought to himself, in a few thousand years, when the great calamity of the 9 domains arrives, many true disciples will descend to harvest. Then, it will be easy to kill a few and search their souls for information. On March 18, 27149 of the Red Moon calendar, the day after Mu Jueshin left, it was also the last day of the Red Moon Immortal Sect's entrance examination. On the 1001st step of the Qingyun ladder, the cocoon of light still existed. But Lu Chun had already awakened. He didn't rush to leave, but began to carefully examine his renewed self. He opened his panel and meticulously checked his status. Zerg Overlord, Lu Chun. Age, 19. Realm, Grandmaster level 5. Physique, 5-element magnetic body. Rule insights 49, 5 elements, magnetism, reincarnation, time. Cultivation techniques, Linglong 9 seals 69. 5 elements divine technique. Magnetic seal fragment, a powerful attack technique based on magnetism and structured by the 5 elements, has already fused with the 5 elements treasures. The source of Gung metal and the source seed of Juntian Kue water, having integrated 15 related secret techniques, Lu Chun carefully examined his newly acquired special abilities. The 3 techniques of the Time Blade, each containing astonishing power, were especially noteworthy. The first technique, who's unlucky, ignores any defense and directly reduces lifespan upon hitting the target, making it a lethal move among lethal moves. The second technique, who's tougher, sacrifices his own lifespan to drag his opponent down with him. The third technique, who's up to mischief, is even more miraculous, allowing him to glimpse a part of the future. Lu Chun couldn't help but marvel at the Time Blade, the ultimate skill of the Time Sword Master. Each technique was extraordinary. He then meticulously reviewed the information on the bound source bugs, noting the impressive numbers of bloodthirsty bugs, evolution bugs, and celestial crystal bugs. The celestial crystal bugs, in particular, had reached a staggering count of 86.4 million, providing substantial support for the 5 elements furnace. After comprehending the 108 stone tablets, the power of Lu Chin's 6 seals increased significantly. Even the weakest, the galaxy seal, had ascended beyond the heavenly rank. The other seals were even more incredible, surpassing the conventional 4 ranks of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Lu Chun was secretly delighted, feeling that this opportunity was indeed extraordinary. Just as Lu Chun was immersed in the joy of his skyrocketing strength, the voice of Little Tree suddenly echoed in his mind. "Daddy, the first layer of the chaos tree has grown. You can start turning concepts into reality now." Lu Chun was taken aback and puzzled. "So soon? I didn't feed it anything." Little Tree excitedly explained. "Someone manipulated the world's will to forcibly elevate your life level. I took the chance to intercept a large amount of energy from the rule's true meaning to nurture the tree. If I hadn't taken it, your divine soul might have exploded from the pressure." Hearing this, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, gaining some insight. It seemed that there was a deeper mystery behind his sudden increase in strength. After hearing the youngster's words, Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. Then, with a serious expression, he asked, "Did you just say that someone is manipulating the will of the secret realm and forcibly altering my fate?" The small tree nodded in confirmation. Lu Chun pressed on, asking who was helping him, but the small tree shook its head. He had no choice but to let it go, though the image of his master flashed in his mind, sending chills down his spine. Could his master see through the secrets of the realm and even lend him a hand? The thought made Lu Chun nervous, considering all the good deeds he had done within the secret realm. Impossible. Lu Chun shook his head. recalling that Elder Ming Beiyang had mentioned that the Tianyuan secret realm was extremely unique and outside the flow of time, making it impossible for anyone to interfere. He felt somewhat reassured and took a step forward, causing ripples on the surface of his mind. Upon reaching the other side, Lu Qian saw four towering peaks: the mountain of five elements, the magnetic flow sands, the abyss of reincarnation, and the river of time. He marveled. This time, it's truly a rebirth. The current Lu Qian was no longer the young boy from Linsong City. He now had a comprehensive understanding of martial arts. He knew that after the mountain and sea realm, one had to choose a path, and he had four top-tier rules to choose from. Staring at the four great mountains, the light in Lu Qian's eyes grew brighter. After pondering for a moment, he approached the chaos tree. The small tree had grown to over 30 meters tall, with its branches intertwined to form a disc-like platform. Lu Qian asked, since the first layer has been completed, how do we evolve the subsequent concepts? For example, reincarnation. The small tree earnestly replied that there were two ways. One was for Lu Qian to set it himself, and the other was to provide a sample for the small tree to optimize. Lu Qian chose the latter, remembering that his master had once mentioned that the legacy of the era contained fragments of the underworld. He decided to obtain the segment of the Yellow Springs from the Red Moon Immortal sect and give it to the Chaos Tree for evolution. Lu Qian confirmed once more, in the reincarnation concept that I want, there are many rules and laws involved. If I create a book of life and death, it would encompass rules of life, death, and fate. Once these are established, will I also possess their abilities? The small tree proudly responded, Daddy, do you know what a concept represents? It means whatever you imagine, you can achieve. It transcends rules, laws, the Tao, and the source. Lu Qian was dumbfounded. The small tree continued to explain that while reincarnation was a fundamental structure of the universe, there were even higher levels such as creation and nullification, all of which the chaos tree could evolve, though at a great cost. As Lu Qian's understanding of the chaos tree deepened, he was overwhelmed. Although the small tree's promises seemed far-fetched, they were incredibly tempting. He decided that he must obtain the Yellow Springs from the Red Moon Immortal sect and prioritize acquiring the Sea of Blood. The newly acquired Chaos Source virtual treasure tree symbolized Lu Qian's future, while the bloodthirsty worm and the other little creatures represented the present. It was time to leave. The first major storyline was about to conclude. On the Qingyun ladder, the final deadline for the assessment had arrived. As the evaluation drew to a close, the tension on the Qingyun ladder grew palpable. Most of the prodigies had already left, leaving only those unwilling to give up and those waiting for Lu Qian. The Ying Tianming brothers stood on the steps, their expressions filled with worry as they looked up at the cocoon of light above. Ying Tianming had reached the 622nd step, while Ying Xuanji was on the 621st, impressive achievements. Although they couldn't match the top prodigies like Hui Kong, they were leading figures in the second tier. The veteran cultivators of the Hongyue Immortal sect had already extended olive branches to them. In just a few more minutes, the assessment will be completely over, Ying Tianming said anxiously. According to the strategy guide, we will directly enter the next random scenario. If Lu Qian gets stuck here, he might be kicked out of the secret realm, which would be a huge loss for Decisive. Ying Xuanji, however, smiled with a peculiar expression. Brother, do you remember what you used to say? Clearing his throat, he imitated, if it's Lu Qian, everything makes sense. He definitely won't delay. He is the mountain in my heart, the one destined to lead Decisive to rise. Ying Tianming felt a wave of embarrassment, as if he had swallowed a fly. He knew their bond was forged through battles, but the martial arts forum was rife with all sorts of rumors. If his brother posted this on the forum, brother, name your price, Ying Tianming said seriously. What? Are you trying to erase the truth? Ying Xuanji was dumbfounded. Just as they were arguing, a disturbance occurred high up on the Qingyun ladder. The light cocoon encasing Lu Qian cracked open, and a figure emerged from it. Brother, it's Lu Qian. He made it out just before the scenario ended. Ying Tianming shouted excitedly. I knew it was him, Ying Xuanji replied with a smile. By the way, I recorded this part too. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness swept over them. Those who had entered the Tianyuan secret realm from Decisive and successfully advanced felt everything around them come to a halt. The scene before their eyes began to shift wildly, like a kaleidoscope being turned. The images flashed faster and faster, eventually transforming into streaks of light that passed before their eyes. Bro, something's off, Ying Tianming shouted loudly. Ying Tianming frowned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He looked around and realized that the surroundings were vastly different from what he had expected. They were supposed to be climbing the azure cloud ladder, holding the spirit key, ready to exchange for treasures. Yet, everything around them seemed unfamiliar. Ying Xuanji noticed his brother's unease and gave a slight nod. He closed his eyes to sense the surroundings for a moment, then suddenly opened them and said, check your storage space. Ying Tianming was taken aback, but did as he was told. His expression shifted from confusion to shock. How did it exchange directly? And it's exactly what I needed. Same here. Xuanji's brows knitted together, his voice low. I have a feeling, like there's an invisible hand controlling everything. It knows each of us and seems to be in a hurry. As they were talking, the shimmering light before them abruptly vanished. The surroundings transformed once again, revealing a dark, eerie scene. A strange, blood-red mist filled the air, sending chills down their spines. At the same time, a message appeared in their minds. Blood Sea Chaos background. In the year 99912 of the Red Moon calendar, a sudden anomaly occurred in the depths of the demon realm's Blood Sea, releasing a highly infectious blood-red mist. Any creature that comes into contact with it turns into a blood spirit. Plot content. As part of the first exploration team from the Red Moon Immortal sect, you need to find the cause and report back. Assessment rewards. 1. Killing blood spirits of different ranks will yield corresponding rewards. 2. Finding the source of the anomaly will grant rewards based on your contribution. 3. Delving deeper into the blood sea to extract blood essence. Tianming and Xuanji exchanged a grave look. They realized that in this new scenario, they had new identities as elite inner disciples of the Red Moon Immortal sect, following a powerful figure into the depths of the demon realm to investigate the source of the blood sea anomaly. Bro, something's really off. Tianming whispered to Xuanji. Did you notice the year? It's 99912 of the Red Moon calendar. What about it? Is there a problem with the date? Xuanji asked, frowning. No. Tianming took a deep breath. The Red Moon calendar is nearing its end at 100,000 years. This is only our second scenario, and it's already late in the calendar. Doesn't that mean the final scenario is highly likely to be the Nine Realms Cataclysm? Xuanji was stunned. If it truly was the Nine Realms Cataclysm, it would be a near-certain death scenario. Even if not everyone in the Nine Realms would be wiped out, as disciples of the Red Moon Immortal sect, they would definitely be targeted. There's more. Tianming added, his eyes showing a hint of caution. This second scenario feels rushed. The rewards should be better than those from the Azure Cloud Ladder, but they're actually much lower. I even suspect this Blood Sea Chaos is a hastily arranged task by that invisible hand you mentioned, with no intention of giving us any real rewards. Deep within the demon realm, in a makeshift stronghold, Lu Chen opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, familiarizing himself with the environment. In the dimly lit cave, a dozen disciples from the Red Moon Immortal sect rested in silence, their faces showing varying degrees of fear. Several warriors bore festering wounds, with strange entities writhing within their flesh, their eyes filled with terror. Neither elixirs nor spiritual energy could halt their injuries. What made things worse was the way their fellow disciples looked at them, either avoiding them like the plague, showing complex emotions, or even harboring faint killing intent. The atmosphere in the cave grew increasingly oppressive. As Lu Chen took in his surroundings, he recalled the contents of the second major plotline: the demon realm, the chaos of the blood sea, blood spirits, and the fifth investigation squad. A frown creased his brow, filled with confusion. Normally, there should have been a period to exchange rewards after the first plotline concluded. The Azure Cloud Ladder granted a black obsidian spirit key every 100 levels, 3 of which could be exchanged for a silver glaze spirit key, and there was even the more powerful purple gold spirit key. These rewards were enough to propel someone to great heights. Top experts of the Great Xia, like Ing Hongyin, Situ Lang, and Qi Qingcong, all rose through these means. Lu Chen felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had reached the 1001st step. Beyond the black obsidian and purple gold, there was the ultimate reward, the primordial spirit key. He quickly checked his storage space, only to be shocked by a pile of unfamiliar items. The most striking was a small mountain made of gray-brown ice, seemingly containing a fragment of the Yellow Springs. Scattered around it were numerous rare treasures, as if they had been shoved in hastily. The spirit keys were gone, replaced by something he wanted most. Lu Chen found it odd. This fragment of the Yellow Springs was a supreme treasure of the Red Moon Immortal sect, and it was impossible to exchange it with just a primordial spirit key. Even more baffling, who had exchanged it for him? No one in the secret realm should have known he mastered the true essence of reincarnation. Moreover, the second plotline involved the Blood Sea. As Lu Chen pondered, a painful roar erupted in the cave. He looked up to see an injured disciple suddenly stand, his eyes blood-red and his expression twisted. You all deserve to die. Red streams of energy shot out from his body like blood-colored serpents. Not good. Brother Shun has transformed into a blood spirit, someone next to Lu Chen exclaimed. Before the words finished, a blue sword light flashed, slicing the transformed Brother Shun in half. The sword light continued to flicker through the cave until all the injured disciples were slain. The intense smell of blood quickly filled the air. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. A friend of one of the deceased shouted angrily, Yuan Zhuxuang, What are you doing? The cold woman responded indifferently, cleaning house. The questioner, enraged, retorted, we have secret techniques to protect ourselves. Even if infected by the blood mist, it doesn't mean we will definitely transform. Your actions now violate the sect's sixth iron rule. I suspect you've been infected too. Shall we test my autumn water sword on you? The previously enraged man was suddenly doused with cold water, his body chilled. Yuan Zhuxuang scanned the group and said calmly, according to sect rules, if the leader is incapacitated, the strongest takes over. I am now the new leader. Does anyone object? There was still no response. Moments passed in silence. Yuan Zhuxuang nodded to herself. Since no one had any objections, it meant they all agreed. She glanced around the room, noting the silence. Satisfied, she cleared her throat and began. Let me summarize the information we have. Raising one finger, she said, first, all 9 investigation teams have gone missing. We are on our own. She raised a second finger, second. The blood spirits are endless. Finally, she raised a third finger, her expression grave, third. The former team leader and I ventured deep into the blood sea and discovered that this incident is likely man-made. The perpetrator is a powerful dark cultivator seeking to extend his lifespan. She then elaborated on the third point. As soon as she finished, someone exclaimed, the blood sovereign is still alive? He must be over 60,000 years old. Another team member shook their head. No, it's probably closer to 80,000 years. According to our sex records, the blood sovereign was born in the year 20129 of the Red Moon calendar and ascended to godhood in 29206. 80,000 years? That's about the maximum lifespan for someone at that level. Someone marveled. Amid the chatter, Lu Chun gained a clearer understanding of the chaos in the blood sea. In short, a peak-level god cultivator, nearing the end of his lifespan, created the blood sea in the depths of the demon domain to extend his life by devouring living beings. A quarter of the demon domain was devastated, with many high-level demonic beasts perishing, truly making the blood sea live up to its name. Lu Chun was part of the 5th investigation team, with a cultivation level only at the mid-master stage. Normally, he wouldn't be here, but sect politics had landed him in this situation. Other prodigies from Decisive likely had similar reasons for being involved in this secondary plot. Suddenly, someone suggested, since we know the cause, why don't we just return and report? This idea lit up everyone's eyes. The situation was dire, and only someone of equal strength to the god-level perpetrator could resolve it. They, as minor players, were better off retreating. Yuan Zhuxuang nodded. That's true. But the problem is, all communication within the blood mist is cut off, making it hard to escape. She paused, then proposed, I suggest we first find the other teams, share information, and then look for a way out together. Each team leader is a Star Realm expert. Even if some have fallen, it's unlikely that all have perished. Our chances of survival increase if we unite. Agreed. I agree too. No problem. Let's follow Senior Sister Yuan. The survivors echoed their support. The earlier killings were deliberately forgotten. In this dire situation, survival was the only luxury. Who cared about those who might have died unjustly? I disagree. Lu Chen suddenly stood up, drawing puzzled looks from the group. He looked at Yuan Zhuxuang and asked, Senior Sister Yuan, how much longer does that dark god have to live? Yuan Zhuxuang was silent for a moment before replying calmly, approximately 300 years, at most 500. She added, our sect has detailed records on the lifespans and longevity techniques of all gods in the 9 domains. The blood sovereign's long disappearance led to this oversight. Despite Lu Chen's lower cultivation level, Yuan Zhuxuang answered him seriously, displaying her leadership qualities decisive, efficient, neither arrogant nor hypocritical. Thank you for the clarification, Senior Sister. Lu Chen cupped his hands in gratitude. In that case, I believe I can kill him. Lu Chun had never been to the blood sea, but based on the information, it was teeming with blood spirits. He needed a guide and a vanguard, and Yuan Zhuxuang fit the bill perfectly. Once the root threat was eliminated, the entire blood sea could be used to feed his bloodthirsty worms. Yuan Zhuxuang frowned but did not mock him, seemingly waiting for Lu Chun to prove himself. A master, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly contend with a god. Unless, yes me. In the dim cave, Lu Chun raised his right hand, a faint blade of light swirling at his fingertip. Though invisible, it radiated a palpable sense of dread. The time blade? Yuan Zhuxuang's expression changed drastically, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. You're the sect master's disciple? Rumor had it that the Red Moon immortal sect's master had recently passed away, but to think he had such a young direct disciple. This means he took you in not long ago. Her mind was in turmoil. Mastering the time blade also meant he possessed that terrifying ability ignoring the level difference and forcing both parties to lose the same amount of lifespan. The sect master had only used it once, but it had left a brilliant mark in the history of the Red Moon immortal sect. Without responding to Yuan Zhuxuang's astonishment, Lu Chun continued, the question now is, even if I get close to that divine realm expert, will I have a chance to strike? Lu Chun frowned slightly, recalling the scene when he saw Ing Hanin in action during the Tianjiao ranking competition. The overwhelming divine power that commanded the forces of heaven and earth in the entire Great Xia made him feel a deep sense of dread. If he really targets me, I'm afraid a single glance could kill me instantly. Yuan Zhuxuang's eyes were intense as she stared at Lu Chun and said firmly, there is a chance. First, even at the peak of the divine realm, one would rapidly decline when the great tribulation of lifespan arrives. The blood sovereign is already at the end of his lifespan tribulation and can barely stay conscious, which is why he created the blood spirit guardians and set up a deadly formation to prevent divine realm experts from entering the blood sea. Lu Chun remained expressionless, weighing the risks in his mind. After a moment, he asked calmly, what's the second reason? Yuan Zhuxuang spoke, each word with a complex emotion in her voice. Second, my ancestor is the five elements Taoist, Yuan Dingshan. Hearing this name, Lu Chun was slightly taken aback, recalling the five elements inheritance he received on the 1000th step of the Azure Cloud Ladder. Yuan Zhuxuang continued, my ancestor bestowed upon me many top-level talismans that can handle divine realm experts to some extent. The other disciples in the cave had varied expressions upon hearing this. Some were envious, some smiled bitterly, and others were calculating how to build a good relationship. Lu Chun asked with confusion, if you have so many trump cards, why not deal with the blood sovereign directly? Yuan Zhuxuang shook her head and explained, talismans alone can't kill a divine realm expert. Their only purpose is for escape. She added with a hint of sadness, I lack the talent and have only awakened the metal element of the five elements, so I can't fully activate the more powerful five elements talismans. However, my ancestor has a direct disciple who perfectly inherited the legacy, but unfortunately, they have gone missing. Lu Chun remained silent, deducing an important piece of information from Yuan Zhuxuang's words. The first time loop had not yet ended, and this group of people had disappeared from history for various reasons. After detailed discussions, they formulated several plans, instructed the others to stay put, and then set off towards the Blood Sea. Meanwhile, deep within the Blood Sea, inside a massive stone coffin, the Blood Sovereign, exuding a decaying aura, suddenly opened his murky eyes. After sensing for a moment, a smile appeared on his lips. They're here. They're here. Such an opportunity. It might even allow me to surpass the divine realm. He pushed open the coffin lid and stepped out stiffly. Blood-devouring insects, the essence of blood. Such supreme treasures should belong to me. Red Moon Immortal Sect. Deep within a rarely visited forest lies a secluded haven filled with birdsong and blooming flowers. Cliffs echo with the roar of waterfalls, and a simple thatched hut stands beside a deep pool. An elderly man with white hair is tilling the fields when he notices a figure in white robes approaching the valley entrance. He sets down his hoe and walks forward to greet the visitor. You haven't changed a bit, he says. Jealous, are you? The newcomer replies with a gentle smile. The two old friends chat merrily as they stroll through the fields to a small courtyard. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that seem to wink. The old man points to a loquat tree in the corner and softly says, I planted this with my own hands when Xiaoyan passed away. It's been 30,000 years. His eyes are filled with memories and regret. So, what have you been up to all these years? The old man asks as he pours mountain tea and hands a cup to his friend. Not much. Just traveled to every corner of the 9 realms, the friend replies, sipping his tea. That doesn't sound like you. The 9 realms are vast, but it shouldn't take you thousands of years. With a smile, the friend places 9 small, colorful seals on the stone table. Just a few trinkets. Activate one, and it explodes. What? The old man exclaims in shock. I call them time collapse detonators. They can trigger massive explosions on a temporal level, annihilating an entire realm. The friend explains calmly. Are you insane? Why would you make such a thing? In case the world is about to be destroyed or harvested, and we can't fight back. Better to go down together, the friend replies matter-of-factly. Don't you agree? The old man remains silent for a moment, then points upward. Ever since the Red Moon Immortal Sect unified the 9 realms, its power has only grown. Even in another 100,000 years, there won't be any enemies left in the 9 realms. When you're invincible on Earth, the only enemies left are in the heavens. The friend remains non-committal. Don't overthink it. These little trinkets aren't meant for us to use. Old Yuan, I need your help. Now that's rare. Is there something you can't do? I need you to use the power of the 5 elements to break the boundaries of the 9 realms, the friend explains. If our world is a box, I need you to make a small hole in it so that what I've set up can flow into the main stream of the river of time and find an anchor point to reach its intended destination. The old man stands there, stunned, nodding and shaking his head. I understand what you're saying, but not completely. Fine, you deal with the time stuff. I'll handle my part. Creating a hole in the world requires grinding through 36 layers of void with the 5 elements. Give me some time. It shouldn't be a big problem. It can't be shouldn't, the friend says solemnly. In this hidden realm, he cannot glimpse the flow of time in the outside world. But it's clear. After experiencing 10,000 years under the Red Moon Immortal sect, the higher-ups in the Shinlan sect will definitely limit the development of the 9 domains. Mu Hugwang furrowed his brows, his thoughts surging like a tide. He knew well that unifying the 9 domains was a near impossible task. A colossal entity like the Shinlan sect would surely do everything in its power to stifle any potential in the 9 domains. Even nurturing a strong individual comparable to himself seemed nearly impossible. The only variable left was his daughter. But would the Shinlan sect sit idly by? Even if they couldn't eliminate her, they would certainly find ways to restrict her. Mu Hugwang had considered every possible scenario countless times, ultimately preparing for the worst. If the 9 domains were destined to be harvested, then Lu Chun might as well go all out, completely annihilating the other 8 domains and capturing those Shinlan sect disciples who come to harvest. As for the Yin Huang domain, with his daughter guarding it, not even enemies from the heavens would gain any advantage. Upon hearing Mu Hugwang's words, Yuan Dingshan's expression grew increasingly serious. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly replied, I can only say that before my lifespan runs out, I will definitely complete the task. Mu Hugwang nodded slightly and softly asked, how much longer do you have? For ordinary deities, he could simply use his time powers to find out. But Yuan Dingshan was different. As the second most powerful deity after him, who also controlled the potent 5 elements Tao, he was impossible to see through. Yuan Dingshan shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. 50 years. Don't worry, it's more than enough. He didn't ask much about his old friend's plans. After all, helping out before dying, after thousands of years of friendship, wasn't so bad. Mu Hugwang's eyes deepened as he continued. 50 years isn't enough. Live another 100 years. Without waiting for Yuan Dingshan's puzzled response, he turned and walked out of the small courtyard. He paused briefly by the loquat tree, as if reminiscing about something. Yuan Dingshan sighed and shook his head. Why live so long? I'm tired, too tired. Unlike you, I don't have so many things to care about to sustain me through the ages. He also looked at the loquat tree and said gently, the only thing I care about is Xiaoyun. Mu Hugwang said nothing more and continued to leave. As he stepped out of the courtyard, his voice drifted back. It's the year 99912 of the Red Moon. When it reaches 100,000 years, Xiener will return. Don't you, as her uncle, want to see her? Hearing this, Yuan Dingshan's expression changed instantly. His heart, calm for thousands of years, rippled uncontrollably. Xiener, really coming back from above? Yes. Mu Hugwang turned his head and smiled warmly. So, you must live until then. Use all the life-extending methods you have. Don't worry about anything. Old Yuan, you must stay alive. If we can revive the Red Moon in the future, it will be at the 10th Ascendier mark. Though living on means facing more painful things, none of that matters. Yuan Dingshan was stunned and was about to ask more, but Mu Hugwang's figure had already disappeared. That guy. He muttered a few curses, but his expression was no longer lifeless. Not only was Xiener not dead, but she could also return to the 9 domains. Then, could her promise back then be fulfilled? When Mu Juexian went to the upper realm, he had vowed when he returned, he would bring the method to break through the boundary. For a moment, Yuan Dingshan's thoughts were in turmoil. Previously, he felt there was no point in living because, in the face of time, he couldn't live long no matter what. But now, if he could break through the deity realm and ascend to the next level, he suddenly didn't want to die. The 5 elements Tao can't revive Xiaoyun. But if I continue to climb and comprehend the laws of the 5 elements, Yuan Dingshan muttered to himself, looking at the loquat tree, if the 5 elements can evolve the world, they can certainly evolve life. Even if I can't, there's still old Mu. If the boundary is broken, he would soar to the heavens. In the future, fishing people out of the river of time might not be a fantasy. After taking a deep breath, Yuan Dingshan's eyes erupted with a fierce light. Live another 100 years? Who are you underestimating? He snarled. I will borrow life from the heavens and live another 1,000 years. Meanwhile, within the immortal sect, Mu Hugwang's lips curved into a smile. He seemed to have heard his old friend's words and softly murmured, both tasks are almost done. Whether it's the best outcome or the worst, there's always a backup plan. Mu Hugwang stood in the grand hall, his eyes sweeping over the surrounding pavilions and buildings. He spoke softly, from here on, you're on your own. As soon as he finished, the space in front of him rippled. In a moment, an image appeared, showing Lu Chen and Yuan Jushuang. Mu Hugwang frowned and muttered to himself, this place, is it the blood sea of the demon realm? How could they experience such a scenario? His brows furrowed as he continued to ponder. In the late Red Moon period, demons and ghosts rampaged, with an extremely high mortality rate. As a trial ground, it shouldn't lead to the complete annihilation of the trial takers. Could it be that Sienna arranged this intentionally? There might be something Lu Chun needs in the Blood Sea. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Heguang decided to go personally. For him, the deadly arrays of the Blood Sea were no obstacle. Meanwhile, in the Wenxin Pavilion of the Great Xia dynasty, Zhang Yuanshan asked worriedly, "Miss, the Blood Sea of the Demon Realm is extremely dangerous now. Should we stop Xiao Chun?" Mu Juexian, watching the live feed, replied softly, "No need to stop him. This Blood Sea is far more than Uncle Zhang knows. For Xiao Chun, the greatest opportunity lies in the Blood Sovereign's corpse." Zhang Yuanshan was taken aback. "Do you mean the Blood Sovereign's corpse can cause another surge in Xiao Qin's insects?" Mu Juexian shook her head. "No. Devouring a being of the same origin like the Blood Sovereign will truly evolve the Blood Eater worms." A hint of awe flashed in her eyes. "Those are the disaster swarms that once caused apocalyptic calamities." Zhang Yuanshan's face changed drastically. "Miss, have you caused trouble in the upper realm again? Did you provoke the Gu God cult?" Mu Juexian admitted frankly. "Indeed, it was the Gu God cult. I asked for precious information, and they refused, so I had to resort to force." Zhang Yuanshan was exasperated, earnestly advising, "Miss, the Gu God cult has deep roots, surviving even the epic catastrophe. Aren't you afraid of provoking those ancient beings?" Mu Juexian snorted, full of confidence. "The longer they live, the more they cherish their lives. If they push me too far, taking down one of them wouldn't be a problem." Zhang Yuanshan was at a loss for words. He looked at the image of Lu Chun, worried. The Blood Sovereign is at the divine level, beyond Xiao Qin's reach. Mu Juexian was brimming with confidence. "Don't worry, Xiao Chun has the means I left him. If necessary, he can even slay a god for fun." In the depths of the enchanted realm, within the heart of the demon domain, a blood-red mist permeated the void. Lu Chun and his team treaded cautiously through this crimson purgatory. The ground beneath them, layered with decaying leaves, felt spongy, releasing dark red liquid with every step. Towering trees loomed ominously, emitting an eerie red glow. Leading the way, Yuan Zhuxuang occasionally glanced back, transmitting warnings, "Be careful, we're approaching the outskirts of the Blood Sea. The number of blood spirits will surge." As a descendant of the Five Elements Taoist, Yuan Zhuxuang had reached the peak of the Star Realm, capable of challenging those in the Sun Realm. This strength qualified her to serve as the deputy commander of the investigation team. Lu Chun took her words to heart, ready to respond, when Yuan Zhuxuang suddenly halted, shouting sternly, "Identify yourselves or be slain." Several figures emerged from the left. Sun Qi, overjoyed, called out, "Brother Lu." Ignoring Yuan Zhuxuang's warning, he rushed towards Lu Chun. "We need to retreat. It's teeming with blood spirits back there." Lin Xie followed, presenting their red moon tokens to prove their identity. After the four regrouped, Sun Qi, seeing Yuan Zhuxuang's intent to press on, asked confusedly, "Brother Lu, why go further in?" Lu Chun responded calmly, "To slay the god." These two words ignited Sun Qi's fervor, banishing his fear. His blind admiration made him believe Lu Chun could indeed slay a god. Though Lin Xie felt it was reckless, she resolved to follow as well. Yuan Zhuxuang was secretly impressed by the courage of the two masters, but also understood that in the face of a god-level entity, there was no difference between the Star Realm and the Master Realm. She could only hope that the Blood Sovereign remained dormant. Otherwise, their chances were bleak. Suddenly, Sun Qi asked dejectedly, "Brother Lu, still no word from Shansu?" Lu Chen shook his head and Sun Qi sighed. "It can't be. That guy always seemed so tough. He can't really be gone, can he?" Not far away, Shi Chuanxiu, who had been hidden, cursed silently upon hearing this. As a ghostly presence, he couldn't interact with the group and could only follow in silence. Gazing at the crimson purgatory ahead, he murmured, "By my calculations, the real me in this world should be arriving soon." Yuan Zhuxuang abruptly stopped and pulled out a talisman. "There are too many blood spirits ahead. Use this to conceal ourselves." Activating the talisman, a layer of water-like patterns enveloped the four, forming a transparent barrier. "This will shield us from divine detection, but it only lasts for half an hour." With that, she led them forward at a rapid pace. The four sped past the dense clusters of blood spirits, remaining undetected. Sun Qi marveled. "This is the power of talismans. Wouldn't they be unbeatable for assassinations? Dear sister, could you sell me a few stacks?" "A few stacks?" Yuan Zhuxuang snorted, not even bothering to respond. At that moment, the trees ahead suddenly became sparse. The four of them weaved through the mountain forest, which was being eroded by a red mist. They could faintly hear the sound of waves crashing, mixed with the howls of ferocious beasts. As the trees thinned out, their view opened up. They stood atop a cliff, overlooking an endless, blood-red ocean. Countless corpses of monstrous beasts floated on the crimson surface, while in the distant lowlands, hundreds of beasts were being suppressed by blood spirits, wailing and charging toward the blood sea. On the shore and in the sky, powerful blood spirits patrolled. The most striking among them were several terrifying dragons. Sun Qi's breath hitched, and his heart seemed to stop. He recalled seeing the pseudo-dragon Aoqian at Xingyue Pavilion in the Jiangnan war zone, where he had felt suffocated by its presence. But the aura of these real dragons before him was so intense that it nearly froze his blood. Yuan Zhuxuang looked away and turned to the three others, her gaze finally resting on Lu Chen's face. I'll ask one last time. Once we enter the blood sea, there's no turning back. I may not be able to use talismans to escape. Either the blood sovereign dies, or we die. Are you sure you want to enter the blood sea? Sun Qi and Lin Xie wore solemn expressions. One took a deep breath to steady his emotions, while the other had a flash of worry in her eyes, but neither spoke. Lu Chun smiled, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. We promised to slay the god, didn't we? Before he finished speaking, he leaped toward the blood sea. In his soul, Hong Shuang chattered excitedly, Master, it smells so good. So much better than a Grandmaster's brain. I want to eat it. I sense something incredibly compatible with me. Eat him. Eat him. Lu Chen blocked out the incessant chatter and asked in his mind, if you can sense him, can you tell his condition? Is he weak, asleep, or something else? No. The little one replied weakly after trying. I'm still too weak. I can only sense his presence. As the four of them entered the blood sea, a faint pop was drowned out by the howls of the beasts. Yuan Zhuxuang transmitted her voice. This blood sea has powerful restrictions. Once inside, it's very hard to get out. If we fail, I'll do everything I can to get us out, but the outcome will be left to fate. Lu Chen nodded, his left hand quietly gripping a small amber-like stone. Inside, it seemed to contain its own space, with a silent crescent moon shining. He silently mused to himself, moon sealing stone. Back then, I thought of using this to kill a Grandmaster of the East Sea Dragon clan. Good thing I didn't use it then. However, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to use it. Before entering the secret realm, Meng Beiyang had warned him never to mention the outside world inside the realm, nor to reveal any related information that could arouse suspicion. Lu Chen weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The Zhenyu stone contained the future sword of Mu Juexian, its power unimaginable, though the consequences of its use were unknown. Even if he were to be expelled from the secret realm, he would use it at a critical moment. It was now the end of the Red Moon calendar, with less than a century before the Nine Regions catastrophe. The final major plot likely involved the Upper Realm's harvest, where even Divine Realm experts would struggle to escape doom. Lu Chun reminded himself, he must not die here. The four of them moved in perfect sync, advancing deeper into the sea of blood. Yuan Zhuxuang led the way, her expression grim. A few minutes later, the blood-red color began to fade. The water pressure dropped sharply, and an isolated space emerged. There's something in the pit, Sun Qi whispered. Everyone focused their gaze and saw a giant pit 1,000 meters away, surrounded by 36 deep red stone pillars of various shapes, with chains extending into the pit. Spiritual senses are useless here. Yuan Zhuxuang frowned. The group's faces changed slightly, as losing their spiritual senses greatly reduced their combat effectiveness. Using talismans to conceal themselves, they quickly reached the edge of the pit. Looking down, surprise flashed across their faces. What a huge coffin! Sun Qi muttered, Brother Lu. If we gave this coffin lid to Li Bagong, wouldn't he be overjoyed? Lin Xie responded coolly, it's bad luck. Would Senior Li even like it? How about you take it home and use it as a bed? Sun Qi chuckled awkwardly and then asked Yuan Zhuxuang, Senior Sister, what should we do next? Should I use my ancestral yin-yang technique to open the coffin and examine the body? Yuan Zhuxuang turned to Lu Chen. Can you use that life-reducing ability? Lu Chen shook his head. I need to lock onto a target first. We still need to open the coffin. He mentally reviewed the three techniques of the Time Blade. Random life reduction, targeted life reduction for both parties, and a glimpse into the future. With his master-level cultivation, he could use the first two techniques once or twice each, and the third technique would only give a vague vision. I'll go take a look. You all wait here, Yuan Zhuxuang said, her eyes resolute. The legacy of an old Divine Realm expert was worth risking her life for, especially with Lu Chun increasing their chances of success. We're already here. Suddenly, the 36 stone pillars lit up simultaneously. An ancient, wrathful voice boomed. Why not come and sit in my home, all neat and tidy? In an unknown area, Mu Hugwang looked down with a smile in his eyes. The young man beside him asked, Master, aren't you going to help them? No rush. Mu Hugwang shook his head. They'll never understand how terrifying the Divine Realm is without facing it themselves. This is the perfect opportunity. Before he could finish, His expression changed dramatically. The giant pit in the sea of blood had suddenly transformed. Yuan Zhuxuang activated dozens of top-tier talismans, unleashing terrifying waves of energy. But in an instant, the talismans fizzled out like duds, easily suppressed by a giant blood-red hand. "Teacher," Sun Qi shouted, his mental power surging, "Brother Lu, open your sea of consciousness to me. Let me burn it for power." At the same time, Lin Xia also erupted with power. She released her forest demon, her eyes turning completely white. Either save Lu Chun, or we'll all die together. Their sudden transformation stunned both Lu Chun and Yuan Zhuxuang. Lu Chun hesitated, clutching the Zhenyu stone, unsure whether to activate it. Yuan Zhuxuang was equally shocked at how deeply these two burdens had hidden their true strength. "One more time. If you dare threaten me again, we'll die together." Lin Imo took control of the body, her face twisted in fury as she cursed. She watched as a giant blood-red hand reached for Sun Qi. Despite her deep reluctance, she immediately moved to save him. Her white, misty eyes emitted invisible ripples, like water waves, leaving trails in the void as they swiftly reached Sun Qi. In a flash, their positions were swapped. "Treating me like a beast of burden. You deserve to die, original body." Lin Imo raged, her anger boiling over as she punched towards the blood hand. War Spirit Divine Fist. Behind her, a colossal apparition of an armored deity mirrored her actions. Boom. The clash of energies was so intense that the recently rescued Sun Qi felt dizzy, almost losing his balance. He looked up to see the giant blood hand dissipate into nothingness, while Lin Xia stood firm like a valkyrie. "Are you kidding me?" Sun Qi was stunned. "Is that really Lin, the class leader? She can go toe-a-toe with a divine realm?" Meanwhile, within her soul, Lin Xia observed the outside world through shared vision. Seeing the power of that punch, her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Lin Xin, you've taught me so much. Why didn't you teach me this technique?" Lin Xin shook his head and replied softly, "Strictly speaking, this is not a mere technique but a higher form of existence, what you might call a divine power. Besides, the spiritual energy of this world is far from sufficient to perform the War Spirit Divine Fist." What Lin Mo just did was depleting her essence. After saying this, Lin Xin approached her with a solemn expression. "In our prime, the divine realm was nothing more than ants to us. But now, you are only at the master level, and your power is too limited. Run. The divine realm is not easy to contend with." Lin Xia instantly felt a chill. Lin Mo had used her essence? The three of them shared one body and naturally knew each other's depths. Both Lin Xin and Lin Mo were sustained by a sliver of essence. Excessive depletion would cause irreparable damage, even death. At this moment, Lin Mo sarcastically said, "Run? Keep fighting. If I die, all three of us die. And that little lover of the original body will also be buried with us." Haha, calculating it this way, it seems like a good deal. She suddenly gritted her teeth and roared, "I've had enough of this humiliation. Better to die fighting than to be angered to death by the original body." Lin Xia, still calm, said indifferently, "I think it's a good suggestion. Linimo, go ahead. I support you." "Oh?" Linimo was stunned. "Are you crazy?" Meanwhile, Sun Qi, who had narrowly escaped, was frantically communicating with Shan Jiyuan in his mind. "Master, can you help? Even with Brother Lu's spiritual sense, I almost got killed." He continued indignantly, "I can die, but seeing Lin, the class leader, being so much stronger and showing off like this is worse than death." "Shut up," Shin Jiyuan roared in anger. "Do you know what time it is? Stop talking nonsense and run." Even when I was at my peak, I was only at the Dharma phase level, an ancestor level, never even touched the divine realm. Even the calmest person can become irritable when pushed too far. The old man truly regretted it now. Why had he taken on such a troublesome disciple? Not only was Sun Qi slow-witted, but he also had a knack for saying infuriating things. He often compared Shan Jiyuan to Lu Chen's master, Mu Juexian, and complained about his unfortunate fate. "Master, are you serious? Didn't you say you could fight divine realms before?" Sun Qi asked while cautiously moving towards Lu Chan. "I did fight a divine realm, and then I died when I returned to Daxia," Shin Jiyuan replied irritably. "Besides, you and Lu Chun are only at the master level. How much spiritual energy do you have? Enough for me to go all out? Maybe if we burned out your spiritual seas, we could give it a try." These harsh words made Sun Qi shiver. He quickly forced a smile and said, "Master, let's forget it. I'll convince Brother Lu to run." Before he could speak, Yuan Zhuxuang, beside Lu Chun, bitterly said, "The blood sovereign is awake, and we are already in his blood god domain. Our initial plan was based on the enemy being asleep. In that case, the success rate of killing the blood sovereign was quite high. But as soon as we arrived, we were discovered and had to fight immediately. All our preparations fell apart. We are not on the same level. The only one who can still fight, Lin Xia, is already pale and won't hold out much longer. God domain? Sun Shi asked, his voice trembling. He only knew that when a martial artist reached the mountain and sea realm, their sea of consciousness would undergo another evolution, manifesting a domain that represented their martial will. Lu Chun gazed at the amber-like, moon-suppressing stone in his hand, contemplating his next move. The Blood Sovereign's divine domain enveloped the surroundings, with invisible energy waves constantly probing but dissolving like snow in the sun upon touching the moon-suppressing stone. He smirked slightly and said nonchalantly, Senior, since you're not forcing it, why not withdraw your domain? The Blood Sovereign was silent for a moment, then said kindly, I've secluded myself here, just wanting to spend my twilight years in peace, but trouble always finds me. Before he could finish, Lu Chen suddenly shouted, Yuan Zhuxuang, use all the defensive talismans. At the same time, he activated the moon-suppressing stone, plunging the Blood Sea world into darkness. A streak of silver light fell like moonbeams, not towards the giant coffin in the pit, but striking the 36 stone statues above. Lu Chun understood instantly. The old fox had hidden well. The coffin was merely a decoy. His true form was within the statues. The Blood Sovereign was shocked, and the 36 stone statues simultaneously lit up their eyes, roaring in unison, within the Blood Sea, my domain reigns. Do you think a mere ant like you can kill a god? The surface of the statues peeled away, revealing various avatars ready to fight. The moonlight sword aura flowed leisurely, effortlessly slicing through the 4 statues at the forefront. Yuan Zhuxuang was dumbfounded. That seemingly ordinary light could destroy avatars in the Dharma phase realm? Sun Qi and Lin Imo also had complex expressions, unable to believe what they were seeing. It wasn't just him. Sun Qi and Lin Imo, who controlled their bodies, also had complex expressions. Sun Qi gazed over there, mumbling, Brother Lu, could you sell me a few pieces of these amber stones? Lu Chun grinned slyly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Sure. When the time comes, I'll take you to meet the real seller. Upon hearing this, Sun Qi shivered and quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. I'd rather just stick with you and play it safe. The thought of Mu Juexian's terrifying presence sent a chill down his spine. Facing such an entity would likely scare him stiff. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, Mu Hugwang and the young man had already sensed Blood Sovereign's actions. The young man looked tense and furrowed his brows. Master, are we really not going to intervene? Even though Blood Sovereign has weakened due to his lifespan tribulation, he's still an old god. Under his domain, those kids are in great danger. Mu Hugwang shook his head, his expression calm and unhurried. No rush, let's wait a bit. The young ones need some toughening up, or they might lose their lives later. Though he was unsure of what cards Lu Chen held, as the most powerful god in the 9 realms, he knew one thing well: no matter how weak a god might be, they could still obliterate hundreds of old ancestors with a flick of their hand. A god is a god, not something that can be easily countered with artifacts or trump cards. While Mu Hugwang was pondering, Lu Chun suddenly activated the moonstone. A flash of sword light passed by, and Mu Hugwang's expression froze. This is Xiener's sword intent? His emotions stirred, and he recalled the sword that had ended his life. The only difference was that the sword Lu Chun had just unleashed was nearly perfect. After 100,000 years, has Xiener become this powerful? Mu Hugwang sighed inwardly. At that moment, the young man beside him, Spring Shi, was trembling with excitement. Master, this sword. Mu Hugwang nodded and responded softly, Chuanxi, this sword indeed surpasses the divine realm. Hearing this, Chuanxi was overwhelmed with emotion, laughing and crying. So the pinnacle of martial arts is not the divine realm. I've found the path, I've attained the Tao. Watching Blood Sovereign's 36 clones turn to ashes in an instant, his eyes burned with passion but quickly dimmed. Master, I've seen the path ahead, but I can't step onto it. How do I deal with this pain and despair? Mu Hugwang comforted him, don't worry. As the Red Moon disciple, you will definitely take that step. In a while, I'll send you to a place, let's call it Peng Lai. Master, will I reach beyond the divine realm if I go there? No, once you're there, your only task is to survive. When the time comes, I'll tell you what to do. Mu Hugwang gazed at the invisible Shi Chuanxio beside Lu Chun and sighed silently. Turning to Chuanxi, he said gently, for now, I'll arrange for a few people to teach you. Look, those 2 kids over there. Following Mu Hugwang's gaze, Chuanxi looked at Sun Qi and Lin Xia, bewildered. Me? Teach? Master, I don't think I have the ability. Mu Hugwang turned his head, smiling. You're the 2nd strongest god in the 9 realms, just a bit below me. How could you not have the ability? But my cultivation level just shot up out of nowhere. I really don't understand it. Mu Hugwang couldn't be bothered to respond to this nonsense. With a thought, he teleported Sun Qi and the others away. At the same time, he sent a message to Lu Chun. I don't know why she arranged for you to come here. But remember, you only have 1 month. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Chun shouted, Senior, one more favor, please. Speak. I was too ruthless just now, and all 36 of Blood Sovereign's bodies were destroyed. Could you turn back time a bit to keep the bodies intact, as fresh as possible? There was no response for a long time. Lu Chen's heart was in turmoil. After a few moments, he finally heard Mu Hugwang's calm voice. Using time reversal to preserve bodies, you truly are one of a kind. Lu Chun wasn't surprised by the Blood Sovereign's fate. He withdrew his gaze and surveyed the surroundings. The depths of the Blood Sea were in complete disarray, with the Blood Sovereign's body shattered. He turned to Yuan Zhuxuang and saw the confusion on her face. I inherited a legacy from that figure, he said seriously. Slaying a god is no big deal for me, right? Yuan Zhuxuang gave a wry smile. True, but if you had such a trump card, why did you make me use all the defensive talismans? Those are ancestral treasures and very costly. Lu Chun replied earnestly. I was afraid the moonlight might be too dazzling and hurt everyone's eyes. Internally, he felt a bit embarrassed, as he was genuinely worried about any potential follow-up formations. Just as he was about to explain, Mu Hugwang's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Seeing the change in expressions on Sun Qi and the others, Lu Chun quickly transmitted, a tremendous opportunity. Make sure to seize it. Before he finished speaking, everyone had already vanished from the spot. Lu Chun stood alone in the Blood Sea, gazing at the scattered corpses. He helplessly called out, Senior, can you rewind time and preserve these bodies? When Sun Qi regained consciousness, he found himself back at the Red Moon Immortal Sect. Besides Lin Xia, Ying Tianming and Ying Xuanji were also present. The four exchanged information through their spiritual senses. Sun Qi said, Don't worry, Brother Lu said this is a tremendous opportunity. Ying Tianming exclaimed, Wait, Lu Chen can slay gods now? Sun Qi boasted, Absolutely. The Blood Sovereign was a top-tier deity who had lived for tens of thousands of years with 36 avatars. Brother Lu wiped them all out with a single sword strike. The Ying brothers were left speechless in shock, while Lin Xia listened calmly. Just as Sun Qi was enthusiastically recounting the events, the hall doors suddenly opened. A frail figure entered, wearing a Taoist robe, with disheveled hair and a lazy expression. He stammered, hello everyone. I'll be your, temporary teacher for the next month. Kidney deficiency, brother. Sun Qi exclaimed and rushed over. Qiu Chuanxi was bewildered and stepped back repeatedly. Hey, don't do this, we just met. He hastily set up a light barrier, causing Sun Qi to bounce off. Sun Qi complained, Kidney deficiency, brother. Stop pretending. Don't think that just because you changed your clothes and aren't carrying your thermos, we won't recognize you. You just disappeared like that. We thought you had died in there. Lin Xia pulled him back and transmitted, Enough. He's not Shi Chuan Xiao. Ying Xuanji hesitated and asked, Are you the rumored Taoist of the Red Moon Immortal Sect? Sun Qi's expression immediately turned to one of astonishment. Turning to Ying Xuanji, he asked, What's going on? Ying Xuanji shook his head and whispered, When I was in the first squad, the captain mentioned that the Red Moon Immortal Sect had a Loki Taoist who loved wearing robes and reading books. Sun Qi was taken aback by this and cast a complex look at Qiu Chuanxi. Before he could speak, Qiu Chuanxi nodded and said, That's right, I am Qiu Chuanxi, the Taoist of the Red Moon Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Chuanxi removed the light barrier and walked to the center of the hall. As he walked, he said, Under my master's orders, I will be teaching you martial arts for the next month. With that, he continuously took out books from his storage space, piling them into 18 towering stacks that nearly touched the ceiling. Ying Xuanji whispered again, The master of the Red Moon Taoist is the Time Sword Master, the #1 deity in the 9 realms. It's rumored that he might be the second deity of the 9 realms, with incredible power. Sun Qi blinked, thinking to himself that Qiu Chuanxi must be related to Shi Chuanxiao. He grinned and asked, Master Qiu, why so many books? I've been allergic to words since I was a kid. Qiu Chuanxi laughed. The method of teaching is through reading. My cultivation and techniques all came from books. Sun Qi was stunned. Reading can improve cultivation? Of course, Qiu Chuanxi said matter-of-factly. If I can do it, so can you. Ying Tianming reminded everyone to recall the story of the Penglai ancestor. Sun Qi grew even more confused, unable to untangle the relationships. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Chuanxi controlled several books to fly towards the group. Sun Qi caught one and exclaimed, retreating to a corner to inspect it. The cover read titles like 108 Techniques of Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation, causing his face to flush. These books are tailored for each of you, Qiu Chuanxi explained, and they align with your martial arts cultivation. Sun Qi couldn't help but ask, Master Qiu, are you sure you didn't mix up my book? No, Cho Chuanxi patiently replied, your talent lies in the spiritual realm. The combination of spirit and body can apply the yin-yang model. The spirit is yin, and the body is yang. So I chose these books for you. Sun Shi half understood and muttered to himself, I really need to evaluate these 108 techniques. Are they really that effective? Meanwhile, deep in the blood sea, the rate of proliferation is simply terrifying. Lu Chun stared unblinkingly at the rapidly changing numbers on the panel, feeling both astonished and delighted. In just a few minutes, the number of bloodthirsty worms had skyrocketed from 1 billion to over 7 trillion, with less than 10% of the blood sea consumed. He couldn't help but recall what Mu Juexian had once said: 10 trillion bloodthirsty worms could reduce even a master of the Sunfire realm to ashes. This surge in power brought Lu Chen's hidden strength close to the Sunfire realm. He took a deep breath to calm his excitement and turned his gaze to the massive crimson coffin. Teleporting to the front of the coffin, Lu Chun carefully examined the strange patterns on its surface. As he furrowed his brow in thought, an ethereal voice echoed in his mind, child, do you seek immortality? Come closer, and I will teach you the path to eternal life. Unconsciously, Lu Chun stepped forward, his eyes losing focus. At this critical moment, the chaos tree in his soul trembled violently, jolting him awake. The small tree and the golden cicada both issued warnings, making Lu Chun realize he had nearly fallen into a trap. Just as he was about to leave, Mu Hugwang's figure suddenly appeared. Seeing that Lu Chun had managed to break free from the enchantment on his own, a trace of surprise flashed in Mu Hugwang's eyes. He slowly walked over to the coffin, sat down, and motioned for Lu Chun to come closer, then began to reveal a shocking truth. What you know is that the 9 domains are the breeding grounds for the Xinlan sect of the upper realm. What you don't know is, our world is also their dumping ground. Mu Hugwang pointed to the soul-suppressing nails on the coffin lid and said, the blood sovereign discovered it and willingly succumbed to its allure, seeking a way to extend his life. But in the end, he was merely making a wedding dress for someone else. Look, 6 of the 14 soul-suppressing nails have already been broken free. Lu Chun looked over. His heart pounded with fear. For a moment, he felt as if something was watching him through the 6 holes. Lu Chun instinctively stepped back, cold sweat running down his spine. Just as he was about to suggest leaving, Mu Hugwang broke the silence first. That fool, blood sovereign, couldn't control this coffin. But you can. Lu Chun was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Senior Mu, you must be joking. Even the Xuanlan sect couldn't handle this. How could I possibly manage it? Mu Hugwang didn't respond. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the blood sea. Lu Chun suddenly realized, remembering his blood-eating worms were still proliferating outside. Mu Hugwang's eyes were fixed on Hong Shuang as he continued. You may not be able to suppress what's inside the coffin, but that little one can. Lu Chun opened his mouth and seriously said, but she's just a child. I won't let her take such a risk. Risk? Mu Hugwang chuckled softly. You underestimate her. Do you know how vast the world above us is? Countless galaxies and star systems make up the immense universe. Those ancient beings can even break free from the river of time. Yet, such a world can still perish. Do you know why? Without waiting for Lu Chun to answer, he continued, because of the epic catastrophe. And your blood-eating worms have caused several of them. Lu Chun's face showed little surprise, but a thoughtful glint appeared in his eyes. He suddenly asked, Senior Mu, besides the epic catastrophe, is there anything similar, like the primal calamity? Mu Hugwang's expression turned serious. The primal calamity? Do you know what primal means? Seeing Lu Chun shake his head, he explained, whether it's our 9 regions or the great world above, there are rules or laws governing time, space, and the 5 elements. But imagine, in the endless epochs past, how did the earliest rules come to exist? That's the primal era. It can be a set of rules or a living being, like the earliest demons. Mu Hugwang paused, waiting for Lu Chun to digest the information, then continued, so, the primal calamity has 2 explanations. One is one of the earliest types of disasters in concept, and the other is a disaster that occurred during the primal era. Regardless of which, I can't even begin to imagine it. Lu Chun was left dumbfounded. In his mind, Jin Chan softly reminded him, Master, stay humble, stay humble. A moment later, Mu Hugwang got up to take his leave, stating that he had real business to attend to this time. He explained that his earlier stay was just to check on the worm larvae. He mentioned they would meet again in the next major plot, and whether to take the blood coffin or not was up to Lu Chun to decide. Lu Chun was torn, but after some thought, he decided to wait until Hong Shuang had completed her evolution. After all, there was still nearly a month until the second major plot. Half a month slipped by quietly. The entire blood sea, except for the sealed space at its deepest part, had vanished. In its place was a dense swarm of bloodthirsty insects, like a vast crimson ocean floating in the air. Lu Chun looked up, and it seemed as if the sky was filled with red clouds, obscuring the sun, stretching endlessly. He casually summoned one of the bloodthirsty insects and examined it closely. They had evolved to be about half a finger long, resembling slender darts, with dark red exoskeletons covered in intricate blood-red patterns. The mandibles on their heads were even more menacing, extending outward like miniature scimitars, gleaming with a cold, sinister light. After conducting some experiments, Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. The combat power of each bloodthirsty insect had increased threefold, nearly equivalent to a martial artist at the early fusion realm. When transformed into their flame form, their power surged to somewhere between the mid and peak stages of the fusion realm. He calculated in his mind that with 4 trillion fusion realm subordinates, this force far surpassed the 90 million masters of the Red Moon Immortal Sect. If Hong Shuang continued to evolve, the swarm might even reach 1 trillion masters in the future. The thought sent a shiver down Lu Chen's spine. 5 days ago, Hong Shuang had entered the blood coffin in the deep pit to undergo a crucial evolution. Although Lu Chen was worried, he sensed that the little one was in good condition and patiently waited. Now, with the blood sea completely consumed, the blood coffin finally emitted a red glow and slowly rose. Master. Hong Shuang's voice came from within the coffin, tinged with hesitation. What's wrong? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. My appearance has changed after the evolution? Hong Shuang stammered. Lu Chen understood and, glancing at the fierce, bloodthirsty insects around him, smiled and reassured, don't worry, I've seen uglier golden cicadas. You have nothing to worry about. Encouraged by Lu Chen and the anticipation of her insect companions, the dark red coffin wall at the front of the blood coffin rippled like the surface of water. A figure cautiously emerged, about 1.3 meters tall, with one black and one red ponytail and a tuft of bangs on her forehead. Master. Hong Shuang saw Lu Chen staring at her in bewilderment. The transformed Hong Shuang grew increasingly anxious, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes with her tiny hands. She mumbled, I knew it. Master likes those with 2 big mountains, like that domineering moon with the eye patch, and the one who cooks for you, humph. This jolted Lu Chen back to reality. Although everything that happened in the secret realm couldn't possibly be seen by his master, he still felt a pang of anxiety. He scrutinized the little creature in front of him, admitting that Hong Shuang did have a bit of a dark lowly vibe. You've transformed? Lu Chen asked. Hong Shuang nodded, looking pitiful. Master, please don't dislike me. If I evolve a few more times, I'll grow up. Lu Chen gave a helpless smile. What would I dislike? You're always thinking about strange things. By the way, how did you get into this blood coffin? Isn't this the new home you prepared for me? Hong Shuang replied innocently, leaving Lu Chen momentarily speechless. Even if he were to prepare a new home, it wouldn't be a coffin. Hong Shuang continued, it's really spacious inside. Plus, it has an aura similar to mine, so it's very comfortable. Let the little ones in too. With nurturing, they might become really powerful. Lu Chen shifted his gaze back to her and asked seriously, you didn't see anything else inside? Nope. It's completely empty. Just me. Hong Shuang shook her head. Lu Chen didn't say anything more. If the little one liked it, he might as well carry the blood coffin with him. After all, Mu Hugwang did say that Hong Shuang could suppress it, and it might come in handy later. Following Hong Shuang's arrangements, all the bloodthirsty insects crawled into the blood coffin. As for herself, she clung to Lu Chen's side, and he had no choice but to let her. This blood coffin can't be stored in the storage space? Lu Chen frowned as he tried several times. Just as he finished speaking, the massive object started to shrink on its own, transforming into a small coffin about 1.2 meters long, not too heavy to hold. Well, maybe it can be used as a weapon, Lu Chen thought, considering that the coffin's material could withstand his master's sword, indicating its formidable strength. Once everything was settled, Lu Chen took Hong Shuang's hand and flew out. The higher they ascended from the bottom of the blood sea, the eerier it became due to the unnerving silence. Moments later, as Lu Chen soared into the sky, leaving the blood sea basin behind, his eyes widened in shock. Everywhere he looked, there were corpses of fierce beasts and monsters. Extending his spiritual sense, he saw the same Sanino living creatures except for plants. These bodies have been preserved? Lu Chen observed for a while and noticed the peculiarities. Was this left for me by Senior Mu? At that moment, as he appeared, it seemed like some formation in the monster domain was triggered. A gentle and familiar voice echoed in the void. Rather than let the upper realm harvest the life in this domain, it's better for you to devour it. Use it wisely. It really is Mu Hugwang. Lu Chen's expression was extremely complex. Among the 9 domains, the monster domain had the largest number of living beings. Even though the blood sea had wreaked havoc, many monsters still survived. But Mu Hugwang, upon leaving last time, had slaughtered them all and cast a spell to freeze time in the entire domain, preserving everything. Only when Lu Chen emerged did it return to normal. That's incredible, he marveled sincerely. Without further ado, he instructed the insect larvae to start devouring. I'm back to writing. Thank you all for waiting. Really appreciate it. After throwing out the blood coffin, it expanded rapidly in the wind, quickly returning to its original size. Lu Chen casually tossed the blood coffin, watching as it rapidly expanded in the air and returned to its original form. The lid then burst open with a thunderous sound, releasing a swarm of bloodthirsty insects that spread out like a tide. Over 4 trillion insects radiated outwards from Lu Chen in a fan shape, leaving only white bones in their wake. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Chen observed the movement of the swarm and nodded to himself. These newly evolved little creatures not only had greatly increased combat power, but their devouring speed was astonishing. Yet, he shook his head slightly and murmured, still so picky. The beast bones should have been top-quality food, worth a fortune back in Decisive. However, these insects ignored them completely, not even giving them a glance. Master, we're not dogs. Hong Shuang, who was being held by Lu Chen, suddenly huffed. Besides, gnawing on bones is really bad for our teeth. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. Setting an example, Hong Shuang, as the original mother insect, was so picky that it was only natural for her offspring to follow suit. In the past, he would have strictly forbidden such wastefulness. After all, these beast bones were of high quality and devouring them could have led to the birth of many new insects. But now, looking at the little girl who had taken shape, Lu Chen's heart softened. Wasteful or not, I'll spoil her, he thought to himself. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked down at the little one beside him. By the way, what's your new ability after evolving? Since even your offspring have seen such a significant boost, as the original mother insect, your first major evolution must have brought considerable changes, right? Ability. Hong Shuang blinked, looking puzzled. She thought seriously for a moment before weakly responding. It doesn't seem like there's much of a change. Let me think. She raised her free hand and began counting on her fingers. First, the mother-child soul blood pact has been strengthened. Now I can create something called blood slave goo, which can enslave living beings. As Hong Shuang stammered through her explanation, Lu Chen's eyes gradually brightened. The original mother-child soul blood pact could only control 10 people, but after this major evolution, it could produce special sub-insects with a current limit of 500. Even more astonishing, there was a certain chance to forcibly control beings with lower cultivation than Lu Chen. Even those with higher cultivation, such as divine realm experts, could establish a blood pact if they lowered their soul defenses. That's an impressive ability. Lu Chen nodded in approval and then asked, anything else? Yes. Hong Shuang, delighted by the praise, replied cheerfully. The second one is a curse ability. By paying a certain price, I can cast a blood source curse that causes the target's vitality to continually decline. Lu Chen immediately asked, can it bypass cultivation and defenses?
It can.
Hong Shuang confirmed with a nod. The higher the cultivation, the less severe the vitality decline. For martial artists, vitality directly affects their cultivation and lifespan. If the curse's effect persisted, it would mean their cultivation would continually drop, and their lifespan would begin to shorten. However, according to Hong Shuang, while this ability could bypass defenses, its impact on high-level martial artists was quite limited. By the way, Master, Hong Shuang suddenly added, my blood source curse can spread through bloodlines. Aside from these, the other new abilities were relatively minor. Lu Chen was very satisfied after hearing this. As it stood, the blood slave goo had more practical significance, while the blood source curse could be crucial in certain situations. The ability to spread through bloodlines had many potential applications. For instance, if a family's ancestor was cursed, all his descendants would fall into a state of declining vitality. And this was just Hong Shuang's first major evolution. Lu Chen thought to himself, if she evolves again, the blood source curse might become even stronger. After chatting with the little one for a bit, Lu Chen opened his panel and began calculating based on the bloodthirsty insect's reproduction rate. Given the current progress and remaining resources, the complete 7th generation was about to be born. A number surfaced in Lu Chen's mind: 8 trillion. He recalled that back in the Heart Inquiry Pavilion, his master had demonstrated that if the insect swarm reached 1 trillion, it could obliterate a Sunfire realm expert. And now the quality of the bloodthirsty insects had been greatly enhanced. A 1 trillion-level swarm could definitely hold its own against a law manifestation realm ancestor. As for the higher divine realm, Lu Chen's eyes burned with excitement. But this was just a fleeting thought. To truly attempt it wasn't realistic at the moment. After all, the 7th generation hadn't even hatched yet. They needed to reproduce fully to serve as strategic expendable insects. The 8th generation, 39 trillion. Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder. I wonder how third senior sister is progressing over in the Grey Mist Sea. If she's solved the infection problem of the Grey Mist creatures, All the beings there will become food for the bloodthirsty insects. In a hall of the Red Moon Immortal sect, several figures were either sitting, lying down, or pacing back and forth. Each of them held a book in their hands, reading with great interest. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the towering piles of books, releasing a rich scent of paper and ink. Cho Chuanchi sat in the center of the hall, engrossed in a book on agriculture. His expressions shifted from frowns of deep thought to moments of sudden realization, and then to contemplative silence with closed eyes. The towering stacks of books around him gradually diminished. As he delved deeper, an unusual aura radiated from him, weaving through the hall like flowing water. The books resonated with this energy, and the words seemed to come alive, transforming into golden waves that shimmered like gilded ribbons. In the corner, with his presence almost fading into the background, Shi Chuanchio held a transparent thermos cup, quietly observing everything. He reminisced about the days spent with his parents in the old house and his ventures into the blood sea of the demon realm with Lu Qian and others. Gazing at the golden streamers in the air, he couldn't help but reflect on how, despite his extensive reading, he was never adept at teaching others. Just as Shi Chuanchio was lost in thought, Sun Qi stretched and stood up, complaining, "Dao Ge, I might not be cut out for reading. Should I find something else to do?" Cho Chuanchi looked up, his eyes evasive, and asked, "Not a single bit of insight?" Sun Qi's eyes lit up with a smile. "After reading hundreds of books on the harmony of yin and yang, I feel incredibly powerful now." Cho Chuanchi, puzzled, pressed for details, but Sun Qi misunderstood, awkwardly explaining that he had a family. As the atmosphere grew awkward, a majestic aura suddenly swept in from behind. Ing Xuanji's entire body radiated golden light, and ancient inscriptions appeared on his forehead. Golden characters surged from the book piles beside him, forming a page of golden text before him. Soon after, Ing Tianming and Lin Xia also underwent changes, with dark and icy crystal inscriptions appearing on their foreheads, emitting terrifying waves of energy. Mysterious pages of text materialized before each of them as well. Sun Qi stared at the pages, names flashing in his mind, but the actual content remained completely inaccessible, as if encrypted. Sun Qi stared in disbelief at the bizarre techniques created by Ing Tianming and his group, shaking his head with a wry smile. These names were so odd that they didn't seem like something you could shout out in a life-and-death battle. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to criticize. The aura that surpassed the heavenly level clearly matched the trio's core techniques perfectly. Sun Qi urgently turned to Cho Chuanchi, pleading, "Master, please guide me. How can I create my own secret techniques?" Cho Chuanchi calmly pointed to Ing Tianming and the others, saying, "Look at them. The one who has read the least has gone through at least 200 books. You, on the other hand, haven't even read 100. Gritting his teeth, Sun Qi quickly grabbed a book from the nearby pile. But when he saw the title, Detailed Study of Yin-Yang Fusion and Divine Soul Ecstasy, he shuddered and immediately threw it aside. "Master, can I get a different set of books? If all the techniques I create are based on these, what will I do?" Cho Chuanchi replied seriously, "Are you sure you want to switch? If you do, it might not work as well. Trust my expertise." Sun Qi clenched his teeth. "Fine, I'll read them." Meanwhile, deep within the Jiangnan Martial Academy of the Great Xia Dynasty, Yang Ming was pacing back and forth in a quiet pavilion. As the head of internal affairs, he had too many responsibilities to manage. Just as he was worrying about the situation on the extraterrestrial battlefront, he saw Zhang Yuanshan approaching from a distant path. Yang Ming hurried to meet him and anxiously reported, "Elder Zhang, the situation on the extraterrestrial battlefield is dire. Of the 7 armies, only 2 have reached their designated locations, while the remaining 5. Zhang Yuanshan waved him off, and Yang Ming fell silent with a bitter smile, asking, "Elder Zhang, it's the same old question. When will the young talents from the Great Xia return from the secret realm?" Zhang Yuanshan replied softly, "Soon. Summon all of Great Xia's young talents back and abandon that front line." Yang Ming's expression changed. "Abandon it? The strategic position of Silver Ridge is critical. If we give it up, it could threaten our rear." Zhang Yuanshan laughed. "No, no, no. There's no threat. Even if we open up the passage to the Yanhuang domain, do you think anyone would dare to come in? Anyone who dares to enter the Yanhuang domain is as good as dead." Yang Ming's eyes gradually lit up with excitement as he muttered to himself, "In that case, we can formulate more strategic plans. I need to notify Ing Hongyin immediately. Outside the secret realm, in the battlefield beyond, killing is a common sight." Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang sat cross-legged in a hidden spot on the outskirts of Yinping Ridge, recovering from their injuries. Qiu Yuanlong's face was gaunt, and after spitting out a mouthful of black blood, he looked somewhat relieved. The ground around him was riddled with worm-infested holes, making his skin crawl. Damn it! Using poison is one thing, but turning kids into poison bombs. Qiu Yuanlong cursed, his voice filled with anger and lingering fear. Ma Jingyang opened his eyes and said calmly, In life and death battles, who cares about morals? If it weren't for me, you'd be dead by now. Qiu Yuanlong bowed his head in shame. His cultivation of the Howren sword intent had faced numerous setbacks in the outer realms, and this time he had narrowly escaped death. He sighed and said, "The scholars from Jixia Academy talk about sage virtues, but their hearts are as dark as ink." He then asked, "How are the youngsters inside doing?" Ma Jingyang shook his head. "The situation is grim. The elite of the Great Xia have suffered heavy losses. If this continues, we might face a generational gap." Qiu Yuanlong stood up and said, "A gap is unlikely. Shao Qian and the others are still in the secret realm." Mentioning Lu Chun, both of them looked more relaxed. Ma Jingyang smiled and said, "By our calculations, Shao Chun should be out in another 3 months." Qiu Yuanlong looked worried. 3 months? Can we hold Yinping Ridge until then? Ma Jingyang frowned. Lately, the top elites on the other side seem disinterested, rarely showing up. You think there's a conspiracy? Definitely, but I can't figure out what it is. At least it gives us some breathing room. Meanwhile, deep within Yinping Ridge, in a certain valley, flowers bloomed and fragrant grass flourished. Beneath a cascading waterfall, the faint sound of a gentle zither could be heard. In the center, surrounded by flowering trees, stood several exquisite pavilions with jade-tiled roofs, seamlessly integrated as if they were high-grade magical artifacts. In one of the pavilions, a few teenagers sat casually. One of them spoke up, "Ugh, I'm so bored. Why can't we go out and kill someone?" "Sure. Slaughtering these 9 regions' natives is dull, but their screams before they die are quite delightful." In the pavilion, a few young people sat idly. The one who spoke had a glint of cruelty in his eyes and a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. The boy with the fan beside him gave him a cold glance and mocked, "Weakling, you only find a sense of presence in such a backward place. In the outer sect of our Shinlan sect, you wouldn't even make it to the top 100. At these words, the others perked up, looking at the two, eager for some entertainment. The one being mocked, however, was unfazed and replied with a cheerful tone, "Yes, yes, I'm not even in the top 100, but senior brother Gu is ranked 91. So what? Isn't your wife still running off with senior brother Lu? TSK. Watching her come and go with another man every day, doesn't it bother you at all?" Senior brother Gu's face darkened at these words. He slowly stood up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The fan in his hand flared with spiritual light, clearly showing his genuine anger. Seeing this, the other man also dropped his playful demeanor, pulling out a long knife and sneering, "Too scared to trouble senior brother Lu? So you pick on me? Go ahead, try it. Let's see if your 91st place in the outer sect can kill me, the 102nd. Just as the tension reached its peak, a sudden musical note rang out and abruptly stopped. From a pavilion near the distant waterfall, a woman's voice drifted over, "Either you both die, or you stop fighting." At these words, the two in the pavilion broke into a cold sweat and quickly put away their weapons. The woman continued, "In the sect, I don't care about your lives. But on this mission, I'm the leader, and I don't want any trouble. Don't forget, although we are in the divine realm, only our souls have descended, occupying the bodies of natives here. We can only exert a fraction of our true power. If we use our soul force, we might expose ourselves." Hearing this, the two men felt a chill down their spines and quickly expressed their gratitude. One of them, still looking discontented, asked, "But senior sister, why did you order us to stop the slaughter? It's really boring." After a long silence, the woman in the distant pavilion finally replied, "Fu Guang, do you not know why we are here?" Seeing Fu Guang's confused expression, someone explained, "We have descended for 2 reasons. First, to kill Lu Qian of the Great Xia when he arrives. Second, to eliminate the younger generation of Great Xia, but not too harshly, so as not to drive them to total despair." Fu Guang suddenly understood. "I get it. It's like removing the firewood from under the pot. The fewer that die, the more resources there are to raise the insects." Senior Sister Su said indifferently, "Because Great Xia is considering abandoning Yinping Ridge. Therefore, we must stop. Additionally, we are just the first wave of descendants. In a while, a few more important figures will descend with their souls. Then, you must follow me to welcome them." Fu Guang felt a surge of envy. There are indeed many treasures in the 9 regions. The divine relics of the Buddha domain, the endless vengeful spirits of the demon domain, the erase source of the 100 families domain. But the most top-tier treasures are in the Yinhuang domain. Not to mention the Great Willow Tree itself is an unparalleled treasure. Secret Realm, Red Moon Calendar, Year 99912, April 2nd. 8 days remain until the end of the second major storyline. The entire demon realm has fallen silent, with only countless bloodthirsty insect swarms roaming like a vast sea of blood. Standing atop a mountain peak, Lu Chen gazes down at the insect sea he created with his own hands, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. 850 billion bloodthirsty insects. This is his strongest card, enough to challenge the divine realm. Lu Chun meticulously assesses his own strength. For offense, he has the 5 elements divine art primordial magnetic seal and the 4 symbol seal. For defense, he has the celestial crystal guard. For secret arts, he has the primordial aperture seal and the divine illumination seal. For movement, he has the galaxy seal. All these divine abilities were acquired through the Qingyun ladder selection. He lets out a hearty laugh and suddenly unleashes a seal. Instantly, a gray primordial magnetic sandstorm sweeps out, interwoven with the power of the 5 elements: gung metal like a sword, kuei water like a dragon. With a thunderous roar, the 1,000-meter-high mountain collapses in an instant, leaving a 100-meter-deep crater. The power of this seal far surpasses his previous capabilities. Lu Chun then takes out the floating light giant bow, feeling the infinite sharpness contained within. He knows that he has yet to fully unleash the true power of this divine bow. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Chun tirelessly hones his combat skills, contemplating his weaknesses. Within a radius of 100 miles, all the mountains have been leveled, except for the peak with the blood coffin, which still stands tall. From a high vantage point, countless craters of various sizes, the landscape. In the Linglong 9 seals, the 6 seals that have already been obtained have been enhanced, and I have almost fully mastered them. Lu Chun reflected carefully on his own strength improvements. With all 6 seals activated, he was invincible within the Grandmaster realm. When facing a great Grandmaster, even against top experts like Ma Jingyang, he had a 60% chance of winning. However, the Shanhai realm was a different story, especially against ultimate powerhouses like Li Bagong, where his chances of victory were less than 30%. The domain power of the Shanhai realm was a combination of a warrior's will and path, not to be underestimated. Lu Chun pondered silently, wondering what kind of domain he would awaken in the future. As for the higher Xingqian realm, it was an entirely different life form, beyond his current reach. If he ever encountered one, he could only rely on his insect minions to explode. With over 800 billion bloodthirsty insects at his command, he felt confident. Besides the Linglong seal technique, his trump card, the 5 elements furnace, was gradually becoming insufficient. But Lu Chun was not worried. Once he left the secret realm, he could begin evolving the Tianjing insects to the rare treasure level. As for leveraging the power of Mu Hugwang, it was not feasible. The secret realm was merely a replica of the River of Time, with limited resources. Lu Chun also thought about the 3 temporal blade techniques inherited from Senior Mu. The first technique could randomly reduce the target's lifespan, the second one was a life-for-life exchange, and the third could glimpse into the future. However, with his current cultivation, he did not dare to attempt them lightly. Meanwhile, in a secluded place within the Red Moon Immortal Sect, Yuan Dingshan was leisurely sitting in a rocking chair, smoking a pipe, when he suddenly sensed a visitor. He put down his pipe and stood up to greet them. This mighty being in the divine realm, known as the 5 Elements Taoist, had a top 3 cultivation in the 9 regions, yet he dressed plainly, like an old farmer from the mountains. Soon, Mu Hugwang, dressed in a white robe, appeared in sight. Yuan Dingshan greeted him with a smile. "You're here." Mu Hugwang nodded in acknowledgement and immediately asked, "The matter I asked you to help with last time, is it already settled?" As Yuan Dingshan walked, he replied, "It's strange, but this world seems somewhat off." Yuan Dingshan thought that revealing this secret would shock his old friend Mu Hugwang. However, the latter's face showed no sign of surprise, only a faint smile. "Old Mu, do you know something?" Yuan Dingshan's expression was filled with suspicion and doubt. His eyes were full of uncertainty. Mu Hugwang shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "Old Yuan, all your questions will soon be answered. This world is indeed fake. It's just a replication of Red Moon's 100,000 years that I created before my death within the River of Time." He paused and continued, "Although I have some understanding of the way of time, the rules I replicated inevitably have flaws. For example, the 36 layers of void, which involve the roots of the world, I can only roughly simulate them. I could open the passage myself, but it would be too time-consuming. It's more convenient to let you do it." Yuan Dingshan nodded half-believingly and asked, "You said that once the passage is opened, what you've set up can enter the mainstream of the River of Time. But how can it be received without an anchor point? Are you saying you are strong enough to set an anchor point across time?" Mu Hugwang smiled faintly. "The anchor point is naturally Siener. She is of my bloodline, the best anchor point." Yuan Dingshan suddenly understood but then frowned. "I still don't get it. Why would you plant a time annihilation bomb in the future? The 9 domains have been stable for so many years. Why are you so pessimistic?" Mu Hugwang did not answer, only said indifferently, "The future is for future generations to solve. I am just leaving some measures. Whether to use them or not will be their decision." He turned to leave, and Yuan Dingshan called out from behind, "Old Mu, are you hiding a lot from me? We've known each other for so many years. Is there anything I shouldn't know?" My lifespan is running out. If I can do something for Red Moon, I'm willing to. Mu Hugwang paused, did not turn back, and said softly, when Red Moon reaches 100,000 years, all mysteries will be revealed, and Sienna will return. My old friend, you must live until then. Consider it. Fulfilling a request from an old friend. After speaking, his figure gradually disappeared into the valley. In the 100,000 years of Red Moon, there might only be despair. But after despair, there might be hope again. Mu Hugwang brought Xiao Chuanxi to the destination and opened the passage to the future. He solemnly instructed, from now on, you are no longer a disciple of Red Moon. Change your name to Shi Chuanxiao. This cup of water must be drunk regularly, or your soul will dissipate. If you miss home, you can take a few sips. Xiao Chuanxi trembled as he took the cup, kowtowed, and then resolutely stepped into the vortex. Mu Hugwang watched his disappearing figure in silence for a long time. After a while, he turned to the void and said, he's gone. You can come out now. Moments later, Shi Chuanxiao's figure appeared. Mu Hugwang gently patted the young man's head. You've suffered all these years. Upper Realm, Shenlong Sect. On a solitary peak, rarely visited by anyone. At the foot of the mountain, a narrow, steep stone staircase winds upward, cutting through a dense, towering forest. Two figures slowly make their way up, their footsteps unusually clear in the silence. Leading the way is an elderly man with one arm, his hair meticulously groomed, his gaze fierce. But when he looks at the disciple beside him, his eyes soften. The old man glances up at the stone steps and gently advises, Feng, be cautious in the lower realm. Avoid greed and recklessness. The Yinhuang domain has a clone of that woman. Try not to enter it. Situ Feng frowns and asks, Master, she's just a traitor. What's there to fear about a mere clone? The 9 domains are nothing more than breeding grounds, everyone suppressed to the divine realm. He is confident, believing he will be unmatched in the lower realm. The old man shakes his head and sighs, as if recalling dark times. He sternly warns that madwoman is the sect's greatest taboo. Remember, you can provoke anyone, but not her. Even at the divine realm, only a few holy sons could contend with her. Situ Feng is stunned, his scalp tingling. A clone that could rival a Dao child? It was unimaginable. He immediately abandons any thoughts of underestimating his opponents, focusing instead on his 2 main tasks, eliminating Lu Chun and guarding the treasure. The old man's expression softens, and he smiles. This mission isn't difficult. When you return, you'll be able to enter the Eternal Light Tower to restore your lifespan. He explains that this is a rare opportunity to connect with influential figures. Situ Feng pats his chest and promises, I will do my utmost to complete the mission flawlessly, Master. As they converse, they soon reach the mountaintop. In the center of the platform lies the formation's core, with 6 pathways extending outward, exuding a mysterious aura. They are 6 separate teleportation zones. They greeted the elder respectfully. The master and his disciple bowed with respect, their eyes falling on the elder sitting cross-legged at the center of the formation. The elder guarding the formation remained expressionless and said calmly, present your identity tokens and mission jade slips. Situ Feng quickly stepped forward to hand them over, not daring to delay. The elder carefully inspected the items before signaling them to wait. Although they were both elders, the difference in status within the Shenlong sect was vast. After a moment, the guardian elder glanced at Situ Feng and continued, others will join you in descending to the lower realm. Hearing this, the master and his disciples' expression subtly changed, but they did not ask further questions. Not long after, the one-armed elder sensed something and looked up at the sky. Moments later, 2 figures broke through the sky and landed directly in front of the formation. This blatant disregard for protocol left the one-armed elder stunned. Upon recognizing the newcomers, he immediately trembled and pulled Situ Feng into a deep bow. Elder Su Dian of the Inner Sect's Transmission Hall, along with my disciple Situ Feng, greets Elder Gao and Immortal Min Yu. Situ Feng's eyes widened in shock. He had never heard of this Elder Gao, a woman dressed in palace attire, but the name of Immortal Min Yu was renowned. She was the only one in a century to ascend from the Inner Sect to become a true disciple. He quickly glanced up, finding her beauty ethereal. Su Jian cautiously inquired, may I ask, Elder Gao, what mission does your esteemed disciple undertake this time? I fear it may overlap with my disciples. Elder Gao's expression remained cold. Rest assured, it does not overlap. Min Yu descends this time to kill Immortal Mu Ju. Mentioning the name, a strong hatred flashed in her eyes. Su Dian was secretly alarmed. It seemed the old rumors were true. Gao Qiong and Immortal Mu Ju had deep grudges. Even after tens of thousands of years, the hatred remained. Women indeed can be terrifying. In the Great Xia, at the Wenshin Pavilion, ever since Lu Chan raised insect larvae in the Blood Sea, Immortal Mu Ju stopped watching live broadcasts, returning to his daily routine of playing mahjong with Little Peach Spirit. At this moment, Petals from the grand peach tree in the village center fluttered like ribbons in the breeze. Today's mahjong game was different from usual. Mu Ju was seated to the north, his shadow in human form to the east, and Little Peach Spirit to the south. The remaining seat was occupied by a Strangera woman transformed from a towering willow tree. Little Peach Spirit shrank back, too afraid to speak. As a fellow plant demon, she instinctively feared this powerful being, whether invited or not. For of 10,000s, Mu Ju played a tile and said calmly, "In less than 5 years, people from the upper realm will arrive. As one of the top treasures of the 9 realms, you will inevitably be contested over. I ask you, do you wish to become someone else's material, or make a pact with me for 100 years in exchange for freedom?" His voice left no room for doubt. The woman looked directly at Mu Ju, expressionless. "Do I have a choice?" "No." Mu Ju shook his head. "Rather than aiding the enemy, you might as well die by my hand and serve as firewood." Little Peach Spirit didn't dare move. It was her turn to draw a tile, but she remained frozen. In the tense atmosphere, there was a prolonged silence. The woman transformed from the great willow tree remained expressionless, but the green glint in her eyes grew more intense. Several times, the intent to kill surfaced and then faded away. Finally, she spoke, "I don't want to form a contract with you. As the innate essence of Jia Wood, I haven't endured 10,000 years of cultivation just to become someone else's slave." Mu Juexian responded indifferently, "No problem. I have a few disciples you can form a contract with. Serve them for 100 years, and I will grant you freedom." Zhang Yuanshan was stunned upon hearing this, silently smacking his forehead in embarrassment. Even the small peach spirit twitched her lips in surprise, glancing at Mu Juexian. Mu Juexian ignored them, counting on her fingers, "Forget about the eldest. He's just for show. The second, Mao Fu, follows the path of painting and calligraphy. The third, Ling Long, analyzes the essence and might help you evolve. As for the fourth, Lu Chun, although his cultivation is low, he has unlimited potential and can control a swarm of bloodthirsty insects, making him a walking disaster." She slowly stood up, looking down at the woman. "Who do you choose?" Just as the woman was about to speak, the sky above Wenxin Pavilion suddenly darkened. The inky black sky left only a crescent moon, mirroring the pattern on Mu Juexian's eye patch. The moonlight flowed like silver, spreading an aura of death and destruction. I choose Lu Chun." The great willow tree, terrified, spoke with difficulty. She calculated silently, thinking that forming a contract with the weakest disciple would allow her to easily break free after surviving the 9 realms catastrophe. Mu Juexian's lips curled into a smile. "Choosing Xiao Chun, are you? You really know how to pick. The secrets on Xiao Chun are so deep that even I can't see through them. Once you form a contract, you think you can break free? What a joke." Afterward, Mu Juexian took Zhang Yuanshan back to the small courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanshan asked, "Miss, for the third storyline in the secret realm, do we really need to bring about the 9 realms catastrophe? The true disciples of the Xinlan sect are incredibly powerful. I'm worried Xiao Chun might be in danger." Mu Juexian looked up at Zhang Yuanshan. "Uncle Zhang, that's not what you're worried about, is it?" She turned to the distance, remained silent for a few seconds, then continued, "You're worried that Xiao Chen will see the me of that time. See me in the Red Moon, personally kill my father, and lead the true disciples to slaughter the 9 realms." Zhang Yuanshan sighed inwardly at her words, unsure how to respond. Mu Juexian chuckled softly. "The current me is me, and the past me is still me. I don't need to beautify myself, nor do I shy away from letting Xiao Chen know about those events. Since that's the case, let him witness with his own eyes the Mu Juexian of that time." Brilliant streams of light flickered across the sky. The dark clouds, like ink-soaked sponges, were torn into countless fragments by the ferocious wind. Lu Chun stood silently, leaning on the shrunken blood coffin, his gaze fixed on the void. The third major storyline was about to unfold, with the strange phenomena before him persisting for half an hour. The rules maintaining the secret realm were rapidly collapsing, poised to transition to the next time node. Before long, the void trembled and splashed like boiling water. The entire world seemed like a giant blender, frantically slicing through everything. As space turned into a slurry, Lu Chen's vision was filled with dense images. From the Red Moon calendar year 99,912 onwards, scenes of the future played out on layered curtains, accelerating hundreds and thousands of times faster. Lu Chen's expression shifted continuously with the unfolding visions. In 99915, the abyss of the demon realm erupted, and the immortal sect dispatched 10 divine realm experts to suppress it. In 99928, the holy master Huikong of the Buddhist realm passed away, and Mu Hugwang personally paid his respects, calling him the supreme true enlightened Buddha of the 9 realms. In 99953, Yuan Zhuxuang, a true disciple of the immortal sect, ascended to the divine realm, causing celestial phenomena that lasted for 7 days. Observing these major events, Lu Chun felt as if he had traversed many eras. Some of the figures recorded in the River of Time were even familiar to him. For instance, Monk Huikong, whom he had met upon first entering the secret realm. The monk had even used his clear sight to see the golden cicada residing in Lu Chen's shadow, intending to bring it back to the Buddhist realm to attain great enlightenment. The two had an agreement that once the contest on the Azure Cloud Ladder ended, the golden cicada would come out and chat with the young monk. Unexpectedly, the second storyline had begun directly. When they met, it was the Red Moon calendar year 27149, and Lu Chun couldn't help but marvel. He really lived a long life. With a sigh, Lu Chun thought to himself that the young monk was a good person. If given the chance, he would have fulfilled the agreement and let the golden cicada come out to debate with him. The golden cicada chanted a Buddhist mantra in Lu Chen's mind. World-honored one, do not lament. All retributions arise from karma. All results come from causes. Speak plainly, Jin Shan. Lu Chen interrupted. Although Jin Shan was cut off mid-sentence, he didn't mind. Ever since Lu Chun had called him ugly in front of many brothers and sisters, Jin Shan had harbored a grudge and finally found a way to get back at him. It was simple intellectual superiority, just like their recent conversation. At least in his own mind, he felt he had outsmarted Lu Chun, and that was enough. World-honored one, the Buddhist teachings emphasize cause and effect. Moreover, I sense that my karma with Monk Huikong is not yet over, and there may be another chance to meet. Lu Chun nodded, not surprised. Strictly speaking, while the lifespan of Divine Realm experts was only 80,000 years, those at such a level could find ways to extend their lives. Gentler methods included entering a state of false death to maintain a single breath of true spirit, only awakening in critical moments. More extreme methods, often used by demonic paths, involved devouring the lifespans of living beings, body-snatching reincarnation, or practicing dark arts. In Buddhism, there was also the concept of the next life body. Perhaps Huikong would live another life. As these thoughts passed, the countless images in the void continued to accelerate. In the following decades, the focus was almost entirely on one person, Yuan Zhuxuang, the undisputed protagonist. From 99953 to 99977, she constantly challenged the old Divine Realm experts. By 99980, she had ascended to the Red Moon Divine list, ranking in the top 8, unmatched in her fame. She really is a fierce one. Lu Chun sighed inwardly. When they first met, she was a bit clumsy. During the beginning of the second major storyline, Lu Chun had accompanied Yuan Zhuxuang to the depths of the Blood Sea to kill the Blood Sovereign. At that time, she was only at the peak of the Star Realm, her combat power not particularly outstanding, relying on talismans bestowed by her ancestor for assistance. In just a few decades, she had leaped from the peak of the Star Realm, crossed the Fiery Sun Realm and the Dharma Aspect Realm, and ascended to the Unity Divine Realm. As for the so-called brightest talents who climbed the Azure Cloud Ladder back then, aside from Huikong, none had reached the Divine Realm, lost in the annals of history, long forgotten. Names surfaced in Lu Chen's mind. Mengyi of the 100 Families Domain, the Little Azure Dragon of the Demon Domain, Qingwu of the Nether City. Back on the Azure Cloud Ladder, these prominent figures had all been around the 800th step, yet now they had turned to dust. The path of martial arts has never been one that talent alone can conquer. Most of those who once rode the waves would perish midway. An inexplicable emotion lingered in Lu Chen's heart as countless memories flashed through his mind. These individuals were the top talents of their respective domains, each with countless hidden cards. With the right background and resources, summoning powerful elders for assistance was a breeze. Yet, they still perished. Lu Chun took a deep breath, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He recalled the lives of those prodigious talents. Some died on missions, some from betrayal by comrades, and others in turmoil. The path of martial arts was like the crest of a wave, with countless people vying for supremacy. Even with more trump cards and stronger mentors, life was still singular. 85 billion bugs, still not enough. Lu Chun muttered to himself. If I had 10 trillion or even 100 trillion, conquering the 9 domains would be a cinch. Reflecting on the fates of so many prodigies, Lu Chun's irritation from the bug outbreak dissipated instantly. He resolved never to let the bloodthirsty bugs go to waste again. Bugs that only eat flesh and not bones? Nonsense. Eat it all, and breed like crazy. Had it not been for the imminent final plot arc, Lu Chun would have immediately ordered the bugs to devour the bones of the fierce beasts scattered across the demon domain. Master, do I have to eat too? Hong Shuang tugged at Lu Chun's sleeve, asking pitifully. Of course not. Lu Chun smiled warmly. Little girls should be dainty. Leave the bone gnawing to the bugs below. Time passed slowly, and the scenes in the void continued to shift. Lu Chun watched while chatting casually with Hong Shuang. Gradually, his expression grew serious. Something's off. Lu Chun frowned in thought. It's already the year 99,991, yet the scenes keep accelerating with no sign of stopping. Could the third major plot truly be the great calamity of the Nine Domains? Thinking of how even mighty figures like Mu Hugwang perished in that calamity, Lu Qian felt a tightness in his chest. He was just a Grandmaster now. If he got caught in the crossfire of a battle between Divine Realm experts, he might not survive. Though Lu Qian had slain a Divine Realm expert in the second major plot, it was purely by exploiting an advantage. The Blood Sovereign's lifespan was nearly exhausted, and with Yuan Zhuxuang's protective talismans, Mu Juexian's moon-suppressing stone, and Hong Shuang's sensing of kindred life, he barely managed the feat. Any missing element could have spelled doom. The Divine Realm is too powerful. Lu Qian furrowed his brow, contemplating countermeasures. At that moment, all the scenes in the void vanished, leaving only one. Red Moon Calendar Year 100,000, June 8th. Red Moon Immortal Sect Grand Ceremony. Nine Domains rejoice. The image zoomed in, covering the sky as if another world hung upside down. The true Red Moon 10,000 years. A brilliant white light beamed down from the void, enveloping Lu Qian. In a daze, he felt as if he were inside a kaleidoscope. After about 5 breaths, his vision returned to normal. Dong dong dong. Melodious chimes echoed as golden lotuses sprouted from the ground within the Red Moon Immortal Sect, with rays of light filling the sky and spirit beasts frolicking. Various flying artifacts were parked outside the mountain gate, and martial artists from different domains arrived in an endless stream. In the void, disciples in charge of reception were bustling about. On the main peak's plaza, Divine Realm experts arrived one after another, their proud disciples gathering in small groups, brimming with confidence. Several veteran Divine Realm experts conversed emotionally on a platform. Mu Juexian, the daughter of the Time Sword Master, is returning from the upper realm, a reclusive, mighty figure exclaimed. No wonder so many old folks are here. There's a method to break through the Divine Realm. Many Divine Realm experts present were nearing the end of their lifespans. Hearing this news, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Although extending life by 8,000 years was possible, the cost was unimaginable. When Mu Juexian was taken to the upper realm back then, there was no news for so long that we thought she was dead. An old woman sighed. Who would have thought she could actually return? I even held that girl in my arms once. To hear the Tao in the morning and die at night would be enough, a middle-aged scholar-like Divine Realm expert remarked. Even if we can't break through beyond the Divine Realm, at least we can glimpse what lies ahead before we die. The news of Mu Juexian's imminent return spread quickly. Among the many Divine Realms, the news spread rapidly. For a moment, these powerful beings who traversed the 9 domains were all elated, as if they had been invigorated. In the main hall of the peak, Mu Hugwang stood with his hands behind his back, gazing over the festive scene outside from the intricately carved balustrade. With his cultivation level, he could hear every word of the conversations in the Divine Realms. Even though he was aware that the end was near, his expression remained as calm as ever. Old Mu, just give me a hint, Yuan Dingshan asked with a wry smile. When will my niece return? Do you know how I've endured these 100 years? I've been longing to see that girl again. For others in the Divine Realms, meeting Mu Juexian was for the hope beyond the Divine Realm. But for Yuan Dingshan, who had watched Mu Juexian grow up and treated her like his own, the thought of finally seeing her again after tens of thousands of years made him a bit nervous. Mu Hugwang's face softened, and he said gently, no rush. When the 10,000-year celebration of the Red Moon begins, Xiener will naturally return. In a side hall, a few young people dressed in disciple robes gathered. Unlike the jubilant atmosphere outside, they all looked tense. Brother Lu, let's run. Sun Chi said bitterly through a mental transmission. Honestly, I'm already trembling. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid my legs will give out and I won't be able to run. Lu Chun shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the group. He transmitted back to Sun Chi, use your mental energy to create a group chat for everyone, so we can communicate more easily. Sun Chi nodded and did as instructed. There were only 5 people in the side hall, Lu Chun, Sun Chi, Lin Xie, Ing Tianming, and Ing Xuanji. Other prodigies from the Great Xia who entered the secret realm had left as soon as they learned that the third major plot was the 9 domains catastrophe, forfeiting the subsequent rewards. After all, no matter how great the benefits, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. Lu Chen looked at the group and said solemnly, we have 3 options. First, abandon the subsequent rewards and leave the secret realm. Second, stay in the secret realm but flee to a remote area to avoid the disaster. Third, remain here, witness the 10,000-year celebration of the Red Moon, and endure the 9 domains catastrophe. After he finished speaking, the mental group chat fell silent. Lin Xie and Sun Chi were undoubtedly going to stick with Lu Chan. After a moment of contemplation, Ing Xuanji spoke up. Aside from the first plot, Tianming and I didn't gain any rewards during the Bloodsea incident. But fortunately, we did find other opportunities and learned our innate divine abilities. When they were teleported away from the outskirts of the Bloodsea, they were dumbfounded. The blood spirits were hard to kill, but offered generous rewards. Yet, before they could reap the benefits, it ended prematurely. Luckily, the subsequent adventures were quite fruitful. Ing Xuanji looked at Lu Chun and continued, opportunities like this come only once. My brother, and I don't want to leave just yet. Ing Tianming nodded in agreement. According to the ancestors, the rewards for the first two plots were individual. But the third plot's rewards are strategic, capable of enhancing Great Xia's overall foundation. Just as he was about to say more, a sudden light appeared in the void. The light was like purple lightning, yet it seemed alive, forming a circle with its head and tail connected. Then, densely packed ancient runes emerged from the center of the lightning ring. The void gradually transformed into a mirror. Faintly visible behind the mirror was a stone platform, crowded with figures. At the forefront stood none other than Mu Juexian. As the celestial phenomenon manifested, the entire Red Moon immortal sect fell into a sudden hush. A massive teleportation array, spanning hundreds of meters, abruptly appeared in the void. Through the curtain of light, shadowy figures could be vaguely seen. Among the powerful beings of the Nine Realms' divine territory, someone recognized Mu Juexian and whispered ecstatically, "Our path isn't over." However, many others frowned, observing the figures with indifference or disdain, some even holding magical artifacts. In the main hall of the sect's peak, Yuan Dingshan's initial joy faded as he turned to Mu Hugwang and hesitantly asked, "Old Mu, is that really Xiener?" Mu Hugwang, gazing calmly upward, suddenly changed his tone. "Old Yuan, is your blade still sharp?" Yuan Dingshan was stunned, a look of shock flashing in his eyes before he understood. "Xiener, she's here to kill us?" Mu Hugwang shook his head. "To be precise, she's here to kill me." Yuan Dingshan was speechless, a deep sorrow welling up within him. As a top figure who had lived for tens of thousands of years, he gleaned much from this brief exchange. Mu Juexian's return didn't signify a breakthrough method, but rather the end. This explained the sudden annihilation of the previous era and revealed the truth behind Mu Juexian's ascension. Many mysteries melted away like snow under the sun at that moment. Yuan Dingshan sighed, looking once more at the immense gate of light. As inscriptions emerged, the terrifying aura of the formation spread, frantically absorbing spiritual energy for miles around. Although the figures behind the light gate hadn't descended, their murderous intent was unmistakable. At the forefront, Mu Juexian's cold gaze was fixed solely on Mu Hagwang. With a resonant clang, a seemingly ordinary long blade appeared in Yuan Dingshan's hand. Infused with the divine energy of the five elements, this simple firewood blade transformed instantly into a weapon surpassing divine arms. Yuan Dingshan smiled lightly. "No wonder you wanted me to live to see the Red Moon's 100,000th year. You foresaw this calamity. So be it. If I can do something for the Red Moon, I shall die with a smile." Mu Hugwang smiled. "Let those young ones witness the brilliance and spirit of the Red Moon. The splendor before the end can always give future generations some courage." Dong, dong, dong. The urgent tolling of the bell resounded throughout the Red Moon immortal sect, ringing 12 times. This signaled the moment of life and death crisis. Roar. As dozens of grand formations arose, numerous guardian beasts of the sect were awakened, ready to join the impending battle. "Disciples of the Red Moon, follow me into battle." Mu Hugwang's voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire realm. Disciples below the Dharma form realm, retreat and defend the formation. The rest, form the mixed Yuan formation for defense. At Mu Hugwang's command, masters, grandmasters, and powerhouses of the Star, Sun, Dharma form, and Union realms soared into the sky. Various forms of true energy surged, leaving brilliant trails in the air like a grand firework display. In the side hall, Sun Qi and others watched the scene with excitement. However, Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on Mu Juexian, who led the charge. Clad in the Xinlan sect's robe, her demeanor was cold and indifferent, a stark contrast to the mentor he remembered. As Lu Chun was lost in thought, the door to the courtyard opened. A familiar voice called out, "What you see is the light of the Red Moon." Sun Qi exclaimed, "Dao Yi?" It was Shi Chuanxiu, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. He joked, "Young Master Sun, you never called me that before." Then he began to introduce the two great wonders of the Red Moon immortal sect to the group. While he spoke, a teleportation passage took shape in the void. Mu Juexian led 72 true disciples of the Xinlan sect in a fierce charge, disregarding the warriors of the 9 domains. Shi Chuanxiu smiled and said, "Come, let me take you to watch the battle." He crushed a pearl, and the group was enveloped in a bubble, flying up into the sky. Lu Chen asked if it was a time medium. Shi Chuanxiu nodded in confirmation. Mysteriously, he added, "A certain important figure said we should observe carefully. This kind of opportunity is extremely rare, especially since, on our side, we are also about to face the great tribulation of the 9 domains." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun felt a sudden clarity in his heart. He realized that although they were still in this realm, they had been separated from the long river of time in the 9 regions. This must be Mu Hugwang's doing, both to protect everyone and, as Shi Chuanqiu mentioned, to provide an ideal vantage point for observing the battle. As everyone stood in bewilderment, the battle below had already erupted. It was less a fight and more a one-sided slaughter. Apart from top-tier divine beings like Mu Hugwang and Yuan Dingshan, almost no one could last more than a few seconds. Blood rained down from the sky, and countless divine beings fell. The essence of the heavens within their souls dissipated, causing celestial phenomena to change. Dark clouds gathered, and torrential rain fell, creating ripples on the protective array of the sect. A faint lament seemed to echo in everyone's hearts. Within the Red Moon Immortal sect, the sight of the massacre above stirred a mix of cold dread and boiling anger. Kill! Cries of rage resounded. The core warriors controlled long-range artifacts, locking onto their targets and unleashing beams of energy. The rain evaporated into a vacuum, but these attacks were effortlessly neutralized before reaching their marks. Are those people from the upper realms also divine beings? Ing Xuanji murmured, his face pale. The Red Moon sect had over 100 divine beings, while Dixia had only one ancestor. With Ba Tianhui's woman and Zhang Yuanshan trapped in the Yinhuang domain, how could they face the 9 regions calamity? Witnessing the sky filled with corpses and the composure of the Xinlan sect's elite, some even began to compare their kill counts. Ing Xuanji fell into utter despair. Sun Qi and Lin Xie felt the same. The latter sought answers from Lin Shun and Lin Imo in her mind. In a rare moment of seriousness, Lin Imo said, "Hope? Are you serious? Weakness is the original sin. Destruction is deserved. Destruction and being destroyed are the main themes of all existence." He seemed to want Lin Xie to recognize the harshness of the world. Lin Shan added, "The elites of Xinlan sect are chosen from among billions. It's normal for them to crush the Red Moon sect." The time bubble was silent. Watching familiar faces fall one by one, Shi Chuanqiu could no longer contain his sorrow. He tried to smile to mask his emotions, but could only manage a twitch of his lips as a tear rolled into his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he said, "The Xinlan sect's selection standard is to reach the divine realm within a century without relying on external aids. If cultivation level is the hardware, they are 10 versions ahead. Combined with their special physiques, talents, and the heritage of Xinlan sect, this is not a mere gap but an insurmountable chasm. Dixia will surely fall, the 9 regions will perish." Ing Xuanji murmured, his eyes growing resolute. "When we get out, I will propose forming a seed force to find a way to escape and survive the calamity. Are you planning to be a deserter?" Sun Qi growled. "No, it's to preserve the seeds of Yinhuang," Ing Xuanji replied earnestly. Ing Tianming looked at the blood rain in the void and chuckled softly, "Brother, I understand your intentions, but I won't walk the same path as you. When calamity strikes, someone has to face it. Even if the 9 regions calamity comes, and I am not a divine being, I can still be like those ordinary Red Moon disciples and leave a light for Dixia. The Red Moon shines. Dixia must shine too." Listening to his younger brother's words, Ing Xuanji remained silent. When faced with major issues of right and wrong, there's no need for excessive talk. Everyone should just do their part. Sun Qi muttered in frustration, "Is there really nothing we can do?" Before he could finish, a dazzling blade light flashed through the void, seemingly splitting the heavens and earth in two. The energies of the 5 elements swirled, manifesting various phenomena. Yuan Dingshan, with disheveled hair and a body drenched in blood, laughed heartily. "Didn't you ignore us? Didn't you act high and mighty? Didn't you crush us like ants? Yet I still managed to kill one of you." He held up a severed head with wide-open eyes, still filled with shock and confusion. "You deserve to die," a disciple of the Xinlan sect shouted sternly. Immediately, 4 figures charged at Yuan Dingshan. "You think you little trash can kill me?" Yuan Dingshan roared, charging Hedon. As he got close, his eyes turned fierce, and he growled, "Trash. On the road to the afterlife, you can keep me company." Before he finished speaking, the energies of the 5 elements suddenly became bizarre. The 4 figures turned pale and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! A light as intense as the sun engulfed everything. Yuan Dingshan seemed to transform into the most brilliant firework, sacrificing himself to the Red Moon. At that moment, a message left by Yuan Dingshan activated on its own. "Old Mu, I'm going ahead. It's a pity I couldn't meet Xiener, my niece. In this life, I had a loving wife, old friends, and descendants who make me proud. It was worth it." In the distance, Yuan Zhuxuang, appearing almost insane, unleashed a powerful attack with reckless abandon. As a descendant of the Yuan family, she had never been favored by the patriarch. He always said she was too weak and unworthy of being a direct descendant. Even after she reached the divine realm, she still wasn't acknowledged. But now, in his final moments, the old man said she made him proud. On the other side, Mu Hugwang withdrew his gaze and looked towards Mu Juexian not far away, murmuring softly, "The Sienna of today is no longer worth recognizing." At that moment, with Yuan Dingshan's self-destruction, taking down 4 of the Xinlan sect's true disciples, the situation on the battlefield suddenly came to a standstill. The fear in the eyes of the Red Moon warriors dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination to die. They knew it was better to take someone down with them than to become resources for others after being slaughtered. A bald brute grinned viciously, teleporting in front of the nearest Xinlan sect disciple and unhesitatingly detonating himself. The terrifying energy explosion instantly engulfed his unprepared opponent. The sound of the explosion was like a rallying cry. The other Red Moon warriors followed suit, locking onto nearby enemies and preparing to self-destruct. The faces of the Xinlan sect disciples changed drastically. They weren't afraid of unknown combat, but facing this suicidal tactic, even if they survived, they would suffer severe injuries. Just then, a young man in a luxurious purple robe appeared. With a wave of his right hand, invisible ripples spread out like vines into the void, forcing all the hidden and teleporting Red Moon warriors out of hiding. Next, the void folded into coffins, imprisoning them. Dozens of powerful chains sealed the coffins instantly. The young man gestured, and 12 coffins lined up neatly behind him. He coldly glanced at the disheveled Xinlan sect disciples and said indifferently, "You let a mere self-destruction tactic stump you? Shameful. Go back and accept your punishment." The disciples responded with grim expressions, their humiliation turning into murderous intent as they resumed hunting down the remaining Red Moon warriors. Ignoring the battlefield, the young man in the purple robe walked slowly towards Mu Juexian, sneering, "Dear senior sister, aren't you going to act? Or do you want me to handle this person?" As he spoke, he set up a jade table and chair on the coffins, leisurely pouring himself a drink. Mu Hugwang glanced at him lightly and said softly, "Kill you? You might be strong, but I'm stronger." Before she finished speaking, a brilliant sword light descended like the sun. The young man in the purple robe turned pale with fear, wanting to dodge but finding himself immobilized. As the sword light approached, he shouted in terror, "Don't kill me. My father is—" Before he could finish, the sword light engulfed everything. However, the young man remained unharmed, still sitting on the coffin. He let out a sigh of relief and laughed. "Ha, just a bluff." But the next moment, he suddenly noticed the wine in his hand giving off a foul stench, and his hand rapidly withering, covered in corpse spots. No, no, impossible. He tried to stand but had no strength to support his divine body, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Life was fading away rapidly. Mu Hugwang witnessed the scene before him, watching as the person's life drained away like sand through an hourglass, leaving nothing but a pile of bones in an instant. He suddenly looked up, his gaze as sharp as a blade as it swept across Lu Chun and the others. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "See? Even the true disciples of Xinlan sect are no different. They fear, they die." His voice, though soft, cut like a knife, striking straight to the heart. It's easy to change a god in a ruined temple, but hard to change the god within a ruined heart. Today, I will make you understand that even the so-called invincible are just flesh and blood. In the gateway of light in the void, a vague figure appeared intermittently. Mu Juexian's gaze was drawn to it, a strange feeling stirring within him. The figure spoke, its voice carrying undeniable authority. "My good disciple, why haven't you acted yet?" Mu Hugwang turned to face the gateway, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Master, this place seems somewhat familiar to me. You were born in a land of sin, full of filth. It was I who cleansed your past and the Xinlan sect that granted you the path to the heavens." The voice grew stern. "What are you hesitating for?" For the first time, Lu Chun saw such a crazed expression on the usually gentle and scholarly lord of the Red Moon. Alarm bells rang in his mind, realizing this was the true mastermind. Mu Hugwang seemed to mutter to himself, but his words were clear. "Remember her, find her, kill her. If you get the chance, this is my only request." In the time bubble, Ing Xuanji sighed and shook his head. "The Red Moon has a time sword master, but the Great Xia does not. Our fate might be even more tragic." So, he paused. "We must flee." Sun Shi intended to agree but, seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, he instead joked, "The Great Xia may lack a time sword master, but it still has brother Lu and me." Lin Xia couldn't help but tease, "You? Can you not be the first to run when we're escaping?" The tense atmosphere eased slightly, but Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the figure within the gateway. After a moment, Shi Chuanqiu asked softly, "Brother Lu, did you remember?" Lu Chun nodded solemnly. "I did." The two shared an unspoken understanding. Though Mu Hugwang's words seemed like a monologue, they were meant for Lu Chun. Suddenly, Shi Chuanqiu spoke up. "Everyone, the 10th Ascendier journey of the Red Moon is over. It's time to return to the Great Xia. Before anyone could react, everything before them blurred like a watery veil. Time bubbles. It felt like falling into the depths of the ocean. Lu Chun and his companions were plunging rapidly within the time bubble, with scenes around them receding like tides. Memories of Mu Hagwang, Mu Juexian, the Red Moon Immortal Sect, the Light Gate Passage, the Harvest War, all gradually blurred, ultimately becoming a faint point of light. They felt the increasing speed of their descent, but couldn't witness the final outcome of the Red Moon. However, history had already provided the answer after the end. The 9 domains would restart, slowly evolving into the era they were familiar with. With a crisp pop, the bubble suddenly burst. In a daze, they found themselves standing on a mountaintop, surrounded by falling blossoms and lush grass, with a small wooden cabin quietly standing nearby. "We're out," Sun Chi murmured. It felt like a lifetime ago that they had set off from the main base of the Jiangnan war zone, journeying for 7 days and nights to reach the depths of Kunlun, where they entered the Red Moon's secret realm inside that wooden cabin. Now back in Daxia, everything seemed so unreal. Faster than I expected. By the stream beside the cabin, Zhang Yuanshan rose from a recliner and walked over slowly. "It seems the people inside didn't want you to see the final scene of the Red Moon." Sun Chi and the others hurriedly paid their respects. "Senior Zhang." Lu Chun, with a peculiar expression, called out, "Senior brother." In the secret realm, Zhang Yuanshan was a playful and handsome middle-aged man. But now he had become an old man selling tea, a stark contrast. Zhang Yuanshan smiled at Lu Chun. "What's the matter, Xiaochen? Your eyes seem to hold a story. Do you want to go back to the Heart Inquiry Pavilion and tell your master and me about it?" Lu Chun shivered and quickly changed the topic. "Senior brother, why did you come to pick us up yourself?" Zhang Yuanshan sighed. "I didn't want to travel all the way here either, but there was no one else available." He then explained the recent situation in Daxia. Lu Chun and the others were shocked to learn that while they had experienced only 3 storylines in the secret realm, almost a year had passed in Daxia. The extraterritorial war was going poorly, especially at the Yinping Ridge front, where many young strong warriors had perished. Fortunately, after the second storyline ended, some prodigies emerged from the secret realm and went straight to the battlefield, stabilizing the situation. Among them, the standout was their old acquaintance, Zhang Wushuang. After exchanging greetings, they began their descent from the mountain. On the way, Ying Tianming asked in confusion, "Senior Zhang, I have a question. After the Red Moon era ended and the 9 domains restarted, why did the other 8 domains develop normally, even producing divine realm warriors, while the Yinhuang domain where Daxia is located only entered the martial arts era a few hundred years ago?" Zhang Yuanshan chuckled. "It's simple, because someone was afraid." He then recounted the long history of the 9 domains. Initially, the 9 domains were spirit plant cultivation grounds for the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Later, an extraordinary figure named Xianlan emerged, founded the Xianlan sect, unified the 9 domains, and even established a foothold in the upper realm. To prevent similar occurrences, the Xianlan sect imposed divine realm constraints on the 9 domains, conducting a harvest every 10,000 years. In the last era, the Yinhuang domain produced the Red Moon Immortal sect, which scared the Xianlan sect's high-ups, Zhang Yuanshan explained. They feared the Red Moon would rise to the upper realm like Xianlan did. So after ending the Red Moon, they locked down the Yinhuang domain when the new 10,000 years began, isolating it from the other 8 domains. Whenever the Yinhuang domain showed signs of rising, whether in martial arts or technology, the upper realm would intervene to erase it. Sun Chi was dumbfounded. "This is even more fantastical than a novel. If I could write this, it would be an instant hit." "Forget it. World building is too hard. I'll stick to writing your little stories." With Zhang Yuanshan escorting them, the powerful time plants around the entrance to the Red Moon's secret realm didn't dare to act recklessly. Leading the group through the outer perimeter of the Red Moon's secret realm, Zhang Yuanshan made the normally ferocious time plants retreat, fearing to provoke this formidable figure. Half an hour later, they reached the outskirts of Kunlun, where a bustling town suddenly appeared before them. Martial arts squads were coming and going, curiously eyeing Lu Chun and his companions as they passed by. Sun Chi frowned and murmured, "When we passed by here before, it was a wasteland. How did it become so prosperous in just a year?" Zhang Yuanshan smiled and explained, "A lot has changed in Daxia over the past year." As they walked, he briefly recounted several major events. The most notable was the establishment of teleportation arrays, which closely connected the 8 major war zones. These upperworld devices were easy to set up and consumed very little energy. Even fortresses were starting to install them. "It used to take you 7 days to get from Jiangnan to here," Zhang Yuanshan said, pointing to the town's teleportation hub, "but now it only takes a few minutes." His words elicited various reactions from the young people. Ying Xuanji's eyes sparkled with excitement. With accessible roads and fair distribution, along with official guidance, Daxia's prosperity is just around the corner. But Ying Tianming shook his head. "Brother, you're wrong. Without removing the 8 oppressive and exploitative families above us, just having roads isn't enough. Ing Xuanji smiled wryly, even criticizing his own family, as the Ing family was one of the 8 major families. As they spoke, a young man in white robes approached, greeted Zhang Yuanshan, and then looked at Ing Tianming. Tianming is right. Do you know how many Grandmasters have emerged this year? 12,952. Lu Chun was shocked. So many Grandmasters in just 1 year? Yang Ming chuckled. And can you guess how many resources it took to nurture so many Grandmasters? Ing Xuanji hesitated. If it were the old Ing family, the consumption would have been enormous. Yang Ming sighed. Nurturing these Grandmasters took less than 1,000th of the Ing family's reserves. Ing Xuanji was speechless, but Ing Tianming clapped his hands in approval. It's good that those parasitic families have fallen. Sun Qi timidly added. It would have been better if they had released those resources earlier to boost Decia's martial arts development. I really don't understand what those people were thinking. No one responded to his comment. In his mind, Shunjiun sighed softly and said, Use your pig brain to think for a moment. His gaze was sharp as he stared directly at Sun Qi. If you were one of the 8 great families, would you want martial arts to flourish under your rule with many strong warriors, or would you prefer to be the sole dominant power? Sun Qi frowned, at a loss for words. Seeing this, Shun Jiyuan shook his head. Pig, can't you use that brain of yours? He suddenly raised his voice. If the people under you become stronger, do you think they'd still want to be under your control? They'd overthrow you in no time. Do the 8 great families have any real strength? These words hit Sun Qi like a hammer, turning his confused look into one of terror. He slapped his thigh and cursed, Damn it! The 8 great families really deserve to die. Yang Ming, observing the scene, chose to remain silent. He turned to Zhang Yuanshan, cupped his hands and smiled wryly. I've been chasing after them all the way here. If you don't hand them over soon, the situation at Silver Ridge won't hold. Zhang Yuanshan was taken aback and frowned. Didn't Jiang Wushuang's group that came out of the secret realm head over there recently? Are they struggling? Yang Ming looked exhausted and sighed. The current intelligence is that Jiang Wushuang is still alive. Initially, it was decided to abandon the Silver Ridge front, but after further discussion, it was decided to hold our ground. The battleground for the younger generation is even more closely watched than the main battlefields. If we give up, it means the younger generation of Daxia is completely defeated. Zhang Yuanshan was silent for a moment before turning to Lu Chun and the others. Ing Tianming and Ing Xuanji spoke almost simultaneously. I'll go. Yang Ming's eyes lit up and he looked at Lu Chun. But Zhang Yuanshan interrupted. Xiao Chun will go later. I have some tasks for him that will take a couple of days. He then told Sun Qi and the others, You all go ahead first. Look out for each other and don't act recklessly. Sun Qi patted his chest and said, By the time Brother Lu arrives, my legend will already be spreading. Shi Chuanqiu handed Lu Qin a brocade box and whispered a few words. Lu Qin's face changed dramatically. 9-time compression bombs? Just activating them can annihilate an entire region. Watching the others leave, Lu Qin asked, Senior brother, should we head back to Wenxin Pavilion first? Zhang Yuanshan blinked and smiled. Xiao Chun, have you ever heard of the Moon of Dominance? Lu Qin suddenly realized something, his face turning pale. He tried to flee but was restrained by Zhang Yuanshan. Xiao Chun, are you a man or not? Dare to do but afraid to face the consequences? Zhang Yuanshan laughed, patting his shoulder. Your master watched everything you did live. It was quite a show. Lu Qin's teeth chattered as he pleaded, Senior brother, please, have mercy and let me go. On the battlefield beyond the borders, at Silver Ridge, in a serene valley, pavilions and towers stood amidst a mystical aura. Jiang Wushuang was imprisoned in this otherworldly valley, bound by formations that left him immobile. Though no one mistreated him, he was completely ignored, as if he were invisible. He chuckled bitterly to himself, realizing he had become mere bait. Recalling the moment of his capture still sent shivers down his spine. As a prominent figure in the Scarlet Moon's secret realm, he believed his strength was on par with the Jiang family patriarch. When he first arrived at Silver Ridge, he had slain many, significantly boosting the morale of Decisive. However, 2 days ago, a prodigy from the demon realm named Wu Yin had captured him alive with a single move. This baffled Jiang Wushuang. According to the intelligence, Wu Yin was merely at the 9th level of mastery, with average talent. How could he be so formidable? As Jiang Wushuang pondered over the details, he noticed several anomalies. Wu Yan's techniques were unlike those of the demon realm, and his aura did not belong to the 9-realm system. The hierarchy among the prodigies in the valley was orderly, with no signs of internal strife. All these clues suggested that this place was far more complex than it appeared. While Jiang Wushuang was lost in thought, 2 figures approached from a distance. The leader had an unfamiliar face and an arrogant demeanor. Behind him was Wu Yin, now meekly and respectfully answering the leader's questions. That's him, Decia's prodigy, Jiang Wushuang. He has some connection with Lu Chun and was subdued by him early on, Wu Yin explained softly, not caring that Jiang Wushuang was right in front of him. The existence of the Red Moon secret realm essentially lies outside the 9 domains. Delving deeper, it doesn't even fall within the mainstream flow of time. Fu Guang frowned slightly, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance. Even a colossal entity like the Xinlan sect couldn't catch a glimpse of the Red Moon secret realm. The experiences and gains of those so-called prodigies from Xia within it remain a mystery. Not bad, Fu Guang nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. But next time, be careful with your words. The term prodigy is not something to be used lightly. Even within the Xinlan sect, I wouldn't dare to call myself a prodigy. What right do mere 9 domain natives have? Jiang Wushuang's eye twitched at these words, his heart seething with anger that he dared not express. Fu Guang continued, have you tried soul searching? We tried, but it was unsuccessful, Jiang Wushuang replied, suppressing his anger. Their souls contain a kind of moonlight. Any deep intrusion triggers destruction. Fu Guang's brow furrowed tighter, muttering in dissatisfaction, that woman is truly a mad dog, imposing restrictions on the souls of all living beings in the Yinhuang domain. What is she hiding? For the past 6 months, the Xinlan sect's surveillance of the Yinhuang domain had been completely blocked. Even those from Xia who entered the outer battlefield were under restrictions. The moonlight in their souls acted like a time bomb, detonating upon interrogation or soul invasion, with devastating power. Forget it, Fu Guang waved his hand. Interrogate them slowly. If you can't get anything out of them, just dispose of them. With that, he turned and left, silently calculating in his mind. Moments later, Fu Guang returned to where Jiang Wushuang was being held and quietly left a spell mark within his body. He then instructed Wu Yin, release him. What? Wu Yin looked bewildered. I said, release him. Do I need to repeat myself a 3rd time? Fu Guang turned his head, expressionless. Wu Yin didn't dare to ask further and immediately released Jiang Wushuang. Returning to his original spot, he cautiously asked, Brother Fu, is there some grand plan? Fu Guang shook his head, saying calmly, bait can't just hang on the hook. It has to go find the fish on its own. At the same time, in the main base of the Jiangnan war zone of Xia, Lu Chun had just stepped out of the teleportation array, his legs feeling weak. With a bitter expression, he said to Zhang Yuanshan, Senior brother, you're not really going to take me back to the Heart Inquiry Pavilion, are you? I'm your only junior brother, can you really bear to do it? There were transport teams, logistics teams, and survey teams. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of people. Lu Chun stared in astonishment at the spectacular scene before him. The crowd was bustling, and various teams were busily but orderly at work. Just as he was still immersed in the shock, Zhang Yuanshan beside him softly said, Your senior sister has already solved the problem. What problem? Lu Chun didn't react immediately, but the next moment, he was struck as if by lightning. He turned sharply to Zhang Yuanshan, lowering his voice and urgently asked, Has senior sister Linglong solved the infectious issue of the gray mist aberrations? Zhang Yuanshan nodded in confirmation. Yes, she has. Moreover, there are over 1 billion ordinary people in the entire Xia working for you. Seeing Lu Chen's puzzled look, Zhang Yuanshan explained, Xia only occupies 6% of the Yinhuang domain. The rest is shrouded in gray mist. The aberrations on land can be directly devoured by your insects, but the situation in the sea is complex, making it difficult for the bloodthirsty insects to enter. So, over 1 billion ordinary people are helping you, fish-pulling aberrations out of the sea. Lu Chun was dumbfounded. Zhang Yuanshan blinked and added, You know, people from Xia have an inexplicable desire for all kinds of ingredients, even if these ingredients can only be consumed by your insects. Regaining his composure, Lu Chen asked, The gray mist is difficult even for martial artists to withstand. How can ordinary people counter it? Linglong has created a potion, Zhang Yuanshan chuckled. When ordinary people drink it, they become immune to the effects of the gray mist, and are even perceived by the aberrations as one of their own. Is that even possible? Senior sister Linglong is incredible, Lu Chen exclaimed, but then he grew concerned. Senior brother, hasn't the Xinlan sect been keeping an eye on the Yinhuang domain? Will they allow us to do this? Zhang Yuanshan gave a mysterious smile. Your master has long since merged with the will of this world, shielding us from the Xinlan sect surveillance. Every living being in the Yinhuang domain is under a restriction and won't leak any information. Lu Chun was taken aback. Can master still return? Good to see you have some conscience. Zhang Yuanshan scrutinized Lu Chun, unsure if this subconscious concern was due to their master-disciple bond or something else. He proudly said, Don't worry. Miss is such an extraordinary being. This small worlds can't assimilate her. The separation process later might be a bit troublesome, but it's nothing major. All right, hurry to the gray mist sea. I'll take you to find that girl Linglong. As soon as Lu Chen stepped out of the teleportation array, the scene before him left him in awe once again. The sprawling coastal city of Lingboqing had replaced the previously scattered war fortresses, guarding the extensive coastline. The square in front of the teleportation hub was bustling with people, with nearly 100 formations neatly lined up, totaling over 100,000 individuals. A banner on the front platform prominently read, 269th Batch of Retired Fishermen Ceremony. Lu Chun murmured to himself, "This is insane." Zhang Yuanshan chuckled and said, "Fishing is a man's romance. I was obsessed with it for over 800 years." As they talked and walked, a representative of the fishermen was giving a passionate speech from the distant podium. "Thanks to the nation for fulfilling my dream. I caught several tons of giant creatures, and I can brag about it for a lifetime." Zhang Yuanshan quietly explained, "Since the start of the martial era, this is the first time ordinary people have faced powerful monsters directly. After overcoming their fear, they showed incredible enthusiasm, far exceeding our expectations." Lu Chen pondered and asked, "What about the casualties among the fishermen?" Zhang Yuanshan sighed. "Even with the help of martial artists and various potions, there's still a mortality rate of 1 in 1,000. Lu Chen was deeply moved, but found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Yuanshan patted his shoulder and said, "Xiao Chun, this is the cause and effect between you and Yanhuang. For the sake of the race's prosperity and strength, sacrifices must be made." These words made Lu Chen realize something. He recalled the martial paths of Ing Tianming and Ing Xuanji, suddenly understanding his own lack of belonging to Daxia. Just as his thoughts were drifting, a mysterious energy suddenly surged within Lu Chen. Zhang Yuanshan noticed and immediately stopped, watching in surprise as Lu Chen continued forward, seemingly entering an enlightened state. He quickly moved the surrounding crowd and murmured, "Heart demon breakthrough? No, how could Xiao Chun have a heart demon? Wait, this is Buzz." Above Lingboqing, the sky suddenly stirred with wind and clouds. It was as if an invisible energy beam swept through, quickly clearing the debris in the void. "Is this the chi of Yin and Huang?" Zhang Yuanshan stood dumbfounded, staring at Lu Chen in bewilderment. What had this young man done to invoke the chi of Yin and Huang? As a powerful figure, Zhang Yuanshan understood the mysterious nature of qi. Whether it was a family or a race, their fate had a certain path. The birth of a genius, or the rise of a strong individual would add to this path. At that moment, Yang Ming flew in from the teleportation array. He had just escorted Ing Tianming and others to the entrance of the outer battlefield when he noticed the change in the heavens and hurried over. In his hand was an ancient lamp, the yin and huang flame passed down by Ing Hongyin. Moments ago, the flame inside was weak, but now it had surged several times over, far exceeding the impact of a single deity's birth. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Ming said to Zhang Yuanshan, "Though I don't know the reason, it must be Lu Chen's doing. The strange thing is, he's clearly from Daxia. Yet it seems like he's just now integrating into the qi path, and the flame has turned much redder because of it." Neither of them could guess that Lu Chen was a time traveler, nor did they know that he had only just begun to feel a true sense of belonging to this world. Lu Chen awoke from his special state, realizing he had advanced to the 9th level of mastery. Yang Ming explained, "Your cultivation has been enhanced by the qi of Yin and Huang, though the exact reason is unclear. In any case, it's a good thing." Half an hour later, they arrived at the small island where Linglong resided. The island was filled with various containers soaking in gray mist creatures. Adorable pastry-like beings served as lab assistants, busily recording data. In the center of the island was a pure land, with a plum tree growing there. On a small table beneath the tree, a bouquet of plum blossoms was arranged, and an old-fashioned radio played opera. Linglong, dressed in a white lab coat, was focused on her embroidery. Without looking up, she said, "Little cutie, you're here. Have a seat. I'll be done soon." Shortly after, she handed Lu Chen the embroidered handkerchief, which vividly depicted his heroic descent from the sky. "Thank you, senior sister," he replied softly. This was already the second embroidered handkerchief he had received. When they were last at the main base in Jiangnan, third senior sister Linglong created a spell for Lu Chen and even embroidered a piece for him. Just as Lu Chen was about to express his gratitude, Zhang Yuanshan walked over and jokingly complained, "I came here with Xiao Chen, but you only embroidered for him. Aren't you disrespecting your elders?" Linglong shook her head and laughed. "Senior brother, you're just teasing me. I embroidered for Xiao Chen because he wouldn't criticize it. If I embroidered for you and it didn't turn out extraordinary, I'd feel ashamed myself." The three were about to discuss important matters when Linglong suddenly stood up and walked behind Lu Chen, curiously asking, "Xiao Chen, where did this coffin on your back come from?" Lu Chen explained truthfully, "I got it from the Red Moon secret realm." He briefly recounted the story, explaining that the blood coffin could be resized at will but couldn't be stored in a storage space, so he carried it on his back as an insect box. Linglong placed her hand on the coffin and sensed it for a moment, her face turning slightly pale. She pondered, This coffin is no ordinary object. Inside it lies another coffin, with several powerful presences dormant within. Zhang Yuanshan frowned upon hearing this. Miss and I have been with the Xinlan sect for many years, and we know very little about this coffin. We only know it's an ominous object that was long suppressed. Linglong smiled. Since it's destined for Shao Chun, it might not be a curse. Let's leave it to fate. She poured some plum wine for the two of them and looked at Lu Chun with a smile. Sweetie, the infection issue of the gray mist variant has been resolved. The key lies in your queen insect. Linglong detailed her research process. Faced with the difficult-to-modify gray mist variant, she turned to modifying the bloodthirsty insects. After countless experiments, she decided to start with the queen, leveraging the reproductive characteristics of the insect species. I've named this experiment maternal symbiotic network diffusion. As long as your queen insect is immune to the gray mist variant, all its offspring will inherit this ability. Lu Chen found the explanation profound and hard to grasp. Linglong further elaborated on the pros and cons, stating that the worst outcome would be an ineffective result. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Let's go with senior sister's method then." He summoned Hong Shuang. The little girl Hong Shuang timidly clung to Lu Chen's sleeve. Linglong's eyes sparkled with interest as she smiled. "Come here, little sister Hong Shuang. Let me give you a shot." Hong Shuang shivered in fear and hid behind Lu Chen, pleading, "Master, can't we skip the shot? Maybe this sister can do more research and give the shot to you, then transfer the effect to me." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.